What's up, reefers? Welcome
What's
to
happening?
Real Reef Talk 2025, the first, or not the first, because Mark did it, but like the
Mark,
second 24-hour live stream. How is everyone doing
I,
today?
dude, I'm doing great. I got energized with a good night's sleep, and I've been up since what 9:30, just like antsy, ready to rock and roll. We got a freaking amazing group of guests coming on today. We're gonna have a blast, dude. I can't wait to get this rolling.
I think it's going to be good. We've got a, like say, super solid group of guests. Hopefully, we've got the energy still for the overseas people, because those are good conversations, but I don't want to fall asleep during them. That's the real
I'm
double-edged sword of doing this.
I got my methods. I got my ways. I'm gonna make it through with no issues. I might be a little groggy and a little delirious towards the end, but it's going to happen. Let's just get this done. Let's do it.
I've got 4 white monsters. I think that'll do it. Hopefully, I don't have a heart attack in the middle of this.
I drank the craziest jet fuel coffee I ever made. Our Keurig broke, so I'm like, shit, how am I gonna make some coffee this morning? So I got this old French style percolator out, and you pack in so much. It's like making espresso out of regular coffee beans, and I brewed it up and I poured my first cup, and I'm like, oh hell no, I can't drink that. And I had to water it halfway down. I think I drank 3 cups of that, so I'm about ready to rock and roll.
Oh my god. Okay. So I think before we get started here, so one important note is share this on Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, I don't think your comments will show up unless you're like actually a business page, because I fail Gen Z and I don't understand technology either. I'm a terrible representation of my generation. So, but if you're on YouTube, we can see your comments super easy. So if you're on Facebook commenting, we can't see it. We're not ignoring you. It's simply how the program works. So I'd say go watch it on YouTube if you can. Share it on Facebook, though, and that would help us a lot. Share it on Instagram. Share it everywhere. We're going to be putting our links in. We don't have super chats because these are new channels. So we're not monetized. YouTube hates us. So I've got a link I'll put below where you can donate, you can buy merchandise, and help support this whole thing. I think we should get started. So, yeah,
I
last
do
time
too.
Chris and I did this, we were answering user questions for the first hour as kind of an intro. So I think if you've got questions or want to talk about anything, now is the time, and Chris and I can begin answering those questions. I've been on
Definitely.
nutrients lately. That's been my obsession.
On nutrients, yeah, dude. I've been playing. I mean, I'm on everything though. I'm all over the place. My scatterbrain can't focus on one particular thing. So, nutrients definitely has been something that we've been playing around with. And I talked to you, Kenny, with the probiotic. Uh, uh, Sorry, the PNS probiotic that we're using, the Palostris.
Yep.
Pretty amazing stuff what we're seeing there. Dude, we got so many awesome topics that we're going to be talking about during this entire 24-hour stream. I don't know. What are you looking forward to do the most?
I don't know, man, because like all of them are people I've
Art.
wanted to talk to. So like this was a list of like, here's everyone I have a conversation with. I think the overseas ones are going to be cool. So like I'm excited to talk to Matthew from South Africa. I'm
Yeah.
excited to talk to Ayman and Tony representing
Yes.
Dubai in the Middle East. That'll be a cool one.
Yes. It
Vincent, I've
will.
not got to talk to Vincent ever, so that'll be a cool one.
Dude, he's
So
doing some amazing things over in Indonesia, man. I mean, I remember being part of the first Ocean Gardener paid tour where we were. I was in 2018 when he launched it, and two Aussies came over, Emma and Zach, and we got to go out, and I went out diving on the reef and collecting some corals while these guys were learning the course on how to mariculture corals, and that was really cool. And now what he's doing with the whole restoration and outplanting corals and showing the progress, it's going to be all about Ocean Gardener and all about the amazing things that Vincent's doing all over Indonesia. That's going to be a really good chat. I don't know. I can't really pinpoint down personally which one's going to be my, I'm looking forward to the most, because I'm looking forward to all of them, with the flow discussion
oh
with
yeah, with Felix Tunzi, yeah, that'll be
yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah. It's going to be awesome. I mean, hell, Tunsies were the first wave pumps that I knew of back in the early 2000s that were like, workhorses. They had some poof to them, and seeing an SPS tank that we tore down many, many years ago, 20 years ago, that had Tunsies on it with, what were they? Sea swirls.
Oh
They
yeah.
had 4 sea swirls with Tunsi pumps, and that tank was just ridiculous. The talk with Tulio and Luco on lighting is going to be badass. I mean, there's so much content going to come out of this. And it's just, it's 100% talking about reefing. I mean, talking about what we love, what we enjoy, and just, questions welcome. We're going to have an amazing time.
Yeah, I'm excited. So for both Felix and Luca and Tulio's, I think there's going to be some new products talked about in all of those, or even shown on
That's
camera.
cool.
So there might be some product announcements and discussions, which will be pretty cool from what I hear. And then, yeah, I think so. Usually in the content that I've made, it's been like way too much science, way too much nerd out about coral. And I'm excited to talk to Lyle from Cans Marine because we're gonna have a fish conversation. So I feel that
100%.
we've done a good job of trying to get all aspects of what makes this hobby great and something for everyone on this. So
And dude,
yeah.
we had a list of people that was a mile long, and we had to narrow it down, and that was not an easy task. But dude, I can't believe we put this together in 2.5 weeks, bro. I mean, 2.5 weeks, and we got everybody lined up. Just hope there's no hiccups and everybody remembers their times, because getting all these time zones correct was. Thank goodness for the app on your phone called the World Clock.
Yeah, here, hold up here. Ken, I invited you on Facebook to come on for 24 hours with us. So don't say that. I invited you, man. You could have rode with us. Oh man.
I didn't see, what comment was that? I didn't see anything pop up.
Saltwateraquarium.com said I didn't get the invite.
Uh,
I
hey,
said, no, you
we're not.
did.
This isn't the only time something like this is going to happen. We're gonna try to really stir up the reefing world with this, something, either annually or biannually. Salem.
I think
It's
we
going
need
to
to
be.
do one for Christmas time.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, I think we need to, keep this going, make it a tradition, twice a year. And then in between, we can have, whatever we want to do in between, which is going to be a lot of fun.
I think so. It looks like we have our first question here from Richard Colombo. It's for you, Chris. So, what are your thoughts, Chris, on sand versus no sand, or no rock versus rock? Do you think that these things are necessary for bacterial surface area and nooks for microfauna?
um, Rock, no rock. Say that one more time. Oh,
Rock,
it's right
no
here.
sand, yes, no rock, yes, no.
I think that sand is definitely something that is a good thing for your system. Um, I don't think that no rock is a good idea. I mean, the sand is definitely important because you get a lot of microfauna living in the sand. Plus, you get all the creepy critters and stuff like that that are beneficial for your system. Personally, we don't run sand in our systems because it's just a big commercial setup, and it's, keeping the sand clean would be nearly impossible. But for a hobbyist, when I set up my office tank, it's going to have like a 2-inch deep sand bed in it, because I want to put my acanthos down there. I want to put my trackies and all the sand dwelling corals. And that's something else I can't wait to talk about down the road during this live broadcast about, is sand important? Do certain corals that people think need to go in the sand that really shouldn't be in the sand? That's going to be an interesting topic to let people know. I can't wait to have Don Gilson on to talk about corals and where they're found and where they're collected in the wild, so that people can get a better understanding about it. But I mean, surface area for bacteria, I think that, Jake and I talked about this 100 times. Minimal amount of surface area for with rock is all that's really needed. I mean, if you want extra surface area for in your system, put it in your sump and just make your rockscape look like you want your tank to look, because the surface area is your entire system, not just your rock. The glass that'll hold, the coralline algae will hold bacteria, the pipes will hold bacteria. Every aspect of surface area in your system is porous for the most part. And so bottom line, I think that sand is important in a hobbyist tank. It's not a necessity. But having a remote sand bed in your sump or somewhere is definitely a good idea. I mean, 100%.
You just want to make sure to clean it for sure. Like I had a remote sand bed in my farm system and I didn't touch it, and it became just like a DOC factory. Like after a long time, like I finally took it out, and the amount of detritus, it made like Kinney from Pieces of the Ocean's detritus layer looked like nothing pretty much. It was like, it was bad, man. It was a bomb. But yeah, I think something else to think about with surface area is it's not just surface area. You have to think about what type of bacteria do you actually want to be growing. Because surface area with a different amount of oxygen or a different amount of light or a different amount of localized nutrients is all going to be a different little microhabitat to grow different bacteria. So like a good example of this, if with my new sump, if I have bioballs and it's just super aerated and heavy, that's going to grow aerobic bacteria, nitrifiers, heterotrophs. But if I have something like a deep sand bed, that's going to have no oxygen and grow a completely different subset of bacteria that does something different for your tank. So I think it's this thing of like, we just need surface area is kind of like, it's an oversimplification. You need the right surface area for the job. You want denitrification, you got a ton of fish, do a deep sand bed, do like an anaerobic reactor. If you want, DOC to go down and you want a bunch of nitrifiers, do like do bioballs, do a trickle filter. I mean, do a biopellet reactor, whatever. I mean, it's complicated, but yeah.
That's a very important, I think a very, very important point that you brought up is, the surface area for like bioballs and trickle type filters. It's something that we used to use back in the day, 20, 30 years ago. Trickle filters were important, but then we had such nutrient issues that we got away from the trickle filters because they're a nitrate factory. And we ended up now we're to the point where the technology and all the different things that we have available to us have gotten us to the point where we're nutrient deficient. And we all know that for photosynthesis to take place, the balance of nutrients and light is super important. So instead of us dosing ammonia or nitrates to supplement for those nutrients, I think that it's because of what we've done in the hobby and how far we've advanced, I think we need to go back to the OG ways and go with trickle filters, because why wouldn't we want to produce nitrates the natural way versus adding a chemical like ammonia or nitrate, potassium nitrate, calcium nitrate, whatever we add to get that nutrient level that we need, when in reality, we're only getting the chemical form. We're not getting an organic form. And the organic form is way more important for the system to stay balanced. And, a trickle filter will do that for us. I mean, it doesn't have to be a big trickle filter. I mean, something small will do a great job.
Dosing urea is pretty awesome, I think.
Hey, I talked about that many, many, many years ago, and people thought I was nuts. And the people that did it were just like, wow, I can't believe my system cycled so good, and then they didn't get that mini cycle after they used, ammonium chloride. And then they put in, urea, and that mini cycle that happens after the initial cycle with chemical ammonia is gone. It disappears. Oh, yeah. So I always like to say, if you're going to use ammonia, ammonium chloride, even putting, you peel them shrimp, just go into the store, grab the shrimp, take the skin off and throw it in your tank. That gives you the organic nutrients that you're looking for. Or, I won't even say it, but,
it'll work. It'll work. There's a natural source of urea that everyone has access to that can certainly do good.
it's the most concentrated when you wake up in the morning.
Yeah. No, I think Bob Stark will probably go down this rabbit hole a lot longer because he loves the trickle filter idea. But trickle filters are probably pretty awesome. Like those bacteria they eat DOC, which causes all sorts of problems, and they convert it into organic nitrogen. It like completes the carbon loop and the nitrogen loop, and you have to dose nothing. You got to run no carbon. You can run no skimmer that way. So I'm going to have like 4 or 5 systems here, and I'm planning 2 right now. One's going to get wet next week, and it's going to have a trickle filter, and that's it. No sump or like no skimmer, just a trickle filter, return pump, heater. That's it. Maybe I'll run carbon sometimes. And then I'm going to run another system. I'm going to run the Triton method. I'm going to play with the super oversized Fuge high turnover rate thing because I've always wanted to. And I think there's a lot of experiments that can be done there. And I'm on the fence about a Fuge, so I want to see. I've done them before, but I've not done one that big before. So we'll see.
Listen, I think refugiums are great for aquariums, but I think that they're misunderstood, and I don't think that the right information has ever been put out about a refugium and actually what they're capable of actually doing for your system. A small refugium is basically worthless, in my opinion, other than the
Yeah.
fact that you're going to get microfauna like copepods and amphipods and all kinds of different stuff that's going to be able to proliferate like crazy in there and help keep your help with the balance of your system. But when you think about the ocean and you think about the marshlands and the tidal areas near certain uh, the shorelines, we need something that is almost the same size as our main system in order for it to do the right thing. I mean, if you want to do a refugium and you got a 300-gallon aquarium, you should probably have a good 150 to up to 300-gallon sump or bigger, because you got to have that surface area, and you should have a multitude of different types of algae growing in it. Chaetomorpha, in my opinion, doesn't do a damn thing for nutrients. I've never seen it actually in any of my systems, reduce the nutrient load that is being put into it. Then again, now I'm adding ammonia on a regular basis because I can't keep nutrients in the system, but I use algae scrubbers, which are extremely efficient for reducing nutrients in your system when it comes to phosphates, nitrates, and even silicates. But the problem with something like that is keeping the balance of your minor and trace elements, which is something that's very much overlooked. And with a refugium, you're going to get a lot of minor and trace reduction. And a lot of people think you can do a water change and you're going to replace those minor and traces. Well, if you're doing a 10% water change and you're at actual natural seawater in 10%, you boosted your minor and traces by 10%, which is minuscule and will be depleted out of your system so quickly that, the algae that are in there are going to suck it out. I mean, so point being is, if you're going to do a refugium, you got to do a big one. You're better
Yeah.
off doing a small algae scrubber. I think a refugium and an algae scrubber would probably be the key, especially if you don't have the room to put a huge refugium on. Just put an algae scrubber on top of your refugium, if it's a remote or underneath your sump or underneath your tank, and that'll be way better than just a refugium on your system for sure.
I think scrubbers are evil and refugiums are maybe good.
Dude, I
That's
swear
what
by
I think.
scrubbers. I swear by my algae scrubbers. And something that was really, really interesting that we found out, my scrubbers are like 6 years old, and I have replacement lamps. And I replaced two on one scrubber when it was four of them on it. And my phosphates went from standing steady around zero point 0.2 in that system to down to 0.08 just by changing two lamps out. And that happened in a 3-day period of time, where my algae was actually doing its job better than what it was before, because the LEDs that were on it had, after 5 years, they're basically, spent. And that's pretty much any LED. And these things were running 24/7 for, 6 years, 7 years. And just replacing two lamps made such a world of difference in how that scrubber was performing. And honestly, it saved me. Oh my gosh, we used to have two people daily, all week long, scrubbing algae off the plugs, off the rocks, off the walls, and the scrubbers eliminated that. It took like 3 months for them to actually do their job, but once they got dialed in, man, it was like, oh my gosh, there's two people. The labor that we saved just by putting an algae scrubber on our system was just mind blowing.
So here's I have no doubt that algae scrubbers can outcompete algae, can lower your nutrients. What I'm thinking though, which you might not experience, is because you have such a large water volume. So the amount of algae compared to the water volume is you get like a huge ratio there. But if I've got like a 50-gallon tank with a big ass algae scrubber, think about, like, at least in terms of science, turf algae produces so much nasty stuff that just completely screws with corals. Like, a lot of inhibitory compounds mess with settling, causes disease, it slows down their growth. So I think in a smaller system, if you're not adding just a carbon or ozone constantly, you're probably not taking those things out, and it could have a negative effect. Whereas with fuges, it doesn't seem like those macroalgae species do that like turf algae would. But I think in your system, it's so big, you might not be seeing those. So you just see the benefits. I think it's a water volume. Like, is it diluting out the bad stuff that turf algae makes, so to speak? I don't know.
That was the thing that, when I was talking to the guy that produced these things, we got the commercial, which is basically two Clearwater Scrubber 300s. And we thought that we needed even more than that on the system. And, we learned real quickly that, just that on 2,500 gallons, and it's, he had them rated at, a 300, a Clearwater 300 was good for up to, a 600 gallon system. Well, in reality, that 300 is actually probably more like good for 1,000 gallons or more. And actually, it makes sense because we have just a 300 on our 1,700 gallon, one of our 1,700 gallon farms, and I have nutrient, my nitrogen or nitrate level is something that I'm chasing now, but my phosphates have been dialed in at like 0.03 to 0.06. And that's just with a very small scrubber, but we clean it on a weekly basis. One side gets cleaned. And as long as you do maintenance on the thing, it's going to do what it needs to, what you need it to do. I won't take them off of any of my systems ever after the results that we got 6 years ago, and we started using them. It's just,
I'm sure it's saving you money. I'm just saying, I don't know if someone puts that 300 gallon rated system that's rated for 1,000 gallon on a 100 gallon tank because they think more is better. What the hell's happening? I don't know. Maybe nothing good.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, that's why you need to do your, due diligence and make sure that you're using the right size scrubber. They have the 50, the 100, and the 200 and the 300. The 50 is good for like a 100 gallon aquarium. The 100 is good for like a 300 gallon aquarium. The 200 is good for 600, and then the 300 is good for 1,000 plus. And of course, the great thing about a scrubber too, you don't have to run it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can put it on a reverse cycle and run it for 12 hours. So if you got one that's too big for your system, you just need to dial it in for how much light you need to run on the thing, so it's not over. It's not over. Extracting the nutrient levels and your minor and traces. But another big thing about the scrubbers is if you're not putting copper in your system on a regular basis, and people are like, oh my God, you can't do that. You have to put copper in your water, because if you don't, photosynthesis requires copper, and photosynthesis will still occur, but it won't do 100% what it's supposed to do without having all the proper elements available for it. So you'll still grow algae, but it's not going to remove the phosphates quickly. Yeah, it's not going to be as efficient. Yeah. So that was something that we learned in the very beginning, because for 6 months we were having all these great results, and then all of a sudden the results stopped. And that's when, Chris Wood, he's a guest coming on here this afternoon. Him and I started brainstorming about what to do. And, Captivate was just getting rolling. And we started doing this Isolate MT turf. So it was Isolate MT for turf scrubbers, and we had just boosted amounts of minor and traces in it, and then we reformulated that over and over and over until we just ended up with the Isolate MT, which is perfect for somebody using a scrubber. They can add that on a daily basis in very tiny amounts, and it'll help keep the levels that they need, so that their scrubber's doing the job it's supposed to, and your balance isn't being disrupted as much.
Yeah, copper is definitely one that's needed in a very minute amount, especially if you got a fuge or or a scrubber. But you have to be careful with it if you don't have those things, because it's uptaken very slowly by coral. So traces will be a whole other. We've got
so much
coming on. We've got Isan and Julian coming on, so we'll talk about traces a lot. Which I've been reading about traces the last week, and I've got some thoughts about some certain trace elements people are dosing. There's a couple more questions in the chat here because we've been rambling here, so let's get to those. So someone said catalytic carbon versus ROX. This is kind of like the moonshiners, like Andre and Christoph, determined through some testing that catalytic carbon, a certain brand of it, can absorb DOC and not really mess with the traces compared to other forms of carbon. So I've done a bunch of research on this, and I think I found the original manufacturer of Clearwater's carbon, and it looks like to me that carbon has larger pore sizes, and because it's catalytic, that means it breaks things down physically by actually interacting with it. So the catalytic portion of it is breaking things down, and those larger pore sizes seem to be able to attract those larger carbon chains compared to ions and stuff. So at least the head logic mind story of it makes sense, but also they have not made that data public. But also a lot of people have had success doing this and showing their results with DOC before and after. So I think it makes a lot of sense to maybe use catalytic carbon if you've got a DOC issue. But, I think granular activated, like normal carbon will do it too. Just probably need some more of it. And you might have to supplement your traces more if you're adding a shit ton of carbon.
Yeah, I use a lot of carbon. I mean, since we started using ozone, I go through every 2 weeks, I change the carbon out, and we're going through. I mean, hell, I just bought 550 pounds of this stuff because that'll last me like a year, changing it out on a regular basis. But it's like 2 to 3 gallons depending on the system of carbon going in, and I haven't noticed that it's been bothering, and reducing the minor and traces, but I also have been doing, changing out carbon for many years, and with dialing in the minor and traces over the last 4 years, 5 years, that's kind of our concoction makes up for it. Yeah. Our concoction makes up for it. Weekly ICP tests for all those years have been a huge benefit for learning the process of what the systems do, and what the uptake is. And shit, I don't even chase the numbers anymore, man. I know it's going in on a daily basis, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If I continue to chase, it's going to end up taking one money pit and trading it for another money pit, because I was like, I keep adding so much manganese. What the hell? I can't even get to show up. And I'm like, you know what? I'm done. This is my concoction. It's going in every day. I could care less if it shows up on the ICP, because I know it's getting in there. It's being utilized by the corals and by the bacteria and by everything else that's needing those minor and traces.
Dude, that's like it's like everyone's doing MS testing and dosing like parts per trillion of something. And it's like, dude, first off, I'm aware of no coral that has part per trillion sensitivity to a trace element. Like if it's 0.08 or 0.09, if it's in the water and it is bioavailable where they can eat it, that's good enough for me, man. It's a trend thing. It's if there's getting uptake. I think people are really obsessing about traces right now. And it's just it's partial marketing, partial misinformation, partial maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it really matters as long as it's not toxic and as long as it's available.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, this is the thing that I learned. And, Jake and I talked about this. He's like, dude, you're chasing numbers that are almost impossible to get dialed in a closed system. It's one thing for the ocean to be where it is, and they're going to fluctuate there too, depending on the region where you're getting water samples from. So I still said, no, I'm still chasing them. I'm still going to make it happen. And we had like a full month and a half of it being dialed in with no elevations, no deficiencies. And then all of a sudden it just started going all out of whack with deficiencies again. I'm like, I'm done. And you know what? That was the best thing I could have ever done, because everything's been dialed in since then. And I think it's very important for reefers that are playing around with this, do your ICP tests and try to dial them in as best as you possibly can. But once you get to the point where you got a concoction that's working and your corals look phenomenal, but you're still showing deficiencies on your ICP, you're putting them in your aquarium. And the ICPs might not ever show them up unless something catastrophic happens to your system where metabolism slows down in the system when they're not able to uptake it. And then you'll notice things that are climbing. But once you get your minor and traces dialed in where you're fairly satisfied with the doses that you're putting in, just stop chasing them and raising your levels, and know that you've got something going on that is good, and do a once a month ICP test to make sure that you're not getting elevated levels. So that way, because that's the biggest problem with minor and traces. If you set it and you forget it and then something gets elevated, well, that's something that's elevated could be very toxic when it gets elevated, and you could have a big wipeout. That's why the monthly ICP is super important to do when you're dosing minor and traces. Once a month is a must, in my opinion. I do it weekly because we have a commercial facility and I can't afford major issues. So, but for a hobbyist, I mean, for $40, $50 a month to test to protect your investment, it's crazy not to put that investment into it. I mean, it's absolutely nuts.
This is a really good point from Corey, who's at White Corals over in Europe. And he's also, he might be the only, but he's certainly one of the people developing products for NIOS and ATI. And he says that there's always copper going into your system in some form, especially in dry food. So yeah, dry food, like Akari pellets, man, they have so much copper in them. Like most salts have copper in it. So I think he makes a good point that if you have fish, if you have a mixed reef, you're a hobbyist, you probably don't need to dose copper unless you've got a crazy huge fuge or like a scrubber that's really pulling stuff. You're probably getting it in. And this kind of goes like with what you've experienced with selenium, Chris. Like Calanus is super full of selenium. Like a lot of these traces, there's other forms and sources of it besides dosing it. And if you've already got fish and you've got good diet, like iodine's in nori, right? You probably still need to dose iodine because it's so rapidly uptaken, but there's a lot of inputs of all of these ions constantly. which is also why ICP is important. If you're overfeeding your Hikari, oh, maybe copper will spike too. I've never seen that, but it could happen, so that's a good point.
Copper levels in a natural seawater, from what I remember, it's 9 parts per billion. And that's very minute. That's not even a therapeutic dose to take care of ick in your system, and I've gone as high, not intentionally, as 14 to 16 parts per billion, which is getting to be scary for me. And I had no ill effects from it. I just noticed that the algae was growing like crazy on the scrubbers. And ova in the wild systems, the ova ends up going absolutely ape shit when you have too much copper in your water. But that is, copper is 100% a necessity in a reef environment. Even though it's scary, you gotta know what you're doing. You gotta be careful. I mean, I add a drop at least once a week of pure copper sulfate to every one of my systems, which is enough to treat 2,300 gallons. And it takes, ICP tests always come back between, most of the time they come back between like 6 parts per billion to 11, 12 parts per billion. And I'm perfectly satisfied with that because I know it's there for the zooxanthellae, the coralline, the nuisance algae that grow in the scrubber, all that stuff, But something I wanted to touch on that you were mentioning about an algae scrubber producing all these negative things that can be produced by a scrubber, but there's also stuff that's not talked about, the positive things that are produced by some of those algae as well. So you actually get really good beneficial compounds produced by a lot of that algae as well. But it, like you said, there's more that aren't beneficial than they are, but combating it with activated carbon and ozone is definitely, I recommend carbon over the ozone for any hobbyist, but with a scrubber, you got to run carbon.
I think that the only thing is then, like, let's say you're right, there's good compounds and bad being produced. If you're still running carbon, you're taking the good out too. So it's like, maybe you just end up canceling it out and you get your nutrient reduction. But I think there needs to be controlled experiments on this because obviously the scientific studies out there are one type of turf algae on one reef and one controlled study. And I'm sure there's multiple different species of turf and other species of algae that grow in our systems. And it's going to be different in every system. And I think that things like the new Organo MS test from Christoph at Oceamo, this now can allow us to test it. It shows the organic compounds, at least a lot of them that are being produced. So I'll probably set up, I guess I need to set up a scrubber on something to do some before and afters. I think that'd be pretty fun. Look at the microbiome and the organic chemistry. So yeah, but I don't know. I don't think we know. I think we can argue all day back and forth, but there's no way to prove either of us right because we don't have data. And I think it's different for every system. You have a big sample size with a lot of tanks.
And we don't have the money to actually go through funding to do the controls and all that other stuff. I mean, that's the thing, you need something fairly large with multiple control or multiple systems so you can see the differences between everything and how everything is reacting in each of those systems to actually get the data we need. I don't have the money. And science really needs to get on board with all that because, if they say the oceans are dying, we need to understand why and we need to understand how to combat it. And I'm afraid that, science hasn't pushed the issue enough because the ocean is so vast and, but if you don't learn now, it's going to be too late someday.
Yeah, I think that'll be something we talk about with Carrie and Jamie a lot.
Jamie, yes.
Yeah, that'll be a very good conversation as well. We will go to the people at the forefront of conservation talking about these things. So that'll be a good one.
So excited.
Yeah. My problem with that one, I don't think we'll have enough time. That's like a 4-hour. That needs to be deep, but we'll do our best.
We'll do our best. Listen, Jamie's been doing this for a long time. Carrie's been doing this for a long time. I think we can probably put it all into an hour segment and get the point across and enjoy it.
We're going to talk really a lot. Fast.
I can do that.
Yeah. Here's another question I just missed, also from Corey. So wouldn't a trickle filter push nitrifiers to compete with coral for the easier to use nitrogen sources and then leave the nitrate? Yeah, probably. I mean, I think so. At least the ammonia they would be uptaking. They'd be like I think the ideal system here you're probably still going to have to dose organic nitrogen in a system where you've got a ton of coral, like a like a wet dry filter is not going to do it alone. The reason I'm interested in a wet dry filter is the potential for heterotrophs to grow to break down DOC. If I can get rid of DOC, I'm fine supplementing nitrogen. And then I think if you're going to have excess nitrates, maybe that's where you implement the anaerobic zone with the media or a deep sand bed, and then you get denitrification, and it's a little cycle. I don't know. It's something to play with, and that's what I hope to do. But yeah.
Well, and and back to DOC, if you don't have a system that has, that doesn't have dead spots where detritus can settle, a lot of times you see detritus is settling behind your rockscape, and you can't even get back to clean it out. If you don't have the ability to, keep that suspended continuously where you can remove it mechanically, you're going to have DOC is going to be there all the time. Now, the trickle filter, like you're saying, is it going to help to keep that in check and keep it from building and building and building? That's going to be interesting to find out. I mean, I know what I do. I use ozone for it, and it's been good. And I just started using ozone a couple of months ago. We can get on that topic at another time.
Yeah, that'll be Can we too much to talk about? This is why we needed a 24-hour stream. Chris and I just we call like once or twice a week and just talk for hours. And we're like, we need to just talk about this stuff. We need to do a good one. Let's see. I think there's a couple other questions I might have missed here. Richard Ross said we're both invested in a mine story. That sounds like Richard Ross.
Yeah.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, science is not going to test we care about. I completely agree, Rich. Acro Killer says, why did my organic carbon decrease when I removed my roller filter and added a Triton algae filter? So like a pretty big fuge. I would say that probably the fuge itself, it could be that a lot of these species of macroalgae are using a lot of those organic carbon sources, fertilizer pretty much. So maybe it's just balanced out in a way to where I think you're adding carbon to your system too. So if you've got the carbon, that's absorbing a lot of stuff that comes from the macroalgae. That's maybe a smaller chain. You got a skimmer that takes some stuff out, and maybe the algae themselves are absorbing a lot of the stuff from food, so to speak. But that's something else to test, because that's when I had a big argument with Isan. I was like, how the hell does a fuge, how is this not causing issues? Like, how is this not a DOC factor? And he's like, well, I brought NDOC testing to the industry, and I've tested it for 15 years, and it's not caused issues in our 20,000 tanks. I'm like, good point. All right, fair enough, man. So I think it needs to be studied. We don't know why that might be, but Corey. God damn, we gotta have Corey. I wanted to have Corey on. We have to have him on at Christmas time. He said,
dude, we wanted to have everybody on. How many people did we not put on? We had like 75 people that we named, and we had to narrow it down to what, 30 something, 40.
Yeah. Corey has a good point too. He says that maybe there's some bad rolls in the market, and sometimes they can leach things in that can make it so skimmers are less efficient. There you go. I don't know. That's a good point too. Yeah, filter rolls. Have you seen Gaia Reef? He was at Reef Stock in Denver. Have you met him? His name's Will.
No.
Dude, so he made he has this patented design. I want to have him on. Got to have him on too. He's got he's got roller mat replacements for like all of the big brands, and he's got this like completely natural biodegradable microplastic free roller filter. So when your roller filter's done, you go put it like in a compost bin, and there's no microplastics it leaches. It's like cellulose based or something. Kind of cool. I don't know. It's a interesting product. I think he's just now kind of coming up. People say they want us to do it once a quarter, Chris. The 24-hour stream.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
I think twice a year we can do, but once a quarter. That is a lot.
That is a lot. Well, there's something might happen in between the every 6 month 24-hour gig. I think will be interesting to see if we actually can pull that one off too.
Here, how about once a week? We could do once a week.
Yeah, we could do that, or once a month at least.
Yeah.
Something. But
So
not
I think
24 hours.
here's a good thing. So like I say, there was a lot of people that we wanted to have on to talk about. For the 86 people in here right now, who did you want to see us talk to that we didn't get to? Because we've got our next one coming up, and maybe we'll just plan it now and just get it done ahead of time. And then we'll probably do a giveaway with that one. This was we wanted to do one for this one, but as a pretty small it was too hard to organize. But Christmas time, We want to be Reef Santa, so we'll probably do it then. Have a big giveaway with a lot of people. So let us know who you wanted to see. Yeah, Johnny Shin, Poo Tang, both good people, both good stick
Yeah.
people. Yeah,
Yeah.
have you seen Johnny's stuff at all? Thirsty
Oh
Reefs?
yeah.
Dude, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I
There's a
want
lot
to go
of
see that thing.
there's a lot of amazing stick people out there, and Joseph Cachet, Adam from Battle, Kenny, Piece of the Ocean, that stuff. I see these posts pop up, and it's just like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, because that was my passion when I started ACI. Was I was just a hobbyist, couldn't afford these frags that were just coming available. Steve Tyree's website was the lineage guy, and you get to go on and read about the lineage of the coral, which was super intriguing to me and super exciting, and I wanted to continue that. We started ACI because I wanted to offer acros at great prices, and turned into this crazy ass huge thing called ACI Aquaculture, and what we are now is pretty amazing. But sticks are the way without sticks, I wouldn't be where I am today. I mean, sticks are definitely my driving force to keep me rolling with keeping corals, because there's always a challenge in certain species.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good stick growers. I mean, there's probably 20 really solid people, and pretty much all of them, they either somehow have not talked to each other, at least some of them that I know about, and a lot of them have really unique stuff the other ones don't. We just need to get them. We just need to have like a stick summit. Just get every good acro grower and have like 40 of us on at the same time. Just everyone talking.
We'd never be able to talk. We'd all be talking over top of each other. Come on.
No, I'm excited. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Have you seen John Golfstank?
Yes, I've been. He's like north of me. He's my neighbor practically.
I love that guy. John is an amazing human being. And the first time I saw his tank, I was like, and now he's gotten it dialed in even better. And the video he sent me with some of his corals, some of the stuff that he's gotten, that were overgrown pieces from me, it's just amazing. Some of the colors and growth that he's getting. I mean, he's just one hobbyist. I mean, Steve Weiss,
yeah.
There's so many out there. You say 20, there's probably 100.
They're probably
are amazing stick growers, but a lot of those guys are on the down low. They don't bring attention to themselves. But dude, there's so many people we could talk to about sticks, and LPS too. I mean, gosh.
I'm gonna go up to John's in the next 2 weeks. I told him about the little shipment I'm getting this week, and he's very excited and wants frags of all of it, of course. So I'll have to go bring him some frags. Yeah, another one. Yeah, Underwater Wonders. That's another local shop that also they're like with John. Like that's kind of they're like really next to each other. And see, I've been to a lot. I've not been everywhere, so maybe there are people that are higher quality than even them. But it is the best sticks I have ever seen in my life. Like I went to Top Shelf in Orlando, and I went there 2 weeks later, so I had the direct comparison. And dude, I mean, there's stuff like I think Remy's in here. Remy's been there. I think Josh Weisman from Colorado. Like, God, man, they're doing something. That's where I got the urea dosing from. They were doing that, and I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" And they're like, "I'm like, okay, maybe they have no skimmers. They run UV only, which is pretty interesting. Only UV, no filter socks. They just have a huge, like as big as a UV as they can get in a tank, and then that's about it. They do Captivate, and they had T5s. They switched to Stratton's. So they're flexing now. They've got like 50 of those.
I've heard some really good things about people that switch to Strattons. I think it was John Golf was telling me about him, and he was like,
"You got them too."
I'm blown away. He's like, I'm blown away with how awesome the Strattons are, and unfortunately, it's not something that's a smart investment for my farm. I mean, you need like 200 of the damn things.
Yeah,
I don't have that kind of cash. I stick with my metal halides and my T5s and change the bulbs out annually.
Dude, Strattons are such a sexy light, though. Like that's just a beautiful light. Like I saw them at Rap Orlando. It's a single piece of milled aluminum. It's like the spread is great. You can control each like quadrant of it and have the intensity. So like if you've got like stick in the back right of your tank, you turn the back right's par up. Like what, dude? They're so cool. They're so cool, man. Will I be able to afford one? I don't know, but I really want one.
Well, maybe ATI will be like, you're going to put some content out. We're going to send you one so you can give us some solid feedback, good, bad, ugly.
And that's what they should be happy with. I'm willing to get a Stratton, tramp stamp at this point. All right. I'm willing. I want one so bad. I've wanted one for like 3 years. Email me, salem@novelaquatics.com. Let's figure something out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess your little studio or your little setup is starting to come together here very soon for you to
Yeah.
do some experiments with some different equipment, and that's pretty exciting. Um, yeah, I'm excited to see what you get and what comes out of it. There's so much going on, dude. I mean, look at what's going on in the reefing community, and then what you got going on, what we've got going on, and everybody else. It's just never-ending learning, and that's part of the reason why I do this. I mean, if it was boring and I couldn't continue to learn, I would lose interest in a week.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've got my lab all done. So I've got everything I need for microbiology. Got an autoclave, incubator, spectrophotometer, all the equipment. And I've got a fridge full of stuff I isolated, including a few potential coral probiotics. So stuff that could actually be used as a treatment. So I got to test those things. I've got a bunch of coral pathogens. And I've also got, if it's still alive, I've got some zooxanthellae I isolated from hammers. So actual zooxanthellae from these aquaculture hammers that were have been aquaculture for 20 years. So I'm going to be doing a lot of fun stuff there. I got 2 of the home grow kits from Ken. So I'm going to take those, and then my goal is to take like really good strains of like acros, like maybe like Garf Bonsai or something. And then after that, I'm gonna grind them up with a mortar and pestle, and then go put them in there and see what I can grow from the anaerobic portion. Just see what I can grow, and then I'll be like, Ken, go grow it.
Interesting, interesting.
I'm
Well,
excited.
if that species of zooxanthellae is still viable, and you can actually get it culturing and growing again, I would love to get a culture of that so that we can send it to Samantha at Aquaholics Aquaculture and have her add it to her Revive brew.
It doesn't look very alive, but if there's a sink, because it's been in the fridge for like 6 months, so that's not very good. But look.
Hey, I mean, I would start putting some of that in some just normal salt water so you can see if it continues to grow, if you can keep it sterile.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I've got all my stuff to grow phyto here. I've got some F2, so I'm waiting. I need an RODI unit, which Todd from Champion, God bless him, shout out. He's sending me a new one free of charge to help me out.
Todd's
So once
awesome.
I get that in, I'm gonna start. We're gonna see if this goop. Yeah, it looks like Thai iced tea. Yeah. So this is
Yeah.
zooxanthellae, like from a coral, isolated. So let's see if it's
So
alive.
so here's the key with that. Open it up. Does it smell like rotten eggs, or does it
No, I'm not gonna.
smell?
I know it's bad.
Yeah, that's not going to be something that's going to smell good if that's all dead in there. But it'd be awesome if there was just a handful of live cells that you can revive and get it going again.
I mean, here's
Because
the thing is even if they're dead, I got a really good protocol for isolating that stuff down in college, so I can just do it again. It's pretty
yeah,
simple. So if I think what it would be, the challenge would be trying to get like stuff from every clade, because like only some corals will uptake some clades of zooxanthellae. So I feel like I'd have to have like a hammer, acropora, stylophora, like just try to get a clade isolated from every single species. Then you have like a 20 species blend or something of like the top 20 common corals in the hobby, something like that. I don't know.
I don't think they even know how many species are actually how many species of zooxanthellae actually exist. You know, there's a lot, and I'm sure there's a lot more than what they thought was originally there. I mean, think about deep water corals. They're probably going to have a different species than anything, in the middle of the column versus the upper column, and how many species are at each level of the ocean because of the light that they're receiving. And that's very interesting because we get corals like acanthos that are living in 120 feet of water. I'm sure that species is completely different than something that's even 50 feet shallower.
Oh yeah.
So that's going to be. I wish I had the funds. I wish I had the lab. I wish I could do stuff like that.
Well, I've
I
got
would
one.
rather do that.
You need to get an Acropora pachoni. That's what we need to get stuff. There's the deep water one we need.
But the funny thing is that Pachoni was collected in 40 feet of water, which I guess is considered deep for most acros. And actually, I'm going to be getting it back if it's still there when he goes
Kevin
back.
Berta, we pray you've not killed it.
Yeah, I lost mine, which is sad because I had it for almost a year, and then I had my issues, and that was one of the first ones to go. It was the smoothies. But Tim Kelly said he knows exactly where he collected that colony, or the pieces from that colony, and he's going to go back and try and find it again and get me pieces to send back again, hopefully in the next few months, which would be great because it's a unique, weird piece of coral.
It's cool, man. It looks like a snowflake.
It's,
It's so
and it's
awesome.
and it's two dimensional. It's like the thickness of a credit card or two
Yeah.
credit cards laying on top of each other, and it's
Or an
a turd
API
brown.
Stratton.
I mean, it's a turd brown acropora with like pale blue tips, and then just toxic neon green polyps on it. But the polyps are like, I mean, I've never seen an acro with polyps so tiny in all my life. I mean, it's like, how do they even pick up anything out of the water column? They're so tiny.
Yeah, it's got to be they're flat to like, because they're deep or there's like a lot of turbidity. I feel like it's to increase their surface area to get more like light, right? It's like they're like a little satellite dish or something. Because yeah, they're probably not eating a lot. I mean, those are they have kind of few polyps. They're very, it's kind of like Laconi or something. Yeah,
it's very
like
sporadic.
a low amount of them. So I feel like maybe like a heterotrophic thing is less likely than just and they're also brown. That's pretty dense. A lot of density of like of zooxanthellae, yeah.
Zooxanthellae, exactly.
So
it's probably got the least amount of corallites of any acropora that I've seen. I mean,
yes.
I thought Sahersonoi was always been a fascinating coral for me because the corallites can be like 2 inches long. It's just a stalk with one little polyp at the top, and then there's a couple polyps at the base. It's interesting. Is it why they're such a difficult coral for me? Because there's so much less animal density per piece, and that makes them, more. It makes them require more than what a normal acro would require. I don't know, and maybe that's the reason why most of the smoothies are, for me, the more difficult species to propagate. I mean, we've got a decent amount of them, but all the dense populated corallite and animal, like 1 inch on a milli, you got, couldn't even tell you how many corallites and polyps are. Yeah. And then you got 1 inch of Sahersonoi, and it could just be one polyp with tissue. And that's the part that we don't really know. Why is that the reason why that coral is a little bit more difficult to keep? Because the requirements are just completely different. Yes, I believe that. And what is it? I don't know. And that's something that's fascinating to try and figure out.
And the other kind of rabbit hole is not only just like, do they need this amount of food, this amount of flow because of how many corallites they have? But we've talked about this, and probably Isan and Julian will have some data they can maybe even share later on. But the fact that acros or coral from any different regional locale likely have vastly different like trace element or like chemistry requirements. Like I think the Solomon, I've been talking about this for so long now, but like, no shit, the purple monster does not grow. Like maybe you should share like the Solomon Islands ICP data you were talking about. Like that's kind of my thought of why it doesn't grow that fast.
It could be. I mean, I have to go dig that out. I might be able to get that dug out here by the time, in the middle of this. I can probably search through my my ICP results. I can't even remember when that was, a year ago, so I should be able to go back to that. But yeah, that'd be very interesting. I know iron levels were just elevated like you wouldn't believe. Manganese levels were just elevated like you wouldn't believe. I mean, people are like, especially Chris Wood was like, whoa, that's like 4,000% higher than other seawater samples that were tested on the iron level. It's just insane amounts. But we're talking about Solomon Islands too, which has got new islands popping up every like 10 years. They're just a new one breaks the surface. I mean, I think right now there's an active volcano in the Solomon that's going to be creating a new island within the next, handful of years because it's literally only 100 feet below the surface. How long is it going to take for that to build and build and build and build?
And I feel like that's
the water every day.
That's got to be why a lot of the Solomon stuff dies, because I feel like it's just drastically different trace element concentrations than like what the set points are that we keep stuff at, which is like based off of what Indonesia and Australia, I believe, is what Triton made this initial set points, and I think they're very similar between people. So we'll have to ask them. But yeah, I think that probably we need biotopes. We need to go to the Solomons, take 30,000 ICP samples, and have another set point for that region. and then we have the Solomon set points we chase. And that's probably, I bet if we put a purple monster, like a Tyree purple monster in a tank like that, I bet it grow fast. I bet it just somehow adapted through aquaculture, but it's just feed me, please. It's just struggling.
Speaking of the PM, I was super excited about the growth and how well that coral was doing for me. And I was talking to Keith, and I had somebody come over, and he's like, dude, I'll give you $500 for that little 1/4 inch nub. I'm like, no, the first frag goes to Keith Berkelheimer, because he's the one that sent me the OG lineage piece, and he ended up losing his. So I'm like super excited about mine. It's puddling. It's got 3 big branches growing on it. And I was getting ready to just cut those 2 big ones, the 2 biggest ones off, and start new colonies in for other systems. I go in there on Monday and the damn thing's receding. I'm like, what the hell am I doing wrong? Everything else is doing good. So I started cutting it. I put it in another system. I'm like, okay. But then the nub is actually looking like it's okay, that I cut it off of where it had recession. It stopped because I used iodine to dip it. And, I always use iodine. Iodine's my go-to, because if there's something, that needs to be sterilized, the iodine takes care of it. And it also removes if there's any pests, but I couldn't find any pests. It's a purple monster. If everybody could grow it, everybody would have it. And I've been struggling with that coral for 2 years after getting my first piece from Keith. I was just proud of the damn thing growing really well in like the last 8 months. And now it's like, son of a bitch, you're doing it again.
Yeah, here's a good point for Millie. So Millie, or what am I saying, Millie? I read the word Millie in the chat from Remy. So Remy has a Solomon Island biotope he started making. He's got rock from Solomon Islands. My thought was maybe like using some black sand, or like think about like the dirted tanks in freshwater. You don't have to add traces because it all comes from the substrate. So maybe there's a way we look at that ICP result and reverse engineer it and throw in like different potting soil and stuff, and then it just comes from the sand. Like maybe like pumice and some of the like volcanic rocks would help buffer it. I don't know. In terms of the purple monster, I think Putang is in here. I think he's got one of the Tyrees. How is yours doing? What type of par do you have it out? What type of growth do you see it out of if you're in this chat? We'll let him respond. And then we've got about 2 minutes left, and we're going to have Luca and Tulio on to talk about some lighting. So if you like what you've seen so far, I'm going to send a link in the chat. We don't have super chats because these are new company, but there's a way to buy merchandise on here. You can donate. You can do monthly stuff, and also you should subscribe to the YouTube channel and ACI's YouTube channel as well, which I'll also send in the chat here. Or
at ACI Aquaculture.
Yep.
If you just punch in ACI Aquaculture, I got so many YouTube videos out there that I've done on everybody else's YouTube channel. It doesn't pop up. You have to put at ACI Aquaculture and pop up our YouTube page, which is this is probably the first time it's really being used the way we want it to be used.
Yeah, like it, share it, buy some merch, donate. Everything helps a lot. And we're gonna have the next topic starting here in about 2 minutes. And
super excited for this one.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty good. After Tulio and Luca, who do we have? After Tulio and Luca, we will have Chris Wood to talk about trace elements, chemistry, all of that.
Yes.
And my God, I think I got my wish. Corey, who represents ATI, says they will pay for a Stratton tramp stamp. So it looks like I'm getting branded, people. Wow.
I got an office tank for setting up. No.
Josh, I think we might be able to make that work. I'll be down there for Rap Orlando again next year, so we can have something candle lit, perhaps. We're gonna make this work.
I'm hoping I get the tank actually running. I've had the tank now for about 8 months, and I still haven't set the damn thing up. But I also was being patient with my rebooted system to make sure it was where I needed it to be before corals really went into it, and it's gonna be tied to it, so I have to do water changes.
You have what? It's like a 300 gallon, right?
It's like a 300-gallon tank that's going in the office. It's going to have an amazing aquascape that was made by Kevin Berger from Top Shelf that we got a handful of years ago. It's been cooking in that same system, getting purpled up. It's looking spectacular. It's time to transfer it over, get the sand, and get that thing rolling, and put my sticks in and start building my wife's acanthophilia garden back up.
Oh, there you go. All right. So everyone, it is 11 o'clock, and without further ado, we're going to have Luca and Tulio on. Luca is the owner of Quanta, and Tulio is the owner of Reef Bright. So 2 LED manufacturers, and here they are.
And halide activist. Tulio, you're
And
sideways, brother.
How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Hey, am I right side up? Because I got the phone in this holder thing. And
nope. You're sideways.
Okay, hold on.
You're definitely
Let me turn it. Yeah, hold on.
Oh, there you
go.
That works.
What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you in the chat we were having before?
You're having fun, is what you said.
No, Tulio.
What's that?
Oh.
This will be the first time what?
I'll
be right back.
Okay, yeah.
I gotta go to the bathroom
break. We'll be back.
Hurry up! Whoa.
All right, I'm back. It looks like they're not back yet. Let's see. Oh, looks like Luke is coming in too here. I don't know where Meckley's at.
I feel better.
Yep, definitely feel pretty relieved here. There's Meckley. Okay, just in time. All right. Now that we're ready to talk to Tulio with our Hawaiian shirts.
Oh, sure. And this is the first time I wear a normal shirt, but it is an also shirt. I mean, listen, if you guys want, I can go get one of my crazy shirts and then it's really on.
Go get one. Restock.
All right, brother. I'll be right back.
What did I tell you guys? This will be the first time ever Tulio doesn't have a freaking Hawaiian shirt.
I said it too. I'm like, watch, he won't even have it. And
we planned it. We're like, when Tulio gets on, he's gonna have a Hawaiian shirt like always. Let's mess with him. Let's make it super awkward. We're gonna tell him we have to go to the bathroom. We're gonna have an awkward pause where he's here alone. We're all gonna put on a Hawaiian shirts. He's not even wearing one.
Hey, Salem, move that like and subscribe off of Tulio's face.
Yeah, how do I do that? That was
I don't know.
I think Paul. Yeah, so shout out to Paul, great bearded reef from the Boston Reefer Society. He's helping us on the back end here today, and we could not do it without him.
Paul is also asking how he can get on the YouTube and moderate on YouTube, because he said he can't mute or give timeouts on or block anybody.
Oh, well, I guess we're free balling it there. I don't know how to. There we go.
That's the Tulio we know.
Now, listen, just to let you guys know, this shirt is not only from Fiji. This is a Walt Smith original shirt. So this is old school right here.
Love it.
Well, looks
Love
good.
it.
I got a confession about this one. This is from when I went on spring break, and I was with a girl that turned into my wife eventually. So
awesome.
Kind of crazy.
Awesome.
I think it's because of this shirt too, honestly. This thing's still hot.
Sexy, dude.
Awesome. And by the way, guys, Salem, it's good to meet you. Good to meet you. I know we know each other, but it's good to meet you. Lucas, same thing. Chris, you and I, we go way back. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too, brother. Good to have both of you on. We were excited about this having, I know Tulio is a metal halide guy, but he also produces a great LED. And Luca, I know you love metal halides too, but you went LED with your quantum, and the lights. I hear nothing but good things about it. And that's, you're just getting it going. And I thought that it was, Salem and I both thought it was great to have you on to talk about what you've done with your product. And of course, Tulio, you've got the Lumilight Pros that are here at ACI that I haven't really had a chance to talk about much because I haven't put corals in that tank yet. So don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you, brother. I'm going to definitely let you know what's going on, but I'm happy with the overall look of what I'm getting out of those lights. It's been a couple months of having it on with just a couple tester corals. So, and quantums, I think they're coming my way as well, just to give them a tryout. So I'm going to have a mixture of Tulio's lights and some of Luca's lights here at ACI here down the road.
Yeah, I think, like I say, Chris and I were like, we want to have a conversation about, full spectrum lighting, like LEDs versus halides or T5s. And I'm like, who are the two people we need to talk about that can represent LEDs? And I thought, after I tested the spectrum of the Hydros XHO at RAP Orlando, and I've talked to Luca a lot, both of you believe in the benefits of full spectrum. I mean, you carry halide bulbs, and Luca, we've talked about all the crazy T5 stuff. So, I thought it would be interesting to have an open conversation about the limitations of LEDs, where the technology is going, where it's better than maybe halides, and have that talk. So, yeah, I think maybe an importance about UV, and what are the limitations of LEDs right now? What's the best we can get out of them with the technology available?
Who wants to, Lucas? You want that one, brother? I can.
Tulio, go for it, man.
Okay. Here's the interesting take on it. One thing we discovered, and the reefing industry, the reefing hobby, one thing we basically discovered, if we want to call a spade, because Chris, I'm a straight shooter, brother, right? Corals can get by without UV. UV is really important in nature. UV does play roles. Plankton, you can look this stuff up. There's plankton out there that use UV to convert vitamin D from a pre-vitamin to a provitamin. It rearranges the molecules, and oysters eat this plankton, and that's where they're getting that from. Obviously, we use UV for vitamin D, vitamin K. There's so many things in nature where UV is absolutely important, and for it can be for wild corals as well, for coral propagation, corals and things like that. In terms of the hobby, and Chris, you've seen this when I've gone around shows with my meters and demonstrated that fixtures out there that claim to have UV, we did this at your facility, had absolutely no UV. So the corals can adapt. So I'm not going to sit here and say that corals absolutely have to have UV. Its benefits, we could look into that more. But the thing that I found most interesting from the reef side of things is that in captivity, corals that have been adapted, corals in people's reef tanks and things like that, they've totally adapted without it. And the one thing that I will say, UV is something people do not want to play with. You can seriously damage corals because they don't have the equipment like I do, or maybe Lucas has, or, there's equipment. You have to be able to measure for this stuff. You can't just go out on Alibaba or one of these places and buy a bunch of UVs and solder them to a board and start putting them on your tanks unless you have meters and other things like that to measure their output, because it can be dangerous. And I think Lucas would agree with that as well.
Yeah, Luca.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No problem.
Oh, Luca, I'm sorry.
I'm Italian, brother. I'm
Irish.
Yeah. Here's my take on UV. I can find you about 50 studies that show how UV inhibits coral growth, but I can show you studies how, to Tulio's point, UV is part of our outside spectrum, just like IR, just like all of these things. And so I think my journey with UV is, I like UV generating lights. I have a lot of them. Probably the world's biggest collection of Ushio 250 watt double ends left. I have a lot of these. And I love it. And I told Salem that I had a tank where I was using some bulbs that I'm not going to talk about because, to Tulio's point, to everyone's point, I do not want people putting these over their tank. Their 3-year-old kid is looking at the lights and now they burn their retinas. So I had the most colorful tenuous, I believe, in Wisconsin for a period of time. And my buddies like Austin from Cream City Corals can attest. I had colors you've never ever seen, and it was the slowest growth rate I've ever had, but they took on unbelievable forms. And I will tell you, I noticed it in Tenuous, and I know they're a different name now, and Millies and Humilis, all the very shallow water corals really liked it. Guess what? You want to do something really interesting, find corals collected from 10 meters and below and slowly introduce them to UV and see how they do. They don't like it at all. They'll try to live in it, but they will not thrive. Why? I had a 4-stack tank system, same water in each one, and I used different lighting, and I had basic corals that I put in each one to test out my theories. Same water. I even had the same fish in each flat. This is back in 2000 when I was not even a company yet. Perspective, and I don't know about Tulio, what you think, but UV through LEDs is wildly expensive, and the lifetime isn't there for me. Now I'm going to say light UV, like 385, sure, whatever. But we're talking, Tulio, all these people right here, we're talking about UVB and UVA, but UVB. And we have
UVB systems, so you're right on the money with the expense and the longevity and all of that other stuff. You're correct.
So for me, my journey is there are really good UV options out there, and they still exist. And Reef Bright makes them still. So you have options out there. Okay, where I'm at is you take out the fringe corals on both sides, ones that will die instantly when they meet UV. Take anything from 50 meters and put under UV. And the very shallow water ones that we want to have that last 1% color. And I see that Greg's in here. Greg always talks about getting that last 3% color is really hard. Other than that, you can keep the corals without UV. In fact, T5, shocker, ATI uses UV opaque plexiglass. There's no UV going into any of those tanks. None of them. My guy, Leo's Reef over in Europe, he grows some of the most incredible corals that I know. And he does not use, some systems have 0 UV over them. In fact, it's ATI Blue Plus and Coral Plus, and that's it. Now, he does have halides, and he loves halides. So what I'm saying is there's solutions for everything. And I think sometimes people get stuck into this absolute. And if you go on my website and Tulio's website, Tulio has different platforms for different applications, and I do the same. And I think that's Tulio how I want to sum it up is there's no one, I think if you make LED lights, people think you hate halides and T5s. Completely wrong. And I do want to say something that T5 bulbs can make more UV than halide bulbs. It all depends on the phosphorus. And you can't have plastic over true UV. It's going to also degrade unless you're using tanning bed acrylic, which go price that out of 4x8 feet.
Well, and one thing I would like to and Lucas, Luca, you hit it right on the head right there. Regarding UV, you want corals to color up, and if you know what you're doing with UV, you will get unbelievable. In fact, Mike Paletta, Chris, you know Mike Paletta called me up a few years ago. He says, why aren't some of my corals the same colors that they used to be? Because he was going over his old photos and things like that. What many people don't realize is in the center of Mike Paletta's tanks, amongst all the other LEDs, whatever you want to call it, that are on there, are a bunch of my metal halides. And guess what? The colors came back. You need that UV, the protective pigments, things like this. And Luca, one thing that I really enjoyed that you said is that people try to make absolutes. Lighting, it's not an absolute. Think of it like a toolbox. If you go in your toolbox, you have 5 different screwdrivers. You got Phillips, Standard, Torx. You got all these different screwdrivers because not one tool can do every job. Chris, you and I have discussed this many times, okay? Lighting is much the same way. And in many of the talks that I've said, listen, I am a huge fan of halides. And Chris, you've seen me go against some of the top figures in this industry, and they have not been able to refute me in the benefits of halides for certain applications, because the science is the science. But what I've always said is that for many hobbyists, I still feel that LEDs are most beneficial because of the controllability and because of the types of corals that many of them have. See, Luca, you have hardcore sticks. Chris, same thing. You've got some hardcore stuff. A lot of the other stuff, your green slimers and the this and the that, the other thing, quite frankly, guys, you and I both know this. They're going to do fine under most light sources as long as the PAR, the general intensity, DLI, things like that. As long as they're present, they'll do fine under many different types of lighting. So Luca, I really like your explanation. That was really spot on.
Tulio, one thing I plug about you, people are like, hey, how's Reef Right doing? They ask me questions and I'm like, I don't know, but I can tell you one thing he won't ever talk about. He's probably selling a shit ton of halides right now. And what a market, dude. Everyone quit. And here is Tulio being like, this is still a thing. Major public aquariums have thousands of halides over their displays.
And I supply them.
Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt you. And
I know. I just sent a bunch to Dubai. Charles Delbeck. I can go right down the list of Georgia Aquarium still runs them. Steinhardt Aquarium. It's a major. Listen, I was shocked about this. I will not mention their name. Chris, I will tell you who these guys are off camera, and you're going to laugh about this. But a major coral wholesaler supplier to our industry contacted us a few months ago and bought a bunch of halide systems from us because they weren't getting the growth out of their sticks. They weren't getting the overall growth and color and things like that. And these guys were fans of another LED base. And I don't have a problem with that, Chris. You know that. I don't do that. I just want to make sure people have good lighting for their aquariums, right? But for these guys to ship the halides was really a big tell, especially with the sticks.
And one of the things you touched base on was the public aquariums. There was a lot of public aquariums that switched over because the powers that be that are in charge of the financing said they had to put LEDs up over their reef exhibits. And then a year later, when they go and see those reef exhibits, they ask why the tanks don't look like they used to look. Well, you guys made us spend $50,000 on LED lights, and now our exhibits don't look good anymore. And they luckily didn't throw away their metal halide ballasts and fixtures, and then they just couldn't source out bulbs. So everybody that I know in the public aquarium industry that has asked me how to source out metal halides, I say, why don't you give Tulio a call? You need 1,000-watt metal halides? Tulio can get them for you. I can't help you with it. And it was great to see some of these public aquariums that, that were told what to do because it was supposed to be energy efficient and better for the animals. Again, go back to metal halides so that the actual exhibits would look like they did for decades in the past by using and switching out a metal halide bulb. And again, we go back to a watt's a watt. Okay, so if they're running 10,000 watts of LED and 10,000 watts of metal halide, they're not the only thing that they're doing is maybe adding the infrared, which heats up the water a little bit more. Yes, it's not going to be as energy efficient, but what's more important, the efficiency of the energy or the animals being happy and thriving in the system versus just barely surviving.
Now, I'm glad Luke is here because he's obviously a lighting expert, and being he's of a competitive company, and I don't mean this in a negative way. I'm speaking to you, Luca, as a lighting professional, so that if we agree, we have convergence here, right? Yeah. We talk about the watt as a watt, and here's it in real simple for a lot of our viewers that are watching. It depends on how you express the energy. See, with LEDs, Luca, am I lying that their output is primarily in the visible spectrum?
Well, I would like to say that a lot of my competitors' LEDs are in the visual. I have above 800 nanometer in my Atlas, and I work hard on that. But yes,
in general,
they don't even have 720.
Exactly. Exactly. And they call it full spectrum. And I think that's the biggest travesty done to the animals themselves. It's not about the animals at that point. It's about saying you got a full spectrum lamp and you're lying about it. You know it's not a full spectrum lamp. And honestly, that's the biggest thing I have a problem with.
Chris, I'm going to go a step further.
Go.
It's not the light manufacturer's fault. People yell at me every single day for having I don't say full spectrum, I say wide spectrum, because I cannot get the deep infrareds and all the UVs. A wide spectrum. They're like, I want blue. And I'm going to tell you something, and here we go. We're going to get the internet going.
Spice it up.
I won't swear. The influencers that are paid by certain companies tell everyone they want a blue tank because that's all they show. And so this isn't a lighting company issue. This is the influencers and pushing this bullshit agenda. Because Tulio, here's another thing I know you're going to go nuts on. Now, your ex-HO actinic, when I was young, I stared at this thing in marvel. But we both know that we need more than just blue LEDs now. Blue to show, you got to have more. Here's the problem. Most of the manufacturers don't put violet, cyan, and green. And influencers will talk how gross cyan LEDs are for lighting. It's like, no way. It actually balances it out. It ends the Windex. But here's the deal. I think there's a shift and people are starting to listen. And I don't know a single hardcore SPS grower that runs blues only. Now, if you're running LPS and you're going from 30 meters and getting those things, yes, Tulio and I have blue bars that will make those corals wildly happy. I want to say some other things, though. I want to take a little divergence. There's another issue I have with LEDs. All right. So we talk about having obsessions. And how can you say you're doing something that does something if you don't have those things to evaluate? I still have unopened in the box Coral View. They're 250, 25 optical facets. This was a really good fixture back in the day. Was it the best? No. Luma Tech or Luma Arcs or whatever the hell. But this is a phenomenal reflector. Here's the problem I have with most LEDs in the industry. They're literally the size of this notebook. And the reflectors are not reflectors, they're lenses. So again, I try to provide innovation inside the LED space. I will never get into halides because I don't think you need halides to have a wonderful reef tank. And I don't think the average human wants halides. They don't want inconvenience. Hell, they don't even like changing T5 bulbs. Now us in this chat, we do more work than that in 10 minutes on our systems. But the average hobbyist does not want to deal with it and recycling bulbs or whatever. So my thought is I'm going to eliminate the issues associated with commercialized LED lighting. And to this product from the start had widespread. There's a lot of beam lights. There's a lot of poor optics out there. And that's why certain lights like Tulio's and mine have gotten reputations because we don't have beams anymore. So my whole thing is I'm working on taking limitations of LEDs that were forced upon us by corporate executives, maximizing the pallet space and minimizing shipping costs. I pay a shit ton in shipping costs, but I don't use middlemen. So guess what? I can make money and I can afford to ship a freaking box this big that contains 2 lights. So that's my little side rant. I think the LED industry is ripe for takeover, and these types of lights,
need to go away.
Aesthetics. All right, I'm going to shut
Well,
up.
Luca, interestingly enough, and again, you're spot on. So you mentioned the XA Joe, and if you've stared at them, then you know this. We were the first, and when I mean years ago, I'm going back years ago, almost 2 decades for that matter.
Correct.
I was the first to use reflectors on LEDs. I came from the LumaLED Philips family They said, you can't use reflectors on LEDs. I said, what the hell are you talking about? Obviously, you need to go back and look at optoelectronics and the way photons work and these things work. I don't want to use secondary collimating optics because these are bad. And those are referred to those beams that you're talking about. And as you know, I've never, ever, ever, ever used a secondary collimating optic for that reason. And here's the comedy, and you're right about this. It's not the manufacturer's fault why lights are so screwed up. It is the influencers, and I'll tell you why. When LED lights first came out, other manufacturers that were using these collimating optics, think like a magnifying glass in the sun, and you put it on your arm, and you're going to get that burning. So they were burning corals, duh. So what they do, they had to raise the lights really high to stop the burning. Now, how stupid is that? Because, Luca, how much output do we lose by raising the light even just a foot? So now I got to raise the light really high so that I just can't stop burning them. The point is, if the light is designed correctly and the light is distributed correctly, you don't have to have it 2 feet off the tank to stop burning your corals. You know, there's the oxymoron there. And, Luca, I couldn't agree with you more. You're going to crack up about this. Chris, you know my feelings about blue light. I actually don't like it. I may have started it with the blue moonlights and some of the stuff that I did in 2002, 2003 and some of that stuff. But then people took it to the next level. That wasn't me. Everybody thought they had to have a blue tank. It was so bad, Luca, it was so bad. People thought moonlight was blue. They didn't understand what the spectral composition of moonlight is. And guess what?
It's 52K.
Yes.
I measured it myself.
Well, yeah, I have the spectral measurements and the PPFD and all of that. I took this when there's a place called the Biosphere, and I had to do a lighting analysis, and I have all of this data. But here's the crazy part. I went to Mote Marine. Obviously, people know Mote Marine. And we took measurements underwater. And lo and behold, even at 15 feet, light is still full spectrum.
It is.
It's not blue. But even Jamie Craig's, he released some data. You remember that, Chris, when Jamie Craig's released the data, and his data essentially coincided with my data, that even at 15, 20 feet underwater, you still have red, green, all of these other wavelengths.
Tulio,
yeah.
Two things. What's interesting is slight turbidity will rip out UV like crazy.
Yes.
Second thing, I'm going to challenge why corals were getting burned. Are you ready for this one?
Sure.
All right. So, and then I want to comment on Greg Carroll's comment on the live stream because it's an interesting point, but I want to talk more about that. So, I'm going to throw this out here. That one. I'm going to throw this out here, guys. I think the corals were getting burned not because of the optics, but when you just put a peak at 450, you overwhelm the chlorophyll. The chlorophylls have evolved to have all the different absorption spectrums, and now you are laser beaming something on them that they can't handle. I personally believe that when customers switches out from traditional LED lights that lack the violet, the cyan, the green, etc., and they get mine, they're like, wow, my elk went up by 50%. It's because I'm reawakening evolutionary needs of these corals. So that's the one thing, those two things. And then I want to hear your thoughts too, because this is my last one. As a company, having to figure out things like optimal amount of products to fit on a pallet is an excellent problem to have. If you don't think so, I think you're lying to yourself. I think this is bullshit. I'm going to talk about why that's bullshit. So I know how I run companies. I know how large companies work. You can tell if you wound up designing this as your light panel, that's because the bean counters figured out how to maximize profits. So I'm going to reboot that and say that the current light vendors, we are figuring out how to absorb the cost of providing a light that does its job better. And I'm squarely aiming at the middleman. I have to get them out. And I have absorbed that cost. And if you don't think I know about the cost of a pallet, I got news for you. I completely know about that. And so, Tulio, 3 things I want to just have you talk about. I don't think you design products for shipping costs either, because you're shipping metal bricks across the country in the terms of ballast. The blue spectrum peaks, and then talk to me about your thoughts on the reality of your optics, because you have to manufacture your optics, your reflectors for your XHO. That is a manufacturing nightmare, and my hat's off to you.
Okay, I'll start with the blue. Go ahead.
Real quick. If a company is maximizing their profits and not thinking about the animals, I want nothing to do with that product. Because if they didn't have these animals to light up, they wouldn't even have a company. So that's the biggest irritating thing that Greg said to me, said on here, is they do it to maximize their profits. Well, maximize the lighting source for the animals, because if you don't have that, you have no company as it is. So if you can't absorb, like you're doing, Luke, absorb a little bit of that cost into your product.
What's a lot?
And not be
right. It's a fucking ton of money. And Greg saying, I was talking about pallets are a good idea. I think it's just a good thing to talk about, though. Keep going with this, because I do believe you need to design lights for the animals, not for the bean counters in a corporate setting.
And not for aesthetic looks. I mean, it's about the animals. It's 100% about the animals. If it's not, stay out of the hobby, in my opinion. I mean, you got to figure out how to make it work so that the animals are the first thing that is on your mind, and your profits will be there, because if your light is that good, people are going to want it anyhow. And also, the cost of some of these LEDs that I see on the market right now, they tend to be way overpriced, in my opinion, especially when I get offered them at a fraction of the cost, just to put them up for promotional aspects by that company. And I see what I'm being offered the price of them to be, and then I see what the retail user has to spend on them. It's like a third or less. That to me is very disheartening, and I feel that the hobbyist is the one that's not getting the short end of the stick, and then the animals themselves are getting an even shorter end of the stick, because it's not the right spread, not the right distribution of the light, just for aesthetically pleasing products.
Okay, and now I'll come back to all three of those. One, Luca, with the 450, you're absolutely correct, and here's why. And anybody can Google this. Anybody can Google this. I've said this in lighting talks in the past, okay? If you look at the two primary absorption peaks, you have 450 as one of them, right? That everybody pretty much knows that. Now, let's rephrase that. Instead of maximum absorption peak, that means that the coral is most sensitive to light at that wavelength. Now, here's another comedy, and Chris, you know this because you and I have talked about this. Even my XHOs, my original XHOs, never had 450 nanometer LEDs in them. Guess what they had? 450 and 460. I purposefully, because if you look at it on a spectrometer and you combine those two, now you have more of a flattened where you're getting more beneficial absorption without driving that 450 and driving that into the corals, okay? So the original, and that was a joke running around that XHOs were originally just 450 nanometer LEDs. And Chris, you know how many times we've talked about it. I've laughed about it and let people think what they want. Because, if you get mad at a donkey for being a donkey, who's the ass? You were the donkey, right? So I just let him run with it, right? But the point is, when it comes to designing light, and Chris, I speak truth in this. I don't think about shipping or anything. I literally try to produce. In fact, listen, when I first started my company, I was banned from the shipping department. Because I would literally just come in, I'm trying to ship. No, you can't do anything with shipping. And so when we design stuff, I design it, I build it, and it is what it is. On the profitability side, we don't, sadly, people think, okay, so Chris, back to your statement, because you and I go way back. Our products are not like that. I can't offer you my product at a fraction of the cost, because like Lucas said, to manufacture my reflectors is a nightmare. It's not cheap. It takes real tooling and things that we do here and assembly here and some of these other things like that. So the point is that it's not cheap. But other companies, they do what they do and we kind of do what we do. And that's why with ReefBrite, we never wanted to be one of the biggest lighting companies in the industry. I've said this even in my lighting talks. We just wanted to be one of the best. So people can talk about all they want, but Reef Bright still keeps coming up even after all of these years. Why? Because we just focused on doing the best job we can do for the animals and for the hobby.
And that's like after talking to Luca about his Quantas, and his Atlas, it's about, the design, about, distribution, and it's about a quality light system that is designed to do the best it possibly can for the animals. And I got a lot of respect for what you've done with your lights. And I'm super excited down the road here to get some rolling. And Tulio, I've always used yours. I mean, bottom line.
What did I tell you was the perfect compliment to my Atlas?
XHOs.
Well, and I'll say this on camera. Luca, get a hold of me through Facebook or Chris or whatever. I'd like to just talk with you because I really do appreciate what you're doing with lighting. I mean, Chris, you've known me. Anybody that's for the betterment, the advancement of lighting for education and things like that, I'm all in on it. Okay, I'm all in on stuff like that. And I will say this, it's been no secret that I've taken a little bit of a hiatus from Facebook. Okay, because I just listen, I'm too busy working. I'm working on stuff with Fish and Wildlife and some of these other things going on for just so many things going on. But I can tell some of the Reef Bright people out there this. Aside from the Hydros XHO, which is going to be coming out very soon, I know people have speculated and talked about it. What they don't understand is that light is more than just the light. It's the software, it's the packaging, it's all these things that people just don't understand that are out of our hands. Plates for the boxes, labels. It's just, believe it or not, it's easier to design a light fixture than it is to design the proper packaging for a light fixture. And Luca, you could probably confirm that as well, right? But we do have, aside from the Hydros XHO, we do have a new XHO coming out. We have a new XHO coming out to complement the Hydros XHO. We have new Lumilite Pro Pluses coming out as well, which builds off the platform. So like even the lights that you have, Chris, that you were very impressed with, those are old school now. I've got some new stuff. And Luca, I'm really excited about what you're doing with your lights, because like I said, we need all of us working together.
Yeah. Because
it can't, it's about the animals, guys. It's about the animals. And that's where, to me, that's what's always been important.
And there's some good discussion going on. And this one guy asked, I wonder what Luca's margins are. And I think this is an interesting question. Because this is that toxic influencer stuff, right? So I'm going to answer that directly because, well, hey, my name's Luca, and I don't give a shit about those comments. I'll answer them because transparency is key. So to answer that, so are you asking what my margins are based on like overall costs? Or are you actually asking me how do you offer lights for so much cheaper because you've cut all the overhead and my actual margins are far lower than the industry? That's the fundamental question. I think a lot of you guys know that I have a very large, very well-known company. That's my primary. I own two companies, and I do this out of passion. And my margins are not even sufficient to keep up with my growth. I've been growing at about 400% for 3 years, and my margins can't even keep up with supply chain. You'll see I'm routinely out of stock on things. And I refuse to inject more money into it. So I could have gone down the route of increasing my cost, but instead I'm not. I'm going to have 3 product lines, and my margins in the industry would be considered underperforming. And I'm pretty proud of that. I do work on fraud pretty hard, keep fraud down and things like that. And the reality is to make margins and to design for the animal's health, like Tulio said, and to offer a value product, I cannot go through a distributor that just takes 30 to 40% cut. Aquakiller, you want to really ask the real question? Why are distributors taking 30 to 40%? Maybe you should ask that question, because that's the more relevant question And I got to tell you, the aquarium industry is really a very small and non-profitable industry. There's no one in private equity firms that are like, hey, call up Tulio and Luca. We're going to get rich as shit on this stuff. So I think the bigger discussion in general, supply chain across the world, the middleman is being cut out. And I want to still be able to hook those pet stores up. I still want to be able to hook wholesale up, and I can do that, but I'm not going to employ a middleman. And that's already gone away with most of industries already. So the bigger thing is once other companies start getting away from middlemen, and just going directly to the pet store, to the customer, whether they're wholesale or retail, that's how you can add more value without increasing costs. This is just fundamental. And like when Tulio deals with public aquariums, you are going direct and you're helping them, or etc. So there's not one for all. You can still have distribution. I'm not saying that's like, you can do whatever you choose, but the reality is, Aquakiller, is I chose to invest a lot more money into the LEDs. Tulio, are violet LEDs the same price as a common blue LED, or are they more expensive?
Oh, no, exactly. Listen, the cost of some of the UV LEDs that we use is through the roof. It's through the roof. And people don't understand it's because of the exotic materials required to produce that LED. These aren't just normal crystals here, okay? And so again, and then between degradation and things like that. So, there is that. And so with us, what we did, we had to go through distribution. We do support the pet stores and some of the things, but we do have a different pricing structure. We don't overinflate things. We don't overinflate things to then be able to turn around and give somebody 50% off on something. Because if I can give you 50% off on something, that means I'm robbing you the rest of the time. We knew what margins we needed to keep the people employed, to pay the employees, to pay the machinery. We operate on a very minimal margin because the distributors do have to make money. And guess what? If you're going to really, complain to people about some of the pricing on stuff, go after some of the online resellers. Okay, because if you knew the margins they were operating on, okay, manufacturers, many times we make the least amount of money. Chris, you know this. You have some products. You and I both know some of the stuff you work on. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. We actually make the least amount of money when you look at the big scheme of the pie over the whole, big scheme of things, if you will.
Yep.
And Saltwater Aquarium has a good point. So they're a distributor. And what I'm not saying is there's cost associated with every step.
Yes.
That's supply chain. So to Tulio's point, I would not be able to make money going through that, but there are products that can do that. What I'm trying to say is we got to reimagine this. There's different niches for everything, and there's different roles for everyone. If we didn't have distribution in this world, we would not have anything. We would have nothing. There'd be nothing. But here's the deal. You have like a big guy like Saltwater that's driving that distribution cost down because that's what they're focused on because they want more business. There's things that work. But I'll be honest, when there was the mega giant only in the room, I was getting wildly concerned for this hobby. That has changed. We're rebalancing. Capitalism is at work. But to your point, Tulio, there is not much margins in manufacturing. It's really a tough thing. And then you have different platforms. There's Made in America. There's designed and built in China. There's all these different things, and they all have different niches. Then, Julia, we can go into constant voltage versus constant current, the pluses and minuses with those, all of these things. But the reality is that customers, and I think it's true, they do want something similar to this because it's easy to hang, but you should have the portfolio to offer everything. Designed to be the best LED light. That is what I consider my Atlas. Tulio has what you consider the best spread in LED light bars, and it's started the entire industry. That's complete innovation. So you have these wide ranges. There's a lot of different things, but I will say if people are setting up large tanks and they think this is your solution, if you get the same pricing as those stores get, sure, but they're not going to get that. So they think a store's paying $95,000 for lights. No way. Well,
it's all promotion.
That's the interesting thing about.
Oh yeah, and go ahead, Chris.
Say a good point about the little LED fixtures that go over top of a 6 foot by 2 foot tank. I mean, I remember when I had my 180 gallon tank as a hobbyist, 27 years ago, and I had 3 400 watt metal halides hanging over that tank, and that tank lit up, and it was just amazing. The acros grew well, everything did phenomenal. Now I see everybody, and think about the cost of a metal halide fixture and everything. You're looking at like $400 nowadays for the whole kit and caboodle, and you put 3 of them up and you get the same spread as you do out of 6 of these small puck size LEDs at $950 a pop or $1,000 a pop or whatever the heck they are, and a watt's a watt, right? So 1,200 watts versus 6 that are 300 watts each, that's 1,800 watts. I don't understand it. It doesn't, I can't wrap my head around why that is a thing when they're never going to get their money back from the savings they're getting from those LEDs with all the invested in the very beginning. $5,000 versus $1,200. I'll take that. I'll take the $1,200 and a bulb change every day or every year over a fixture that needs to be replaced in 5 years, 6 years, 7 years.
Oh yeah, and Chris, I'm glad, again, just in short, and I will mention saltwater.com because I know, Ken, they're a great vendor of ours. Okay, they're good guys. So I appreciate what they do. But there is a cost associated to the distributor's defense. There is a cost associated with distribution because they have to spend a lot of money. They have to lay out a lot of money, which costs money. They have to store these items. They have to ship these items because people want free shipping and things. So yes. There's definitely all of that. But back to what you were saying, though, Chris, with the watt to watt thing. Listen, I've told people this for years. I said, listen, this may not be the popular opinion here, but you're going to take these lights that you're going to have to replace after 5, 6, 7 years, because no matter how good the product is, depending on how many hours a day you're running it, ambient conditions and other things like that, you're going to get degradation. My lights are going to, nothing lasts forever, okay? So the point is you're not going to get that return. So if you're looking at the benefits of controllability in terms of aesthetics and other factors, these are all things that each person chooses whenever they set up their systems. But we could certainly still have an argument today, Chris, am I lying, that halides can be a cost-effective solution for a lot of coral keepers. Because when you look at the energy usage and everything else, and you look at the cost of lights, and unless maybe you're in California, I will take that back because I know their usage is way up in California. I'm not trying to start anything, but it really depends on your electrical rate. But if you have an average electrical rate, cost of ownership for halides can actually be relatively affordable.
Go ahead. No, Salem, I want you to pipe in.
I'm absorbing. I'm taking it all in to have my final. I'm glad I had you guys on because this is the type of conversation I wanted to happen. So I think the thing that really underpins this, though, I think it does come down to aesthetics and education. So like you mentioned, I think it was the consumers and mostly the influencers that drove the super blue light. But that's for a reason. Think about the number of people who come into a fish store and they're getting like a goldfish or some tetras, and then they see an octo spawn underneath all blues. It's a completely alien thing that's a new experience, and that's very attractive. So if you go and the only lights available because of distributors are ones that have catered to the demand, which are more blue lights, then those are naturally going to sell, and the machine keeps getting reinvested into that. And the LFS doesn't have another option, really. So they say, yeah, this is what we do, and they might not know better themselves. So I think it all comes down to education and talking about the importance of a wider spectrum light. And I think also, like you said, Tulio, these are tools. I think that really to really have coral and put the animal first, we probably need to think from a biotope perspective. if we're going to have shallow, like, you know, like a 0 to 10 meter tank, then mimic the spectrum, have full spectrum. Maybe that's where halides are good. But if you're going to do like a deep water tank, some of the stuff that like Sandler is doing right now, that's where you could probably get away with just like the helixes, like the meso blues or the XHOs maybe, and the coral would be healthy. It's not a one size fits all thing.
I'm glad you mentioned Sandler, because obviously Andrew's a friend of mine. Okay. And it was last year, I believe, I was at his house and I was showing him I was showing him a halide system. Now with our halide systems, because Luca, you're right, you have to be careful with lenses because they will filter out any beneficial UV and things like that. Yes. So we call it optically clear. It's basically UV transmissible glass. Again, it's very expensive. We get it from Corning, blah, 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 blah. So here I am with this fixture, and Salem, you know, Andrew, he's, you know, I love Andrew. He's a nut, and I mean this in a good way, right? So I got this halide in my hand, and he says, "Hey, can we compare it to this light?" And he pulls up the popular light. I'm not going to mention any names because I don't do that, but we know which light I'm talking about. He says, "Hey, can we compare this light? Can we compare the halide to this light?" And the halide was a 250 watt, and we had this other light. And you can call Andrew because he's got it on his YouTube video live. Well, lo and behold, who walks through the door? None other than Mark Levinson himself. I said, "Mark, perfect timing." I handed him the fibers from my spectrometer, and I also handed him the sensors for my PAR meter so that I couldn't do any preferential measurements. And we made sure that the lights were set up so that the light sources themselves, meaning the emission, the actual emission, was at the same plane. And guess what? Not only did the halide win in terms of PPFD, it obviously blew away that particular LED source in terms of the broad spectrum emissions with the UV and the other wavelengths. Go ahead, Luca.
Julio, I have a testing rig in my garage, which I call my facility, and the government views it as a facility. But I want to tell you that I had the exact same test results. I shared those. They're on my website. I will tell you this, and this is one thing that I'm proud of is, you know, I think a lot of people think, oh, am I like a reseller? What's going on? So it took me about 2 years to develop it, but the Atlas per watt, 71% more efficient than the most premium LEDs. And to your point, the Ushio 10K, which I believe this is the last one in existence in the world.
I have some.
The 10K, 250 double N, bro. But anyways, all right, you get two. Yeah, we have nothing. This is a more efficient light using electronic ballast. And I do agree with you, Tulio. So like my whole thing is how do you innovate beyond what people expect for LEDs? And I had a comment in the comments sections. Hey, Luke, are you working on like a remote or a controller? And the reality is yes. I'm working on a cohesive experience that you don't need an aquarium controller. You don't need these things. Plug and play, dimming, combinations, because I want to offer to the customer something that's easy but cheap. In my role, and I'm on here, Tulio and I are here to create conversation. So guys, yes, are we saying some stuff that's kind of not the normal? You can't have the same conversations anymore. It's too boring. We have to go outside of that. So am I a small manufacturer inside of this aquarium industry? Yes. And I hope it stays that way. I enjoy the hours that my son works with me. He's learning Shopify. He's learning customer experience. I don't even want Tulio's volume. Do not want it. So yes, I don't want distribution. I can't afford it. I can't do that. That doesn't mean it's wrong. And I'm here to generate interest, discussion, and thoughts. And I think the cool thing I think about this, Tulio, is that both of our brands are inside of Andrew's house. And it's not because I have a hype marketing department. It's because I kept bothering, like, dude, just try my freaking lights for Christ's sake. Tulio, I don't know if you think this is cool or not, but I've been doing dual spectrum single chips since I started my company. I was the first one doing this because you said something. You got to flatten that curve of the LEDs. And now my Meso Blue has 8 different spectrums to create a violet peak, a blue plateau with a little tiny bit of cyan. And we all have to innovate in our space. For me, I can't believe the amount of innovation that comes in reflectors, lenses. I have a radial lens on my Atlas that blends radially, but beams it into the reflector that then diffuses it down. So like, there's so many things. I have Tulio's halide reflectors. They're excellent. They do a great job. You know, so I guess I wanted to cap our time here, and I'm going to shut up again, this is what the industry needs, is people that aren't afraid to say the true narratives.
The truth.
And there's truth out there to everything we have said. And there's truth to that. I think it's a good thing that we have $1,000 light with a $200 mounting system. You know why? If that ease of setup gets someone in the hobby, I'm fine with that. You can see that I don't think I'm best. I'm having a great time with Tulio on here, Chris, Salem. The reality is we need more options. We need to talk about the reality of stuff. And it's okay to have differing opinions. So that's my little recap.
Transparency about everything that's out in the market is super key. And we don't have enough of it in this industry. And you guys today have helped bring out some stuff that I'm sure a lot of people have not even heard about or even thought about. And thank you guys so much for even being here. It was just it's an honor to be.
And I just want to close real quickly on top of what Luca was saying, because you're right. Are we developing, Chris, you know that I've been actively working on halide replacement with LED. You've seen the spectral data firsthand right at your facility for stuff I've showed you. And you and I both love halides, and you've seen how close I've gotten. And Salem, when you glimpsed at that Hydros XA Joe, again, that's just a glimpse at some of the exciting stuff we have coming out, you know, the pipe. And Luca, you keep working on what you're doing, because listen, as a business person, as a lighting professional and everything else, I will say this: competition breeds excellence. And all we want is the best product for the animals. So, Luca, I'm very glad we got to meet, and I look forward to seeing you at one of the shows. And Salem, Chris, I'm glad for you guys having me on. I really appreciate it. Chris, you know I love you, brother. And Salem, it's been a pleasure meeting you, man.
Yeah, it's been great to meet you. Thank you both for coming on. I think we'll end here with this final question from Ken, which I feel like is what most, because I'm going to upload these as hour segments. So most people that are in the hobby will watch this wondering, what's the best light for me? Do I need this? Do I need that? And that's the core question, is what does a consumer need in terms of lighting? And I think we've highlighted it best here that lights are tools. It depends on what type of coral you're keeping. And I think that a lot of fatalities with coral, a lot of coral losses, and a lot of what gets people out of the hobby is likely using the wrong tool for the job. So I think that full spectrum, true full spectrum from like T5 combos or halides or plasma or whatever is important in some instances. All blues is important in some instances. And I think that probably people like us having a conversation, people like Andrew doing biotope-esque setups and showing where those different spectrums can play a part, I think that's all super important. So if you're watching this as a consumer asking, what light should I buy? You should ask yourself, what coral do you want to keep, and reverse engineer it from that. Where are those corals kept in the wild, collected in the wild, which is stuff we'll be talking about on this podcast with Australian collectors, and then choose your lighting option from there. There's not a one size fits all. Halide doesn't rule. Blues don't rule. It's, you got to find the tool for the job. And I think that's the takeaway here that we've really talked about and what's important.
100%.
That's an excellent closing point.
Tulio, we should do more live streams with these guys. And you know who does rule? Meckley and Salem for doing something like this.
Thank you guys for being a part of it.
We need like a 6-hour one, because this I felt like this is the problem. When we did the 12-hour one, it was a problem because an hour was not enough, because at the hour mark, the conversation really starts getting rolling and then you have to cut it off. So I feel like we could have kept talking for a lot longer. Maybe we can bring some data next time and actually show a lot of this stuff to the consumers too. That would help to have graphs on. But thanks for coming on, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah. This will be uploaded soon. I'll send it to you. And hope you have a great day.
Take care.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, everyone. whoever liked that, be sure to like and subscribe and share this stream. Be sure to follow Reef Bright and Tulio and Luca and Quanta. Give them all love. And if you like what we're doing here, be sure to subscribe to the ACI YouTube channel. And I'm also going to put a link in here to where you can donate, buy merchandise, and support what we're doing. We are not monetized on YouTube because we are just like 7 days old. So can't do super chats. Got to go on there and do the manual way. But our next guest is going to be Chris Wood of Captivate Aquaculture. And we're going to be going down the rabbit hole with a lot of different fun stuff on trace elements, pH, inorganic chemistry. So, yeah.
Sounds good.
I think we take another bathroom break, and we're going to have Chris Wood on. And
hey, Salem, since you're having Chris on and everything, ask him a quick question. Ask him about photolysis and light's effect on pH. I promise you, you will not regret that.
No, you won't.
I wanted to get into the turbidity and DOC and light penetration and UV killing Vibria. There's a whole microbiome, organic chemistry, light intersection there that we didn't even get to touch on. That's fun stuff. That'll be next time.
No worries, guys.
Next time.
See ya. Nice to meet you, Tulio.
Yep.
Nice to meet you, Luca. Take care, guys.
Okay, quick intermission for Chris and I to take a breather, and then we're going to have Chris on. So
hour 3.
Hour 3, people.
There we go. 21 to go. We'll be right back. Thanks, guys.
All right. Oh, perfect time. We both got that.
Perfect timing. Awesome.
All right. We are going to have Chris Wood of Captivate Aquaculture on now. I'm going to put him on the stage. Everyone say hello and give some love to Chris. How are you doing, Chris? Thanks for joining.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me on.
How's it going, buddy?
Good. Good.
Yeah, so I think today, I mean, you are the guy when it comes to chemistry. I think we can have some really productive conversations on pH, different trace elements, and really just have I think with the three of us, we can have a pretty good free-form conversation here. So something I wanted to start with, I had questions for you, actually, Chris. So I went and I read a bunch of went down, did a literature review on trace elements. And I was trying to think about, the intersection of if I'm dosing this trace element, does this have a biological function, or is this something it just found the natural seawater we're trying to mimic? So rubidium, barium, and chromium were ones that, at least in the literature, I couldn't find a lot of biological function for them, but they are obviously a natural seawater. Seems like they can be incorporated, some of them kind of mimic potassium and stuff. What are your thoughts on dosing those traces? Are they needed? Are they not needed? What's their benefit in a reef tank?
Well, if they absolutely are incorporated into, they're integrated in some biochemical reactions. Barium is mostly associated with aragonite formation. Rubidium seems to impact the formation of certain biopigments. Chromium, I think, is the same. These elements can be incorporated into tissue. They can be taken up. They can be substituted for other elements that may be at lower concentrations, and that there's just a swapping that goes on there. The extent to which they have a positive impact, if the element that they are supplanting isn't in the system in any significant concentration, then yeah, there's a theoretical positive impact that could occur there. They all exhibit nutrient type depletion profiles, so that indicates that there is some depletion occurring either through biological or chemical reactions, whether it's scavenging or if it actually is actively being taken up, or even passively being depleted as material falls through the water column. I mean, there's a number of different sinks for all of those elements. In reef aquarium husbandry, the only way that you're going to know the impact that it's going to have on your system is to conduct your own little mini study. And to do that, you have to create a standard set of conditions and be very meticulous about how you're maintaining water chemistry, how you're dosing other things. And you need to take a photo journal. I mean, that's the easiest, lowest hanging fruit method to determine what sort of impact is something having on the system. Is it a positive impact? Is there any obvious impact? And it can't be the kind of thing where you say, well, I dosed it for 30 days and nothing really happened. I didn't really see anything. You need to give it time to actually have a greater impact.
And Chris, I don't mean to interrupt you here, but there's a couple comments. So people are having trouble hearing you. I can hear you good on my end.
I can hear you fine too.
Yeah, but maybe, some people are saying you found good on mobile. Do you have a mic at all, or are you just speaking on a computer?
No, I'm on the mic.
Yeah, you might turn up the mic just slightly, maybe for people, and we'll get some feedback. Just make sure they can hear you here.
Don't know if I can.
I was able to turn my mic up through the settings, and I cranked it up pretty good. And it's a little bit too sensitive right now.
Yeah, there might be a gain or a volume function on it. If not, you might have to speak a little bit louder.
Actually, somebody just played with my mic volume. Was that me, or that's interesting? Does
that better? It might be that. Does that sound better? People in the chat, can you hear him better talking now? I know Paul's on here in the background. He might be messing with it.
Yeah, somebody just played with the mic volume. Interesting.
You sound louder to me now.
You got a little bit louder to me, yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to repeat that. I'm sorry. If you didn't hear it the first time, then you can't possibly regurgitate all of that.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Does everyone in the chat, okay, everyone's saying that sounds good now. So, okay.
Awesome. Well, what Chris was talking about, there's so much that we don't know about the minor and trace uptake and what actually in certain aspects what does take it up. And one of the things that I really want to do is mess with aquabiomics testing. Shut down minor and trace dosing for a period of time, do an aquabiomics test, and then turn it back on and give it a few months, and then do another aquabiomics test to see if that is allowing for the biodiversity of the microfauna in the system to be at a greater volume and a more diversity. So that's going to be something that I'd love to do. I just haven't gotten a chance to do it. I finally got my alcohol, the ethanol that I needed for 10-year-old kits that are dried out, or 3-year-old kits, whatever they are. So I'm going to start working on that soon, so we can get some ideas of what happens when minor and traces are at their optimal levels and when they're depleted, to see what the impact on microbiome is.
Keeping in mind that it's an incredibly complex ecosystem that you're talking about, and nailing any one thing down very easily is going to be an exhaustive, iterative process that's full of a lot of speculation. Unless you're conducting research at a
lab,
really high-end level, the most I think that's going to be, and again, because you're also talking about one system. You're not talking about a standardized trial, or right. there's only so much information that can be kind of gleaned from that, and it is going to result, I think, in a lot of theories, and maybe there are some things that are really obvious, but it can really result in little more than just kind of observations. And yeah, that's the beginning, but it really truly is the beginning. It's such a complex topic.
We're gonna have to have, you know, quite a large sample size to really find some, you know, conserved patterns between things, which will be the biggest thing in terms of both time and money, I think. But, you know, I think that there's a lot in the literature right now that can be drawn from to where some more applied experiments could start. Like something I've been thinking a lot about is like, you know, free iron availability. So potentially GFO could cause problems, or like increased Vibrio populations, for instance, because when they metabolize iron, they have like virulent expression and stuff, and that can correlate with like disease. So Andrew Sandler, I know, is running a ton of GFO, and they weren't filtering the granules, and they had a bunch of clams die. So maybe there's a correlation there, for instance. But yeah, like a lot of the real minor traces, I feel like that's pretty untapped ground for discovery. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately the variability that exists in the way that systems are set up and maintained, and just the differences in lighting and and the origin of the infrastructure. Is it real live rock? Is it not? Where did it come from? What kind of pumps are being used? What's the flow? Especially as far as lighting is concerned, what's the extent of UV exposure? Is anyone running a UV on the system? Are they running ozone? That makes it, I think, not feasible to draw any meaningful conclusions. It's a lot of it really is just seeing cause and effect, and again create and having a theory. This isn't the ocean, you know. This is a man-made ecosystem support infrastructure that is so variable in its setup. I mean, you can talk about all sorts of different chemical aspects of the system as well. pH being a really good one. What's the availability of certain elements at a depressed pH relative to an elevated pH? How many people are running depressed pH in their reef systems? A lot.
Most.
Probably most. I mean, yeah.
I would say the majority of people.
Probably more than 50% are not able to keep their pH values above 8 to 24 hours a day.
Right.
You know, so that has an impact. What about the water temperature? Like, I mean, you know, there's so many variables that are involved here that I'm not saying that it's impossible. Certain things, and this is really where, you would return to the literature that is being published by oceanographers or microbiologists or people who actually are in the field and doing some field work prior to trying to take it into the lab. I mean, iron is, that's a great example of an element that has such a massive impact relative to so many other minor or trace elements. In this case, probably has the greatest impact of all of them from a reef aquarium keeping perspective, just because of the impact that iron can potentially have on dissolved oxygen concentrations in the system through photosynthesis. That alone is huge. How many people are dosing iron intentionally? What form of iron are they dosing? Are they dosing a form of iron that's stable at seawater pH? Probably a lot of them aren't. You know, so there's all sorts of variables.
I mean,
there's a couple questions for you here as well, Chris. So Todd from Champion Lighting Supply asked, which elements can be dosed together, again, safely or combined in a cocktail? That's something a lot of people ask about.
All right. Well, I mean, in terms of the isolate supplements that I produce, all of the minor and trace element solutions are capable of being combined in one dilute solution. That would also include some of the major element solutions, like bromide, boron, fluoride, all of which are major elements. The silicon supplement, depending on the concentration or the amount of it that's in the final solution, may or may not have a reaction with copper, actually, specifically. But the remainder of them are of the minor and trace element solutions are entirely compatible. Again, in the case of isolate, I can't speak to the other manufacturers that are out there. The form of ion that you use is important. So
that's what I loved about it. When you told me we could combine everything into I'd mix up a 2.5 gallon bucket with RO water, and then I add the amounts of each of the individual elements that I need for that 1 month of dosing. And I put it on there, and it doses the exact amount I tell it to for a full month. That it's emptied. I refill it up. There's never a precipitate at the bottom. The only thing that we get is we do get a weird slimy type, I guess, bacteria that grows in there. But I've talked to you about it, and I don't think it's something that's a major issue because my elements are still showing up in the ICP, and that's a huge thing because there's so many people that came out and said you can't combine the elements into one concoction, and I'm like, why not? I do it with the isolate stuff. It can be.
That's misinformation. I'll tell you, I'm not the first person to have done this. If you go back to Combasan, prior to it becoming something that when it was, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering this correctly, it was Peter Wilkins' formula. That goes back to, I don't know, like the 90s or something like that. And people have been combining trace elements in solution for decades. Those people who are algal researchers and botanists and, again, oceanographers. And so for someone to say those things can't be combined in solution, that's absolutely false.
False.
They can be combined. You do have to know what you're doing. You have to know how to do it. But to sit there and say they can't be combined is someone made that statement, and I guess a lot of people picked up on it and repeated it, but that's absolutely untrue that they can't be combined. And again, you go back to people who've been doing research on raising algae going back to the 60s. A lot of these solutions that they've utilized are complex solutions, and they're utilizing those same elements that are those elements that are critical to photosynthesis, of which there are 9 or so. And so they didn't have any trouble doing it because they knew what they were doing. You just have to know what you're doing. That's all.
There's a question here from Acro Killer. I thought fluoride and molybdenum could not be mixed with others.
No, in my case, they can. I don't know about, again, I can't speak to any other manufacturer, but in our case, it's absolutely not a problem. Yeah, no, there's no reason that, in fact, no. First of all, you'd have to know what form of molybdenum is being used, and you'd have to know which form of fluoride is being used. But I can't think of, I can't think of an example of a fluoride salt that should react with
Molybdenum.
A molybdenum salt that would be appropriate for use here.
If there's some crazy exotic chelator or something, maybe, but nothing that
no, I don't. Yeah, I can't think of a reason why. You don't have to do anything like that. Even we're talking something very, very simple. So no, that's absolutely, again, not a problem. Yeah.
So there's a lot of questions about other companies' products, and I won't highlight those because I don't. The thing here is not to put Chris in the hot seat and have him bash every other company. That's not
I wouldn't
the goal
anyway.
here.
I can't speak to what anybody else makes because, of course, as I've said a million times, and people are going to roll their eyes, but and somewhere out there, Keith Berkelhammer knows exactly what I'm going to say. I'm not privy to their formulations, and so there's no way that I can have, you know, any meaningful input on why someone can or can't do something. I don't research anybody else's products. I don't know anything about them. I get a lot of ICP interpretation requests where someone says, I'm dosing this product and this product and this product, and I don't incorporate that information into the interpretation because I don't know what's in that stuff. And I know what's in mine, clearly. So I can say with certainty the calculation for you to increase the concentration by this number of micrograms per liter is this many mils in your system, assuming that your net volume that you've given me is reasonably accurate. Even if a manufacturer were to print a bunch of specifications on their label and say, this product contains X milligrams per liter of this, and so on and so forth. I don't know whether or not that's valid. I don't know how accurate their measurements are. And I don't honestly have the time to go in and say, oh, okay, well, he's using, you know, this product and this is what they say is in there. I have no idea, you know, what's in anybody else's stuff, and I don't bother looking at it. So I can't really comment on other people's stuff because I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, something I think we could talk about in a broad sense is probably different strategies to supply trace elements. So two of the ones that people are talking about are the companies that have single element dosing to where they say you cannot combine them, and the pros and cons versus something like your method compared to that. And the other ones are, you know, the products that typically contain calcium formate, so organic calcium, and then they have a bunch of trace elements stabilized in that as a cocktail, and you're just kind of you're dosing based off of the calcium consumption. So what are your thoughts on those two strategies versus what you provide?
Yeah, that I can weigh in on. When it comes to, yeah, as you say, dosing strategies, first of all, unless the rates of depletion of all of those elements are linear, then adding minor and trace elements in with anything that is supplying a major element with a high rate of depletion is going to result in all sorts of goofy ionic imbalance. If you are adding, like, okay, I'll use an example, a dirty word, copper, for a lot of people because they don't recognize that it is critical. Well, let's say that you get a calcium supplement and you have a high rate of calcium depletion in the system, and you're only dosing this calcium supplement, and this calcium supplement, due to what I would say is a marketing strategy, has a bunch of other stuff in it. Iodide, you know, whatever, vanadium, copper, and all these other things. Your calcium concentration is being maintained solely through the application of this stuff in this example. Unless the rate of copper uptake is equivalent to what you're adding on a per unit time basis, there's going to be an increase in that copper concentration as time goes by. If that concentration exceeds the rate of depletion, then that's going to be the circumstance with every single thing in there that is added at some concentration which the rate of application exceeds the rate of depletion. Multi-ion solutions are application of them is going to result in that set of circumstances. The extent to which that's a problem is dependent upon the system, which ions we're talking about, how high they wind up getting before something is done about it. And this is one of the concerns that I have with people not wanting to do water changes to reestablish ionic balance in their systems. You know, they've seen somewhere that someone is using a system that adds these minor and trace elements at just random rates, and then they say, and I don't do water changes. That's not long term gonna work. You know, when you start seeing necrosis of your SPS, and you are now trying to figure out what's going on here. Likely what's happening is that the system has gone into an ionic imbalance, and it can be pretty substantial. Calcium formate's a good example of something where what's the impact of the formate? What's the fate of the formate in the system? Formic acid or who the hell knows what. So it's not a system that I recommend using unless you're going to be doing routine water changes to ensure that the chemistry remains within some semblance of ionic balance. If you're going to do that, then go ahead. But I do see it as a marketing ploy. I don't think it's good science. I think that it was, and it's been going on for decades. The combination of minor and trace elements with calcium in a solution, and back then it would have been calcium chloride. I'm not talking about the dry stuff, but there were manufacturers in the early 2000s who would make calcium supplements, and they would incorporate certain minor and trace elements. And again, it was all a marketing thing, because the science doesn't back it up for the reasons that I just stated. So it's not a system that I personally employ on any of our systems, nor have I employed them in the many years that I've been a marine aquarium hobbyist. I would prefer to dose what I think the system actually needs. I'm not going to shotgun the system, especially in terms of putting that stuff in with a major element, an element that has a high rate of depletion, or with an alkalinity supplement, because the calcium and the alkalinity supplements are arguably the things that are going to be depleted at the fastest rates relative to things like magnesium and strontium and so forth. So I'm not a big supporter of that mentality. But again, if you're going to do it, just do water changes. Get a salt that's got the appropriate ionic balance to it, and that mixes out the way that it's supposed to, and just do water changes every so often. Now, as far as supplement or individual ionic solutions that can't be combined, I'm not going to say why that happens. I know exactly why it happens, but that's not that's not. How do I choose my words carefully?
I know the struggle.
It's wrong, man. I mean, it's just, I mean, at the most base aspect of it, if you are trying to combine supplement or ions and you're seeing precipitation, then that indicates a fundamental lack of knowledge of chemistry. It's all I think I can say there, because that's the bottom line. Again, people have been doing this at least since the 1960s, combining these things in solution. And I can only imagine that for someone to say they can't be combined, they just don't have the knowledge to combine them successfully. There's nothing magic about it. It just takes understanding what you're doing. I have no idea. I can only think of one brand that I'm made aware of where you can't do that. And I've never played with it. And again, as I said earlier, I have zero intention of doing it. I presume that I know why these reactions are taking place. Yeah, again, that's not, if you can combine those solutions without seeing precipitation, then what's going to happen? You just have to dose them individually. That's really the bottom line.
Here's another. Go ahead. Sorry.
I wanted to touch on like, so if they were going to be putting something in, somebody else was going to be putting something in there to add minor and traces. Obviously, to me, it would be best if it was something that was utilized extremely quickly, such as, say, iron or manganese. But others that can build would be problematic, correct?
You lost me.
Okay, so if there's a calcium formate supplement out there that says it's got 6 different trace elements in it.
I see. Yes, I understand.
Yeah. The best thing would be not to have certain trace elements that we know can build, but only utilize the ones that are going to be the
Rapidly
rapidly depleted would be okay, and it would be less of an issue of buildup, which could cause problems down the road. Which, when that's going to be, we never will know. But having something like a manganese or like an iron addition to that to help keep the levels more stable in a system. Anything else that I can think of probably wouldn't be worth it to put in there because of the repercussions that can happen, correct?
Potentially. Again, it all depends on the rate of increase and which ions we're talking about. If I was going to say, if you said, okay, pick one ion, I would pick iron. I wouldn't pick anything else. I wouldn't pick manganese or cobalt or anything like that. Those three ions are the three, in my mind, that are the most important for photosynthesis. However, iron seems to be the most impactful of the three. I mean, by like an order of magnitude, it's so much more impactful. So that's the one where I would say, likely, if you have a mature reef system, and let's say that your goal is just to maintain the natural seawater concentration of iron at that salinity value that you're running, it's probably in a mature reef system being depleted several times a day. So in other words, if you start out in the morning with 100% of your iron, it's probably gone entirely not long afterwards, especially under intense illumination. So there's something where, yeah, if you're going to dose iron with a calcium supplement, then, and you kind of have to do it with either calcium chloride or, I guess calcium formate. You could try doing that with. You couldn't do it with kalkwasser because of the pH, but not saturated kalkwasser anyway. If you did a dilute kalkwasser solution where the pH were only right at seawater, you could get away with it. But much beyond that, you'd have a problem. So that's the only it's the only trace element that I would think would make sense to do that with the calcium or with alkalinity.
Here's another good question, which is there any research or data about that talks about intentionally elevating specific trace elements beyond natural seawater levels and potential benefits there?
Well, again, iron has been researched for, decades. It was recognized a long, long time ago. Certainly, I don't know if it's the 60s or 70s, but oceanographers knew that global warming was coming. It was evident. They started looking at fertilizing certain parts of the ocean with various forms of iron in order to kick up the amount of carbon uptake through phytoplankton. There's going to be a number of studies in the literature on that specifically. Other ones go back and look at some of the research that's been conducted by algal researchers. Really, they seem to largely be, I won't say that they were at the forefront, but that's what they do. They were determining what's the impact of cobalt, nickel, manganese, zinc, and so on and so forth. So yeah, all that material is available, whether you're doing a search on academia.edu or wherever you're going to search for stuff. But look that up. There's a massive amount of information out there, not only because of the research to see what the impact of these elements is, but also trying to determine the degree that you can increase something before it becomes phytotoxic. And that in itself is not, you can't paint with broad brushstrokes there. That's down at the species level in some cases, the impact that an excess of zinc specifically might have on some algae. It may have a negative impact at a much lower concentration than it does on another species. And so it's species dependent. Again, going back to what I was saying at the very beginning, you're talking about a degree of complexity in understanding the interactions that are occurring within, especially a marine ecosystem, but any aquatic ecosystem in general is incredibly complex. But here you're talking about ion soup. and a lot of ionic interactions that are taking place. And that does, in my mind, increase the degree of complexity. But yeah, that information is absolutely out there, and it's been out there for a long, long time.
Here's another pretty interesting one. I'm curious about this one as well. So what are your thoughts on organically bound trace elements like zinc, gluconate, etc.? Is there a major difference in uptake, such as what's seen in humans, that you know about?
I have never played around with gluconated forms of anything. So I can't speak to that. Sorry.
Let's see. There was a couple more. There was a discussion between a lot about ICP tests. So first, can any ICP test be utilized with the Captivate method? And second, what are your thoughts on OES versus MS for testing?
First, all of them are entirely suitable. You don't need to. I find it interesting that it's become known by this moniker of the Captivate method, because I don't know who kind of threw that out there. That's certainly not something that I have promoted. In a nutshell, what I think you could summarize the so-called Captivate method as would be just the identification of ions that are in excess or are in deficiency relative to their standardized values. And what that specifically means is that at the salinity of your sample, what would the concentration of all of these ions be in natural seawater? Because there is a constancy of proportions that happens certainly within the major elements. Within the minor and trace elements, that's not necessarily going to be the case because of a ton of different environmental factors. But let's just say that you took natural seawater and you said, this is the model by which everything is going to be judged on this ICP report. And you happen to have a sample that came back at a salinity of 35, which is pretty close to like natural seawater. It's like 35 to 35.2, depending on where you are. Open ocean, I'm talking. I'm not talking about Red Sea or enclosed bodies of water or anything like that, but open ocean values. Your report is being compared to natural seawater at that salinity. If your salinity is 34, all of your values should be lower than they would be at 35. Because you only have 34 parts per thousand to work with now. You don't have 35 parts per thousand to work with. You have 34.
I don't mean to interrupt you right now, Chris, but I just got summoned my guys at my farm. I need to go talk to him real quick about something that's going on. So I'll be right back.
Okay. So the goal then is to identify which elements are in excess relative to where they should be. At again, looking at seawater as being the model, and which things are deficient. And then beyond that, it's a matter of determining, if you have an idea of the rate of depletion of that ion on a per unit time basis, like every day, how much of it's being depleted, then you can actually work that in and determine, first of all, do I need to add anything to the system just because it's already showing it that it's low? And second of all, between now and the time that I get the next ICP analysis done, figuring in the rate of depletion, is this element going to be low again? And so addressing all of that, you just use the isolate solutions. And so that's, I think, what would amount to the Captivate system, so to speak. It's really just utilizing all of our solutions to address what's already looking like it's deficient and what's anticipated to be deficient. And that's it. You're not adding stuff that doesn't need to be added. It doesn't matter whose ICP you use. If you are interested in having an interpretation performed, I recommend you get an ICP report that includes chloride, because chloride is utilized in the calculation of the salinity. If you don't have chloride as an analyte in the test, then you have to provide me with additional information so I can actually calculate a chloride value. And that's not ideal. It's not ideal because it requires that I know either your salinity in your system or your specific gravity and your temperature. If you aren't routinely calibrating your salinometer or your refractometer, then the accuracy of everything is only as accurate as your measurements of salinity and specific gravity and temperature. I find that there are a significant number of reports that I turn an interpretation around, and the aquarist says, man, my salinity was showing 35 on my salinometer, but you came back to me and saying that it's 32. And then I have to explain, well, this is how salinity is calculated, and chances are that your salinometer is wrong, or your salinity probe, or your refractometer, or whatever you're using. So it's really important to be calibrating that stuff on a routine basis, once a month at the least. If you're using a salinity monitor, an active salinity monitor that uses a salinity probe, I would be calibrating that every other week, because my experience with them is that they don't stay calibrated for a very lengthy amount of time. And so, and I'm not mentioning any names, I'm just saying, like, they're not as, I wouldn't rely on the readings from a salinity probe to tell me when I should add water to the system because it was hypersaline. I wouldn't do that at all. I use that as kind of like a secondary reference, but I still measure everything in our systems with an old refractometer that I calibrate about once a month.
What are your thoughts between like a refractometer and like a hydrometer? I mean, a refractometer, obviously you have to calibrate, but I mean, hydrometers seem to be pretty consistent as long as the temperature is at that point of reading the sample.
Yeah, that's just it. As long as you're using something that you know is reliable, that's the bottom line. If you have to be routinely calibrating your refractometer in order for it to be accurate, then so be it. That's just, you just do. I mean, it's like you should be cleaning your probes on a routine basis to ensure that you're getting valid values from a pH probe or an ORP probe. If you're running, if you've got an ORP probe in your system and you haven't cleaned it in a while, take a look at your redox value right now. Go clean it off with an old toothbrush. Yeah, go clean it off with an old toothbrush and put it back in the system, and then watch what happens. And the value is going to be markedly different, than it's reading prior to you cleaning that off. Likely, it's going to be a lot lower than you thought that it was. Now, as far as ICP providers are concerned, I have no preference. You don't need to use one or the other to report, to send an ICP report into me. I see probably all of them in the course of 2 weeks, and I've done, I don't know, close to 1,000 interpretations at this point. And so the who does it is of really no consequence to me. Who performs the analysis? OES versus MS. The benefit there is just you are seeing maybe a greater degree of resolution in some of the elements. To determine the extent to which that is the case, you would need to contact ICP providers that you are interested in using and asking them, what's the degree of resolution that you can achieve for all of these elements? If it's not printed on their website somewhere, I have no idea. The other thing that MS can do is get you more information. You typically will see a handful more elements being reported in an MS ICP analysis as opposed to an OES. That's not necessarily true across the board. As far as recommendations are concerned, whoever's going to turn your analysis around the quickest is a good place to start. Secondarily, you can speak with other people that are in in your reef circle, so to speak, and ask them what their experience has been like with that ICP provider. Do they feel that the results that they have received are believable? Are they reliable? Are they getting good customer service? Use those things as your benchmark. If you really want to see the extent to which they're capable of providing consistent results, you got to pull a couple of samples, at least, ideally 3, at the same time from your system, and send them all off to the same provider and see what their report comes back with. How discrepant are the values? Are the values discrepant by 5%? In some cases, maybe that's insignificant. If they start coming back and they're just goofy, then meaning that they're really wildly discrepant, 10% differences in things like major elements. With a minor element, 5% is effectively nothing.
Right.
The other thing, though, to really bear in mind is if the degree of resolution is so much higher than the actual ionic value in natural seawater, then how meaningful is that information to you? It's kind of telling you, yes, it's there, or no, it's not there, or they can't see it because it's at a concentration that is below that to which they can detect. The other thing it does is it tells you trends, and arguably that's the more important aspect of all of this. But if you're shopping around and saying, well, look, I really want my money to be utilized the best, then look for somebody who has the ability to report values at meaningful concentrations. If they're coming back and they can't do that, then consider maybe somebody who can do it. And I don't know who's got the greatest degree of resolution, or what. The other thing is, lately, especially, lead times on receiving results seem to be increasing quite a bit. There was a period of time where customers could get ICP results within 2 or 3 days of the sample arriving at the ICP provider. That seems to be the exception more than the rule now. And so, some people are getting back to me and saying, man, I sent my sample out 15 days ago and I know it's there. I know they've received it and I still haven't gotten results. That's frustrating, I think.
Yeah.
So is it because there's just that much more interest now? There's that much more load? I don't know, hard to say. Not something I'm going to get into, I can assure you.
Yeah.
I'm so spoiled. I get my results like 24 hours later and I love it.
Yeah, you have a unique set of circumstances.
Very much so. Very much so.
Yeah, so Will ask here, are there any traces that convert rapidly when dosed, making it hard to attribute their value or usage? I'm not sure this is a great example, but I believe iodine converts to iodide rather quickly.
Yeah, it depends on the ion in question, whether it's an anion or a cation, the valence. Does it matter? Iodine's an interesting example. Yes, it probably does convert relatively rapidly due to the type of environment that it's being put into. Does that matter? Doesn't seem to. There's a lot of going back now. I don't know. I'll say at least to the early 2000s or the late 90s. There were two forms of iodine supplementation that took place. There were iodide salts that were either potassium iodide or sodium iodide or calcium iodide in some cases. Then there was Lugol's. Back in the old days when Lugol's was the real deal and not the weak stuff that the DEA forces us all to make now. But there were a lot of people who swore up and down, and the same thing goes for fluoride. Oh man, because years ago I incorporated fluoride into an iodine supplement because there's no reason that you can't, and I thought It should be in there. But boy, did I hear it from a ton of people. But it was a lot of people saying fluoride's toxic and all these other things. Yeah, maybe to humans, fluoride's toxic when it gets into elevated concentrations. But this is Lugol's to be used in an aquarium or aquaculture application. You're not taking this because of Fukushima. So this is not for your consumption. So whether or not I have fluoride in here is of no consequence. And fluoride is a major element in seawater. It does undergo nutrient type depletion. So where that ties back into Lugol's, though, is that you had all of these people who were just vehemently decrying Lugol's. It's going to kill stuff. My personal experience with it is that you have to dose the hell out of it, and even then, it doesn't have a negative consequence. The only consequence that I saw running studies, again, this is going back now to the early 2000s, we saw a lot more crustacean reproduction going on when we ran Lugol's at very high concentrations, 10 times the recommended dosage. Again, this was using the old Lugol's. That was the 510, not the stuff now that we have to do, unless you're DEA approved. So
who's doing that?
What's that?
Who's doing that?
I don't know. I don't know if anyone is selling that into the aquarium industry. I mean, you can certainly.
No, I mean DEA approved. I mean,
again, yeah, difficult to say. I think that some people got grandfathered into it. I would not be in that set of circumstances. But anyway, the bottom line there is again, using iodide as an example, or iodine. The conversion that occurs doesn't seem to have a negative consequence. And does it make it less useful? Again, I don't think so. One other thing that we do see, and I'll call this, I'll call it anecdotal, because I don't run parallel systems of Xenia and dose potassium iodide in one and Lugol's in the other. But I have, over the last 25 years, had systems where they were crammed with Xenia, and the system got Lugol's for 6 months, and then we moved over to some other iodide or iodine, complex. They don't care. They still grow like weeds, and the iodine seems to have the iodine species in general, being in there in elevated concentrations, seems to have a positive impact on their cell genesis. So,
what I like about Xenia in any system is I can usually tell when I'm low on iodine in the system, because when the iodine is at the proper concentrations, they pulse like crazy. Right. And when your iodine level gets depleted, you'll see it just sitting there, and you'll see this little kind of pulse. Yeah. And I actually did an experiment to show Amanda and some of the other employees what happens and how they can say, hey, come to me and say, hey, the Xenia is not pulsing. I can go get the Lugol's, and I can go drop some Lugol's in the system. And usually within 15 to 20 minutes of it homogenizing through the system, or starting to, I see the Xenia just start going crazy again. So it's a great indicator for whether you have iodine levels at the proper concentration in your system. So I think it's something everybody should have because of iodine's importance in the marine environment.
Yeah. Especially in a recirculating marine environment, or a recirculating reef environment specifically. The two things that get added to the system on a daily basis, from the perspective of minor and trace elements, are Lugol's and our iron supplement, our isolate Fe. Those two things specifically, beyond anything else. And I tend to run our systems really cleanly, with Kalkwasser, and I don't do much in the way of chloride utilization whatsoever. The amount of chloride going into the systems on a daily basis is, I would call, insignificant. I also do water changes on a daily basis because I can, and because frankly, I don't have the time, given my responsibilities operating the company, to really be focusing on the minutiae. And I've found that just by doing, for our systems, that entails opening a valve, letting water out, and then turning on a pump and filling the water level back up to the previous level. And that is so effective and simple, and the system stability is just encouraged through that process. So despite that, though, yeah, iron and iodine get added every day, and I do use Lugols.
So this is a question that I have. I've seen a lot of marketing from certain brands I will not name about the danger of hydroxide usage and how, you know, the free radicals can be quite a problem. I would like your opinions on that.
Well, speaking scientifically, that's a load of crap.
Yeah.
No. Hydroxide application does not negatively impact the system. It prolongs the stability of the carbonate-based alkalinity and borate-based alkalinity. So your carbonate and borate-based alkalinity values remain stable for a longer period of time. What negative consequence could occur if is by the rapid application of hydroxides that could drive your pH value to an unsafe level, but long-term negative consequences of adding calcium hydroxide or strontium hydroxide or magnesium hydroxide or potassium or sodium hydroxide. No, I don't buy it.
Either.
I mean, again, it's kind of like that's a standard of it's like, this is from an engineering and farming perspective, you have to follow, I think, where the rubber meets the road there. And sometimes there's a conjecture that doesn't pass the sniff test. And so you're looking at that and saying, Kalkwasser is bad. I've been using it for 40 years, but I heard, that it has negative consequences. No, I mean,
when we started in 2020, you and me doing this whole what when you called me up in May of 2020, what did we talk about? The first thing you say, what do you want to dive into? What did I say?
Sodium hydroxide, I think. I mean, it was pH that was pH that and so I think you brought up sodium hydroxide, and I thought, well, it's dangerous to handle that stuff, but yes, there could be, an application there. And so I don't know, man, like the bottom line is just, again, does it pass the sniff test from a scientific perspective to sit there and say there are all these negative consequences? All I can say is the degree of purity of the material that you're using absolutely long-term could have a negative impact. If you're using something that's contributing a lot of
aluminum,
of dirty elements to your system, and you don't know where it's all coming from. Yeah, I mean, lead, uranium, aluminum, where are these things coming from? Low grade calcium and magnesium salts a lot of the time.
Yep.
If you're seeing elevated concentrations of those things and you've done an analysis on the salt that you use and it's come back looking like it's relatively clean, then you got to look at, what other things are going into the system. You don't lump all of these hydroxides together if you don't know that what you're using is the purest form of the material available for that application. You just can't do that. I mean, this is why years and years ago, there was this push to get rid of bryopsis with hydrated magnesium chloride. Why? Presumably because it was so full of heavy metals that it had a negative consequence, because trying to use a high purity magnesium and pushing magnesium to an elevated concentration didn't have the same impact.
Yep.
It took that other material, which was undeniably less pure, to have those desired impacts. So you can't paint in broad brushstrokes like that unless you know exactly what you're talking about from a purity perspective.
That makes so much more sense to me, because everyone said the high magnesium inhibits it. I'm like, how the hell mechanistically does this work? Yeah, just the low purity product. That makes a lot more sense.
I suspected it was lead.
And I think that was a great way to end this one too. I mean, I can't believe it was an hour already. We could have gone for 2 hours.
I'm only halfway through my beer.
So there was one really big request, which is a lot of people wanted to see you shred on those guitars in the back.
Nope.
Oh.
It was like 10 people, man.
I collect guitars and I can play a little bit, but I am not going to whip out a guitar and, try and solo Pink Floyd right now.
So how many beers would it take to get to that point? That's how, so an hour was half a beer. We need to do the math of how long we have to have Chris on for next time.
Right, it's technically 2 beers and I drank one of them. So I'm halfway through my beer. But, I'm not halfway through a beer. It would take a lot more than 2 beers to get me to shred.
All right, we're going to have 6 hours of Chris Wood and just talk about chemistry. That'd be good. That's what we have to do next time.
Oh, good Lord. No. Well, I wish the 2 of you the best of luck with this endeavor. I hope that you're awake for, the extent that you're supposed to be awake, and good luck with you. And thank you for having me on. And anybody, look, everybody, all of you, email me your questions. If you have got specific questions, email them. I'm the one who answers all the email, so, or just say, hey, look, man, can you drop me a line? I usually can speak in the afternoons for a couple of hours. I'm on the East Coast. I'll do my best to get to you. It's always better to email me, but please, if you got questions, man, just email them to me. I'm not going to get into the down and dirty with other brands because I won't do that, but I will answer anything about my product line that I can, that is not what I would consider, a trade secret.
The only way that won't work is if I call Chris first.
Or there's that. Right.
There's 2 hours gone.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you very much for coming on, Chris. It's been a pleasure. Make sure to follow Captivate. Message Chris if you have any questions on things. He is the chemistry guru. And as our next guest, we have the queen and king of coral spawning, Carrie O'Neill and Dr. Jamie Craggs. So we will have a very brief intermission again, as always, and we will have them on. Make sure to like, subscribe, share. And if you like this endeavor, be sure to buy some merchandise and donate at this link I'm sending in the chat here. So without further ado, let us begin our intermission.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Cool. I'm good. So let's jump into this one. If you're good, I'm good.
I'm not good.
Okay.
I can add them on though, and you do the intro. I'm like 2 monsters deep, man.
Go.
I'm gonna add them on.
Sounds good.
All right, here is Dr. Jamie Craggs and Carrie O'Neill, 2 of the people that are at the forefront of coral spawning. I will be right back.
This is so awesome to have both of you on here. It is still early.
You got a long way to go still.
Exactly. I was like, man, 2 monsters in 3 hours. He's gonna be ruined.
If you'd have seen him on the FaceTime chat we had about 11:30, you'd have been like, "You aren't gonna make this 24 hours. There's no possible way."
Oh my God.
He was out. He sent me a picture of him with him and his girlfriend were out hanging out last night, since they weren't going to get to see each other for basically 24 hours. And they had these drinks lined up. I'm like, dude, you're in trouble if you drink all that. And sure enough, you could see it in his eyes this morning when I was talking to him, but he'll be okay. He's young.
He's young. You can still do that.
Exactly.
What's the strategy? Are you tag teaming it? I mean, you got to go for pee breaks and you got to eat and.
Well, we got 7 o'clock comes around. That's going to be an hour break for Salem and I, where we can go get some real food and actually stretch and walk around. And we got Mark Levinson's coming on with Sanjay and Mike Paletta, and they're going to take over for an hour. We figured the 3 of them can easily talk for an hour about anything. So then at 5 a.m. we have the UK boys coming on with Ryland and Thomas are coming on to have a chat with Paul Hughes. So I know that they're not going to have any problems having a good chat for an hour. And of course, if I'm here for half of that or a quarter of that or whatever it is, we'll get involved with the conversation as well. But oh my gosh, like I said, Salem and I were talking about having you 2 on. This is like one of the episodes that I'm so excited to have on, because I love what you guys have done. And I've learned so much from both of you. Carrie more than Jamie, but I've talked to you just a little bit back and forth with messages. And thank you for any, insight that you've given me. Yes. So just so everybody knows here, Carrie O'Neill, she is the, I'm going to let you say it. Tell us who you are and why people need to listen to what you have to say. And I want Jamie to do the exact same.
It's all right. It's a long title and it changes constantly. The director and senior scientist of the coral conservation program at the Florida Aquarium. So I manage our off-site coral conservation facility where we breed corals native to the state of Florida and then settle the larvae and raise the babies and put them back out onto the reef for restoration. And we'll get more into the nitty-gritty details of that and all the crazy things we've accomplished over the past, I was thinking it's been 7 years since I went to visit Jamie and kind of get the wisdom from him and bring that back to Florida and set up the first systems at our facility. So it's crazy.
And we are in the height of the Caribbean coral spawning season, right?
Yes, we are. I just got a text 20 minutes ago. No spawn today.
That's good and bad.
I would have been doing this live stream from the lab had it happened today.
That actually would have been really cool. And Jamie, tell us a little bit about you, buddy. I mean, you've been you pioneered this whole thing. You know, like Carrie said, she learned a lot from you, and you know, I think it's amazing the work that you've done. And just tell us a little bit about what started you off in this crazy ass journey of spawning corals.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for having me on. It's great to be on with Kerry and chat about our passion. We are proper coral spawn geeks. Life's got pretty busy. I've got 3 jobs now, which is pretty hectic. But yeah, the journey started at the Horniman Museum and Gardens. It's a small public aquarium, very small. I always say it's small, and people I've been to small aquariums. This is really small. We can sprint around it in 12 seconds. It's tiny. But we started on this journey back in 2012, trying to figure out how we could spawn broadcast corals, basically. And within 8 months, got our first spawning. Thought we're definitely onto something here, and it's just carried on growing from there. And I think it's insane the kind of level of work that can now happen as a result of land-based spawning. And there's so much potential. We're literally barely scratching the surface on it. And that's exciting, right? I mean, that's what it's all about. Yeah. And then, just 3 jobs now. So we set up Coral Spawning Lab. That's had a sort of a brand change to Coral Spawning International recently. And more recently, I've started working for Mars Sustainable Solutions. So one of the things about working in London is it's amazing doing all the spawning work, but then following what Kerry's doing, she gets to take it full circle and literally plant those things in the ocean. And that's the whole point, right? So now working with Mars, I've got that kind of in situ restoration side. So it feels great. We can do a bit of research in the museum, support others through Coral Spawning International, and now actually engage in true restoration as well. So, but it means not a lot of time for sleeping.
Well, this is kind of a lifestyle, when you're in the aquatics, especially in the coral side of it. It's a lifestyle you have to embrace. I mean, if you want to do what we do, I mean, heck, Carrie, I mean, when we first met, I mean, I think our first time meeting, we talked for what, 5-6 hours. I think Richard recorded it on reefs.com at one point and we just had a session with her and I talking about all this stuff and just getting to know each other. What you've taught me is it's invaluable. I mean, it's amazing.
Every time I'm like, I'm going to go visit Chris and Amanda. I'm like, do I have like 8 hours to spare today? Or I'll have to like tell somebody like, can you text me in 2 hours or else I'm going to have to do this for like 6 hours. It's like when you go on a blind date and you need somebody to like call you and check in.
Well, the thing that I loved about Carrie, she taught us and she helped us get our apexes set up. She came to us, was like, I want to spawn acanthophilias. And of course, that was like my wife's wheelhouse right there. It's her favorite of all time species of coral. And of course, Amanda jumped right onto it, and God bless her for being over there for a month and a half straight, watching these things, nothing happening. And then when it finally happened, it was at like 6 o'clock at night, and we calling Carrie, we got babies. And the next thing you know, she's on her way out helping us collect these things and learning about the craziness of acanthophilias, which I think are probably still your most difficult species to date. Is that right, Carrie?
I'd say they're comparable with the Dendrogyra. You know, the pillar coral, Atlantic pillar coral, I would say is more difficult than them.
Okay.
Just in the rearing, because they're tiny, but it's similar to the Acanthophilia. You know, they're just these tiny goo balls for so long, and they're so fragile, and they just don't grow very quickly. So you don't get out of the goo ball stage for months and months and months. You know, they're difficult to raise. Yeah.
But collection of the actual spawn.
Yeah, because
you were saying it.
Broadcast eggs into the tank, and they're just loose eggs everywhere, and they're very fragile. So trying to like filter them out is very damaging, and you're just sitting there trying to like pipette them out or gently, you know, gravity feed them out, and it's a pain in the butt. I mean, there's definitely better ways to do it, but we didn't know about Acanthophilia at all. We didn't know if like a bundle was going to come out of their mouth, or whether they would be gonocores, like male and female separate. We had no idea what was going to happen. And then come to find out they're hermaphroditic, you know, male and female, so sperm and eggs in the same polyp. But it just all comes out loose, not.
Wow. That's amazing. I wouldn't have thought that. I would have thought there would have been a big bundle come out. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's similar. So Musa angulosa in the Caribbean we found is like that as well. It's just sperm and eggs loose, and then the eggs are fairly tiny, and they're kind of neutral too. They don't float to the surface very well unless it is absolutely stagnant, like not even a little bit of air across the top, and then they will eventually come to the surface, but they're a pain in the butt to get out of the tank.
The Catallophilia here. So a spawn Catallophilia a few years ago. I'm in the home system. We've got a little tank at the side, and they released this like huge. It's can be like the length of that size. It's huge, like the biggest bundle I've ever seen, with thousands of eggs in a single bundle. But the second they break apart, same deal. They're like almost neutrally buoyant. It's a nightmare. So you have to contain them at the spawning, otherwise you're, like you say, age is just. And
at least they have that chance with the bundle. The Acanthophilia are like, no, you're gonna sit here and pipette eggs for like hours. And at least in my tank at home, it's a glass tank. So like if you're shining a light, you can see. Chris had them in a fiberglass tank, and oh Lord, you're like trying to go on the side and like. So bad.
we ended up getting these little goggles that you put them on your head, and it had these big magnifying glasses that stuck way out, and we're like looking down in the tanks trying to get these things, and each individual egg, literally, you sat there, Carrie, with us. I mean, we had my son doing it, my daughter doing it, Amanda, Carrie, you know, Samantha came over from Aquatics, and we're sitting there with these pipetters individually sucking out these eggs. And I'm like, how we got so many of them was beyond me. I mean, we literally did it for 4 hours. I mean, at that point, they were already dividing. How many we destroy, you know, in the process. But we still had a blast with it. We learned a lot. And I'm ready to do it again. This year, I'm ready to jump on it. But I just got to get the system designed properly this time, because it was just something tiny. It needs to be done right.
Yeah. We had gotten the word from Don and Lou that they had seen mature eggs, and then I actually had taken some histology samples. So Chris sacrificed one. Well, we cut it into pieces. We cut two of your acanthos into quarters. Four. It was far more painful for you.
That was heartbreaking. But the thing is, we learned how to frag them.
Pie pieces, and we're like, okay, let's see if these pie pieces still live, and I'll take a pie piece to do histology. So I brought it home and I fixed it in formalin, and I dissolved the skeleton in acid, and then I just dissected it, and I was like, we gotta hurry, Chris. Like, we better get ready now. So,
and what color are the eggs? Are they pink, or are they more yellow?
Very, very light peach. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, peach, very peach.
But they had a distinct peach color when I dissected them. I was like, we
ready to go
on this now.
I mean, how cool is that? I mean, with homophilia, they're yellow. With Trachophilia, they're green. It's just amazing. What the hell does all that mean?
No.
Yeah, what does that correlate to? Is it like
Yeah,
different protein
We-
concentrations or something?
We worked with Dipsastria in Qatar earlier this was it last losing track? I think it was last year. And what's crazy is they release a whole rainbow of colors, and it's
Oh, really?
Yeah.
it's not like, and you get purple, pink, green, yellow, beige.
That's cool.
But you think, oh, is it coming like purple from one colony, green from another? It's not that at all. So the same colony releases these multicolored eggs. It's beautiful.
It's like Easter.
I wonder if it's like a nutritional thing, like maybe if there's a deficit or an excess, or like they'll produce different colors in the egg. That's a weird one, huh?
There's a study in that for sure. What does it all mean?
Yet another study.
Yeah.
I noticed in the comments somebody asked about the pieces surviving, and they did. I still have 2 of them in my tank, and the crazy thing is even the pieces spawned again this year. So it was like the quarter pie piece that was the first one to spawn, and then it spawned again this year. I was like, the pie pieces live, and it's very funky looking, but it's formed a circle again now, and one side of it's really big and the other side's really small, but it did live and it spawned, so it's doing it.
So do you get like net more spawn from having more pieces, or does it correlate to the size of the polyp with solitary ones?
So my thought would be, so the eggs and sperm develop in the mesenteries, around the polyp. So if you cut it in quarters, you only have a quarter of the number of mesenteries. So I would think that you quarter
the same amount, basically, if you have all 4. Yeah. Interesting.
Over time, you get more as it grows, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
It's wild. Absolutely wild. But I was actually helping somebody with acanthophilia spawning, and they didn't know exactly what to come, and I helped them go through the process and told them, okay, you got possibility after November full moon, after December full moon, and then I honestly believe 100% that after the January full moon is when the really big event happens, because I haven't broadcast this to everybody, but it might as well now. It's been a year since it happened, more than that. We had the biggest spawn in January, after January full moon, and we weren't ready for it. We didn't even think about it. And my dumbass put 100 acanthophilia in 150 gallons of water, and these damn things were spawning, and the whole tank turned milky white. You couldn't even see in the aquarium. And it's just like, oh, I can't believe we didn't come over in the morning, because if we did, we probably would have saved everything. But we ended up having a complete catastrophe. It was a lesson learned.
Yeah.
But it actually was really cool to hear from these people that did it, that the exact scenario panned out. They had small spawn in November, after November full moon, a bigger spawn after December, and then a massive spawn. And the thing that was really cool to hear was that they settled differently each time. Like we had 2 weeks before they settled, right, Carrie? Yours were 2 weeks, mine were 2 weeks.
Yeah, they were just slow to finally put their butts down. Yeah.
Well, after the January full moon, that was the same scenario with the people that I talked to. After the January full moon, it was like they didn't even care. They had no preference for where they were settling, and within 5 days, they were all settled, and they had these collages of tiles that were just completely covered with baby acanthophilias. And I'm like, oh, cool. So we need to prepare for January full moon from now on, and make sure that we are really ready for a huge spawn come January full moon. So that's just data that nobody ever knew about. And I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't for you and Jamie. I mean, you guys are the pioneers. You guys are the king and queen of coral spawning. And I'm just grateful that I got to know you guys, and we were able to help us and feed the passion that I have for it.
Well, it's been fun, working with you and Amanda, and just watching your passion for it too, and just being able to crack the code on acanthophilia. And you guys get such beautiful, beautiful corals. So going over there and being able to be like, we should do that one, that one. And you guys were very generous to give me some for my home tank as well, and going in it together and going on.
We were happy to.
Together has been fun.
And it is so true that in America, you guys get all the good stuff. In the UK, we can't get any. I mean, it's illegal to bring acanthophilia or trackies from so many different places around the world now. And you see it's like eye candy, but it's like, oh, you can't have any of it. It's the worst.
So
I wanted to ask Jamie.
Or go ahead. Yeah, you do yours. You do yours.
I was gonna say, I wanted to ask Jamie, what is new and up and coming for you? What are you working on that is something you haven't really talked about, if you're willing to talk about it? Because
there's one project that Kerry knows about. I can't talk about it to give all the details, but we've been working on a very, very rare, we think probably the rarest coral in the world, and trying to start a biobank with that. And we cracked the code to spawning that about 18 months ago. Wow. And we're building the population back up from that. So at the moment, the population is 121 individuals that we know of. So yeah, that's been quite a lot of work. So that's back in London. We've been working on that. And then we've been focusing a lot on temperate species now, trying to use some of that knowledge of spawning. And a lot of it is inspired by Kerry's work and her team. The fact that, you work with Florida Reef Track, you spawn them, get a chance to put it out. We were like, we live in London. We're not going to go and fly to other areas of the world. So let's start focusing on British UK species. So we've been working on a Gorgonian that you get in the UK, and we managed to spawn that last year. We just got government permits to plant those out in the ocean, which is great. So I've got a PhD student working on that. She's going out in 2 days, actually, to plant the first babies out. So from the Horniman, that's kept us busy. But we've also been looking at, actually, Chris, I don't think we've ever met, Chris, by the way. I don't know whether we have or not. But I feel like I've known you for years because I've watched so many of your videos. And we've obviously had messages. But the paper that came out a few years ago looking at Cropper tenuis and how it's now tenuis in Fiji and Kentai in Australia and Bifera in Indonesia. We thought, well, why don't we look at that from a reproductive side of things? So we've started creating outcross lines, taking sperm from tenuis from Fiji and fertilizing it with Kentai. We now know that Bifera actually, so the tenuis and Kentai spawn in November, December. Bifera actually spawns in March, April. So we've not managed to cross those yet, but that's going to be the goal. We've made a tenuis Kentai tenuis cross. And the goal with that, we want to get those F1s 3 years old. If they're fecund, are they viable? And then it flips that whole question on its head. What is a species? If a species can be viable and create F2, genetically, they're similar or they're distant apart. We'll call those separate species. But reproductively, if you pull that back in and say, well, what is a species? So we thought that'd be a bit of fun. We've been working on that over the last year.
It's very interesting. So the Gorgonian species that you spawned, is that photosynthetic or is it non-photosynthetic?
No, it's a non-photosynthetic species. It's gonagoristic. Well, it's been said that it's gonagoristic, but we had sperm and eggs come out of a single individual last year. So we need to do a bit more work on that. But yeah, Unicella vericosa is the species. And we made a kind of a tweak on the system. So we have alternating tidal patterns. And so we sort of scale up the flow and then we drop it back down and scale it back again. And there's some really nice work done in the Caribbean in the sort of 70s, 80s, looking at flow velocity. And ultimately the flow kind of bends the polyp and that drives feeding efficiency. So there's this real sweet spot in centimeters per second, that if it's too slow, basically no food's going in. If it's too fast, the food whips out. But there's just this absolute sweet spot. And the pinnules on the tentacles, they're basically slowing that flow velocity down and driving feeding efficiency. So with that in mind, we designed the system to think about knowing like 10 to 18 centimeters per second is that optimal sweet spot for Caribbean species. So we designed the system to replicate that. And then we have an automatic dosing system that puts the food in at the optimal flow velocity.
That's cool.
So we've been following the kind of growth rate. In the wild, 1 centimeter a year is the growth rate. We hit 3.5 centimeters in the first year. So we're definitely on the right track with that, I would say.
There was a reason why I asked you that, and it's going to stem into what Carrie and I have discussed, and I'm sure you've had this discussion with others. If it was a photosynthetic species and you were planning to get back into the wild and you were growing it under LEDs, what do you think the percentage of survival rate is going to be without getting true natural lighting that the environment provides versus what we think is good enough for these animals to grow, which we obviously know works? But what's going to happen going back into the wild with these species? And I know Carrie knows where I'm going with this, and I want to hear from both of you. What do you think needs to be done to combat the issues with outplanting corals that were grown under LEDs?
Carrie, do you want to pick it up, or I can give my...
Go ahead.
Okay.
I want to talk for an hour just on this topic, so maybe you should get some words in.
So my reference point to this is work that I was lucky to go out to Palau for a couple of years with my one of my PhD supervisors, James Guest, who runs Coral Assist Lab, and he's doing some amazing stuff with his lab. Looking at this question about human-assisted evolution, can we selectively breed thermally tolerant individuals? I think they've shown for the first time that it's a multi-generational inheritance. So they, in 2018, I was part of the team to ultimately create high cross, high low, low high, low low. With these genotypes were thermally stressed to rank them. And the high crosses, when you take eggs from high individuals, sperm from high individuals, they create the strongest individual F1s. What they then follow through is that inheritance passes multi-generational. So the F2 retains that thermal resilience, which is, it's such an important part of this puzzle about where can we go with this. James is always at pains to state it's a marginal increase on thermal resilience. This isn't the panacea. It's not going to save the world's reef. It's a single species, but it gives a little inkling of where this work can go. The reason why I'm talking about that there is obviously we did that in land-based systems. A paper came out looking at if you keep them in land-based system for 5 months, then plant them out, 11 months, plant them out, and then 13 months, plant them out. Look at the survival of the juveniles at each stage. What was interesting is each stage, that thermal, the photo stress is really high. They can survive, but they definitely bleach, so that photo acclimation is absolutely critical. And that was grown under sort of a standard, I'm not going to say the brand because that'd be mean to the brand. But it didn't, at the end of the day, LEDs aren't going to create the power of the sun, and that's fundamental. There's no physics that's going to put that energy through an LED. So having mechanisms to kind of manage that transition. And Kerry, you've got way more experience than me with this, but I know that you've experienced some of that as well. Well, a lot of that. So I hand over to you.
So just a little bit of background. Before I came to the Florida Aquarium, I worked at the National Aquarium in Baltimore, and all we did, I started there in 1999. So all we did was grow corals under metal halides. But I wasn't putting corals back out on the reef. And then when we started this work at the Florida Aquarium, the brood stock colonies, parents were kept under LEDs because that's how we do the spawning systems. But all of the offspring were settled and raised in greenhouses. Now, mind you, these greenhouses have a twin wall polycarbonate roof. They're Cat 4 hurricane rated greenhouses. They have a very solid structure and twin wall polycarbonate. And that does block out actually a bit of the blue end of the spectrum. So it's a bit of a red shifted light, but it's pretty full with just a little less blue. But no UV because the UV doesn't penetrate the polycarbonate. And we've put out, upwards of, either we or have given to partners, have planted upwards of 25, maybe 30,000 offspring at this point from our facility. Only one instance did we have severe bleaching after outplanting. And that was early on, and they were planted in less than 12 feet of water. They were planted at like 8 feet, which is very, very intense light. And UV is still present at that depth. You know, UV is actually doesn't penetrate water very well. You know, it gets down some, but you know, UVA gets down, B doesn't do as well, C definitely doesn't. So you know, when you're planting corals in very shallow water, it is critical to have some sort of acclimation phase. Now, whether that's just overall intensity of light or actually a UV acclimation is something we've kind of been trying to figure out. The majority of coral outplanting in Florida tends to happen at 15 feet plus, you know, 20 feet, 30 feet. So we tried to, and we've actually had no issues with corals going directly out from our facility to 20 feet of water, no bleaching. They might get eaten by parrotfish or have other problems, but they don't bleach.
Damn parrotfish.
So that being said, then we recently expanded our facility. We have a new 4,500 square foot facility that is all LED lighting. So now we are also settling and raising offspring completely under LED lighting. And the reason I kind of made that operational shift is greenhouses are great for some things, but I can't control anything about the spectrum. I can control the intensity by adding shade cloth, but I cannot change that spectrum at all. And it is not at all a spectrum that you would think a coral would want in any way, shape, or form. They still grow. They do fine. I do think that algae is probably a bit worse out there. But they're also very, very hot. You know, keeping a greenhouse cool and then cooling the water inside of the greenhouse is actually very energetically costly, and it's turning out to be a bit more energy efficient to just have an air conditioned building with the tank with LED lighting. So we now have many systems where we are settling the corals under LED lighting and raising them under LEDs completely. And that has still gone fine. You know, there's still, if anything, we can tweak that intensity even more. We can tweak that spectrum and drive even a little bit of a faster calcification rate, I think, you know, from qualitative observation. And recently we have outplanted now corals directly from that building. Same thing. We actually outplanted corals right before the 2023 marine heat wave. And we were doing a project where we were trying to get the shallow water bleaching. So we had done, this is a project done by Rachel Morgan, who previously Rachel Seraphin, but she's married now. So Rachel Morgan, and she is our coral propagation manager now. And she's been with me now for almost the whole time, about 7 or 8 years. And she's now working on her master's. And we were looking exactly at this. Like if we did a UV acclimation phase before outplanting. So, you know, the corals protect themselves from UV by producing compounds called mycosporin-like amino acids, or MAAs. And they can, if you expose them to UV, they can kind of switch that on relatively quickly. Like you can start detecting MAAs in their tissues within a matter of a few days to a week. So we were like, all right, let's just do a month, you know, of a slow ramp up of UV exposure. And then let's outplant them to shallow and deeper sites.
Awesome.
Sounded like an awesome project.
So I've got a little bit of a different question about you know, resilience and adaptation strategies. So, you know, like I was in the Bahamas last summer at Cat Island, and they had an outplanting facility there where they were doing like trees like Palmata and Cervicornis. I think it was like a shed aquarium, and they had described they had a ton of, you know, losses there. I don't know statistically what that was. But, you know, UV is one thing when it comes to adaptation from an ex situ to an in situ environment. But I think about like the different symbiont associations too, whether it be the symbiodinium or bacterial populations. And obviously corals are very plastic and can uptake things from the environment and switch them out as they see. I mean, I think, at least from what we've seen so far, a lot of these ex situ systems have really different microbiomes, and they don't have all these, like the free floating diversity of symbiodinium like you would get in the ocean. So, I mean, would it not benefit to maybe have some type of like buffer period to where you take spawns in a captive system, put them in like a flow through system, like on like a beach type of area, or like an area where there would be water coming in? I don't know. Like, I feel like that could potentially be a lot of the die off too, as dysbiosis occurs potentially. I don't know.
So I just want to clarify, because there's not die off. They get eaten. Sometimes they get eaten by parrotfish. Like, we generally in the first year have 90% or better survival.
Okay.
And if they're big enough.
Yeah. What age do you plant out at that?
We try to get them to at least 2 centimeters in diameter.
Okay.
Which for us, depending on the species, is about a year.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we generally have very, very good survival until some other major event happens, like a marine heat wave. And I was trying to get to before, Salem, sorry.
That I did not mean to interrupt you. Sorry. Yeah.
At the different depths, none of them bleached. Even the controls that had no UV. So we didn't. Sorry, Rachel, I'm spoiling the study. And then the 2023 heat wave came, and they still didn't bleach. So they actually did great, and never bleached, and lived through the 92-degree water temperatures on the reef, and we're fine. And they're actually still doing really well. So we actually have outplanted a lot directly from land-based facilities without all these extra steps. Like people do, yes, if we needed to add the extra steps, definitely. But if you don't have to add the extra steps, that just makes everything more expensive. So everything we do now is trying to keep it as cheap as possible to grow a 2-centimeter coral and get it back out onto the reef. So adding another whole set of facilities that can handle 1 million corals a year that have to go through flow through for 3 months before they go out to the reef, it's just, it makes it even more complex. So if they can go from land straight to the reef, that's ideal. We've also done periods where we acclimate them on a coral tree for a month, 3 months, whatever, before the reef. Doesn't really seem to change anything. We thought that might change the predation. We thought they smelled good because they were grown on land or something, and it didn't really change it. So many things. So sorry, Salem, the microbiome. So
it's okay. Sorry.
In our tanks, we seed our tanks with live rock from the Florida Keys. And we also keep parent corals in our sumps. Our sumps are bumped out to the side, so they also get light. So they're, in theory, providing the microbiome to the recruits that we're rearing in that tray. And we've done a lot of work with students at the University of Miami, looking at the symbionts in our juvenile corals, as well as taking microbiome samples of the tanks, to see what symbionts are available. So all of that work is still being worked up by a PhD student at the University of Miami, but we're looking at trying to see if we can make the corals take up durstinium, which it gives them a little bit more thermal tolerance, but then also keep it, because we've found that they primarily will take up durstinium early. But then at about 1 year of age, they start to switch. And that is even if they're in the same tank, and looking at the microbiome of the tank, those multiple symbionts could be available. But sometimes, like for our acroporids, they're taking up Symbiodinium fiti from day one, and they're keeping it. So there's still so much that we don't understand about the microbiome in the tank, what ends up in the baby coral. And we just finished a study with Moat, UNCW, Nova Southeastern, and the Florida Aquarium. We all took the same larvae batch, settled them, raised them under 3 different light treatments. So we had natural light if the facility had it available, and a typical AB plus type spectrum on an LED, and a fuller spectrum on an LED. And I don't want to spoil the results, but and we looked at algae cover as well as survival and growth rate across 4 different facilities, all running the same light programs, same.
That's awesome.
So all these different we did our own sort of method of husbandry. And the results were surprisingly similar across the different facilities. And, you can totally grow baby corals under LED lights and they do just fine. But we also took microbiome samples of those corals at multiple time points. So that is not processed yet. But I tell you, from what I've seen, and we've taken microbiome samples for various things. We do a lot of antibiotic treatments. We've done before and after antibiotic treatments, yada, yada, yada. It's so diverse and it changes so rapidly.
So quickly.
Like you could test on Monday and it's going to be completely different from what it is on Thursday. Like you can't just take one sample and go, that's the microbiome of my tank. It's this constantly shifting thing. And if I could sample 10 pillar corals, they're all going to be different for the most part. They might have some similarities. And I could treat them all with an antibiotic, sample them again, and they're all just different again. Like, we don't necessarily know, like, to the detail of what exactly is good or bad. Do we know that different is bad? Interestingly, the pillar coral in our tanks were compared to wild pillar coral samples, and they're like 90-something% similar. It was statistically different, right? But I was like, but it's 90% similar. And
exactly.
Like, that's cool.
It is very cool.
So we start to look at that kind of stuff, but that's like in its infancy. But we are really interested in how these recruits are developing their microbiome. How is that comparing? But here's the thing: as soon as I put it back in the ocean, it's just going to completely shift again.
Yeah.
And we've done some work on that too, of like test it before and after, and all of these things are currently like being worked up by PhD students, mostly at the University of Miami. So hopefully we'll know more about that in the next year or two.
I would add a few things to this as well. So before doing spawning work, we were focusing at the museum with at the time Newcastle University, looking at disease states, and we published a paper. It never really got that much traction, but I really liked the paper. It was looking at ultimately shifting from a stress state. So it wasn't necessarily disease. It was just in a tank that was really badly looked after. And, we moved them in, we looked at 3 species, I think, and then tracked the microbiome shift over 4 months of those 3 species. And it's amazing how transient it is and how rapidly going from a stress state into a healthy state, as long as you remove that sort of external stress, whatever that might be, the coral adapts and shifts back very quickly. So, that's one thing, a comment on the microbiome. We have got 2 studies which are nearly there to write these up. One was we created intergeographical hybrids between Singapore and Australia. So we used Hyacinthus from Singapore, and then we use Hyacinthus and Meliopora from Australia, and we basically phase shifted the spawning of Singapore, which normally goes in March and April. We moved that to overlay with Australia in November, December, and the idea being that Singapore is much warmer than Australia. You hit sort of 32 degrees in the summer. Australian corals, 29.5, they're maxed out. And so we wanted to use eggs from Singapore, sperm from Australia, and vice versa, create both interspecific and intraspecific hybrids between the different. So we made Hyacinthus Meliopora hybrid crosses as well. And then we took the adults and we took the juveniles and we put them through a thermal stress experiment. We killed them about 25 days in. and looked at the metabolomic profiles of both the adults and the juveniles. One, we found that the juveniles are so plastic. And I think this is a really important part about restoration, is we have to intervene when they're young. You know, give them that ramping up and stress, because they seem to be able to adapt to that stress. And there's some evidence to show that once they've adapted, they can draw back on that memory later on in life. So there was a study from Thailand from about 10 years ago. The second study that we're nearly there, again, publishing, was looking at, rather than a genetic component to thermal resilience, what is the epigenetic component that goes on? So we created a pool of genotypes. So we weren't looking at crossing eggs from one individual sperm for another. We just mixed genotypes for, I think, 5 or 6 Meliopora from Australia again, settled them. And then from the day they were settled, they got separated out into 3 feed treatments and a control treatment that never got fed. We grew those out for 18 months, and then we put them through a thermal stress experiment. And what we found is, if you feed them and certain foods, it's not all foods, we put a commercial diet in there. Again, I'm not going to say who it is, but that was that bleached and died quicker than the control of not feeding at all. But when we started using live phytoplankton, live zooplanktons, we uplifted their bleaching tolerance. So this is a driving factor specifically related to the environment, not the underlying genetics. So it is ultimately ridiculously complex. That's the take-home message. You can't just go, it's one thing or the other. Everything plays a role within this.
I get goosebumps, like listening to you guys talk. It's like, oh, this is what I love. I'm sitting here going like this, going, wow, it takes a lot to give me goosebumps. And I've been listening to you guys, and it's just been spot on, exactly what I was hoping to get out of this conversation. You guys are awesome. Love the information.
So I think, Jamie, you've mentioned hybrids a couple times, and Carrie just had a pretty groundbreaking involvement in hybrids. Why don't you talk about that, Carrie?
Well, there's been 2 kind of hybrid things that we've been able to accomplish. The first was we were able to cross the Atlantic staghorn with the Atlantic elkhorn, so an actual hybrid between 2 species. And although that hybrid is wild occurring, there's only 2 known true hybrid. It's called Acropora prolifera is what people refer to it as. 2 of those ever actually documented in the state of Florida, but some other islands in the Caribbean, you can find a ton of hybrids. So going on the principle of hybrid vigor, where you hope that the hybrid offspring might have more resilience than either of the kind of purebred parent species, we created upward of 700 different hybrid genets, using either the staghorn as the egg and elkhorn as the sperm, or elkhorn egg with staghorn sperm. We were able to do that in both directions, which previously people thought it only worked in one direction, and turns out that's not true at all. They work perfectly fine in both directions. Settled those and grew about 700 of them. And again, working with the University of Miami, had a student testing the thermal tolerance of the hybrid offspring versus purebred elkhorn coral and staghorn coral offspring. Turned out that they didn't show much heat tolerance in an actual sea bass. Is a way that researchers test the thermal tolerance of corals. It has its positives and negatives, let's just say. So they didn't actually test out that much better than regular elkhorn coral in sea bass. However, we did get permission to outplant them. At first, there wasn't going to be permission to outplant them, but Andrew Baker got a permit to put some of them on an artificial reef structure off the coast of Miami. And they went through last summer upwards of 14, maybe even 18 degree heating weeks. So we measure, the the way we measure thermal stress on a coral is in degree heating weeks. So the number of degrees and the number of weeks it's been above its normal average temperature. So in the summer of 2023, the reef temperatures in the state of Florida actually broke the scale on degree heating weeks. I think the scale only went up to 14 or something, and we got 18. I apologize if I got the numbers wrong. Yeah, it was really hot for a really long time. So the moral of the story, it was literally 92 degrees on the forereef. And that killed the majority of elkhorn coral that was still alive in the state of Florida, except for those in like the very northern Florida Keys and Miami and Fort Lauderdale area. Everything farther south gone. So we were hoping to make this hybrid. Long story short, they were outplanted in Miami and experienced a high number of degree heating weeks last summer because they're in an inshore, really hot area. So we put them there on purpose, going to test their resilience, and they didn't bleach, and they look beautiful, and they're still growing, and they're amazing. So still a lot. And now, you know, people are starting to think like maybe we should put some more out somewhere else and see how that goes. So that was our first hybrid. More recently, also with the University of Miami, we do a lot with the University of Miami. We are like the husbandry experts, right? They are the research experts. So we work well together. And they imported, so Andrew Baker and his Coral Reef Futures Lab imported, I think it was 13 fragments of elkhorn coral, Acropora palmata, from Tela Bay in Honduras in partnership with Tela Marine. And so living fragments, and these elkhorn coral thickets, they're actual like thickets of elkhorn coral in Tela Bay in Honduras are stunning. And they're near shore mainland, get a lot of runoff, get very, very hot during the summer just because of the way the water flow current patterns are in that area. That bay gets very hot, and these elkhorn coral are thriving. So, you know, why exactly, we don't know yet, but hoping that maybe they have some genetic link, or maybe their symbionts are just super strong. Andrew imported 13 of those, and 7 of them came to the Florida Aquarium literally the day they landed, drove them straight to our facility. They spawned last July at our facility on the same nights that we had Florida elkhorn coral spawning.
Nice.
So we were able to cross Honduran elkhorn corals with Florida elkhorn corals. Nice. Now, if you look at the genetic data of the elkhorn coral population, it's kind of divided into 2 provinces. So there's the Western Caribbean and the Eastern Caribbean. And Florida's population is connected with the Western Caribbean. So the whole coast of Central America. So you have, you know, Belize, Mexico, Honduras, that whole Mesoamerican barrier reef seems to, the currents carry larvae up and then between kind of Cuba and Florida. And that's ultimately what is probably settling in Florida over generations. I don't know if it gets there in 5 days with the larvae. But so those are genetically linked populations. So that is why we were given the permission from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to breed the Florida elkhorn corals with the Honduran elkhorn corals. And then also Andrew was given permits to plant some of those back out onto the reef in Florida. So we have like 240 surviving recruits from those crosses. Yeah. We only put 35 back out. That was just 2 weeks ago now. It was like in the very beginning of July. And they're just they're not even a year old. They're like 11 months old. So and we cut them in half before they went to save, you know, that genet. So they were just little chips of coral, but they did go out onto a reef with Florida by Florida crosses as controls when we matched up the the egg donors. So the Florida by Florida crosses are the similar parents to what were used to make the hunters. So it's not perfect. It's really hard to do this level of science perfectly with having to spawn the corals, make the crosses, settle everything, have it kids, and have enough replication of every single combination to do the perfect study. Is like, you know, scientists come to us all the time and they're like, so could you just cross like these 8 corals with those 8 corals and then make sure you get like 100 living babies from every combination? Sure. And that would be like, probably not.
I'll do it by Tuesday, no problem.
Yeah.
I lately find myself going, what do you think I am? Instacart? Like we're not, you can't just put in an order for like 100 of every specific genetic cross. But we find ourselves trying to do these things.
Jerry, do you, I really like the little parrotfish protection 3D printed frames you put on those.
Yeah,
so
that's cool.
We've actually, inspired by that work, we've made a giant version to go over the reef stars that the Mars make.
Oh, nice!
And we're going to be trialing those.
Umbrella.
Yeah, we're going to be trialing those in the Maldives.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
Because Maldives has a huge parrotfish population, and it's controlling parrotfish grazing on juvenile corals is probably one of the biggest things in terms of outplanting.
100%.
Yeah, it is massive, a massive issue.
And it's so site specific here. I mean, there is no feeling in the world like raising these coral babies and have them all go down the gut of a parrotfish within the first week.
Yeah.
You know, and you're like, oops. and then you have to come back and start thinking of all these gadgets, right, that have to go on top of them. And we've done so many gadgets. I mean, we have bamboo skewers in a tripod, and then we're like, that kind of works. So then we 3D printed this little thing that was at least one piece that you could put over it. But then we made those out of biodegradable material, right? So we didn't have to come back and remove them. But then turns out they don't biodegrade nearly as fast as we thought they would. So it's like the parrotfish thing is a problem. And here, Miami-Dade is the worst when it comes to the predation. I don't know why. And some places in the Keys are bad, others are not as bad. And those umbrellas are made by a company called Reef Cells. They also make the plugs that we use that have a nice chunky thread on them. So you don't have to spin them a bunch. You just spin them like a couple times and they've locked in. So we have like transport racks that you just like put the plugs in. You can stack the transport racks in the coolers. Yep. And then those transport racks actually can fit even on a tree in the nursery. And then those can screw into receivers on the reef, and then the little umbrella screws in. So there's this whole system now.
Yeah, and it's essential, right? Having that system connecting land-based facilities with in situ, transplantation is fundamentally. It's all about productivity and streamlining methodology. It's so important. The design aspects of this.
So I think go ahead, Chris.
No, you Salem. It's all you.
Okay.
It's all you.
So I think as a final thing, I think this has been pretty insightful. We definitely need more time with both.
Yes.
Of you. This needs to be like a 6-hour, 5 hour.
I just realized it's over. I was like,
it's like we didn't even get
That's
you know what I
we're
mean?
done.
As soon as we get started. So that's the downside of this. But everyone has seemed to really like this conversation. So we need to have you both back for a long form one.
We'll do it. We'll do it.
So awesome. I think it seems like there's a lot of hope here. It seems like with the work of maybe manipulating symbiotes when they're young, durastinium, with the hybridization, there's cryopreservation, I believe you both have worked with. So, I mean, where do you think coral spawning goes next? Think like full automation's happening? What's the future look like?
Quick.
you have 3 minutes.
There's a project we're working on. If we get funding, you'll see some really insane stuff in a year or two. We're going stem cells. Let's go down that road.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Very interesting.
I can comment too on the automation thing. You know, I'm mixed on automation. There are some processes that 100% can be helped with automation. But honestly, there is still such a factor in this of just being a good aquarist and using your eyes, and you're seeing these animals every day in the tank and you're noticing that little thing. That's really, really hard to train into an AI system. I mean, people are trying, but there is such a human element to what all of us do in taking care of reef aquariums that it's going to be very, very hard to get to the point that all of this is automated. There's certainly some processes, like just if you could put a baby coral plug in a machine and it just cleans everything, awesome. But even that, you can damage it, and it's a balance.
Well, I would add to that as well. I mean, from my perspective of working with Mars and seeing how that methodology works, and it's fundamentally driven with the community involved. So I just say, literally this last week, 600 reef stars have been put down. It was a women's only program because of Women in Science this past week. 600 reef stars. That's 9,000 fragments of corals. It's asexual, but that will have included 100 community members engaging with that program to restore their own reef. And that is incredibly powerful as well. And how we can combine those two worlds, then great things can happen, I think.
You guys,
conversations like this are definitely a step in the right direction to getting things. Yeah.
And thank you for what you both do. I mean, what you both do is something that has been fascinating. I've been fascinated with for a long time, and being able to be a part of it has been just over the moon about it. I mean, and thank you so much for all that you've done and all that I've learned from both of you. And let's keep doing this.
Love you, Carrie.
I love you.
But thank you so much for all you've done and all the information you put out there. And thanks for not just hoarding it all to yourselves, because it needs to be out there for everybody.
Thanks for doing this. This is what it's all about as well. This is how communication with the world takes place. So we really appreciate being invited on.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you guys so much. I was looking at the lineup, and you have a really, really unique group of people on this lineup. And I was actually really interested in, I'm like, I can learn from some of this. It's just awesome. Like, you've really kind of put a lot of effort and thought into making this 24-hour period just really diverse, having a lot of different perspectives. And I just really appreciate being part of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Comment below if you want a 12-hour summit with Carrie and Jamie sometime in the fall as the intermediate.
That would be fun. And we probably want to go longer after that, I'm sure.
Thank you, guys, and good luck with everything. Keep those monsters going.
Yep. More caffeine.
Yep. All right.
Thank you both for coming on.
Take care. Cheers.
Bye, guys.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
All right.
Dude, that one went so fast. I'm just like, I can't believe an hour is gone already. And
there's like a billion questions I wanted to ask. Oh, man.
Well, we'll see what we can do about getting that all taken care of. We got Chuck and Steve from the Legacy Aquarium talking about why they came about and what they are all about. I'm super excited to have Steve and Chuck come on, and they're up next. So they're in the green room right now, aren't they?
Yep, they're in the green room right now. So as always, I'll keep pushing it all day. If you like this content, like this, share it, subscribe to my YouTube, Chris's YouTube. If you want to donate, if you want to buy merchandise, all of that helps us. We don't have corporate sponsors to sustain us. So your kindness is what allows us to keep doing these things. So without further ado, we're going to talk to Chuck and Steve about the building of the Legacy Aquarium. I'm going to add them on now.
Sounds good.
And here they are.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, guys. What's happening?
Not much. Thank you guys for joining us. I couldn't have thought of a better place for you guys to talk about Brian and his legacy and why the Legacy Aquarium and Reptorium are what they are today, your processes. We want to hear Brian's story for those that don't know his story, and you two are the best two people to talk about it. And I'm going to take I know the majority of it already, so I'm going to take a quick hiatus out of here for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back, and we'll let you guys start talking about, what this is all about.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having us. Steve, did you want to take it, or you want me to have at it?
I mean, where do we start, right? Geez, this is kind of. I mean, I've known Brian since I was like 12 years old. I mean, I guess we'll kind of start there. He's just he was big into reptiles then, and I was just starting my fish life back then. That's how kind of we met. He was a manager at a fish store, and I was just a fish dork who just walked around and looked at fish all day with him. Basically, you know, Brian went on to be just an absolute megalodon in the reptile world. You know, it's been his dream from the get, you know, from one of the biggest snake breeders, I think, in the world, to a massive live stream, obviously, and a YouTube social media star, you might say, probably one of the first and largest to ever do it. And then we kind of always talked about doing something together as the years went by, just never clicked with it, you might say. And Brian went on to start the Reptarium, which was, I think at that time, honestly, probably the first kind of interactive reptile zoo that I've ever seen or even heard of. That exploded very quickly. Then he expanded that, and that did really well. During that time is when I was just building my brand and became pretty big in the old aquarium industry and life support industry. And we just started chatting. I mean, literally probably 10 years ago, to be honest. Well, we always just wanted to do like a public aquarium or just mesh the two worlds together, aquarium and reptile zoo, something kind of that's never been done before, nothing normal. Something interactive, you know, you're holding snakes, you're feeding reptiles, you're feeding stingrays, you're petting stingrays, you're feeding fish, you're just doing a lot of this stuff that most people don't get to do. And then, you know, 3 years ago, the opportunity came along, and we jumped on it, you might say. Geez, I don't know where, there's so much to say here. At that time, I don't know how to go about saying the rest of this, but right when we started the project, again, this is kind of a lifelong dream for Brian and I. We've been talking about it forever. It was bound to happen regardless. And when Brian and I do something or think of something, it happens. And when we do something, we do it big. And that's kind of the only way we do stuff. We do it all out or nothing. Unfortunately, very shortly into the process, probably less than 6 months into the build of this monster aquarium project, Brian was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. So that was a shocker to everybody involved. It's terrible, right? It was kind of just stopped everything. That's when nothing really was more important than Brian at that point, to be honest with you. We weren't even sure we were going to continue. And that's when that conversation kind of happened. Everything stopped, you know, for a few months while we just kind of sat on it and wanted to figure it all out type thing. Do we build it? Do we just stop? All that kind of stuff. And we decided, you know, life is short, clearly. And we wanted to just continue it regardless. You know, at that time, we didn't know how bad it was. You know, we were all hoping and really thinking Brian was going to make it. So we just continued on with the dream. And unfortunately, Brian did not make it, obviously. It was just horrible. It was the worst thing ever for everybody involved. So obviously that's when we called it Legacy Aquarium. That's where the name came about, to carry on his legacy as a complete legend in just not just life, just one of the nicest guys in the world. I can't tell you how awesome of a person, of a friend he was, and what a legend he was in the reptile world. You know, I mean, I don't think there's a reptile channel that's on now that was not influenced by Brian in some way. There's just no way. He was the guy. He's the GOAT, you know, and still is, in my opinion.
He's the GOAT.
For sure.
He'll always be the GOAT. I mean, you know, watching his last video was the most heart-wrenching thing. I mean, I still watch it, and when I watch it, it still just brings tears to my eyes because of his passion, his love for what he was doing. And, you know, the fact that he accepted the fact that he wasn't going to be here for this to be followed through with. And then the fact that, Chuck, you got in touch with me, and, you know, what did I say right away? I'm like, yes, I'm happy to help with this as much as I can. And then I never knew Chuck for, you know, I'd never met him before, you know, never met Brian. And then all of a sudden now I'm talking to Steve Bashy. I knew who he was, you know, from his famous sumps and his filtration equipment, and to be a part of helping you guys bring Brian's legacy, this whole aquarium and reptorium, to a reality is, I'm happy to be here to help you guys in any way, shape, or form, as I've said it to you before. And I appreciate what you guys have done to just continue, you know, bringing it forward. Just thank you for that.
Right. I think Chuck, you can touch on a little bit of when you reached out to Chris and how that all came about and what happened since.
Yeah, for sure. First, you know, thanks Salem and Chris for having us on and giving us the opportunity to talk about, you know, Brian and Lori and Steve's dream. Yeah, so, you know, into the project, you know, it was right when Brian had passed away, and which was in January of 2024. We were still a good ways out of being complete, you know, with construction. But as you can imagine, with a project that was only supposed to last, you know, a year and a half, and gone on for 3 years now, you know, we had went well over budget. And so we were trying to,
it's still going.
Yeah, still going. You know, we were trying to save money wherever we could. And, you know, we were reaching out to different donors and asking for sponsorships. And, you know, I've been a huge fan of Chris and, you know, what you've done, you know, on the reefing side of things. And very much like Brian. So I was working for a different, you know, public aquarium at the time, and I reached out to Brian, and he didn't know who I was from anybody. And I said, hey, this is who I am. We'd love to have you come out here to Utah and do a vlog with us. And like, I never imagined I'd hear from the guy. And like the next day he reached out to me. He's like, yeah, sure, absolutely, I'd love to come out and do a shoot with you guys. And, you know, I'm all about what you guys are doing, right? And that's how me and Brian met. And similar with Chris, right? I reached out to Chris and I said, hey, you don't know me. This is who I am. This is who Brian was. This is what we're doing for, you know, him. And I'd love it if you could help us and be a partner with us, right? And Chris, like, didn't bat an eye, man. He responded back and he said, absolutely, I'd love to help you guys out however I can, and got him in touch with Steve. And, you know, Chris sent us a shipment of corals just a few weeks ago, which are doing great. So, but yeah, just to touch on Brian, you know, him and Lori, I went out and visited them probably about 6 months prior to me starting with them. And they showed me, you know, what the Reptarium was, what they were all about. And I'd known Brian for a while then. You know, we stayed close. He'd call me all the time. Hey, I got this going on. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? I want to build a legacy, you know, these kind of things. And one of the things that really drew me to Brian and Lori was, you know, just the goodwill that they had. And, you know, one of Brian's sayings was, the only thing that matters is being good to people, right? And you've seen that in all of his vlogs, right? He was very personable. Like, you talked to him for 1 minute and he made you feel like family. He made you feel like you were his best friend. And that is the honest to God truth. And man, when Brian and Lori called me in early January and Brian was on the phone and he said, Chuck, this is the end. Like, I told him, I'm like, dude, you promised me you'd be here. And it was like the hardest thing I had to do. And I hurried and I got on a plane, flew out to Michigan. You know, I said goodbye. I stayed for a couple of weeks out there to be with the team, so Lori could be with Brian and the family and that sort of thing. And like, it was just like, it was the hardest thing ever.
It was like a real life tragedy. It was probably it was like a movie, you know? Didn't it seem like a movie? Like it was just unbelievable that it was happening to such an amazing person at such a critical time, I think, in his journey. And it was like we were peaking, you know, people, you know, as much as Brian has accomplished in life, you know, like probably more than most people would in 5 lifetimes, really, you know, and that's the truth. In his head, and this is why we got along so well, we were kind of just still getting started. You know, we're never satisfied. And I think we were just peaking and starting a whole new journey. with building the legacy. And honestly, we were already talking about building more than one of them, barely starting this one, you know, like that's the kind of thinking. We're nuts, you know, we're insane. We're never satisfied. So we got along so well because we were both very extreme people, you know, and I think that you got to be a little crazy to do what we do for a living. You got to be able to kind of jump off a cliff with your eyes closed and just hope you land on at least 1 foot, you know. And it was that time watching Brian kind of slip away was in slow motion. You know, imagine one of your best friends and just such a genuine guy. I can't express how, just one of the realest guys I've ever known, will ever know. Like you said, when you meet him for like one conversation, you feel like your family, and it was completely genuine. You know, Brian just was no bullshit. You know what I mean? He was the real deal. There's not very few guys like that in this world left. So I remember getting the call as well. You know, obviously I'm here and I was bedside with him on a few of those last days. It was just a nightmare. It was just a nightmare. And it was one of the hardest calls when he called me and said, you know, I'm ready to go. And that's when it really hit me. It was probably it was just the worst, you know. And then you kind of sit back and you're like, okay, you know, this is the reality of it, you know. So you take it to a different level in your head. Like, you know, I just want to make Brian proud. You know what I mean? I really want to finish this for everybody, you know, for him, and build it, design it, and finish it exactly the way it was supposed to be with him, you know, that type of thing, to just make sure that, you know, everything finished on the right foot, and we could just continue showing everybody what Brian was about. You know, he's never going to be forgotten. The dude's a legend. You know, he's the guy people are going to remember. We're going to be all gone. People are going to remember Brian. I assure you that, you know, and just love the dude to death. And I think about him all the time. You know, it's a very, very bittersweet business now. Obviously, it's a double-edged sword, you know. It's such an amazing dream for us. And at the same time, it's always has that tragedy built into it, you know. So we're just trying to make the best of it, you know, type of thing. Oh, shit. He's yeah, I can't speak, and he's just the best. Really, I miss him so much, really.
Oh, Chris is muted. He's oh, that's you have to unmute yourself, Chris. I saw Chuck is also muted. I see both their mouths moving. I'm like, no one's talking. What's happening?
I was waiting for Salem to come on since he unmuted himself. I'm like, okay, he's talking next.
Oh, is that okay? We're taking turns that way. Yeah, I was going to ask. So, how much of it, the Legacy Aquarium, was actually planned prior to him? Was the the full kind of vision there, or did you have to fill in some of it, or?
No, I mean, for the most part, all the design work was done pretty quickly, I would say. I mean, there's always adjustments in a build this size, but he used to. Obviously, Brian designed the entire reptarium area. You know, he's the genius behind the reptiles. I had the freelance of just doing whatever I wanted on the aquarium side. So I designed that side, the layout, and we met a few times at my house, and we would go back and forth and just try to do the layout. And so the majority of it was pretty much, I'd say 95% was completely, as far as the design-wise layout. The tanks were either designed or purchased, or all that stuff was already figured out. You know, I don't know. We were probably less than halfway through, but maybe halfway through when he did pass. But the layout was there. Everything was there. The foundation was there. We just had to kind of finish it, you know, that type of thing.
So one of the questions that I had was, it's not cheap to put together something like this. I mean, I feel that, with Brian's love and passion for all of this, that there would be a huge outreaching with people willing to help to get this and keep this going forward. Do you guys have anything that is accessible for those that would love to help by donating towards the completion of this amazing project you guys are working on? And if so, what is it, so we can, get as many of these people watching this what we're doing out there, so that you can get more help, starting from today, from what we're doing.
I'll let Chuck jump on that.
Yeah. I'll share. We've got a GoFundMe that's been open for a while. Brian and Lori started that when Brian was first diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and it looks like it raised about $260,000, and that's still open to where people can donate to that.
Awesome.
But other ways that guests can donate is, obviously they can come visit us at Legacy Aquarium. They can become members. Just the general admission helps out as well. But we also have things that they can do online. If they want to buy like a sponsorship plaque, we have different levels to where they can buy like a bronze, silver, or gold. I think it starts at $100 and it goes up to $500. And you get to choose what animal you want on the plaque, and you can put your name, your family's name, your business name, and it goes up above the admission counter. There's also opportunities if a business wants to sponsor, certain exhibits, they can get in touch with our marketing coordinator, and we can help them get something set up that way. But I'll send the GoFundMe in the chat here in just a minute, and you guys can share that. That'd be great. Thank you.
Definitely. I mean, anything that can be there to help you guys continue doing what you've already gotten so deep into. I would just hate to see, you continue, and then funds start running low. And there's so many people out there that I know that would support this, that would want to help, that would want to make sure that this was finished all the way to the end. And any way that we can help you guys, get this word out there, so that you guys can continue to get the help that is necessary for you to keep Brian's legacy a full reality. That's why we had you on here.
I mean, what we're doing right now is helping, just talking about it.
Exactly.
And I think that's always going to be the biggest thing. Just talk about it, spread the word. Like Chuck said, come visit, experience it. Because I think when you experience it, it's going to change you. It's a very, very different facility with very different mindset. I don't think, I've been to dozens and dozens of public aquariums and zoos. I'm sure all you guys have, and everybody has. There's literally nothing like this. This is one of the reasons why it took so long. Another reason why it was so expensive is, 80% of it is completely custom or never been done before.
Nice.
So there's some experimenting. That's just what Brian and I always did. We did stuff that just wasn't done before, because that's the way it works. That's what works. That's what we like. So that took a little longer. There's some mistakes made, and mistakes on this level are very expensive.
Yes.
Expensive. When you make a mistake, it costs time, and I think time is so valuable.
Yes.
Just talking about it, spreading the word like this, like what we're doing right now. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for having us on. It's a big deal for everybody, and just talk about it. Come visit it, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest helps for everybody involved.
So could you? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Luckily, Brian's wife, Lori, she's a beast. She's an animal, and man, she took what her and Brian and Steve put together, and without Lori, I don't know if Legacy would have ever got open. But luckily, we opened April, I believe it was April 21st of this year, and so far it's been an overwhelming success. I remember grand opening day. Was fantastic, seeing the line of people that we almost had to close down Van Dyke Avenue because the line of people was so big, right?
That's awesome.
But yeah, I put the GoFundMe in the chat. I also put our website in the chat, and then I'm going to throw our YouTube channel in the chat as well if you guys want to share that. Lori does a daily vlog. I think it's 4 days a week now. She puts out a vlog that just kind of keeps people informed of what's happening, what's going on. And, we call them Reptile Army. That's Brian's following, right? And they follow and look forward to those videos every single day.
And I think putting a link into, Brian's, even his last video, and, that way people can discover him if they have never discovered him before, to be able to actually see who he was. I mean, because you can tell who he was by the first time you listen to the guy speak. I mean, if you can't get through it, that this guy had nothing but passion and love for what he did. I don't know how else to explain passion and love. I mean, the guy was, it just goes through every, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps talking about the guy, and I didn't even know him. And I wish I would have had a chance to know him. And I wish we could have got his wife to come on too if she was up for that. That would have been really cool. Didn't even think about that until now. What's that?
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time, for sure. For sure.
The word passion describes Brian. So, I mean, I'm telling you, I want people to watch some of the older videos. You know, I want the real Brian, you know what I mean? The older videos from years ago. And you fall in love with the dude. You know, you might not even like reptiles, but you're going to watch Brian. He had that pull, he had the charisma, like he loved the camera and he was amazing in front of the camera. That was his thing. Like that was his thing. Crushed it. And, watch the last video too, but the last video is a hard one to watch, man. You know,
it is a hard one.
That's I really can't get through it. You're gonna, make sure you have issues because it's as real as it gets. You're telling you,
it is.
You were literally, I mean, it was just like a real life movie, man. It was like, I woke up every day sometimes and just thinking, man, is this shit real? You know? You know what I mean? It was just unbelievable in so many good and bad ways all at the same time. Like you're building your lifetime dream at the same time as such an amazing human being is going away, you know? So it was the best and worst time possible for at least myself. I can only speak for myself, and I'm sure Brian's family and everybody else. So, obviously, nothing is going to bring him back. You know, I wish there was no legacy aquarium if Brian was still here, right? You know, I'll kick the aquarium to the curb if we can just have him back, because he's the man. I just miss him so much, and then it tells you life is short. So, stop thinking about doing stuff and just get your ass out. That's it. Make a difference. Don't be, be the guy talking. You can be the person talking about people, or you can be, the people are talking about.
Exactly.
That's what Brian is, just the man.
Yeah. So I think that the size of this aquarium is very, very large. And I'm thinking about the process of getting it to be presentable as a reef aquarium and what is going to be entailed with that. And I know it's patience is the biggest thing. But when it comes to the fact that ACI, we sent out 2 very large boxes of corals. Most of it was aquaculture, some of it was not. What actual impact did that have on this visual experience for people coming and look at that at the aquarium? There's not much there, is it?
Well, I'll tell you, to be, like what you sent out was, a shit ton of coral, right? It would fill most home aquariums top to bottom, right? It was an insane amount. It would be like a store order, right?
Yep. And
it's kind of just peanuts inside that.
I tried hard to find you some of the biggest, healthiest pieces that we had to offer you. And honestly, I wish you'd been ready for these corals 6 months ago, because there would have been a lot more aquaculture that was overgrown that had been sent to you guys. But that just wasn't happening this go around. But believe me,
we wish that too. We wish we were.
Well, I can tell you this, Chuck was talking to me, back, was that a year ago that you got in touch with me? Something about a year ago.
Yeah. It was right after Brian passed away. So probably about a year ago. Yeah.
And I had so many things in mind to send you guys. And then I had this devastating thing happen, and I don't want to talk about it here. It's your time, but I wish that it would have, wish is what I say. I wished it could have been done sooner, but I know that that's just not reality. And gosh, I wish some of my pieces that I lost during our issue would be in the Legacy Aquarium in a good place. But bottom line, as you guys need more and more, you know, you can reach to me, and I will do everything I can. I'm going to try to get some other people that I know that are really good coral farmers that need to remove a lot of overgrowth that is just taking up space, and seeing if I can get some other very nice, reputable places that aquaculture to send you guys some overgrown pieces so that you're not getting these little booger frags to stick in a massive aquarium. You know, I think
I don't
some
wanna,
of this.
I don't want to downplay what you. I don't want to downplay what you say. What Chris sent was a ton, very expensive coral, but the tank is 18 feet long. It's tall and 4 feet wide. I basically designed the reef to be like, I wanted basically the largest reef, the longest panel we could get without seams, and I needed it to be glass so we don't scratch it. So when I reached out to design the aquarium, I wanted the longest possible reef because I just love that look. So we can get like schools of Antheus, schools of tangs, and really, and you know, with the bigger the tank, we can get away with like regal angelfish and a lot of cool fish you can't put in a smaller tank to really give people the most, you know, wow
experience.
Yeah, for a real reef tank, you're going to see like real angelfish and 35, you know, Antheus and 60 chromis and, you know, dozens of tangs swimming naturally, you know, not just cramped into this little cube, you know. So Chris sent a ton, but this is a monster tank, you know, to really fill it up. You know, big pieces look small in this tank. That's just frags look like, you know what I mean, in this tank. But we want both because, you know, we both know aquaculture. You know, some of the frags are very rare, very specific species that we would like to display and grow ourselves and then kick back to the community as it grows. As we're going to set up another tank behind the reef for overgrowth ourselves and specific species and kick them back to you, Chris, and you do your thing with them. You know, Chris, you know, obviously he doesn't want to talk about it. He went through a tragedy himself and still came through with us. So I just commend Chris and ACI. You know, there's not many people out there that you know, not just talk the game, but they walk it, you know, so we really appreciate that donation, man. It's big.
No problem. I mean, happy to. And again, I'm going to try and I got a handful of people in mind. We're going to get you some more stuff. When you tell me you're ready, I'll start getting together a group of people and we'll get you even more sizable pieces that don't look like, you know, you need a microscope to see them through the glass.
It's cool, man. We appreciate you. I mean, you know, we're both linked into this world. You're linked into that world. So if we both come together, everything's possible. You know, it's all it is. It's just people trying and doing it, you know?
Yep.
It sounds like Chris kind of sent you some frags just based on the size of the tank.
Don't worry, this thing.
Frags in the world. I mean, were huge. You know, they were like, you know, dinner plate size, but they look like average size. Again, 18. You know, just think about it.
You just reminded me of Joe Waiula in his 20,000 gallon tank. He's got it at the Long Island Aquarium. And he had it post one time, I don't know, probably 10 years ago. He says, who gives the biggest frags? And he brings up a piece of Fimbrophilia ancora. And it's like this monster meandering wall of coral. He's like, this is the frags I'm giving away. And I'm like, that wouldn't even fit in most people's tanks.
Right. Then, you know, because his mother pieces are 4 foot long.
Tell you what, that's all powered by Kalkwasser. That tank is insane.
We're going to be was just talking about that earlier, actually, to the team, is that we're not ready now, but a few more weeks we'll install a Kalkwasser unit and dose unit. And it's a little bit safer right now than a calcium reactor. I think, without getting too nerdy about it, I think we both know why. One mistake with a calcium reactor in the wrong hands, you might say you're wiping out the whole tank. You know what I mean? And
same with Kalkwasser. I mean, Kalkwasser is even more dangerous than a calcium reactor if it's not being done correctly. And,
I think there's less factors, and Kalkwasser to me is badass. You know, I have always loved that, and obviously it's been big time in Europe forever. We talked about this, Chris, a few weeks ago. to me, it's almost like the metal halide conversation, right?
Yes.
But we know
almost
that
forgotten.
Right.
They've got the volume. If you overdose, it's gonna be a lot. You got to have like a bathtub to overdose on calc in
Well,
that
that's
tank.
what I mean, you got a 2,000 gallon plus aquarium, realistically about 2,500 gallons, because the filter system I built is monster, 2 huge sumps, that are 70% filled with water at all times. So yeah, if we have the right size cockwater unit, even a mistake won't be a tragedy, that type of thing. But eventually we're going to need both, right? Because that's a lot of coral and it's going to grow like.
You guys don't have the kind of money, a public aquarium type system like this. You don't have the kind of money to dose a 3-part solution or whatnot. It's a money pit, and it's just going to suck your cash out of your company. You need to do it as efficiently as possible. And that's why, I didn't reinvent the wheel when I started preaching about kalkwasser 5 years ago. All I did was try to make the money that we had go the farthest we could have it. And I was doing all these new school methods, and I used to use kalkwasser 25 years ago, and I got away from it and realized that it's the biggest money pit I ever got involved with when you're dealing with 18,000 gallons of water. And then I put calcium reactors back on, and then my pH was suppressed even more. It just, bottom line, for big systems like you have there at the Legacy, kalkwasser and a calcium reactor, again, you don't need the calcium reactor now. But down the road, as it matures, you're not going to be able to keep up with the alkalinity demand just from kalkwasser. You're going to have a calcium reactor hooked up to it. And we're talking to somebody here in a couple of hours about this new AquaWiz about controlling a calcium reactor by testing your alkalinity on an hourly basis. I'm really excited about to talk about this, because I'm using an Apex now or a Hydros, and I don't need all that fancy stuff available on it. And having one unit to test my alkalinity to control my calcium reactor is just simplicity, and that's what I'm looking for, is the simplest, cheapest way, but the correct way to maintain these beautiful animals in captivity. And we've got it dialed in pretty good now. And I know you guys are going to get it dialed in, and you can always reach out if you need any help, questions. I know, Chuck, you've been messaging me here and there. You can message me anytime, buddy. I'm happy to help you out. We want to make sure everybody's corals are thriving, not just surviving.
Yeah, that's the key. The key is simplicity too. Like I love all the crazy electronic stuff. I love all that. I'm a bells and whistles guy. Obviously, look at the sumps we make. We love all the crazy. So like, the more complex something is, the more chances something goes wrong, or it's harder to troubleshoot and fix it. So, the old KISS method, right? Keep it simple, stupid type thing. But at the same time, you have to do what's best. You do what's best, and then you find the simplest way to make that happen. Exactly. And then you school people on it. You know what I mean? Obviously, we have a team there that is constantly learning. They're learning every day. Trust me, there's a lot going on there. And the reef tank is the most complex system there, even though we have a 30,000 gallon shark tank and with ridiculous filter systems and 6-inch pipes, stuff you've never seen. You can stick your head inside the pipe. But the reef tank, honestly, is the hardest one, because sometimes if you breathe wrong, or the temperature this, or just one, you can do a lot of damage really quickly, so, and they're the most sensitive animals most of the time. And so it's keep it simple for sure. It's already complex enough. Why make it worse, But me and Chris, we align up. We're old school and new school at the same time.
And we just talked for the first time. What was that, like 2 months, 3 months ago, 4 months ago?
Yeah, we've met at like trade shows, but we never really, blah, 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 talked or anything, because the trade show, you just kind of run in the whole time. Yep. But yeah, we talked. Our first conversation was a long conversation. Like, we know each other forever. Cool.
What did I say to you about your subs?
You said they were garbage. No,
No, we were talking about, do you remember we were talking about the simplicity? And then I was like, and how in the hell do you have all this complexity in your subs? And you're like, people want it, so I make it. And if that's what they want, then that's what I'm going to do. And I get that, and I respect that, because there's so many ways to reef. Simplicity is the way I like to look at it. If somebody wants the complicated side of it, Steve's your man to go build you one of the most elaborate, crazy sumps you can possibly think of, and you need a PhD to run it.
But I always wanted to design stuff for every level of hobby.
Yeah.
Like you can get my stuff, and it can be complicated if you want it to be complicated, and you can use it that way for the most advanced stuff in every probe in the world and every stupid device they come out with. And if you're just old school, simple, you just got a really hot rod looking sump, and you can use it as well. But a lot of times people will buy stuff and they'll mature as hobbyists, and my equipment will kind of grow with you. So you can simplify it in the beginning, and then once you become more advanced, you don't have to get another sump. It's already kind of built in, all the bells and whistles and kitchen sinks and all that fun stuff, man.
So, Chuck, do you have a Bashy underneath yours?
Not yet. I've been trying to get one.
I don't think it's in his budget. That's the problem.
True.
A raise, he'll be all right.
Well, so go ahead.
I was gonna say, I've seen some pretty avant-garde Bashy sumps. Like, looks like it makes a big block engine look like a joke, man. There's I've seen some crazy ones online. So hearing you say you like the KISS method, yeah, it makes sense now. It's the customers what they want, but that's like 2 ships passing in a night from my perception. So I guess when you were building the Legacy, what was your design philosophy going in? Like, what do you actually have on that 20-foot tank? What did you put on there?
Oh, that one. A very particular tank. So that one's a little bit different. It was such a long tank. I ended up designing 2 sumps that are plumbed together. So I think I have around 14 feet of actual sump. So it's basically no different than my signature series, just obviously on steroids. I did everything. I did dual everything. That whole 2 skimmers, 2 bioreactors. I think 6 return pumps. We had redundancy. So if something needs to be repaired or shuts down, it doesn't affect the system, that type of thing. The difference with this one is we built in from the front of the display. One of the different things about Legacy as well is I wanted people to also experience the life support systems that take care of these animals. I didn't want them just to be behind the scenes. They all look like crap. A bunch of Rubbermaid tubs and all the shit you see in some of these aquariums to save a few bucks. We wanted the people to see the engines of the aquariums. We wanted to see everything that goes into really keeping these animals alive in captivity. So we built in a bunch of basic clear portholes in the front of the display, where you look through the porthole and you can see the filter system operate.
That's awesome.
So it looks really badass. It turned out really, really cool. I'm really happy with it. So knowing that, I really went just balls to the wall on the design. It looks ridiculous. It's white and black. I went on the tuxedo look of it, but everything is hard plumb with matching white pipe. All the plumbing looks like art, all the fittings, just everything is really, really nice on that. And it gives people an insight. But I wanted to show off the filter. Obviously that's what I do at the same time, but I wanted to give people a whole different experience we've done that with a few of the systems. The Shark system has a monster 8-foot by 5-foot glass panel, which you look through it and you see this ginormous skimmer, ginormous bioreactor, 3,000 gallon sump. We painted the pipe red and black. We made it. It's just insane. We wanted to really do something different, and the reef tank really kind of takes the cake over there with showing the live animals, but also showing the engine that runs it.
And added water volume. I have in such a large system. That's going to be a very key component of the longevity of the system, because as it matures, we all know how hard it is for keeping as close to balance as we can get. The higher the water volume, the much easier it is to maintain that balance. And I think that it's going to be very awesome to watch this aquarium mature into what it's going to be. And you know Brian's going to be sitting up there and above and looking down with a big fat smile on his face going, you guys did it. Thank you very much, you know. And I think it's awesome that you guys are just continuing doing this.
Yeah, it's awesome. We won't stop. This is what we're doing. You know, we're going to make Brian proud. And I know he's watching. You know, like I said, every decision I still make the decisions today thinking about what Brian and I would talk about, what we did talk about, and just to make sure that comes to fruition. No cutting corners, none of that stuff. You know, whatever the dream was the dream, and I wanted to make sure that, you know, we follow it through, and that's what we're doing, man. I can't. You guys got to come check it out yourself. I think you're gonna.
I'm definitely coming. I got to get up there to see it. Just it's tough when you have Coral Farm to get away, and when I want to get away, usually it's like, okay, the family's like, we're going to go somewhere, and it's like, okay, we don't want to go anywhere where Dad's going to work. But it wouldn't be like work; it'd be a different thing. But you know, our family's from up north, so maybe we can make our way up and drive all the way out there one day because we're in PA, is where my mom and dad and Amanda's family's from. We got to figure it out. We got to make it happen. And of course, I want Chuck to be there. I want Steve to be there, and you know, love it for Salem to be there too. But getting us all coordinated at the same time, that's probably not going to be an easy task.
Not easy.
Yeah. Yeah. I would just encourage people to come see us, right? We're 45 minutes outside of Detroit. You know, we're an interactive aquarium, right? And it goes even beyond that. It's 30,000 square feet, about 10,000 square feet are reptiles and mammals, right? You can go in and interact with a sloth, a two-toed sloth. You can interact with our binturong, which is our bear cat, right? It's kind of a mix between a raccoon and a monkey. It's like you've never seen it before. It smells like popcorn, right? We've got a capybara, you know, that you can interact with. And then you head over to the saltwater side of things. You know, you've got a 20,000 gallon stingray exhibit that eventually guests will be able to get in and snorkel in.
Nice.
We've got the Dr. Fish exhibit. We've got a large freshwater predator exhibit, you know, with arowana,
Nice.
alligator gar. You know, people can feed those and interact with those. And
the archer,
like, yeah, the archer fish. Yeah. Like Steve mentioned, yeah, you can hold crickets on a tong and they spit the crickets out of your tongs, right? It's just you know, we believe in education through interaction, right? And something that Brian and Lori really made clear to me is it's not all about the money, you know, when it comes to legacy, right? It's about the guest experience. We want every guest to leave thinking, wow, this place is amazing, right? And Brian would always refer to Disney, right? Him and Lori are big Disney fans. And he would always tell me, he says, Chuck, you know, when you go to Disney and you spend $2,000, but you leave and you're like in the best mood and you don't even feel like you spent any money. He's like, that's how we want legacy to be, right? That's how we want it to be there. We want our guests just to have an amazing experience. And man, there were so many times I'd have a conversation with Steve or Lori or Brian. I'd be like, hey, we can do it this way cheaper, right? And they'd be like, no, it's not about doing it cheaper, right? We want to do what's right. We want to do what's best. And like, this is an $8 million aquarium, and that doesn't even take into the fact the money that Steve put into it with his sumps and his life support. And so you're probably closer to $9 million, right? It's an insane aquarium, you guys. And like, I just encourage people to come check it out and experience it. And like I said, we're 45 minutes outside of Detroit. But it's just an amazing experience, you guys. It's like nowhere you've ever been before, and it's just going to continue to grow and get better.
Right.
So
yeah, we're going to bring more animals. Obviously, it's just going to get better the next few months. We both know, you know, cycling aquariums, you're not just going to put 1,000 fish in a tank and open up an aquarium. It takes a long time type of thing. So, and like Chuck said, I think when people come there, I think when you go there and then when you leave, you're going to be a totally different person. Most people don't get to hold 14-foot snakes, and
yeah,
it's not normal. And you're to dive with stingrays in December in Michigan. You know, that just doesn't happen. I think you're gonna walk away a different person. It's gonna be an experience you just won't forget. You just won't forget. Brian was all about the experience. It's just all about the experience. And I think what we put together is just a grand slam.
It sounds like it. I mean, that's the thing that I think it makes me sad to hear about a lot of, and I'm not putting down any public aquarium, but it seems to me like it's all about, how can we do this the cheapest? And this is exactly the opposite. And that's what really makes me excited about it, because it should be the model for all public aquariums at that point. Everybody should be able to interact with these animals, with the staff, and, no expenses spared, because it's about the animals and about the experience. It's not about how much profit you're going to make off of it. It's about just making sure it is going and people are enjoying it and the word of mouth is out there. I hope it becomes the most popular public aquarium type reptorium, in the country in the very near future. It sounds like it might be.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's going to get replicated. Oh, like anything else, every great idea just gets ripped off. But
well, you got to lead somewhere, right?
Right. We're pretty proud to be the first and the best, and that's not going to change.
Yeah, I feel like the interaction is so important for kids too, like that's like really how they can learn and become passionate about this stuff. Because there's a difference between being behind a pane of glass and snorkeling, or holding a cricket and having archer fish target practice. Like that's pretty wicked. Like that's definitely would be great for like to get kids involved in stuff, school tours and all that. I'm sure local schools would love that.
Right, 100%. Yeah, but it's again, it's just going to get better and better. And the animals do come first. That's just always, the animals come first, and then obviously, 100%. And then the clientele, the customers' experience is right there at number 2.
Yeah, we're in the process of being ZAA accredited, right? So we filed our application for that. We're in the process of submitting all the documents for that. Next will be the inspection, but I know there's a lot of those people that ask those questions. So we will be in accredited facilities, which is awesome. We also offer, birthday parties. We also offer private tours. We also offer zoo to use, right? So field trips, or people who want to have birthday parties at their home. We have a team that will take animals, to the school or to your home, do a birthday party, do a field trip at the school, that sort of thing. Yeah, it's just an experience that you can't get anywhere else. And in the dead of winter, like there's no place colder than Michigan that I've ever been. I got frostbite when I was bringing in the shark stand, but man, it's cold up there in January. But it's just like Steve said, where else can you snorkel with stingrays in the dead of winter, right? In Michigan, you can't. It's just insane.
It is insane. And again, we're doing it. I mean, the ticket pricing is almost ridiculous. It's so cheap. Other public aquariums have so much less to offer and charge twice as much. We wanted to make sure everybody could afford this, because we want everybody to walk in the door and really experience it, and every kid, everybody. So that was a big thing from the get-go, is let's just make sure this is very affordable. The money thing is easy. We know they're going to come. It's not a big deal. We just want everybody to be able to experience this more than once, and our ticket pricing and everything we sell is so much under what it should be. And I think that's with today's economy and what everything costs, you don't see that too often. You don't. So, and we're going to stick to it.
Well, repeat customers. I mean, if it's that good and the price is right and people can afford to go once a month to just be able to get and experience it all, you got people coming on a monthly basis, that's huge.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, we got people that bought memberships 2 years before we opened. And we have some people that will literally come every day.
That's
we have
awesome.
people that show up every day to the legacy.
Right.
And it's just it's amazing to see those people and the support that they give us, right? So yeah, it's amazing.
So where are you at in terms of stocking the reef tanks? You mentioned, you've got Chris's frags in there, and you've got plans for a lot of fish. Where are you at right now?
We're pretty, still infantry. I have a school of atheists in there that are killing it. I did a school of blue tangs, which is we did that. A few blennies, a few gobies, some smaller fish. Then we have the little breadcrumbs that Chris sent. No, but so
just in scraps, yeah, just whatever he had laying around.
Yeah, but I'm messing with you, Chris, but
I know, and it's all good.
So
I was worried myself.
So we're still pretty early, there's a good amount of fish in there, but honestly, I think stocking level for fish, I'm going to stock the shit out of that tank. Like I want this tank to be, museum quality, magazine quality. We want this to be that tank. So, which is why the filter system is so ridiculous. You plan ahead, you design and you build the life support system, not for what it is today, for what you want it to be when it's done. That's how I think about stuff. But fish wise, we're probably at about only 20% capacity. Coral wise, we got a long
10, 5.
It's a big
4.
So you mentioned chromis.
Coral grows, right?
Exactly. You mentioned chromis and 60, and I'm thinking to myself, only 60? I got 200 in 1,000 gallons. And I'm looking at that going, I think we should add another 200 chromis to this tank, because chromis, especially after the tank matures and you got all these beautiful acros growing, and that's going to be so awesome to see them just suck back into the acropores, and having, 300, 400, 500 chromis in that tank will look badass. It's one of my favorite fish.
There's nothing I like more than a school of fish. That's my favorite. Anything, a school of anything to me, I don't care what it is, it's the ultimate look. So I wanted to have several schools of fish, so I didn't want to overwhelm with one type of school. So tangs, chromis, obviously, even like Bangai cardinals and all this, shit like that you don't see too many. Imagine 30 Bangai cardinals all hovering in one area or something like that. We know they reproduce in captivity pretty easy after they mature.
Yes.
Get diademas. That'd be cool. Get like the symbiosis going on in the tank. That'd be pretty cool. You could probably do that.
Really killer clowns, that type of stuff. Firefish and weird shit like that. And again, 2 or 3 kinds of tangs. Maybe 2 or 3 kinds of anthias. Anthia is probably one of my favorite reef fish because they're just beautiful, man. I love them. So we wanted schools of a lot of fish. But you're right. Even 100 chromis. It's going to look like 30, dude. It ain't gonna,
You need a school of convict tangs.
Right. Okay. Oh.
That is my favorite tang. They have the most picks per minute of any other species of tang out there, and they will just keep your tank clean, and they just look so badass in the school. But the problem is I've tried to make schools of convict tangs with 20 or 30 of them. You end up with 1 in like 3 years. That's it. So that's the problem with convict tangs.
Tangs can get so aggressive, man, which sucks because I want 6 black tangs in there. I want to do stuff that you don't see too often. That kind of stuff. And we both know, like for example, like a clown tang, or how about a school of powder blue tangs? When do you see it in captivity? Almost never. You know what I mean? And Achilles tangs, and they can get really aggressive, man. And try catching a fish out of a tank that big full of coral. That's not easy.
And you got to be careful with tangs too, because if you go off your normal feeding regimen whatsoever, and you've had model citizens of tangs in your system, and say you have an employee that's not doing, I don't anticipate this to happen, but if you have somebody that's not doing their job the way you wanted it to be done, and things change just slightly, all of a sudden that tang's like, that piece of coral looks yummy. Takes a bite out of it, and he goes, guess what? I really like the taste of coral, and I'm going to eat the hell out of the tank. And believe me, I ran into that problem. I had a mortgage board of like a misfit school of tangs. I got rid of them all because I couldn't figure out who was doing what and when. And we just said, okay, it's time for all new fish, and we got rid of them all. And now we'll get new fish, and hopefully we don't have that problem. But I'm staying away from most of the tangs, to be honest with you.
It's tricky. It's also like you have to know exactly when to put those fish in. You don't put, there's certain fish you don't put in first. We know why, all territory and all that kind of stuff. But the most aggressive fish you want to put in last, obviously after a lot of coral has established itself, has become strong, and can take a couple of
fish.
Pick it, So you establish the coral, you stay with the safe fish early, and then you start, then the devil horns kick on and you start experimenting. Roll it. You got to roll the dice. That's all. That's how cool stuff happens. You roll the dice.
Man, you've got, talking about this is rolling the dice. You've got those bioreactors, and you're gonna have a lot of coral sucking up nutrients. You need some dirty fish. You're gonna be dosing nitrates all day. Get like a pair of like fat Japanese dragon morays or something.
Right. That's what I mean. You like, people don't be cool. Like, you have to overstock and overfeed these reef tanks as they mature, or you literally will starve. You'll starve them to death. It's like, people don't understand. Like, you have to feed 3 times a day sometimes. You have to add nitrates and do this, and it's the opposite of what most people think. The reef tank as it matures. And we both know this tank is so big, and the amount of coral growing at one time that needs to be fed is kind of astronomical.
Yeah.
Fish poop is the best food for corals.
Right, 100%. So the more coral, the more fish, the more food. So everything. Yep. Like we said, it's a delicate balance, man. It's a big tank. Our small tanks, as Chuck knows, he's got the tank behind him. It's Chuck, if you breathe wrong sometimes, you're going to notice it in your coral, man. You'll get a coral that will push out. It's beautiful one day, looks like shit 2 days later. You're trying to figure out what you did. It's tough. It's a lot of troubleshooting. Sometimes you never figure it out. Sometimes corals just do what they do. But on a bigger scale, you lose more at once, but you do have, the more water, the better. Obviously, I wish it was a 10,000 gallon reef because it makes it easier to, believe it or not, but it's big enough to become dangerous.
5 hours into this, guys. Thank you for being on at 4 o'clock with us. I wish we had more time to talk about this, but we got like a minute to go before we got to have our next guest come on. I just want you guys to recap, the Legacy Aquarium, where people can find it. I know we shared it all in the comments, and we're going to continue to, share that throughout. But we just want to thank you guys for coming on and talking about Brian and what he did.
Well, thank you guys. We appreciate the opportunity, appreciate spreading the word. We'll be on anytime you guys want us in the future. I'll let Chuck finish it off with where he can find us and go from there.
Yeah, legacyaquarium.com. Like I said, you can find us 45 minutes outside of Detroit, 45550 Van Dyke Avenue in Utica, Michigan. Come check it out, Legacy Aquarium. It's an amazing place, man. An experience like you'll never experience anywhere else.
Awesome.
Well, awesome, guys. Thank you both for coming on. I've put all the links back in the bio. I just went and I pinned the GoFundMe. So if you guys want to support Brian's vision here, be sure to support them. Go donate. Go see the Legacy Aquarium. And as always, see, this seems like a really good thing that not a lot of people are doing, especially in the public aquarium space. So be sure to give them some love, follow them on all the socials, and share their website, please.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys for coming on.
Thanks, you guys. Have a great night.
Thanks. Guys, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So our next guest here will be Kenny from Pieces of the Ocean and Adam from Battle Coral.
Are they in the green room?
Kenny is in the green room. We will wait for Adam. And then once Adam is on, we'll add them in. So yeah, Kenny and Adam both kind of have a little bit of different philosophies when it comes to growing sticks. Some overlap, but some different things. And they both produce really good work. If you've seen pictures from either of them, they've got some very nice sticks. So we'll dig into everything it takes to play with SPS in our next talk here. And yeah, we'll wait for Adam to come on, and I'll go jump and probably get a snack real quick.
I was gonna say, I hope he didn't get time confused here.
Yeah, you might text him just to be sure. If not, I mean, dude, talking to Kenny's awesome to talk to. We'll just talk to Kenny.
Oh, just got a message. No worries. Unfortunately, something popped up for Adam, and he's not able to make it on today. Unfortunately, no worries. We would love to have him on to talk with Kenny, but I guess we'll be talking with sticks with Kenny and Salem and I. So looking forward to this chat because again, I talked about it earlier in the chat that sticks are what got me into this, yeah, looking forward to having Kenny on here. So I'm going to take a quick break too, and we will be right back with Kenny from piece of the ocean.
All right. Okay, I'm not seeing Adam yet, so I think we'll roll with just Kenny. I'm going to add Kenny on here, and we can begin the conversation here. This is Kenny Lynn from Pieces of the Ocean. How are you doing today, Kenny?
Great. Hi, Salem. Hi, Chris. Thank you for having me on.
Thanks for coming on. Yeah, we're excited to talk to you. You've got a lot of interesting stuff you do at your shop that not a lot of other people do, and we've talked a little bit before. And yeah, I definitely want to dig into some of that stuff. Your super thick detritus, the different fish you add for trace elements. There's a whole lot to talk about. So
don't get too far into that. I have to take a quick hiatus here. But I did get a message from Adam. He had something crazy pop up, and he apologizes, but he's unable to come on here at the time. So it looks like, Kenny, it's you, me, and Salem Tech talking about sticks here when I get back. So don't go too in depth before I get back. I don't want to miss anything. Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, cool. Yeah, we might do a little introduction then, Kenny, if you want to talk about Pieces of the Ocean and Reef and Bid and what you do.
Wow. So Pieces of the Ocean started in 2014, and started in the basement, just like a lot of these sellers these days. We started in the basement of a house. We moved into a brick and mortar in 2018, and from 2018 on, we were mostly doing a lot of the more traditional LFS been doing, and during COVID has really turned us around, where we lost all the walking traffic, and we had like a moment. Hey, what's up, little? Who's that?
That's little Chris.
Little Chris. Yeah. So during COVID, when we stopped having walking traffic, but we still had to continue to go into store to take care of the animals. So we gave us some time to think about the future. When we pivoted completely a lot of operation onto online, and really ramped up on the auction side of things. So the auction has picked up a lot since then, and has provided us with a good cash flow for the business, and which allow us to kind of ramp up on a selection, allowing us to acquire more corals, selections, and grow more corals, upgrade some of our equipment, get more tanks, and grow more corals. So Pieces of the Ocean is basically me and my business partner Will, and have another guy that works for us. I'm sure a lot of you guys heard of him, Chris Sabella. We're all stickheads. We're all hobbyists, and we kind of put our head together. And I just, one day, I think Pieces of the Ocean is a very unique LFS, because we advertise ourselves as an aquarium shop, but we don't necessarily. We actually don't sell fish in the store. We have other stores in the area. We have a good relationship with actually our peers in the area, in the tri-state. We actually tell people to, come here for fish, go here, go there. But we want to focus our energy on just growing corals, and specifically sticks, because our space, especially in New York, the space is such a premium. We have to really be selective with what we do with the space given. And we just decided to let's just focus on growing what we like growing, which is sticks. And I think that has worked well for us. And with Reef and Bid, I briefly mentioned auction, because auction has provided us with cash flow for the business. And even though the margin is quite low, but because we're able to consistently move weekly, make weekly sales, provides with the cash flow. And through that, we're able to create relationships with our customers. So a lot of the sales relationship will move beyond the auctions. We made a lot of good friends and a lot of good relationships with our customers beyond the auctions. So that's where really the benefit comes from. In the beginning, the auction was really tough. We were getting killed, but we kind of like, you know what? At least we're getting sales, you know. So I guess our peers saw that, and one day, one of the at Wrap, you know, in store, someone came to our store. Literally, one of the store owner, LFS owner, came to us. I say, Kenny, how do you do auctions? And you know, I'm like, you know, it's kind of technical. I can show you, but it's you kind of go through it yourself. And that's when the light bulb lit. And like, you know, I have a tech background. Like, why don't I find a way to create a platform, kind of like a digital Reefapalooza, and allow other people, other vendors to sell alongside us? That way, you know, the buyers, they see more selected, you know, like a candy Disneyland of corals, and then the sellers get their corals, you know, in front of more people. So it's like a win-win, and it's pretty well received. So that's how Reefing kind of came about.
All right, awesome. Well, Chris is back, so we can get into the weeds now about your secrets to growing sticks. See, one of the biggest things that always amazed me about your tanks was the fact that you just like, you don't get rid of the detritus. You've got like just a super thick detritus layer, but some of the best colors I've seen on sticks. Do you like ozone anything?
I mean, so I do want to comment on that. Is not all the tanks in the store are like that, because the way I run the business is that I allow, because I mentioned Chris, Will, they're all hobbyists, and I told them basically I can't take care of all the tanks. Therefore, I assign tank. You guys take care of that. You guys take care of that. I don't care what your methodology is. I don't care if you pee in the tank. At the end of the day, as long as the corals look great and people, you know, we can sell it, that's all I care about. Because, you know, I recognize the fact that there's so many different approaches to reefing, and my way is not the best way, or not the, you know, right way. I don't actively promote the detritus, whatever. I just found that kind of like, you know, kind of crazy, you know, that you know, there's so much championing of clean tanks while there's this thick bed detritus in the sump, and the corals, they're not bothered by it. So I just thought that it would be interesting to kind of like put that out there. But Will runs a really great tank, really clean. I was just talking to Chris the other day. His tank, absolutely no algae, right? And then he's had minimal light rock, and you know, we feed the heck out of the tank. No algae. Maybe he has a great cleanup crew. You know, I kind of attribute to the fact that my tank, the corals are so packed, the fish can't get underneath. The cleanup crew can't get underneath to clean the algae. But you know, my tank is grimy as hell. To be honest, the sump is super dirty. I barely run socks. I actually don't even run socks. And Chris, he tinkers with the roller mats. You know, there's all sorts of, you know, experimenting going on. And as long as at the end of the day, the corals look great, you know, that's all that matters, right?
You hit the nail on the head, bud. I mean, the thing is, there's so many different ways to do this. You know, I got my methods. You have yours. Salem's got his. But you know, and collaborating them is not always a good idea. But just do what works, and you can have great success. And dude, you've been sending some amazing posts up. I've been meaning to reach out to you. I'm like, you know what? I'll be talking to him on this live stream. Let's do some Reefers Code trading, bud. I trade you some of my
actually, I signed up. I saw a couple of pieces on your website. I signed up with an account. I think that we got to close the loop on that.
Yeah, we got to definitely close the loop on that. I mean, if you're a big stick guy, I'm a big stick guy. I mean, I was talking to Salem in the first hour about that's the whole reason why I got into this business was because of sticks. And, you know, it's always been my passion. And just I've got my kryptonites. I'm sure you have yours. I'd love to know what yours are and why you think they are your kryptonite, why you have problems with this particular species. What is that? Is there any particular ones that you have the hardest times keeping?
Orange passion.
Yeah.
Orange passion. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how happy they look. You know, we have this superstition in the store where when we have orange passion in the store, we are not allowed to say, "Hey, it looks great," because once you say that, next day it starts. It happens multiple times. But we can't help it. Some say, "Oh my God, look at how great it looks." Or next day it's no good. I'm like, damn it, we knew we shouldn't have said anything. Yeah, so orange passion is definitely a tricky one for us. Homewrecker is another one. Homewrecker. It likes some tanks, doesn't like other tanks. And some millies. They tend to like certain. If you notice, millies actually quite is pretty absent in some of my posts, as because whenever we find one that's happy, it just sometimes just stops growing. Like when a stick's happy, it starts growing. It gets in a consistent growing stage. But once you lose that growth tips, all right, something's off. So a lot of millies just become stagnant. I don't know what it is. So it could be that when you're in a business setting, when you're moving corals in and out, a lot of things happen. So many fluctuations, and I don't know, something with millies. The happiest millie I've seen, they're huge colonies. They've been in the environment for years on end. I think there's a lot to do with that. They just don't like don't like changes, and there's a lot of changes happening in a store setting. So that's the challenge in what we're trying to overcome too.
Yeah. So do you ever keep smoothies? I mean, my all-time kryptonite acro is the Acropora suhursinoi.
Yeah, we keep a lot of suhursinoi. Yeah, so we keep a lot of smoothies, granulosa, loripes. They seem to do well. I think one of the problems with those is that because the polyps are so far apart from each other, so the ability to acquire nutrient and repel waste is less capable compared to like tenuous. So when we make frags or when we positioning them in the tank, I think there's a lot of nuances happening that we're not seeing that affect their growth or their survivability, just because their polyps are so small. And I'm pretty sure it has to do with the type of nutrient they acquire in the water and the ability to acquire it. So I think, literally you could have one colony that's doing great on one side and start dying from the other side, just because there's such a drastic change of like flow or lighting, or just from sometimes the fish poop on top of it but not on the other one. So that could affect it also. I mean, I know your Purple Monster is one of your favorite, Chris. And we always talked about how it's becoming extinct in the hobby, just because when I started in the hobby, there's one of my favorite too. And every time I got frags from the Purple Monster, it's always like pinky size, right? Then I can count, there are 4 polyps on it. How are the 4 polyps going to possibly sustain this frag, right? Compared to what pinky size millie, there's like 50 polyps on there, able to capture food. So that's the challenge with smooth skin. And I don't know how it is. Maybe the current needs to be a lot stronger but random to bring them more nutrient, or So yeah, I mean, the flow I think flow is probably the number one key.
100%.
More important than lighting. I would say
Yes.
flow is more important than lighting.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, we have, in our systems, the biggest challenge we have is making sure that there's no restrictions in the water flow from the wave pumps that we have in the system. And, with a small staff, when we're cleaning wave pumps, it's a days-long project just for a 1,000-gallon tank to, get the pumps out, put them into the acid that we use to clean them, cleaning them off, putting them back in, making sure that there's nothing wrapped around the impellers. We use differences, we use HP10s, and we use gyres, and then we have just the return, which is very minimal amount of flow that goes in the system. But always the thing that gets restricted the most is the Voyager HP10s. If we don't get in there and get them cleaned like every 3 weeks, and if it goes 4 weeks or longer, then we have this issue with water flow just being it's there, but it's not as intense as it was. And that's when I always see something happening. And I was just telling Salem this yesterday, my Purple Monster. I was so happy about it. Got it from Keith. And I was ready to give a piece back to Keith here in the next couple of weeks. Well, the damn thing started receding on me Monday. And I'm going, what did I do wrong with this thing? I cut it up into frags, put it in. Now it's in other systems. The butt that I left the side that was receding has looked like it stopped. So I'm praying that will grow, and then the 2 other pieces will continue to grow, and it'll help to boost my production of the coral over time, so I can keep the frag back so that he can have it banked. Do you have any Purple Monster, the OG, like lineage?
No, I tried, but it's hard to find one that's true. True lineage, and it's. I from my standpoint is that I would like corals that grow, and the problem is also pearl mouse is such an old school coral, and a lot of my customers never heard of it. And you know, for us to dedicate real estate to grow that coral, especially when we're not confident about the fact that it can sustain our environment, it's not necessarily something that we let somebody like you take care, because I know you run halite, and you have a larger facility than us, so I think you're better suited than us in growing that particular coral out. You know, it will be. I'm afraid it will be a waste for us to grow that coral. It's just we don't have the real estate for it. You know,
it's not easy, man. This is my second piece from Keith, and now Keith lost his, and now I'm praying that I can make sure Keith gets it back from me with that whole Reefers Code trading
that
thing.
coral is like, it requires a premium spot in your tank where everything is just optimum and no changes. Maybe in the display tank, so you're not shipping corals out from it, you're not fragging anything from it. It's not a working tank where you're constantly sticking your hand in there. You just want it to be like perfect. So once it's growing, then that's when we know it's bulletproof. Like when the corals start to actually take off, then you feel more comfortable about its longevity.
I was super happy with how fast this particular fragment started growing compared to the original fragment he sent me a couple of years ago. And whatever happened to that, I couldn't tell you. I mean, it was like I tried it in 4 different spots in the same farm system, and I moved it even into another farm system where the acros were really doing well. And that's where it ended up meeting its demise on the first one. Oh. This one here, I put back where I originally put the first frag, and it was doing better than the first frag by far. And I haven't moved it until I started seeing recession on it. And I just don't. Why it started receding and everything else around it looks perfectly fine. There's no pests on it, no nothing. You know,
it's crazy. Like you're running halite on the tanks, right? You're running.
That's a hybrid system. It's halides and coral care LEDs with T5s. So it's all 3 normal light sources that are used in a reefing hobby. But my main focus is, of course, the halides, because that's my peak photo period, and the rest of the time it's some LED and some T5 lamps. And it's been like that for 8 months. It was doing great. And I think you made a good
call. I think you made a good call by splitting it up into different frags, different.
Agreed.
You know, I think Salem, you could probably chime in on this, because I've noticed that when I make backups of different frags, I've even shown it. I took pictures of it. Like one frag always seems to excel in life in general better than the other, even though the environment is exactly the same. I wonder if by us fragging the coral, they try to attain their own, like something within them start to change, just like, you know, how bacteria. I don't know. So I'm absolutely non-scientific in my reefing, just so you guys know. But it's just based on my observation is that even when I put 2 frags next to each other, they would just behave so wildly different. So I think sometimes it comes down to like the DNA of the coral, the frag that you make, like how they decide that they want to develop their growth, you know, after fragging. It's just weird. Sometimes it's really a luck of the draw. Like, so, you know, by you fragging them on different pieces, you allow different, I don't know, like allow different DNA, or allow different, like something that's a lot more dominant to figure itself out, to become the stronger of survival of the fittest in the system or something like that.
Yeah, so this is not with sticks. This is with ganies, but it was there's not really like any studies about this that I've read, but there was like an anecdotal thing on Reef to Reef. So it was when ganies were pretty hard, maybe like 5-10 years ago still. And I think it was more recent. I can't remember, but this guy had ganies he'd fragged, and he did an experiment to where he took, you know, when he fragged the ganies, he took some and put them all apart, like, you know, feet apart from each other, just single frags. Then he took a group of them of like 5 frags from the same colony and put them all right next to each other where they were still touching each other. And the ones that were all next to each other touching, it was like they still thought they were in a colony, and all of them recovered and grew faster, and the single ones had died. So like maybe there's something like that too, to where they go through less stress. Like if you have a healthy colony, you frag and you keep the frags together, maybe there's some type of chemicals or something they're producing where they think there's still a colony. But I don't know. I mean, like with zoas, for instance, right? If you frag those, there's always new growth that starts. It's like it triggers, oh man, we got to start surviving and start growing. So maybe there's something like that with sticks, is you cut them and they have that we need to survive now instinct that kicks in, and that's why they start puddling faster and stuff. I don't know.
It goes back to, you know, many years ago when Jake Adams was over at my facility, and I told him a little story about the 4-inch tile of an acropora that was just an encrusting acropora. It would not grow vertically, wouldn't grow branches or anything, and I just got so irritated by it. It was like a year, and I just got a screwdriver one day and start stabbing it, and within a couple of weeks, I had all these axial tips growing up on it, and it just went into like this healing mode, survival mode, and it's just started growing like a weed. And it's amazing what you can do. It's just like, you know, you were mentioning, I cut my purple monster, which was literally only this big, up into 2 separate fragments. It's that healing response that it has to go through, which I think is what triggers it to just continue to grow and grow and grow. And it kind of takes a stagnant coral from not doing much of anything to, okay, I'm healing myself. Now I'm just going to continue to grow. And now we've got, you know, a beautiful colony out of you within 6 months to a year. It's pretty interesting, but, you know, I don't recommend people just get a screwdriver and start stabbing their damn corals. You know, if you got something, you got something puddling and it's not, you know, doing what you expect it to do. Some corals need a huge base before they start branching in the wild, and that's the reason why you see a lot of encrusting go on. But if it's in an aquarium environment, you're not going to have the wave action. Yeah, get in there and gouge a little bit areas out of it, and they'll start branching out for you. Just don't go crazy like I did, because now there's too many axial tips.
You notice a lot of tenuous. They actually, when you make a frag tenuous, a lot of times the frags start growing from the sides. A lot of times, like the original frag just becomes stagnant, never grows again.
Yep.
And then start growing. So what I do is when I take a frag, start growing out, I actually sandwich a disc together, but then leave some space in between. So when it encrusts, have to go underneath before it goes continue on the bottom disc. So what happens is that by that time, the branches will start to grow from the side. Like a lot, it's just like how the I noticed that because on tenuous frag, they cover the plug and then they will shoot out branches from the side. So I'm thinking maybe that's something to it. So maybe you could try that instead of stabbing it. You could just have it sandwiched between two. You know, have like an epoxy in between so that there's some space between, so it encrusts inward. It takes more time to encrust, and then we'll shoot out branches that way.
It seems a lot less violent, Chris. That certainly seems better.
Well, this is why I love talking to other people that do this. You know, I just learned something new that I can give a try. You know, I would have never thought to do that. You know, my whole thing was just irritated, stab it. And you're just like, no, do this. I'm going to give that a try next go around if I have an acro that doesn't want to puddle. But to what you're saying with bifaria/tenuous or Kentai, whatever. You know, I've had many a times where I get a fragment on a Reefers Code trade with, you know, Joseph Cachet or Adam or the multitude of people that I've been doing Reefers Code trading with for years now, Sanjay. You know, if I have a tenuous that's just puddling and it starts shooting branches up all over the place except for the original frag, that's when it's puddled, you know, a half inch or an inch and a half around the original frag. I'll break the original frag completely off, and then that will trigger it to start growing where that frag was, and then glue that down somewhere else to start another colony. So I have a backup, and or trade with somebody else that has it, you know, and wants it, and you know, it's just a way to keep things rolling, and just you know, that I think that the healing response is a lot more powerful than what we even know it is. We're afraid to damage our corals. But in reality, in the wild, how many parrotfish come across a colony of an acropora and say, I'm taking a bite out of you today?
Yeah.
And it's just regrows from that particular spot. Is that the reason why we have, you know, in the wild, these photos of these beautiful tabling hyacinthus and all these other tabling acros that have all these tears growing on them? Is it because a parrotfish took a bite and then it started growing upward again and grew another plate? It could be. It's just, you know, that's the thing I think people are always afraid of is harming their coral. Is it going to kill their coral? And in most cases, if your tank is extremely healthy, your coral is extremely healthy, you can damage the coral all you want. It's just going to cause it to grow faster in most cases.
Interesting you say that, but I definitely agree with what you're saying. But being a hobbyist and speaking to fellow hobbyists, it can't help the fact that sometimes you want to cut your precious frag. Like there's some coral in our store that some of the guys are just it just pains them to frag. and like oh, I don't want to cut the home record because when it's such a nice shape, and you just hate cutting corals that's such a nice shape. It's not so much of like I'm afraid of hurting it. It's just like it's like your pet that you've raised for the past however many years, and it's got that color, and the hobby is in you. You just hate to do it, But yeah, it's a lot of hobbyists. I think it's that mentality more so than afraid of hurting it.
I'm with you 100%. I mean, believe me, I've got the most perfect round ball shaped UC original strawberry shortcake. And I was talking to Joe Cap about it a couple of weeks ago. And he's like, you have the original. I'm like, yeah, this came from a good source. It's lineage to you. And he's like, dude, I need it back. And I'm like, I've been debating whether or not to put it on the market because it is so perfect. It's like the model citizen of what you would want in an Acropora microclaudus strawberry shortcake. And as soon as I take the first branch off of it, it's going to be like, damn.
So let me ask you, I think I'm going to need a picture of that coral. So I have the original strawberry shortcake myself too.
Awesome.
And well, I got it from pretty pretty good
reliable source.
I guess it's worth trading just to compare what we have because it's such a long time. And when I posted it, people like, is this the actual one that came out 2009 in Magna, New Jersey? So there's a location, there's a time. So coral that has these kind of like backstory history, I think there's a lot of value having one that's true to his lineage. So I really want to know what I have is actually the real one. So it'd be cool to kind of like see if they fuse if we trade the frag. Maybe just compare pictures.
See now the original UC, which is Unique Corals. For anybody that doesn't know that, Joe Capriata's business, he originally imported the one I call the UC OG strawberry shortcake. Is a totally different coral from the one that is called the Magna 2009. I've got them literally growing within 6 inches of each other, and they don't have the same growth pattern at all. I don't even know if they're the same species, but I know that the lineage is correct.
They do look different. I do notice that some of the wild shortcakes that you bring in, once been in the aquarium for a long time, they start to take a completely whole different growth shape, almost the same as the original shortcake. But now that this is my first time hearing it, that the original shortcake that Joe imported is different from the one that they released in Magna. That's what you're saying?
Yes, I believe that. I mean, because the one that I got one called the from the same place. I forget he even sent it to me. I got one called the Magna 2009, and then I've got the OG strawberry shortcake from UC, and literally the colors aren't even the same. The Magna 2009 is a darker green with bright red coral lights and red polyps. The OG is a much lighter green and a more pinky red, and the growth tips are very pale compared to the rest of the coral, where that's not right next to each other. It's night and day that they are not the same genetics. They might be both microclaudus, but they're not the same phenotype or genotype. Completely different, and definitely from two different colonies from the wild. 100%.
Maybe we should bring Joe up on here and clarify.
Well, I should call him. Like, Joe, we have a debate we need you to settle. We're going to phone a friend.
Because my understanding that the UC shortcake is considered the Magna 09 shortcake.
That's the first I heard of that one. But hey, I mean, I just know that they're both lineage to the person. The person that I got them from got them supposedly from the lineage source, and they were two different sources. And I remember the OG, and it was not like the Magna 2009. But again, did somebody say they got, somebody, this is the problem in the industry today. Did somebody sell somebody something and call it something, but it was from a wild piece that is now tainted that lineage of that coral? I don't know that. The only way we're going to find that out is if we take a fragment of both of them and send them off to the lab and do DNA testing, and then we can say, okay, they're the same exact coral. Why are they growing different? I don't know.
Andrew says they're actually going to be talking about that tonight, so I guess they're doing that I also texted Joe Cap, so we'll see if Joe will come on. And I said you have a 30-minute window if you want to come on right now. We'll see what he says.
Yeah,
I like Kenny's idea of like trying to fuse them though, because that would be pretty. If they like reject each other, then they're definitely different. That makes sense to me. I think that'd be good.
Well, so that's a weird thing, right? I actually have I had a coral I fragged from the same mother colony, and I placed them next to each other, and they never fused. And then and what happened is one took on a whole different color variation than the other. I have it on my Instagram going back like a year maybe, if you guys have time to go back. It's just crazy. I'm like, there's no way I would I have the picture when I first started, when they were fragged, they look identical, and when they grew out, they just became different. So that's really strange, I mean, that's worth probably looking into for the scientific community.
For sure.
Get out there, and then you guys should do your little science to figure it out what's going on there.
Well, you said something earlier that I thought was a great thing. There's a lot of ways to reef scientifically and visually, or a combination of the two. And you said you're more of a visual reefer. And I actually think that's probably the most important way for people to especially grow sticks, is to visually observe your corals. And once you understand the corals, you should know whether they're happy from day to day, hour to hour, and that's actually more important than chasing any kind of numbers or anything that is spewed out right now. But visually looking at your corals is by far the easiest way for you to determine whether or not your tank is in good shape or not. They'll tell you everything you need to know. And,
yeah, I agree. That's what I've been telling people too. I told people like our alkalinity is sometimes dipped down all the way to 5 to 6 in alkalinity in our system, but we don't actively correct that actually. And I don't know the science behind it, but I just look at the coral, they just pee out everything, and we're like, all right, maybe it's not gonna manifest its problem till a couple of weeks later, but we let it run for 2 months. It's the same thing. So, and then we have also other tanks that run at 8, the standard, the traditionally agreed on 8 DKH, or 7 DKH, and then they look great as well. So I believe there's a lot more in play than just one parameter or one number. Plus, alkalinity is not even a number of anything, right? Alkalinity is not even on the periodic table. So exactly. it's like a combination of different things that's going on to tell you the health of the system. So I think there's a lot more. Like sometimes, I think one number can does not tell the whole story. So exactly. By trying to tweak that area of reefing, and then you can impact like 5 other different things. So I think like the ICP testing is great. There's a lot of advancement in terms of the science behind reefing. Like I know we're talking about like bacteria now, a lot about the biomics of the system, and it for a non-scientific guy like me, it just becomes a little bit overwhelming at times. And sometimes it's like, what, I just don't want to look at those numbers. I don't want to think about it. Let me just go back to the basics, look at my system, because people have been successful in reefing for like the past 20, 30 years too. And there's got, there's certain practices that have been established, that works. And if you follow those practices, you're 95% of the time, you'll be all right. And then other 5% of the time, that's when you ICP and figure it out, what may be the outlier issues with your tank, So yeah, I mean, get to know your tank and you know your tank best, right? We only know your own tank best, like, so it could be reefing different way, different parameters, just work. They all work as long as you keep up with your husbandry and do your water change.
It's okay to reef different. That's everyone
exactly.
thinks there's one way to do it, and you got to do it this way because that's what the best people do. And some of the coolest tanks I've seen are people that do really weird stuff or try something new. And I mean, that's part of doing the old school and getting that right. And then once you've got it down, that little tinkering aspect where you're like, what if I do this instead, can sometimes can yield some pretty cool results. I think and then talking about it with people, having a community, like you talked about how tapped in you are at the local community and other vendors and stuff. And I think that's super important with trying to bring the hobby forward. Like this conversation right here is talking about smoothies and stuff, or like how to frag stuff. I mean, that's there might be people in the chat that go and take and run with that and develop a whole new thing. Who knows?
Yeah. It's a small community, to believe it or not. And,
it is.
And there's one of the things that we're doing with not to pluck the reefing bit, but is to uplift I think having a thriving marketplace because I go around and buy corals. I go wrap. I'm more excited about buying than selling because I just go around. I mean, if anybody watching that know me at Wrap, they know, we go around, we buy corals from vendors. They got great coral. We just want to amass a selection for ourselves. But through doing that, we create long, lasting relationships, with the other LFS too. So I enjoyed that part. There's a lot to learn, like. As far as I'm concerned, I'm still a student of the game. I watch you. I mean, I'm a lurker behind all your guys' live streams. I don't necessarily come on comment, but I make sure I catch up. I have an hour and a half commute one way to the shop every day, and that's what I do. I listen to the podcast, and there's a lot to be learned. Just to take in all this information and see how that applies in your day to day. And why is my tank doing this? But they say you can do that. Then I try to do that, and it doesn't work. So now I set up a tank in my house, but it's just like I call it the lab, where I can just play around with things that hopefully does not affect the business side of the door, right? So constantly learning, and this is great. What you're doing here with the 24 hours is great too, Salem. So that's why when you asked me, I'm like, I just looked at my calendar. As long as I can make it, I'll make it. Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks for coming on, man. Like I said, I like talking to you. Like the last time we talked, remember you were talking to me about how you were adding different fish to your tanks because their poop had different trace elements instead of having to dose the traces. I was like, that's the coolest thing ever, dude.
There's a paper that was put out. Someone did a testing the dry weight of certain reef fishes to test their macro and micronutrients. And then for the non-scientific guy and me, once I saw the keywords, zinc, manganese, cobalt, I'm like, I looked at my Rouge bottles. I'm like, this is what I'm dosing, and I'm like, so then you think back in 15 years ago when people said, hey, my corals, the colors aren't there, they're kind of light. And what is the most common answer? Add more fish, feed more, right? So it just clicked. I'm like, all right, so you add more fish, the fish digest the algae, they break it down into absorbable nutrient for the corals. It all makes sense. So, and I looked at this our system at the store, we just packed it out with fish. Our fish are nice and fat and healthy. The tank, the water behind me, that was taken at night. That's why there's no fish. But that tank has a lot of large fish in there. And it just makes, I'm like, you know what? All these like micro dosing and nutrient, maybe it just needs to be present in the system. Not to say into that certain precise number, but it just needs to be present within range. And then your system should be able to benefit from that. So that paper, I think I sent that article to you. So I can send it to you, Chris, as well. It's pretty
good. Please.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I was gonna say, like, I think you're right that there's no need to chase those numbers. Like, as long as you've got some going in, if you're not, I mean, okay, chase the number if you've got 50 ppm of copper in your tank, like nothing's gonna live. Like if you've overdosed, it's a problem. But if it's going in, I think you're okay. And I think a lot of people are like, I mean, like a lot of the hardcore moonshiners, I'm like, how do you have time with like this much, like a quarter drop of molybdenum a day? Of like, I can't do it, man. I don't have the time.
That was the thing that, when I first started, going down the rabbit hole of minor and trace elements about 5 years ago, I wanted to be the guy that was able to balance my elements and get them dialed in so there was no discrepancies on an ICP test. And, I played with that for years, and we achieved it for literally, I think it was a month and a half, 2 months. And then it was like, okay, everything's getting out of whack again. I haven't changed my dosing. I'm like, you know what? I'm done. And I took Jake's advice, even though he didn't give it to me at the time, because it was years before that. You're adding it. Why are you trying to chase those numbers? I'm like, because I want to. Well, I don't chase the numbers anymore. I just know that the concoction that we're adding of minor and trace elements is ideal because it did balance my system out at one point, and now it's not. And I don't care because I know for a fact that I'm adding all the minor and trace elements that are found in seawater that are tested for. They're there, but they just might not be in the concentrations that are necessary. And honestly, as long as they're present, you're good to go.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I tinker with the moonshiner methods. I think it has its merits for depends on the type of person you are. Not even the reefer, but the type of person you are. There was a certain element of fun in dosing. I felt like it brought me closer to the tank. I did it to the store I sat in, there's a desk I sat in, and then there's a tank next to me. So I use that as my candidate because I'm always sitting here and I look to my left, that's the tank. So I can just if I I can dose it, I can test it, I can look at it every day. So I think it made a lot of sense in that scenario. But having said that, the best tank in the store is the one that's been abused the most. I tell everyone that it's no secret. The one with the 4-inch detritus bed that gets shipped, gets constant water change. I think the water change is what really helped that tank. I always try to wonder, right? Not just people asking me, I'm like, why does this tank do what it's doing? Why does tank, behave the way it does? I just like this is a tank that we sell because the color we sell the most out of this tank. Therefore, we remove the most amount of water. Therefore, it gets the most amount of water change. It's. I think that could be it. That might just be it.
I think you hit the nail on the head because we have at ACI, we're wholesale. We have our import wild systems, and I have one system that we pack 95+% of all the corals out of. So when we're collecting our orders for the day and pulling them, they go into this other system, and that system gets 50 to 100 gallons in water changes a day, depending on how busy we are. And that system also has the biggest detritus bed in the sump because we do a lot less work to it. And I think that reason why that detritus bed doesn't affect that system and the corals in it is because we're constantly changing water in it. And I think you're exactly right. And that's going to be the reason why your detritus bed in your sump doesn't bother that system out. But I would bet you that if you stopped packing on a daily basis or weekly or however often you do it and you just let it go and did a monthly water change on the system, you would start seeing repercussions of that detritus bed at some point. I mean, because then you wouldn't have that constant change of removing the DOC that is being created by that detritus bed. But
right. So
if it's working, keep doing it, bro.
Yeah, right. So I'm not sure would say that the detritus bed, because my display tank also has a detritus bed too.
Okay.
But I actually think that because there's so much corals in there that they just become a nutrient sink by itself. That water change just helps replenish whatever it's taken up, and helps it, continue on. I actually think that there's something in it. I just can't. Maybe I'll send one to Salem, send a sample to Salem. Maybe he can test it out, see what's in it. But there's the detritus also not, they're not made the same either. They're detritus that stink when you pick it up, and the detritus that smells like ocean, and the ones that don't smell. So the detritus in my sum is the ones that don't smell, and then but the detritus that collect in other tanks that were recycling out just stink. So I think there's some kind of stuff going on in there that we're not understanding. Just detritus, but they're different types of them too.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna mail you a test. I want to see. I'm very curious. I've got plenty. I'll mail you one. But yeah, that's like the funniest thing that I feel so like crazy when I say this, and I don't talk about it that often. But there's a good tank smell. There's like those tanks, you smell it and it smells like you're at like not like a beach with red tide, but like that good ocean. Another tank you smell it, it's like what? It's like rotten, man. There's definitely a smell thing with the observation for sure.
Yeah, just try cleaning the overflow once in a while. Empty it out.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about.
I can walk into my facility and tell if there's something not right by the smell of the air in the warehouse. And usually when I have that, there's a specific smell when you get dinos popping up. I'm like, all right, I got to go check my iron levels. We're going to send an ICP off. And sure enough, it's usually that particular species of dinoflagellate that my iron is deficient in. because I forgot to refill my concoction of minor and traces.
That's crazy.
Dude,
Wow.
it's insane. And then when I see the dinoflagellates that are growing this particular strain, I can go in and grab a bottle of the isolate FE and pull up the amount that's necessary for a full dose in that system, put it in, and the next day come in and the dinoflagellates are virtually gone, and the smell in the air is gone as well. And it's kind of crazy because that's just something I knew about because of Gene from Reef Labs. He had the same thing happen. His display tank in his lab had gotten dinos in it, and he's like, what the heck's going on? And he also had just run an ICP that day, and he's like, oh, my iron level's low. So he dumped the iron level in, the correct amount of iron in the system. He left, came back 24 hours later, all the dinos were gone, and the smell that was in the room was completely gone. That's how we learned that certain dinoflagellate species, and I wish I knew what species it was so I could blurt it out there, but I got to actually collect it the next time I smell it. If I remember, that's my biggest problem. I smell it and I dose it, and then it's gone, and I don't get the sample off so that Salem or somebody else can get down to species level for us so that we say, okay, you have this species of dino, add iron to your system, and that species of dino will disappear. It's kind of wild.
Wow. Yeah, you should definitely write something up about that. That's pretty good information.
Need to do it.
Yeah.
Mine
that's
was
my first time hearing it too.
Yeah, I've not heard dinos. Mine, like when I smelt stuff. So when I first got into the DOC stuff, my tank was like so filthy. I didn't even understand organic carbon. I didn't know about it. And my tank had algae. Coral looked great, but like it was dirty and it had that nasty tank smell. So as I started chasing DOC and doing more water changes and running carbon, removing the algae, I slowly saw that phase shift happen where like turf algae started to die off. And instead I started to get a bunch of coralline that grew, and the corals started to grow faster and look better. And as my DOC decreased, that the microbiome changed and the smell changed from bad to good. So I think, so I know there's a lot of papers. So a lot of stressed corals and stuff will produce sulfur-based compounds. Like that's that dead acro smell is a chemical called DMSP. So if you got a healthy microbiome, the really good families of bacteria like Pelagibacter eat DMSP. So I bet that tank smell, there's your microbiome test.
Yeah, there you go.
Save some money and sell your tank. That might be it, man.
Specifically, when you feed myces, that smell after feeding myces.
Yeah.
That's my favorite smell.
Yep.
Of the
There's something that smells, man. I don't. Yeah, Christoph's in here. He's got his new organic chemistry test. He says, let's look at smells. We need to, everyone that's got a really nasty smelling tank, we need to send a sample to Christoph and send a microbiome test off. We need to figure it out.
We need to get a bunch of people that are seasoned reefers together and have them at a show. Everybody's blindfolded, and all we do is we smell particular smells of the reef aquarium and see who can identify most of those smells or all of those smells. That would kind of be a fun little thing to do at a show sometime.
Oh, it's called reef tasting.
Yeah. Dude, forget the it's like that. Who's that guy that can taste he can taste the salinity of the water? What's that guy's name? Have you seen him?
Me?
I
do it all the time. I can taste the water and tell you if it's right on the money or if it's low or high.
Or a wrap or something. They gave him a water sample and they said, all right, guess the salinity. He went and tasted it and he was like on the money. They like made it like a weird, it wasn't 1.025. It was like 2.8 or something. He was like, yeah, it's like 2.8. He knew it, man. It's crazy.
I'm pretty good with that too. That's actually, my wife's hearing me right now, but I actually walk around sometimes when I question when I get my salinity test results at the end of the day. I'll walk around and be like, well, why is that saying, this testing out this low? And I'll go stick my finger in the tank. I'm like, damn, it is low. And then go back and figure out, okay, it's 2 points low, but why is it 2 points low? And then I realized that my sodium hydroxide bottle is empty.
When you run a store with many tanks, that's what you do. When you have a spill on the floor and you don't know where it's coming from, you just dip your finger. Is this RO or is this tank? And my guys call me crazy, but because when you can't find the source of the leak, that's where you got that instantly eliminates all the choices for you. Yeah,
100%.
So we've got about 10 minutes left here. And there's one final thing I wanted to talk about, which we mentioned earlier. And Kenny, your observation was the exact same as something Chris and I were talking about earlier. And that is smoothies really have few polyps. They've got a lot fewer polyps. And Chris and I were talking the same. That's probably why they struggle. And my thought is, if they're deeper in the water, they're closer to like where all the plankton upwells at night. So maybe we need to treat them more like NPS or something and really try to feed them more. And you've got a lot of success with smoothies. You got great ones. Do you guys feed them anything? Or what are you doing? No?
We don't feed them. We don't feed the corals specifically, but we feed the hell out of the fish. I always struggle with not having enough food in the tank for the fish to eat, but then feeding. So that's what I'm talking about. One thing you can't talk about this without talking about flow, because the flow is what's going to deliver the nutrient to the food to the corals, or the fish poop to the corals. So if you feed a lot, make sure you have adequate flow to just disperse that around the tank. Or if you have too much enough flow but you're not feeding the tank, then that's not gonna do anything. So I have one of those 8x3 by 12-inch tubs from Pentair, and I have 10 power heads in there, and 10 power heads in there.
Yeah.
So 4 in the bottom of the corner, 2 in the middle, and then 4 more when we're not packing. And because there's a rack of acros in the middle, so I need to deliver flow from underneath the rack. I deliver flow from over the rack, but because it's 8 feet, I need to deliver flow in the middle as well. So that's why I have 10 power heads. And then when the guys are packing, we turn off the top 4 so that we get a smooth surface to look for corals, but the flow is still kicking. That's why I'm able to you can look through when the top flows off, I can still look through the glass. I mean the water surface, and I see the polyps still dancing, but the guys can still pull corals out. So that's the reason for that. So that's mainly to deliver whatever that there is need to be delivered throughout the entire tank, and to feed the hell out of it. That's basically how I approach it, But yeah, I don't feed a coral. I don't talk and feed the corals. That's an interesting question too. To follow up on that, there's been a lot of video footage of corals eating, like the NPS eating, anemones eating, but the only time I've seen SPS polyps eating is on Nature Show by David Attenborough, and they were eating live zooplankton.
Yes.
Right, and in the microscopic fashion. In the hobby, I've never seen anyone able to capture a footage of SPS polyps eating anything that we put in the tank. So that's why I don't talk and feed SPS, unless I'm able to see sometimes someone come up with a footage saying, "Oh, look, they're literally grabbing it and eating it." So yeah, so that's there you go.
I didn't really observe it either until I started actually physically getting more into feeding the fenbendazole flake to the systems and feeding to the acros. And specifically, I was very curious about whether or not the acropora polyps were actually grabbing the fenbendazole flake and ingesting it. And I didn't videotape it. I'm horrible at that. I should. I visually look at it. I visually saw it. I've seen, especially with the acros with larger polyps, such as the tenuis and the milioporas, you can physically see them grab and pull it back into the corallite. And obviously, when it came back out, it had disappeared. But I've never sat there long enough to see how long it actually takes for them to ingest it. But I've seen them grab and pull stuff in.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I've seen them grab stuff, but I've never seen them actually ingesting anything. Like I would see like the dendrils or like the LPS.
I guess now that you said, I didn't physically see them ingest it, but when the polyp disappeared within the corallite, I figured that's when it was doing the ingesting, and I walk away. I mean, I'd love to sit around with a microscope or a magnifying glass or whatnot and watch my corals 24 hours a day, but that just doesn't, run a business.
I was talking to Thurman. Thurman is a friend. He also grows really, really beautiful sticks. And then he tells me that he was feeding phytoplankton. And that's why I raised the question, do you actually see them eating it? But he did say that there's paper out there stating that there's evidence of SPS actually ingesting phytoplankton. Is that true? I mean, they are too small to see. That's why maybe we haven't seen footage of it.
Yeah, I think that we have the wrong micron size of food. So I've seen studies of phytoplankton and bacteria plankton. There's like 3 families of bacteria, then phyto. I would guess that they're eating really small, like really small pod types of things, like ostracods. And there's some like protozoans, like ciliates, that a lot of corals will eat. So my thought is we probably need someone like Taras to go out to a reef and sieve it and get a bunch of the really tiny stuff no one's culturing, and he needs to culture it, and that's probably the ultimate coral food. There's probably some little ciliate or something smaller than rotifers, smaller than pods, that could be broadcast fed to systems and would be like the dream coral food. So like really small zooplankton. But I mean, maybe those things are in our tanks, but a lot of people run filter socks. They run, about everything. So
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know,
yeah.
man.
No, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that SPS are heterotrophic feeders because they have polyps for a reason, and
Yeah.
they
Exactly.
grab onto food, but they just can't ingest it. So
oh wait, you can go, Chris, if you want to. I
No,
have a
you
crazy
go
one.
ahead.
This will
Well,
be go
real
ahead, yeah.
quick, I was just going to say that that's the reason when Chris opened up Captain Made Aquaculture, he and I talked about the food and that he was going to be producing, and he has 3 different types of food. He has the Invigorate Reef, which is really fine powder that is designed for small polyp stony corals. And when you put it into, like, you take a teaspoon of it and put it in a liter of water, you can see all the little really fine particulates floating around in there. But then when you take the Integrate Planktivore, which is, I forget the micron size. I think the Invigorate is 0.2 micron, no, 2 microns up, and then up to 100 microns. And then the Invigorate or the Integrate Reef is like 50 microns up to 500 microns. So having different size foods is, I think, key. And then having them isolated apart so that people that are feeding their systems, if it's an SPS dominant tank, you want to Invigorate Reef. You don't want Integrate Planktivore, so I think that's important. And I think that Chris hit the nail on the head. Wow, sorry about that. Didn't mean to go too long with that one. We got 2 minutes left already, dude.
We got a new food that we might all try. Dong sent me a paper, and he said, look at this. I've been doing it, and I get a feeding response. He's been dosing fish sauce. Like fish sauce you cook with. So I started thinking about, and there's a paper to where they were, I can't remember the species, but they had Acropora, and they were doing a feeding trial. So they used live brine shrimp and they used fish sauce, and they compared the growth rates. And live brine, like, it didn't even grow them. There was actually negative growth. They receded in growth over 3 months. But fish sauce, the acros were growing of this one species. So I started thinking about it. I'm like, holy shit. So that's going to give them like all their vitamins and amino acids. But fish sauce is fermented too. So if it's not pasteurized, you're probably adding like a bunch of bacteria. It'd be kind of like the concoction, that Alan Vo had. But it'd be like a mass-produced, quality-controlled version of that. And it's from fish that are fermented. So it might even be, some marine species of bacteria that you're feeding to the acros. So I might start fish sauce dosing.
That's hard to believe. I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff in there. Like, I think fish sauce, there's a lot of sodium. I don't know. Like,
who knows?
It's a weird one.
Oil. Yeah.
It's
don't
a
go out there
idea.
feeding fish sauce yet, but let's see that.
Kenny,
that's Dong.
Kenny, thank you so much for coming on here. We really appreciate it. I can't believe it's another hour has gone past. Enjoyed chatting with you. We definitely need to hook up and do some trading on some corals and
absolutely.
Bank some stuff at my place. I'll bank some more stuff at your place, and we'll make that happen here in the very near future. But we really appreciate you coming on and talking about sticks and your experiences and about how you maintain your beautiful reef tanks.
Oh, glad to be on. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, we got to do a longer one. That was fun. We just scratched the surface. So,
yep.
Sure thing.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you, Kenny. Have a good one, buddy.
Bye.
All right. We've done our next hour, people. Thank you all for tuning in. We're about 150 people right now, which is awesome. Very thankful for that. Make sure to go follow Kenny and Pieces of the Ocean and Reef and Bid. He's got great coral, great guy. And if you want to support things like this, be sure to like and subscribe to the Novel Aquatics and ACI Aquaculture YouTube channels. Give us a like on this stream, share it. And if you want to support our endeavor to do this, I posted a link in the chat. Be sure to buy some merchandise, go donate, be a member on Ko-Fi. All that stuff helps me afford to eat. So yeah, that's that one. So we're going to do, this is going to be a pretty fun one, I think. We're going to talk about kind of the future of coral sales and how the retail market has changed. And I thought, who better to do that than two people that have certainly taken over the live sale game. So we're going to have Patrick Donegan of Aquariums Wholesale. He does a lot of Facebook auctions, and Bobby Moon of Kush Corals, who is huge on Twitch and cross-platform. So I got to excuse myself again. The monsters are getting to me. And then as soon as I'm done, we'll have them on.
Sounds good. I'll take that quick hiatus too. I'll be right back.
All right. Let's see. All right. Hour 6, people. How are we doing? Probably going to start getting some people from overseas right now. I'll wait for Chris to come back, and we'll put on Bobby and Pat, and we will have a pretty good conversation there. What's everyone's favorite talk been so far? What are we liking? And what people do you want to see again next year when we, or probably, I guess, in December when we do this again? Who should we have on again? There's Isaac, Chris's son. All of them. Okay, everyone's liked the guests so far. About 2 monsters deep. Gonna probably need some food pretty soon. I think I have my break at 7, so. All right, here's Chris. You're still
all right,
muted.
ready.
There you go.
Yep,
all right.
Ready to go.
Yep, let's add him in. All right, without further ado, we have Bobby Moon and Patrick Donegan. Patrick just got up, and he's going to come back, I think. So,
what up?
He's got the heavyweight champion here, Bobby.
What's up?
What's good? What's poppin'?
How you guys doing?
Guys? What's going on?
All right,
good to
what's
see
going
you.
on? How are you guys? How you feeling? How are you? 6 hours in?
6 hours.
6 hours in. No big deal.
Quarter of the way.
Oh, let's go. Thanks for having us.
Right.
Yeah, man. Definitely.
Yeah, so let's say we wanted to have you guys on. Say we've had plenty of talks with store owners and things like that. But, you know, I think the coral game is really changing with how technology has evolved. So we wanted to have you two on to represent how that coral game is changing and what 21st century coral marketing really looks like. So I know both of you have owned a retail store in the past, but now you're doing this full time online. So maybe tell us, you know, your story about how you transitioned from that retail environment to where you're at now and what that transition's looked like. We'll start with you, Bobby.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. Thank you guys. Chris, Salem, I know it's not easy to stream. I stream a lot, but not that many hours. So I appreciate you guys for having me on the show. I appreciate Patrick for being the panelist with me there. Hopefully audio and everything sounds good. Make sure you guys let me know. And thank you to all the people who were on the stream before, man. Talk about legendary. I can't wait to see who else comes on the stream. But man,
there he is.
It has been an awesome stream. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, definitely. There's Patrick. He's back.
Sorry, man.
Here we go.
Nope,
We got
no
it.
worries.
What's up? Cool.
Did you
Sorry,
hear
man.
Did you hear the question I got to ask, or did you cut out?
No, it cut out. What's going on?
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so I was basically saying we're having this to basically talk to people how the coral industry has changed towards more live seal format and stuff. So we are going to have you two kind of detail what it was like owning a shop, what this is like, and then how you've transitioned between the two. So Bobby was about to start his, and then you'll go
Perfect.
after that.
Oh, okay. What's up, Patrick? Thanks for being here too, man. I was just saying thanks to everybody who was on the panel and putting it together. The subject matter of what you guys had me on, I thought was pretty cool because this is something that's obviously, pretty near and dear to my heart. It's pretty much my whole life. I did own a shop. To break it down, not to go into the whole history of Kush Corals or anything, but I was a shop owner. And I just basically started seeing the writing on the wall where the more time I put into online, I was more successful, moving more stuff, doing better. And the more time that I spent in the store, it was going the other way. So it wasn't really that hard to figure out for me. I'm going to invest in the internet. I see it happening in all these other industries around me. This is the future. And then now it's turned into where I can literally click on a button. I'm in the Kush Coral studio right here, and we could go live at any time and sell corals 1 a.m. if somebody wants to buy some corals. So for me, it's taken over. We ended up getting rid of our store just for that reason. It was a couple other reasons. Our building was sold to the town that we had. We didn't own the building like most store owners don't, which is another thing that's over our head. Just like every other store owner has all these things over their head. Not to mention overhead, the price of everything and employees. And for me, it was just like I seen the writing on the wall. And I'm not a big tech guy, but I did see the future in being able to talk to people one-on-one. And obviously the internet, I think this conversation for me is past a website. Patrick and I both do something similar, but there is distinctions. But that is to say that now the future to me is not just having a web page. It's the live button. It's the community. So in short, that's pretty much my thought on the state of where everything is at. I think everything is going to keep evolving into things just like we're doing right here. That's why I'm so happy that you had me on the show, to be honest with you. So
well, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, what was your journey like, Pat? I was there for part of it for sure. Pat was my local fish store. So when I was like 10, I went to his shop, and he's been like, I worked for him for a little bit doing the live sale stuff with him. So it's he's been around forever, at least in Kansas. So yeah, he's been. What's it like? What was it like?
I'm the king of Kansas, I've been called. Whoa. Well, I when I moved to California when I was 21. Started a life out there and really love fish tanks. So met this person called Foy from Industrial Aquarium Masters. And I would go up there and pick up tanks, sell them out of my garage while I cleaned carpet down in San Diego. And I started filling a bunch of tanks, started getting salt water, doing this, that, started making some money, this, that. I'm like, hey, let's set up a store on El Cajon Boulevard in the hood. So we did that for a while. It was really tough. I had Pat Hurley down there doing business and stuff. So I hung in for about 6 years, and then decided to, it's time to go back to Kansas. That's where I was born. So I came back here, did the same exact thing, cleaning carpet, $100 an hour, pay the bills. And then bought tanks, called up Poi. She sent me a container. Then I set up a store at I set up a little store after my house. I started at my house. Everybody starts your house. Then I went to the Great Mall for 10 years. And I was really into fish, but I was at the mall and people are like, where's the gerbils? So I had birds and snakes, and I still have 300 snakes, and I'm not a snake person, but hey, we got 300 freaking snakes, you know what I mean? Ball pythons. But that's all. And then, then they closed the store down after 10 years. They said, we're tearing the mall down. Mall is a thing of the past. So I'm like, well, storefront's not. So I'm moving over to the place right about 3 miles away, there for 10 years. Doing good, no more, just fish. But I did, freshwater. Then they're going to build a freeway right through my store. 10 years later, the only way to get rid of me is to build something or tear it down. So now, and the state's supposed to pay me some money to move, but that's, here and there. I'm still waiting on that, but we'll see. But main thing is that now I'm at my house. So waiting on this, waiting on that, and looking for a new place that's going to cost me twice as much for half the space. man, I was just like, well, let me just get it home. Let me get this farm thing going. That's what I love. So we've got 4,300 gallons at the house. We've got 19 different systems between my fiance and soon-to-be wife, Hillary Harris Donegan, and I. So we have, she has like 6 systems. So I put in a bunch of 8-footers, 10-foot, just my whole basement's filled. My constant job, part-time job is dehumidifying, empty man. I'm picking them up and emptying them out, picking them up and emptying them out. So that's what we're doing now. We're farming, and I really got back to what I love. This is what I got into it. Not, oh no, not that goldfish. I want that one. Oh, I just, no more crickets for me, no more goldfish for me, and I'm just gonna enjoy farming for a while, and then maybe next year think about, maybe, setting up another one. I don't know. I mean, I always thought that you had to have a store to be relevant, you know what I mean? Because it's so hard to get a store, so hard to keep it, so expensive, the overhead, the sales tax, Kansas state sales tax is probably coming right now. Just kidding, I'm even. But what I mean is it's tough so much. I had, one time I had too many employees. You were there, you helped me. I mean, Salem used to be my right-hand guy. He would identify, he still comes into the stream every once in a while, and I'm like, Salem, what is this, Zoa? What's this? What's this? And he helps me, and boom, double it. I get twice as much money. So, but unfortunately, Salem's too busy right now to help a little 55-year-old man like me with my live auctions anymore. But that's kind of what I'm doing right now, just chilling. I know one thing is that Bobby, there's LAX, a couple other people I won't even mention, but Bobby was an inspiration. When I saw him, doing his thing, and then they wanted to, not allow him to do his thing the way he does his thing. And he just said, oh, I'm going to do this other thing. You know what I mean? And I'm like, that's my guy. That's my guy right there. Bobby is a legend in my eyes, as far as he was doing it before I was doing it. I went when COVID came, I'd already done a couple things here, and then COVID, it was like, boom, you know what I mean? We're doing $20,000 auctions in a Saturday night. You know what I mean? But we go 5-6 hours though. So every Wednesday, usually, this week I'm in Cali. We're doing Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. We did Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and tonight we're going, I can show you some stuff real quick. I'm at my brother's place up here in Cali. I just travel around. I go to, maybe I'll go to Chris's sometime. I bought from Chris, got some beautiful anemones, got a lot of nice frags. Chris is the man. And he knows how hard farming is, I mean, how in one instant, we're out here, the wife's out here with me, and she took off. We had a problem with the apex, this tank's doing this and that. I'm telling you what, she was on the red eye, shoo, and now she's doing water changes. And I got 2 guys that went from 4 employees to 2. So they're now helping out, but they don't work weekends. So guess what? The tanks, they don't care if you're working or not. Thank God for apex equipment. I'm looking for the new Coral View 1 to come out finally. But anyway, enough about this, that. I got ADHD a little bit, and it's my first kind of deal here. So, so I'm not, just right now when the screen went off, it's because somebody was calling me. So don't call me, because if you call me, it's going to block my ass out. So if you call me, I'll never sell to you, and I won't be a friend. That's what I was trying to do it. I'm like, man, I got it. Don't call me. Anyway, love you guys, man. Love you guys. And I think it's time for me to have a Starbucks.
Well, thanks for guys both for coming on here. What I love about both of you is you guys are your own people. You don't let people influence who you are. You could care less about what people think about you. And that's the important thing. That's me. I could care less what other people think about me. I'd say what I say, and I don't want to sugarcoat anything. It's just talking about the reality of life and what you do. And you guys both do that on your streams. And right. I love that, because you get what you get. You never know what you're going to get. And it's always interesting. And that's what gets people coming back to both of you.
Believe it. Can I say something real quick? Man, I appreciate the kind words. That's awesome. I appreciate Patrick's hustle. I didn't know all of the story and stuff like that. A lot of times you stay in your own bubble. I don't even think people know who I am. So I'm like, the fact that he even said that, I thought that was really awesome. I admire his hustle too. And that kind of is a theme with some of the stream that I've seen here, where everybody's saying, you can reef your own way. You can sell your own way. This is the age of the internet where the businesses can be formed your own way. I could call it Kush Corals. Didn't do me any favors for a couple of years, but now being myself and everybody knows the brand, it's helped me. So I think some of the theme is, that the only thing that you actually have that nobody else has, we all have the same 24 hours. yeah, we all have different unique attributes, but we all have ourselves. And like, if you're trying to be somebody else, you're just not going to be anybody. If you can't stand out, you're going to blend in. It's cliche shit, but it is what it is. I think that's awesome that Pat also seen the writing on the wall where he's like, man, I'm making more money here and I could downsize here. Why wouldn't I do it? But then people get the mistake where they think like, well, I'm going to do it once a week. And it's like, it takes so much grind and dedication to build a community and build an audience that people quickly find out that it's just like anything else. It takes a long time to achieve any type of success, you know? So I appreciate those kind words. There's people in the chat saying I inspired them. Look, dude, just like with these guys, they're trying to inspire each other with all the crazy stuff that you've seen on this stream. I'm the same way. I want to inspire you guys to make better content and stream more and do more stuff because I see you and I go, I'm inspired because they're doing it. So it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy that we need to keep rolling. So
yeah, I think Tian said it best here. I think it's really just about community. And I mean, this is the writing on the wall we've been touching on. I think the LFS might not last that much longer, you know, with e-commerce and stuff. I don't know.
I get flamed for saying that. I get flamed for saying it every time I do.
I don't want that to happen because it's a great place, but this is probably this is the digital LFS is like these types of streams is probably, that's how you get help. That's how you buy coral. And you can talk to you or Pat or whoever is streaming, and they can. It's the same thing as having a walk-in business.
On your own time, you could talk to other customers. You can only talk to another customer in a local store if they're in the store at the same time. You could see like this person has a bad reputation. This person does this good, but it also makes the competition harder because you know the barrier to entry is so low. But I wanted to throw that in there. So
yeah,
I think that that your local fish store, even though it is, you know, not as many as there was, and whether it's due to, you know, cost of having one, operating one, or the competition now. So I remember when I had a store and I'd be buying, I'm not going to mention any companies, not like corals, but like dry goods, you know, big companies, you know, I got a storefront and they're coming to my place to bring me, let's say, a big aquarium that I made 10% on. $3,000 aquarium. And I'm selling it for $3,500, let's say. They're going to this other guy's place, two, 3 blocks down the road, who took a sale from me because they're giving him the same exact price, and he's an attorney during the day and gets the same price as me. So I think once that started happening, so I chose not to buy from that place, you know, anymore. But stuff like that was so that makes it tough, but you have, and because I think you really need a store in your town, you know, hopefully to get your water, to talk to people. Not everyone's on the internet, you know, and to go and, you know, look, just fish, mainly fish, invertebrates. I mean, I know you can ship all that stuff, but I mean, you can look at the fish, you can see the fish. And so I'm going to do some quarantine in my basement. I got all these tanks we got from Matt Corona at Refrac, all those divided ones, and I'm just going to run a straight quarantine. I'm going to have a few fish, you know, people come over, pick up their auction winnings. I'm going to be open to the public. And so I'm going to see what it's like not doing that. But I mean, if somebody wants to come over and get, you know, some $1 a gallon RO or salt water, 50 cents a gallon and RO water, they better be picking up $100 order from the stream. And then I'll give them some water. And if they want that certain ghost shrimp, if they want me to catch that certain ghost shrimp for them for a quarter, I'll give them a net, I'll give them a bag, and I'll go back and watch the game up on the second floor. You know what I mean? So I'm looking forward to it. Plus, I get to travel. I've been in California probably 4 weeks out of the last 7 weeks, just cruising around doing auctions. We went to Coral Farmers Market on last week. I think I picked up about 800 frags, all designer, SPS, ZOAs, rainbow chalice, all kind. I can show you some in a little bit if you want to see it. Some of it's still here. I shipped a lot of it back, but my brother over here is fighting me for some of it because, you know, I saw some of Bobby's stuff here too. Bobby, that carpet was tight, bro. With all it looked like there was sponge coming out of that carpet. That was a good one.
It must be nice to not have a bunch of kids and stay at home and be able to travel all the time and just go live on your phone. Now, let me say, not to catch disparities.
I put my kids, both my boys work for me. They work for me. They're paying their dad back.
Well, let me push back first on what you said about the aquarium. Maybe my view is a little bit more pessimistic, but I don't think the local fish stores are going to last. I think those same problems that you said you had in the store, those still also happen online. The guy who's a lawyer can still start up a Facebook page and go live just as best as you can.
Yeah.
Maybe they can't go into the wholesalers like you do and push a button. And therein lies a little bit of a distinction between a live stream and a live. Somebody who goes live on their phone and somebody who puts a whole show together, which is a stream. I just want to make that distinction because the future is what we're talking about in this subject matter. And to me, just like we're talking about, everybody can reef and sell their own way. What I try to do is have that distinction from other people and do stuff differently. So I'm glad you get to check on my stuff while it's out there. Make sure it's growing and looking colorful, okay?
Yeah. Hey, I tell you what. I was over here trying to do some stuff, and Karen comes out of nowhere, and I'm like, what happened? And then all of a sudden, I see Bobby Moon on there. I'm like, damn! I came all the way to Cali, and I still got sniped by Moon.
Hey, come on, man. Let me get a little bit of love.
I was here. I was hugging the wife, and she was picking out Donnie's or something. He's over there. I'm like, what? He spent 5,000 in 5 minutes.
The FOMO is real. And speaking of FOMO, that's something that you in this industry, like I said in the beginning, I think a flat website, just having a website at this point for where we're at, not maybe where ACI is. That's a little bit different. But for like a retailer or a seller for us, for me, I'd see that just the flat website is dead. I think that those days are over. So I'm even past. Yes, there will always be a store. Yes, there will always be people who have websites because you always have to tell people the exception doesn't make the rule. But I think where the industry is going is just what we're doing. And I think the arbitrage that you're making of going to the actual places and using, you don't have to buy every piece when you're there. I know what you're doing over there. It's fucking smart. It's what I would be doing too. And I just think that we're trying to use those edges that we have as competitors and just business people, not competitors to each other, but competitors to ourselves to be better at being a business person, which is part of it. Some people don't like that part, that what we do is profitable. And a lot of people on this stream, on this 24-hour stream, which has been awesome, it's totally different. We're a business. Some of these people are researchers, and the angle that they come from it is not always the same. And sometimes they may look down on things. And I get that, I think, sometimes in the industry. But I want people to know, I think some of our place is we have to help move some of these corals. We can't have Chris just sitting on corals for 3 months, get a shipment here. We have to be a business and keep product moving. That's the lifeblood of any business. So anytime people want to try to make us feel bad for making money on corals, they don't see the losses. They don't see the deaths. They don't see that this is the oil that makes this engine work, you know?
Puff, puff, give, right? What you got to do is if we're not moving all these corals, then these guys are going to be sitting on the same inventory. You know what I mean? By the way, Chris, I need a price list, brother. Come on. I need to get that login.
I got
Come on, man. Come on. I'm coming to Florida. I'm coming to Florida next. Coming to Florida in like 3-4 weeks now. I'm coming to see you.
You got every opportunity. Come this Sunday. There's 850 or 1,000. What you see is what you get's going up. Jump on it.
You better believe it, brother.
I'm bringing 5 kids with me. All right, how about that?
I'll tell you what. That's how you do it. But wait, I've got a son that's 40 years old, and I've got another son that just had a grandbaby. By the way, like 2 weeks before you had your baby. By the way, congratulations on that. On Bobby Moon, Bobby Blue Moon Jr. Is that what it is? Is that what his name is?
Yeah,
is that what his name is, cuz?
Bobby Blue Moon.
Bobby Blue Moon Jr., man. That's tight, man. He's already boxing. I saw him. He's already boxing. Yeah. But I got a little baby granddaughter.
Here, dude. People think that it's sweet out here. It's a fight in life, dude.
Yeah. My boys, I didn't eat. They make a living working with me. So you know what I mean? And they support their families, man. So don't worry. I see that boy and that older boy, that older girl. They'll be ready in about. You probably already got them doing water changes soon. Come on now. You and the wife can't handle it all, man. You guys, you know what I mean?
Hey,
you rock 5 nights a week. I'm here doing 4 in a row, and man, I'm telling you what. Whew.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Hydrate.
Keep your sanity. Keep your.
And then it's time to get ready.
Well, everybody knows.
Have a Sprite.
Keep myself in the right frame of mind all the time when I'm doing my stream. So I have no issue. I've been streaming for 7 years now. I saw this as a big future, man. The first time I ever seen somebody on Twitch where they were talking back and forth, and now there's every platform you could do it on. But at the time, I was like, oh, dude, this is what I'd rather be doing. And that was 7.5, 8 years ago now.
That's awesome.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's a lifestyle too. You know, a lot of people don't understand that what we do in this industry is a complete lifestyle. And if you don't embrace the lifestyle, then your animals suffer. You know, and you have to be able to weather that aspect of life when you're doing what we do. And
I thought
you
the
guys,
lifestyle was you couldn't go on vacation, you couldn't go anywhere. Who's this guy on the other side of the stream over here traveling all over the place?
Listen, that son of a bitch, he's got his kid. He's got an army.
That reminds me.
I got that coming for me. So
He put me to slave labor to take care of his tanks. Well, he went to Miami. That's what happened.
He's done it. He's done it. Salem's covered me many times. I got a story. Well, I had a customer. Her name was Hillary Harris, and she was in there buying a lot of stuff for a while, you know. And David, who ran my auction, just says, "Pat," I said, "Man, that person's buying quite a few corals." He's like, "Pat, stay away from her." I'm like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "You're gonna ruin it. You're gonna do something stupid. Just I'll handle her. She pays on time. She always do whatever. What else?" So then I finally started talking to her, and what happened is she ran out of room after about 3-4 months, and she needed a couple fish tanks. And I'm like, she's like, I could go to Chris at LAX here. I go, no, whoa. I'm aquariums wholesale. So I loaded up these aquariums that she wanted. A Red Sea. It was a Pro Clear 250 5-footer, and it was a Red Sea. So we drove them out there, had my guys basically out there. Paul, my son Josh, we all went out there to set all these tanks up. While we're doing all this for a week and a half, alk spikes. This happens, and we're saying, were you around then? I think. And
I helped pack that trailer. Yeah, I was there, man.
Yeah. Okay.
I took care of the shop while you were gone.
Yeah. So you know, I'm talking tens of thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? Couple tanks, huge. All my chalice collection, rainbow chalice I got from the Godfather back in the day when they were like 700 a piece, and now they're freaking 7,000. You know what I mean? And I had like 50 of them. And anyway, so I'm out there, and I know what happens when you leave. You know what I mean? I came back to a hole in the freaking head chalice. It was horrible. Hair algae everywhere. But what I also came back with was my new wife. And it was the best experience ever, because when I left there with all these aquariums running, and my guys who usually do husbandry and run the store there, making sure it's good, we shot over to the Godfather Soutons in Dallas to do an auction or something, and she was there. And quite frankly, she's not been back since, and it's been 2.5 years. So you can find. I was 54 years old, 53, I think, 53 and a half. So, and I thought I was gonna be single forever because I couldn't find anyone that that's gonna have the same interest. Well, Bobby has, and I have, and it's great. You know what I mean? It's great, and I don't think I can be having as much fun traveling with her and doing what I do if I had a storefront right now. So if my boys want to get the storefront next year, good. Just take all these snakes with you too. Get them out of my freaking garage. You know what I mean? And then I'll just farm. You know what I mean? Down in the you know what I mean? I got a riding lawnmower. We could go out in the back. I feel like a real farm, but the real farm's inside, emptying those dehumidifiers all the time, making sure, you know what I mean? But yeah, there's different ways. I'm probably 75% sure I'm not going to want to do a store again. And I'm just going to, do more website stuff, do something different. But when I do that, I pay somebody to do all this, and I learn how to do it and take all these pictures. Salem was there, help take. By the time we take all the pictures, and we're waiting for somebody to buy it on the website, I'm like, I just go over there in the live auction, and then boom, 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 all gone. And then it's like, okay, now I got to pay you to take it off. You know what I mean? And then let's do it again. So it's like, websites are tough, man. You know what I mean? So, and I'm not a photo taker. I mean, Hillary is, my fiance is, but do we want to be sitting there taking photos and doing this all day long? I'd just rather just travel and come hang out with my brother right here for a weekend. And,
Well,
so
for me, I will say this. For me, man, I got the, actually for our company, the photographer is actually here. Hang on, let me get him. Oh, wait, that's also me. So we're taking the photos of the corals and doing that part of the work. But that's what's so cool about this is that there's so many different layers and niches. And what I think he's trying to say is that the freedom that comes with not having the old mindset of having to have a store. For me, somebody said it to me, it was like, is your ego the reason you have the store? Because you could have more freedom and do more things online. But also, I think people don't understand that it does take much more work because there's so many more competitors. It's ever changing. It's going to get to the point where sometimes, like even now, I will say this, people on their phone going live, it is getting oversaturated. So how do you stand out and how do you become different? That's kind of where the game always changes. Now it's like short form video and like, so, you know, live streams and not necessarily on the phone. There's just so many different ways, and we don't know where it's going to go from here. It could be virtual reality, holograms, meta glasses, reefing. Like, I am open to all of that stuff. I'm a little bit, not much.
Did you say?
A little bit
Did you say meta glasses?
Into that stuff. If only it was just as easy as a click and a button, right?
And we're talking about significant others a little way to go here. My wife, Amanda, she's a huge part of ACI. A lot of people don't give her the credit she deserves, and that's frustrating for me. But she takes the photos, she does the social media, and, you know, hands off to her for all the work she puts into it that, you know, is behind the scenes that nobody else really sees. People see me as the face of ACI, and they talk about me, and that actually is not, I'm a big part of it, but I'm not as big of a part of it as everybody thinks I am. And it's just like, I'm sure Jackie's a big part of what you do, Bobby. And is it Hillary you said?
Yeah, Hillary.
She's a huge part of what you do. Salem, you're going to be there at some point. You're the baby of the group here. So when you and Avery get married, you know, she'll be a huge part of the whole.
She already holds me together, man. She's like, don't buy that coral. You've worked 78 hours this week. Go to sleep. I'm like, all right.
You better be there. You better be there November 1st, Salem. November 1st was when I get married. You better be there.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. But the addiction's real when you break it down. If you got a passion for doing this, you know, the coral addiction it's worse than drugs. I'm sure of it.
But I will say this, not everybody's cut out for business, because some people think because they're really good at growing corals, and they are. Right. And I tell people this, I'm not the best photographer. I'm not the best coral grower. I'm not the best seller, but I happen to be good at a lot of those things. And I like to think I'm pretty good at those things. But some people are really awesome coral growers, and they're terrible business people. Some people are really good business people, but they're terrible coral people. There's probably a lot more of those. So I don't know. I think that's where, when the chips fall where they may, that's where you see the people who, like us, who have been around for a long time and can make it through the seasons and make it through the, the puppy love stage of having your business. I think that we stand the test of time because of those things. So
I think that oversaturation of people on the phone, that's probably how it'll be ultimately dealt with. I think right now it's hot because everyone thinks they can make money off of it, but maybe in 5 years max, 2 to 5 years, 50 to 90% of those people will already be out of the game. So I think it's
already there, dude. If you go on TikTok, there's at any given time, there's 5, 6, 7 people who are going live on their phone. So I think it'll be oversaturated, but then I think the cream will rise to the top, and then something new will pop along, and it'll create waves where new people come around. I saw Putang Reef in the chat earlier when I was on. Dude, like they hit the TikTok wave, and it was like, bam, I didn't heard of them before. And I was like, I really like what they do. I thought that was cool. And then the next wave will come. And then hopefully we could just keep riding those waves, but that's the thing. It takes a lot of work to stay up with trends and just hard work, being consistent. I like to think that people invest in us because they know in a year I'll be here. Next Monday I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to be like, my cat died. I can't work for a week. That comes with just time, consistency, which most people they don't have the patience for.
Looks like Pat got a phone call.
Oh, no. It was me. I'm mad. I tripped him up.
I used to do tons of live videos on a weekly basis, and I enjoyed doing them, but I got to the point where I was just like, I can't go over there and do another live video. What am I going to talk about now? I've been doing this for 4 years, and I stopped doing it. I remember doing it once, and it was probably 6 or 8 months in between my last live video and the one that I did do. And I think Bobby jumped on and he said,
can I say this though? You never know, bro. If you were to take your old videos, recaption them onto TikTok, put the captions, put it in vertical, you have no idea how it might pop off for you, man. I'm just saying.
That's a good point. It's a good point.
There's a song that's been going on. I can't remember the lady's name, Connie something. She's like from the 30s or 50s or something. She made a song. It just got popular on TikTok. She died like last year.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
She blew up again because of just uploading their stuff to a new platform, man. I'm telling you, if you're that much of a wealth of knowledge, you don't have to film new stuff. You could go through the old stuff and clip it. That's why I hope Salem takes this stream. There's so much info in this stream. He could work for a month clipping this stream. So by the way, I have an AI that you could feed the stream into. We'll talk after the stream if you want to. That will do some of that automated for you. So check it out.
Cool. Yeah, I know one that does like YouTube videos, but I guess I could, if you could have it like do raw, that'd be awesome. Because automating that stuff, that's so much time editing things. I mean, that's a whole other part that people don't really see is like editing, making YouTube videos, all that. Oh my God, there's so much work and time that goes into it. It's
think of the payoff. Think of like that guy, Predatory Fins. You know who he is on Freshwater Guy? Huge, bro. Huge. Life has changed. I tell people social media content is like a lotto ticket. You have unlimited chances to enter the lotto, bro. And it only costs you your time and your effort and what you could come up with. But that's what I'm pushing for. I'm trying to do as much content, and not only one person with kids, and the business is really busy, but I still think it's totally worth it. I don't want to look back and be like, man, I could have put that content out and who knows who you meet. One person changes your whole trajectory of your life. I really believe in that. So
I do too. 100%.
Yeah, so I liked your, I think I agree with your opinion on LFSs will probably go away. So I'm interested in your thoughts on where do you think dry goods will go? Will it just only be to the big e-commerce sites who act as distributors too, and that's where it goes through? You order your tank and it's shipped to you, or what do you think?
So I think I have kind of a unique perspective on this because I worked at a super high volume store for 8 years in Chicago. It's called Aquatica. I'm talking slammed. I didn't have any kids. It was a busy store. And then when I made my store down south, it was a lot slower. So I have a unique perspective on that, I believe. Dude, dry goods killed me as a small store because it's eating up all your cash. It's just going extinct when the new product comes out. The margins are so thin that it's not even worth it. The amount of time that people buy it online and don't buy it from you just kills you as a store owner. So for me, the dry goods game, like we sell some dry goods on our website. It's all drop shipped. You're selling links nowadays. And unfortunately, that's just the game because tying up all your cash, it's the same reason, Pat, it goes to the wholesalers. Well, I could sell way more if I didn't have to put all that cash up. Same thing with dry goods. If I don't got to sit on 6 lights for this guy, Hydra in black acrylic, like it's way too much to put your money into. When COVID happened, I couldn't even get fish tanks delivered. So it became to the point where effectively, I don't even understand why I have a store besides my ego at that point,
Yeah, I think that distributors will maybe be one of the first things to go away. Besides things like tank and like salt, I don't understand like supply chain wise why there needs to be a distributor for controllers, for lights, for all of these things. I feel like at this point, a lot of them could be direct to consumer or they would be shipped to stores.
100%. Here's where it's going to go. They're going to pay, like, let's say you name the company, whatever. I'm going to pay Salem to go on TikTok and go live. And there's a link at the bottom and he gets a commission and he gets to talk about this shit because he knows about this shit more than anybody. And it's going to be direct to consumer. Boom. The shipping will be fast through TikTok. That's what we're trying to do, is compete with Amazon and compete with Google as a search engine optimization company. That's where personally I think it's going. That's why I think I've heavily invested so much in live streaming and personality and tech and all this, because that's where I think it's going, man. Except for me, I think I cut out that middleman, being that I sell my own products. I don't have to sell Ecotex Light for them or anything like that. I don't need them to sponsor, nothing like that, So I sell my own corals that I grow, and that's what's been unique for me. But that's 100%. I'm telling you right now, Amazon will drop an app maybe where you can sell through there. But the future, because you can look to China, it's in live streaming, selling links, man. Who can sell this product just like TikTok makes sales right now? That's where it's going, in my opinion. Mark it down, book it, screenshot.
So I see Patrick showing off some pretty amazing looking corals.
Yeah, well, guess what? Same guy, customer too. He just keeps calling. I can't figure out how to stop anybody from calling. So 10 win, Mr. 10 win, Mr. Nugent, you've been blocked. I'll unblock you after the stream. Yeah. You guys want? Sorry, hold on a second.
Did you call it again?
So I got to be honest. I am new to technology, as you can see. So let me see what we can do here. All right. Can you see some corals?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, glass is a little dirty.
I see is somebody calling.
Stop it, Bobby.
I'm going to call you, Pat.
Yeah. So these are some of the corals that I picked up from the coral show. Some cool stuff, you know, and it's all local farmers. So when Josh and I went in there, you know, they would have had a horrible day. Some people had done 400, 600. Well, you know, then Josh and I went in there, and you know, they are all, you know, pretty darn happy. 5 booths we bought out, and then a total of 8 people we got stuff from, and now they can come to the next coral show. You know what I mean? And do the next thing. You know what I mean? So and then it gets a bounce chalice. By the way, don't ever move a large bounce chalice. I bought a big one from a local guy in Torrance, a young kid that was at the show, but I didn't get to get anything from, and it tore. I was terrified, dude. I mean, it's back in the back. It's gonna probably live. I don't even want to look at it right now. It was so sad. But imagine if I would have shipped. It was in a bag for an hour and 20 minutes. You know, imagine if I would have had that thing shipped. I mean, there's a chance that the bubbles will come back, But yeah, they're just showing off a few corals here. These are what's going to be in the live stream tonight. When I guess Bobby's going to live too tonight, aren't you, Bobby?
Everybody's live, dude. It's free.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You know, does it end live tonight?
Well, I'll be going live. I'll be going live in about a minute and 5. No, it's in about an hour and a half. So, but yeah, check out some meats.
Speaking of live, can we say a big shout out to Tyann? Tyann.
Yeah. Oh, Talk Tank with Tyann's the best.
Yeah, that's right there.
That's my auntie.
I don't think people really
or my sister, I guess.
How big of how awesome of a hub Tyann is for us that go live and do stuff on the internet. So I wanted to shout out to Tyann.
Oh yeah, for sure.
On Facebook, make sure you check
Vendor Monday, and then she does her thing on Tuesday. Believe it, it's awesome.
So I think while you guys are both on here, yeah, Bobby, you just mentioned this in the chat, and I know you've done it too, Pat. I think maybe talking about the other angles that, you know, are sources of income as a store. So maintenance and doing the shows yourself. What are your guys' been experiences there?
I'll let Bobby go first. I'm looking at all these paths.
I'll keep it short and sweet, man. My experience is just mine. It's my own. It's anecdotal, but it's like for me, there's only so much time in the day, especially for me with having kids and being honestly. I've done everything in my stores where I try to do freshwater, saltwater, aquaponics. The more that I spread myself thin, everybody says to be diverse. I actually think that diversity is for people who don't know what they're doing until you get to a certain point when you become successful. Then you divert things to other people to do instead of you having to do them because you want some of that time back. So for me, it was about the liability of being a service company. I just over time didn't like the majority of the customers aren't into the tank the way that you are. So the passion wasn't there. I didn't really care for that. And it was at some people, and some of those people are great. But for me, doing the service, having employees just seems like a logistical nightmare when it comes to a litigious nightmare, actually, I should say, because I don't want to get sued from a tank. I just had to go tear down my last maintenance that I did. I'm a big believer in leasing tanks. I think, sorry to jump all over the place, but if you're a fish store and you're not leasing tanks, you're leaving so much money on the table. But I just tore down my last tank, if you follow me on Facebook, because it had a seal that broke. I don't own a store anymore. I don't even have employees. I can't even fix that thing if I wanted to. So I lost them as a client. Luckily, they love me. They didn't sue me or anything like that, but they could have. So for me, service is a nightmare. So
I just got hit for $4,300. Took it right out of my account because I was traveling. I gave a friend of mine that was down and out like 10 accounts because I don't really do the maintenance. I'm too busy. So I gave it to him, and so, because I gave it to him, he flooded their house, and I got sued for $4,300. And they took it out of my account. I ain't going there, man. That's his. He got paid, not me. I just gave him the account. Oh no, but I sold him the tank. And I went over there with Jared, with whatever. Anyway, I know names, but I know. That's another reason why I'm 79% sure I'm gonna just chill at home. You know what I mean? And learn, and right after I learn how to say, do not accept calls to nobody while I'm doing a live stream. But one thing at a time. One thing at a time.
The second part of that question was about the trade shows, and the trade shows I think also are a very big important part of the industry.
Time.
And I think that people should do them. You're going to get a surge of sales, meet a surge of people. To me, it's the internet in a microcosm, but only in a vacuum of a few hours or maybe 2 days if you're lucky. So for me, it's about you should be doing those shows. For me, when people say, why don't you do the shows? If I'm being 100% honest, is because, again, I'm only putting energy into what does the best for me, and I just want to be the best at that. So it's streaming. It's getting the best corals, making the best connections. I only go to the shows to go meet people and buy corals from people that are there to then bring them to my community and my audience. So that's how I fell out of doing the shows, but I think they're super important. And to be fair, I think that the LFS is super important. None of these things I'm like happy about or cheering for. I just see the industry. I'm a business-minded person, and that's how I see it.
I think that's what's going to happen, whether we like it or not. I think you're right. It's not if we support. It's me saying I think LFSs might go away. Is not me saying I hate the LFS. And
that's to say so will a bunch of other stores, not just LFS. I'm sure reptiles and stuff are probably in the same boat.
Well, the thing that I think needs to be looked at. I mean, as somebody putting on a show. Honestly, I feel that they're oversaturated with way too many coral vendors. And if their show is going to be successful long term, they need to limit the amount of actual sellers that they allow at these shows. Instead of just allowing 50 or 100 vendors that are selling coral there, you got to give everybody a fighting chance to make money when they're displaying the corals that they have to offer. And I think there's way too many vendors at half these shows. And I'm not even sure why some people even go and do it, especially if they're on a big name. The big names make money.
Well, when the business model is selling reef tables, that's why there's so many vendors. And that's why anybody can sell at a lot of them. They don't vet the sellers or anything.
Exactly.
Which, for some people, if you're looking for competition, then they would say, well, that's for the best. Well, on the other side of the table, you don't have any of that protection either or whatever. But that's really what I saw it was going towards the people making the money are selling the booths at these places because
exactly.
Bam, right there. So
exactly. And the people sitting there selling are wasting money. But
and then they got everybody's info. A lot of people don't think of it this way. When you can run data and people's info through there, it's like, okay, you as a company paid to be here and you got this amount of people connections. They got every connection through there, which is super smart for them to do. But I think that's where people don't see it's a business with businesses within it,
Yeah, the shows are, there's money to be made there if you're running a show, for sure.
It's like the reason I feel the reason why MACNA failed was because MACNA went from a great trade show that was informational to basically an extra large frag swap. They allowed all these vendors to come in there, and it went away from the roots of what MACNA was all about. And that's why MACNA is no longer here, because they were desperate. They couldn't get things happening. All these coral sellers started coming in. Once one or two of them came in, next thing you know, I remember it was Hollywood, Florida. There was not very many coral sellers there whatsoever. And then the next year there was more. The next year there was even more. And it just kept building and building and building. And all these coral vendors coming in there, and it just turned into a Reefapalooza or a farmer's market or whatever, a normal frag swap. And why would people from around the world come to see a big frag swap? They want to come to see an actual trade show. That's why I think this whole reef retreat that just popped up, I think that's going to be huge down the road. And maybe it will be the next MACNA. Who knows? But
it was basically like it. There was like two booths, and it was only dry goods. It was like this, but in person. It was just speeches the whole time. It was pretty cool.
So a lot of people don't remember, but I did a thing called Reef Stream maybe 6 years ago, where I did a 12-hour stream, and I had 6 other vendors on, live painters, and we did a stream like that. And in my mind, it was the digital, frag swap. And I haven't done it since because it's a lot of work to do. And I'm like, well, why am I going to put everybody else on when I'll just go live myself? But I think that somebody put something like that together. Dude, I think that's an awesome idea. You could do, you know what I mean? Obviously, like, I'm not going to go before Pat. I'm the A side, but let's go Pat and then me. Just kidding, by the way. But let's have a bunch of streamers in a row. You know what I mean? Somebody put together Pat goes for an hour, somebody else goes for an hour, somebody else goes for an hour. I just think that's where the future is, you know. So or it could be. I'm not saying it's going to replace the other
five hours. Hey, we should do a 24-hour stream like they do one day, and just get like 6 of us and just switch it off, switch it off, switch it off, switch it off.
Yeah, we can do that.
I just want to do the first 8 and the last 8. That's all I ask.
I'll have to think about that, because I think I think it's the same problem that there's becoming in live streams now, which is there's a lot of saturation with the shows. You got Rab, you got Aquashell, you got Reef Stock, you got this new one, you got all the little tiny ones. I mean, how many times can someone have the budget to go buy an ass load at a show 5 times a year, you know?
That's what happened at my store. Chicago had more frag swaps every month. And
Right.
people literally tell me like, well, I'm saving up for the frag swap. And I'm like, damn, I got all these corals here, you know?
If you're a reefer, you're going to buy what you want when you see it. If you're waiting for some show because you're expecting something, this is not the type of business or type of industry or hobby that you just expect to go to a show and find what you're looking for. The way I look at it, if people would actually just buy what they like nowadays compared to what is trendy or whatnot, you know, we wouldn't have to deal with I'm just waiting for the frag swap bullshit.
Can I put a caveat on all this? Because I don't want anybody to come away from this thinking that, at least for me, I'm not speaking for everybody else, that I'm complaining. I think that you know, the nature of economics, and I'm all for the competition, and I think it makes all of us better, to be honest with you. But it is going to, waves are going to cut some people out, and you know, like anything else, some consolidation has to happen. So I think that that's where it goes. But I do think we're in a point right now, if you ask me, with the industry where we're at, online especially, which is where my field is, it's pretty saturated. And I don't know what happens, you know, from here. I think the cream will rise to the top. I think the people who innovate and can get captive more attention, not so much followers anymore. It's about who could be the most captivating. I think that they'll go to the top, and then I think it's gonna be rough for other people, but they can always have it as a hobby and a side hustle, you know. There's nothing wrong with that either. So
I'm going to put what I said a minute ago in even better perspective for people. If you wait for something, you might not ever get it. And if it's like me, if I import corals and I see that piece that I've never seen before, and I say, I'm going to sell this and I'll wait for the next one to come in, that's like the stupidest thing I could possibly do. That thing's got to go on my farm today. You know, you can't just wait. You might not ever see it again. And if Bobby's got something up and the dude's like, oh, I can't buy it, I really want to, I want to wait and save my money for the frag swap. Dude, are you nuts? Buy it.
And this is why having Avery in my life is good for me. Because I see that shit, and she's like, don't do it. Look at your bank account.
So how is life not having a tank, Salem? That needs to be. I've got that guy with 8 amaze balls up there right around the corner from me. He's ready to ship Monday, so I need you to go by and help me get him. I want some amaze balls.
I've got
my amaze balls is like that big around now.
Well, sounds like you need to go to a doctor. You know what I mean? Get that shit checked, brother.
Me and Salem are way too young for this conversation that you guys are having. Sidebar.
Yeah. No, it's a type of Goniapora that I've always wanted. Ask Chris.
I know what it is. You have got to explain it.
No, I know, but if there's any youngsters in here, I don't want them to think we're talking, you know, about anything, you know, down south.
Inappropriate.
Yeah.
Nothing inappropriate all here.
Right. And you know, you guys are talking about the booths and shows and stuff. I really like what Bill at Eye Candy Coral, not Eye Candy Coral's done with Reefing USA. He keeps the booths like $100 or whatever. He travels around. They're coming to Kansas City soon, and whatever he pays at the venue, he divides it up. You know what I mean? Because imagine how much it costs. I've heard people pay on a good night for 2 8-foot booths at one of those places I'm not going to mention, $1,500. Okay, so what are you doing? You're going to sell corals cheaper than what you could sell them for anywhere else because you got all this competition. So you're going to sell your first $3,000 worth of corals at probably cheaper than you want to, and just to break even on what you got. And if you're growing it, it's still worth what it costs wholesale to grow. I mean, that's the wholesale division of it. Growing's this price, and then retail or selling should be another profit, you know what I mean? But they're forced to do it all in one, you know what I mean? That's two different steps, my brother, you know what I mean? So, and bagging all that stuff up and going 15, you know what I mean? So the show has still got a lot of, there's good people out there. And if you guys ever check it out, I'm not here plugging stuff, but Reefing USA, Bill, Eye Candy Coral, great guy. They go on the road all the time. They're coming to KC in like a month and a half. They don't really come to California. That's more of a coral farmers market. It's another good one I went to. I guess what Tyree did it or something with another guy. That was a good one. There was a lot of people there, you know, and you know, so yes, support that, you know what I mean? Whatever you do. And then, you know, and watch our streams too. And, you know, you know, and just do whatever you got to do, but support, you know, if you do have a local fish store by you, go by in there and, you know, and make sure they don't sell you Aptasia. If you walk in there and they sell you Aptasia, like, you know, happens sometimes, and you probably just walk right out. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So anyway.
I say, but make sure you support people who are putting in hard work, man, because there's a difference, man. There's a lot of these guys out here that people will throw around terms. Oh, you're a chop shop because you frag stuff. There's a difference between fragging and growing and selling some things and selling stuff that's not healthy. The golden rule is, for me, when I'm looking at someone, especially if they go online, one of the things about these online vendors, they don't realize they expose their problems because you can't hide them. When you have Aptasia all over the place and bubble algae, you can't hide that shit when you're online. You know what I mean? So support people who are paying attention to detail and going to be there consistently. You know what I mean?
I think he made a very good point. You know, if it's aquaculture, it's aquaculture, and it's not going to cost the same as what your chop shop's going to be or your wild import's going to be. And I'll be honest with you, that's the biggest problem I think that we have as a wholesaler of aquaculture corals, is that people don't respect what we actually do at ACI and how long it takes us for actually to farm a coral from a frag to being saleable. And then they say, well, why is your ACI drunk monkey, you know, this price when you have a chop shop frag that looks similar and it's only this price? And I'm like, well, we've been farming this coral for 5 years. You think it was free? You know, I got that wild piece of coral and I cut it up into pieces. It healed a little bit. Guess what? I can afford to sell that cheap because there's no time or effort involved in, you know, growing it actually as a true aquaculture piece. And
at a certain point, they don't really have to care, because if the product does get out there and it is as healthy, it does put all of us in this spot where it's like, well, you still got to know your market, because there's been times where, like, I've had a coral where, I think it's well worth X price, and I know it is, and I know how long I put into it, but sometimes that's just how the market is. When there's other people that have it available and they're reputable, there's so much that goes into factoring a price. As you guys know, one of the things that I'm most interested in is how the poker game works, and I study this, how, like, why corals are going for this certain price here and there. There's so many little minute factors that go into it, you know. But at a certain point, you got to understand that most people, I guess, they're not really going to care. They're not going to care that this was aquacultured for this amount of time. If they feel like this price is this price and I can't justify paying this, there's just, you know, where is that arbitrage? You either have to grow more faster or split it or wait, or you have to at least come down on price, or you have to get creative and start making frag packs and other incentives, online raffles. These are things that people are doing, whether people like them or not. I understand it's a touchy subject with the raffles, but these are ways that you have to get creative sometimes, or you're just going to lose money or sit on the coral forever, you know?
Whenever I go to a show, the first thing I do is I walk in. I went right in. I looked over to the left and Vincent was there. And I was like, Vincent, what's up? He said, come on, Pat. Because he knows I'm going to go buy a bunch of glitter gonnies, buy some stuff. He says, I'm going to take you to the right places. So, you know, because we got there a little late. It's like 12 booths. We ended up buying out 5 or 6 of them and then buying some from other ones. What I do is, if I see it's all stuff that was just chopped up from the wild, and I see it, I'm like, I go right past that booth. I mean, that's all I'm looking for. I'm looking for encrusting. I'm looking for rare. I'm looking for stuff I cannot get. By the way, there's no Indo Wild for months now, and it's almost coming back. But anyway, I look for stuff that I knew people spent their hard-earned time on growing. That's what I want. Now, if I could get the same thing bigger and it's going to be way cheaper, heck yeah, then that's fine. But I'm looking for I'm looking to work a one-on-one relationship with whoever I got it from, because I see that they're a good grower. I see what they got, and I pay a little bit more from that 10 times out of a week, out of 10, out of 7, whatever, because I love it. But if you could find that new piece that no one's got, the wild piece, that's always fun too. You know what I mean? But I love supporting my local reefers, man.
Sometimes those wild pieces, people will be like, well, that's just a wild piece. And it's like, sometimes I want to take the risk on that wild piece. And I don't
heck yeah.
For 6 weeks and let somebody make sure it's I'm just saying, if as long as people know and you're willing to take that risk, then man, I think there's nothing wrong with that, because people do get a lot of judgment as far as like, well, that's a wild coral, you should have sat on it for 3 months. And it's like, okay, yeah, but somebody else out there maybe doesn't want to wait that. So I just want people to know that there's different lanes: growing, aquaculture, mariculture, just fragged. I'll take a zoanthid if somebody just fragged it. I don't want a chalice if somebody just fragged it. So to me, it's just about finding those little lanes and being okay with sometimes you'll take a chance on like a wild piece that's crazy. It might turn into something. It might lose all its color, but I want to take that chance.
Oh yeah.
And, we do that a lot.
And you can name it too. You got to name something: Bobby Bad Moon Favia, or Patty's pissed off Platty, you know what I mean? Or with the hell hair, you know. You can't do that. You know what I mean? How many people are going to rename a Pete Cadillac Acro? You know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? So,
can I say this about names though? A lot of people will say like, you slapped a name on it and you get
sorry,
more money.
Whoever's next, but we're not leaving. We're not leaving.
The name game.
You're going to have to pull me away. Hey, thanks everyone. You guys rock. I stream in an hour on Facebook, soon to be TikTok. Bobby streams in a few hours. Check us out. I'll be going all night long. Later, baby. And stop calling me during streams.
Thanks for coming on. Shout out to Pat for being on the panel with me. Shout out to Salem and Chris for having me. All the people in the background that make it happen. All the people in the chat that showed out for Kush Corals. I will be live later tonight too. I got some really cool stuff. Make sure you check us out. And shout out to the next people who are on the show.
Believe it.
Awesome.
Believe it. All right. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Salem. You better be at my wedding.
Thanks.
You're gonna be the little kid. You're gonna be the little kid that carries the ring. You're gonna be the little.
Yeah. Good. Okay. So.
That's hilarious.
That was. Be sure to go check out Bobby at Kush Corals and Pat at Aquarium Wholesale. They are characters, as you can see. They're quite fun.
That was an energizing last 5 minutes there. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, they got into it, man. That was a good conversation about the state of the industry, though, I think, and where LFS
I think it was great.
Going.
I think it was great. It was really
all right.
Good.
So we got our next topic coming up. This is Chris's and I and two special guests that you're going to be surprised by. So as always, like this stream, share it, subscribe to ACI Aquaculture on YouTube, subscribe to me, and if you want to support us, I'm sending a link in the chat right now. Please, subscribe to me on Ko-Fi or buy some merchandise. Helps me out a lot. Without further ado, we're going to get our next set of guests on, and it's Mark Levinson, Sanjay Joshi, and Mike Pauletta.
So many people.
Whoa. Wow. After those two, you need 3 of us to have that level of energy.
Well, Mark made it, and I told you guys yesterday when we were talking that Mark still might make it on, and I'm glad you guys are able to come on here, and all 3 of you guys can have a blast for the next, hour. I'm going to go grab some food. I'm sure Salem's going to, and just kind of stretch a little bit, and I'll be back in probably in a half hour, 45 minutes to, join in on your conversation and enjoy the fun with you 3.
All right, have a good dinner. And a break.
I'll be on pretty in like most of the time. I'm just getting DoorDash, so I'll mute myself when I'm eating.
You kind of messed up my whole dinner plans tonight, but I still have my drink, so I'm enjoying my martini here.
No alcohol for me. 24 hours of alcohol is not a good thing.
Yeah. How many shots is that, man? That's a heavy pour.
Yeah, I know. I'm making really strong.
Well, you don't have any corals in your tank, so you don't have to use the vodka for carbon dosing. So you can...
I'm doing both. I'm using gin here, but the vodka is for the tank.
Oh, okay.
Why not gin? Gin would work the same, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more expensive than vodka.
5 times distilled, 10 times distilled.
It's all alcohol.
So today, we could talk about anything you want. The topic we had, because Mark wanted to talk about it, was refugiums, but I think that'd be a good one. Talk about.
I know nothing about refugiums because I don't have one.
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
how do we hang him up
Trying to put my hand over Sanjay. I can't do it on the screen.
Hey, which one is Sanjay? Wait. Which one
Hey,
is
you
it?
should have switched names again.
I should have switched names and put
We
Mike
should
in
have switched
there.
names, Sanjay. Because
I
after
should
that
have put
picture I
Mike.
did of us, and a guy said, "I thought you were the same guy for the last 25 years." That was pretty impressive.
Now, the funniest story was when somebody came up with your book and wanted me to sign it.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember Joe Yayula's talk. You were sitting next to Tony Vargas in the back. I gave a lecture, and some woman comes up to you and says, "That was a great lecture, Mike." And I was still on the stage, and you were in the back.
Speaking
and
of
Tony
the
thought
man
we
in the
put her
mythical
up to
legend,
it.
Tony's coming on with us here later on. I haven't talked to Tony in good details in a while. When was the last time you guys had a chat with Tony?
Can you talk to Tony? I mean, he goes so many miles an hour, you can't get a word in.
Yeah, he's like me. He's coming
You
on.
can't get a word in.
He's coming in. He's coming on with Iron a little bit. Well, he's part of the overnight crew. The overseas peeps. But yeah, it was good that he was going to come on. Is going to come on here and talk about Dubai reefing, which should be fun. But yeah, you guys have known Tony.
Well, he's in Qatar. What does he know about Dubai reefing?
He's in.
He
Dubai.
helped set him up. He helped
He's
set
in
up one of the
Qatar.
shops in Dubai.
He is in Qatar, but I think he actually is going to Ayman's place, which has been moved into Dubai.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's
I don't
like
know.
all
We'll get
over
the-
the Middle East right now, I think.
We'll get the scoop when he comes on. And I can't keep
All
it
right.
straight. All right, I'm gonna head out for a few. I'll be back. I'll be in and out.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good
Thank you
meal.
guys so much.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for those two to leave so we can actually start the live stream.
Yeah. There's the heads up from the two guys.
All right,
before.
I'll get out. I'll mute
Now
myself.
it's gonna be a
outta here.
live stream,
Get out.
y'all. This is it.
All right,
This is the moment.
take over, Mark.
I've been
I'll
waiting
have Isaac
to
come in and
warm the mic for
entertain
like
y'all for a
6 or
little
7
bit.
hours. Now we start getting serious.
Okay,
And we will be much more laid back than anyone else they've had on here.
Really? Really?
Yeah, I'm not going to be yelling and screaming. Are you going to be yelling and screaming?
I might yell at you. Yeah.
Okay, well that doesn't count.
Well, here's the problem, that they left those windows there stealing all our space. But here
I
we are. That's
know.
our topic. So let's start topping. And is there a way to flip my camera? Let's see if we can do it right side because it looks like it's backwards. Is it?
I don't know. Are you left-handed or right-handed?
Yeah.
Mirror my camera. How does that?
All we see is the back of your head, so I think it is reversed.
All right. So I was going to talk about this because it was a fantastic article that came out by Kenneth Wingirder probably 4 or 5 years ago. It's called Refugium Redux. And he wrote this phenomenal article that I read cover to cover about a week ago. And I was like, this is so good. I'll just spend an hour reading this story online, like a dramatic reading, if you will. And but then you guys came on. So now I can't do that because you're just going to sit there doing this the whole time.
We only came in because you were not going to be here.
They invited us at the last minute because you weren't supposed to be here.
I wasn't. I was supposed to be spending time with my grandson for his birthday.
Yeah, we are the B-listers here.
Yeah, we're B-listers.
And then what they end up doing is they tell me, oh, well, you're going to, I was like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? And I couldn't get a straight answer until yesterday afternoon. I get a phone call saying, so if you could just, well, here's what we're planning. We're going to go, they live 2 hours south of me. So I have to, drive. And then they say, we're going to drive to Houston, which is another 3.5 hours away. And they said, so you can join us. We're going to go down to NASA. And NASA sounds fantastic. I'd love to go. But being told the night before that I've got to, do this 5.5, 6 hour trip altogether, plus they're spending the night in Houston and I have a dog and I can't do that. I can't arrange boarding that quickly. I'd have to get her dropped off by 6 o'clock Friday, or 5 or something. So it wasn't even a choice. I was just like, sorry, I guess I'm not going to see my grandson.
Hey,
I'll
Mike
catch
and
up
I
with you
jumped in less than 12-hour notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do it. I don't have anyone to watch my reefs and dog that fast. I need the time. If I'd had a week's notice, I could have made all the arrangements and I would not have been here.
Well, see, if you'd have told them that, they'd have arranged for the boarding of the dog. But
Right.
see, I was supposed to take my wife out to dinner tonight, so now Salem and Chris owe my wife a dinner. So that's how this works.
See, everyone suffers.
Yeah.
Everyone suffers for the
When
hobby.
you do stuff at the
That's
last
the end of our
minute, it
lives.
all suffers.
So,
All right,
so
everyone,
Sanjay, why have you never kept a refugium? What's the deal? What are you against?
I think it competes with the corals. It competes with elements that my corals need.
All right.
Right. So the corals need iron, they need all these other things, so does the refugium, so do the plants, right? So they're competing essentially for the same thing.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, I never kept the refugium. A couple of years ago, I started playing with an algae scrubber and even some chaetomorpha reactor from Pax Bellum.
Right.
I played around with these things. And one of the things I learned is, they definitely remove trace elements. And if you want the algae to grow, then you got to keep up with all these trace elements. And the corals also need the same trace elements. So in essence, they're competing with it. And I remember going way back with Jake Adams and discussing the same thing. And Jake and I came to the same conclusion that yes, they're competing, right? So what's the point? Why do I want to create a new competing ecosystem, right? That's competing with my corals, which is what I really want to keep, right? I have other better ways of managing nitrates and phosphates. So why create a competing environment? So that's my reason.
I've run a refugium using Miracle Mud since '96.
Okay.
And the Miracle Mud tends to leach out very gradually some trace elements. I don't see it absorbing trace elements. I also see it as a good place to grow amphipods, copepods, and other microfauna. And I'm getting more and more convinced of how important having nice colonies of microfauna is in the tank for keeping things balanced. I know a couple of people that have gotten rid of their cyanobacteria by introducing a large number of rotifers and copepods, and I keep mandarins and other dragonets. And if I don't have a refugium where I can grow them, they tend to consume as much as in the tank before they starve to death, typically.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. And I know that Jake Adams was against refugiums. He was actually featured in that article, and he was very anti. He just said, I like you said, I don't want to deal with an extra compartment. I don't want to deal with a hassle factor of maintaining it. And he also agreed that you could be sharing certain elements, trace elements that the corals need. Now, people that keep refugiums tend to use products to maintain it, such as the products from Brightwell, like Cato Grow. And that is going to have iron in it and some other things, and that helps the plants really flourish. For me, I've always felt like if the refugium was big enough to support the system, it was a great addition. Because I feel like a little tiny compartment or a little basket in the corner, it's not going to do anything beneficial. It's just something curious and interesting to look at. It's something you have to clean out from time to time because it clutters up. But it's not big enough to produce, like you said, Mike, enough pods to like feed those dragonets and other animals, that need the benthic fauna. So for me, I've always recommended at least a 10% of your full display should be the refugium. A 100-gallon tank needs a 10-gallon refugium, 200-gallon, 20-gallon, and up and up.
So yeah, I mean, coming back to this refugium idea, right? We always knew that to be effective, it needed to be big, right? If you want to use your refugium to be your main export system, then it has to be big.
Yeah.
And this is going way back like 15, 20 years ago, where we knew less and less about stuff, right? But we knew that the refugiums did something. So, of course, this is a guy in Texas. You know how these guys in Texas are. Big is always better. So he set up this huge refugium. It wasn't even a refugium. It was bigger than his tank.
Wow.
And he filled it with Chaeto.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And for a while, his tank was doing great. And then his tank crashed.
Wow.
Totally crashed.
Okay.
Right? And after talking to him and we're discussing all these things, the conclusion really was that it stripped the tank of all the trace elements that these corals might have needed, right? Yeah. And that's what caused the crash.
Okay.
The conclusion was that if you're going to keep a refugium, then you have to make sure that you satisfy the needs of that refugium. And oftentimes it's iron, molybdenum, and other trace elements that they're going to consume.
Yeah.
In huge quantity. I mean, this guy had, I've never seen a Chaeto refugium that big ever.
Yeah, in my case, where I don't grow enough Chaeto or Caulerpa or anything else to overwhelm the tank. And I also harvest it regularly, because I have found that if I don't harvest it over time, I'll start to see the corals tend to stress as the algae starts to overwhelm the system with what its needs are. So as long as I'm harvesting once a month or so, but I also do regular water changes, and I have found that the refugium doesn't have as much impact in a negative way when you do the water changes. And I mean, the water changes have become a controversy, which for the first 35 years of the hobby, there was nothing controversial about it. Now it is. So I find that rather interesting.
Yeah. So this picture that's next to me over here is the Biosphere 2 in Arizona. And inside there, they went ahead and they put in a giant refugium. Actually, they called it more like a pond. And it was big enough you needed a rowboat to go across it. And one of the first things they encountered in there when they set this up was a giant phytoplankton bloom. So that was a big green soup for a while. When I got to tour the facility, they had a window through the side of the ocean area, and you saw the downhill slope of the water and the sand to have that beach going into a deeper area. And you could look in, and there was not much to see, because they kind of set it up, but they really needed a marine biologist to take care of this one piece of the ecosystem. And I don't think they had enough of that. They may have someone that had some knowledge, but I don't think they had enough to, I mean, they weren't trying to grow corals and things like that in there, which, all of us would have been doing immediately. Like, okay, let's go. Let's see what we can do. So,
I mean, the other thing that is important to also know is a lot of these algae will release DOCs.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And if I don't know what the levels of DOC are where you start to see problems.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you believe that DOCs can cause issues with your tank, then refugiums are going to be one of the sources of DOC.
That looks familiar. Does that look like either of you two guys?
A little bit.
Might be some. Yeah, that looks like Mike or me.
Yep.
It's both of you, right? So here's Jake Adams talking about how he's anti-refugium, just happy with a tank with pretty corals. And then you've got Julian Sprung, who is a big fan of growing mangroves. And a mangrove has historically been jammed in a refugium. A lot of times people just put that in there saying, I want to remove nitrate. I'm going to grow a mangrove or two. It's going to make all the difference. And it won't.
No.
You'd have to fill a tank with, an exhibit, a thing, with 40 or 50 mangroves that have to get fully established to eventually become this really beneficial thing. But for now, you're just growing kind of a curious houseplant on the side of your aquarium.
It's fun to grow it.
Yeah.
But don't rely on it to take out your nutrients.
Right. No. I mean, the least you could do is maybe put something cool underneath it, like in the root system, and give put some critters down there, or upside down jellyfish, or something interesting to look at, because
Bangais, they love living in those.
Yeah, absolutely. Banggai cardinalfish would be good.
Yeah.
Let's see what else I got here.
But getting back to the yellowing from the algae, that's why I quit using Caulerpa and started growing red algae in the tank. They don't seem to produce as much yellowing compounds.
Okay.
When I first saw Ling's ecosystem tank, the water did have a slight yellow cast, and we didn't know anything about DOC. But I'll give you kudos, Salem. After your article for DOC came out, I started running CAC to get it out, and I went from a level of 11 down to 2 to 3, and it has made a tremendous impact on my tank once the DOC levels got down to where they should be. At 11,
that's your problem, Mike. You didn't listen to me from 15 years ago when I told you the same thing.
You never mentioned carbon. You said you never used
carbon. You read my article with Ken Feldman.
He did the
Feldman
thing.
That was Ken Feldman's article. That wasn't your article.
No, my name's on it, okay? I did all the experiments.
Ken Feldman and Mike Paletta is what I think it said. That was the title.
Yeah.
No, the DOC.
We've known these things for a long time.
On macroalgae,
carbon does way better on reducing DOCs.
Yes.
Yeah. Than ozone or UV or anything.
Skimmer does it too, but not at the same level as carbon. And that's why I've been running carbon for 20 years on my tank now.
I went down the literature rabbit hole, and I talked to Triton a lot, because they've got the huge database where they've had NDOC tests, where they've had organic carbon tests, plus the method says use a refugium. So I'm like, are you not seeing in your database like an increase in DOC? And they said no. In some tanks, they actually see a decrease, which is but maybe, I mean, they have the aluminum based phosphate absorbing. There's a lot of steps to that method that can help export DOC.
Right.
But I mean, in the literature, it depends on the species of algae, because just because DOC is high, I mean, well, if it gets a certain threshold, that's bad, but there's good organic compounds that some of the macroalgae can produce too. It's not all good, not all bad. So we don't even know what the hell Caulerpa versus Cato versus the different species are even making at this point.
Right.
But there's that new organic chemistry test to where we can maybe figure that out now. Maybe Caulerpa is like really nasty. Maybe like Ogo has some benefits. I don't know, man. It's a rabbit hole.
Well,
But
getting
I
to
think for us to figure that out, right? It's going to require collaborations with these guys running the tests. I know for sure. I mean, I can afford to do these experiments. I would
Yes.
love to do them, but I can't afford it.
Which that's an experiment I want to do. So Triton and Oshimo have both said that they will give me free tests for community science stuff. And then Triton said they'll give me some of like their database stuff they've worked on for a long time too, to make open source. And I've got a ton of aquabiomics tests, and there's a couple companies that have said after me launching this, they would like to fund, buying more tests if we need it. So I think we just need to everyone needs to get together that wants to mess with stuff. And I probably can get this organized where we can actually do some pretty good experiments. And
I mean,
we would know a lot.
I mean, my tank crashed. I was like, I could reset it up right away. I know how to do it.
Yeah.
Where's the fun, right? So I'm like, I want to make this a science experiment. I'm going to start to look at what happens when the tank recovers as it's recovering. But, again, it's investment of time and money. I got to set up my tank 3 months ago. Now I'm already into 3 months and I still don't have a tank, right?
Yeah, but you got 20 new fish.
I do now. Yeah, thanks to ORA.
Sanjay, as long as you don't follow the Kevin strategy of 4 years without a tank once he took it down, you'll be okay. 4 years is a long time.
I really enjoyed the whole summer without this tank, though, by the way.
Yeah.
It was nice, very unstressful, and taking my time, laying back, and learned a lot about a whole bunch of things of when the tanks recover and what happens and how things change.
Yeah.
Right. I learned a lot about me knowing nothing about nitrate testing. I didn't realize how badly nitrites can mess up your nitrate readings.
Mm-hmm.
This was, again, my misunderstanding of things, or not, because I never cared about nitrites, right? Because they never existed.
Right.
Right.
So I'm testing my tank and I go, man, I'm getting such high levels of nitrates. So I was talking to Craig Bingman. I said, Craig, does this seem realistic to you? And he goes, have you tested your nitrites? I go, no, because I've never had the need to test nitrites.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, all of these tests for nitrates, they convert nitrates to nitrites. So
if you already have
nitrites, you're going to get highly inflated readings.
So is that why your nitrates in your initial post when you're asked about carbon dosing were like 5 billion? Because you had just a bunch of nitrites? Okay.
It was a huge amount. It was like 800. It was like 600.
How the hell?
Yeah. It was like really weird. And I was like talking to Craig, and he goes, yeah, you can inflate that by about 5 times. So that's why I said, okay, I'll just wait a little longer, let the nitrites run out completely into inverted nitrates. And that's when it started to make sense. They came down to like 120 or so, which made more reasonable sense.
I remember going to a MACNA talk years ago, and I can't remember who the speaker was, but I remember they stated this, and it just really was just like, really? This is the thing people fight? But they said that there was like a huge debate in the scientific community about proper nitrate testing, and that you just can't get that number right. And I was like, what? It's like the cheapest, simplest test kit ever. And they just said, no, it's like, you think you know how to do it. And they said, unless you do it exactly the same way every time. Like, I do it the exact same way every time. Like, no, it's still not exact enough, and you're wrong. And I was just like, I was kind of blown away thinking nitrate is a huge debate in the scientific community. So,
yeah, I mean, it's the other thing I was playing around with was, when stuff dies, and your sand bed dies, I got this layer of black in there.
Like sulfides or something?
Yeah, those are sulfides.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And there were times, so I would go in there and I would just disturb it because I had nothing alive anyway.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm going to disturb this sulfide things. It's all black sand.
Yeah.
And interestingly, when you expose that black sand, it clears up. It's no longer black.
So once it hits oxygen, it breaks down.
It breaks down. Right? And, of course, that people say, oh, it releases hydrogen sulfide. Sure, in the beginning, I could smell hydrogen sulfide in that thing. But a month later, a month and a half, whatever, there was still some black patches in the sand.
Yeah.
And I would go disturb them on purpose. And I wouldn't smell any hydrogen sulfide.
Yeah.
And then
poking it with a stick.
People always claim that, hydrogen sulfide is so toxic to fish. So when I put my pioneer clownfish in there, 3 of them, and I found patches of black sand, I want to disturb it, and see what happens to my fish.
You're such a murderer. Keep going.
This is my mad science experiments, right?
Tell that to the clowns.
Guess what? The clownfish didn't die.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if
I went back and looked at all sorts of posts on all the forums, and everybody's like, "Oh, even a little hydrogen sulfide is going to kill your fish."
Yeah, of course they say that.
I don't think it does.
No.
I mean, it might kill some really sensitive fish, maybe, but it didn't kill my clownfish. Is all I can claim.
I wonder if it was because it was small patches instead of the whole sand bed. It's like a different,
small patches. There was, again, it's interesting because I look at a cross section of it, right, where I was seeing the black part, but it's only a cross section, so it ran across a large surface area.
Yeah, he's got a huge tank. A small section is probably so big.
So I would disturb it on purpose, and there'll be all this black stuff floating around.
Yeah,
and within a day, you couldn't see any black stuff there.
Wow,
it was gone.
Maybe you could do that with dinoflagellates. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Did you run carbon during this process?
I did a lot of carbon initially. Yeah. And then when I started carbon dosing, I stopped adding carbon. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to remove the carbon. Let it be in there.
Okay.
Another interesting thing I did with it was I started dosing silicon oxides, silicon dioxide, water glass. Because I'm like, you know what? At some point, I'm going to have to deal with, flagellates. Maybe I'll counteract it now and start to grow diatoms in there. And maybe I will not end up with this phase of dinoflagellates. So I'm experimenting with a bunch of things so that when I don't end up with this really ugly phase.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm doing this with the same sand I had in the tank. Completely devastated biome there, right? The same rock.
Did you inoculate any bacteria?
No, I'm trying to stay away from any of that stuff.
Okay.
And you didn't wash the sand
I'm
either.
convinced you don't need any of that stuff.
So right? This is the 25-year-old rock that just basically you kept.
I kept some of the rock. I reduced the rock by about 2/3. So I only have 1/3 of the rock I used to have.
Okay.
Right. And I have the same sand.
Which you didn't take out.
I didn't take it out. I didn't wash it. I stirred it up many times, but I really didn't wash it.
Will you do a good gravel vac at some point?
No.
Really? After all these years, you wouldn't want to at least get out the decay?
What decay? It's
the detritus, the stuff that's in the sand down deep.
Isn't it dead by now?
I don't know what it is at this point.
We don't know what it is.
The whole hobby is hung up on detritus. I'm not.
It's just like your filter on your air conditioner. If you took it outside and beat it against a tree a little bit, it'll last a little bit longer. Your sand bed is trapping everything forever until you do a gravel vac.
What's it doing? If it trapped it, is it releasing it?
What
is it releasing? It goes in dirt. I'm convinced it goes in dirt after some point.
Could, yeah.
It's in dirt. What is it releasing? Tell me.
I'm not thinking about releasing.
Phosphates?
No. I wasn't thinking about releasing.
Sanjay, I actually ran an experiment on detritus. I took out a full liter of detritus out of my big tank, and I had it sitting in a cup in the liter container.
Yeah. Did
nothing to it for 3 months. I was expecting it to go black. I was expecting it to smell. I was expecting something. Guess what happened? Nothing.
Nothing.
It didn't go black. It didn't do anything. But guess what the phosphate level was from the detritus? Initially, it was 0.1. What was it after 3 months?
0.3.
No, off the scale.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So the detritus held a lot of phosphate, but it didn't do anything else.
Wait. But if I know how to manage phosphates, what's the big deal?
No, if you can manage it, I'm just saying. But detritus does hold phosphate. I will fight with you on that one.
It's like coral snow. It's organic. It's particular organic carbon, and that's a lot of polyphosphates in all of it. So
I mean, it's not. Yeah. If I can manage the nitrates and the phosphates, what is detritus doing to my tank?
No, I don't think it's doing something bad. I just think the sand bed is more full than it needs to be. Like it could be cleaned out. Like, getting your carpets cleaned once a year from a company that gets the stuff out.
It's doing biological activity in there.
It's surface area.
Dead. It's not dead. It's surface area. There's biological activity going on in there, right? So what's the big deal?
It'll be interesting to see what happens with your nutrient levels once you put more living material in there. If they start extracting or needing it, or what happens to your phosphate levels.
Well, I'm monitoring all of that.
I know.
You might not have to dose phosphates ever. You're only going to demand
the nice. I'm managing phosphates right now by dosing lanthanum chloride.
Okay.
Right? Because the phosphate levels at one point were like at 0.3. Oh no, they're even more than that.
Right? So you're precipitating it out.
Yeah.
So it's still in there, but it's precipitate, and it's usually an inert precipitate.
Right.
Okay.
So right now, I mean, I posted my results a few days ago. The phosphates are at 0.06, and the nitrates are like 12.4. Right.
Okay.
So technically, you would look at it and say, "Oh, tank's ready for corals," but I'm still not convinced because I want to see what the biome looks like.
Yeah.
Why not? Eli has been really good about saying, "Okay, we're going to time series this whole thing, right? We're going to look at it every month or every 6 weeks, right, and see how the biome is changing." And I'm purposely, that's the whole reason. I'm not adding any external bacteria to this whole system.
I wonder if you start adding corals to the tank, then you're going to be change the biome theoretically.
Yeah.
I'm not adding any corals yet. I just added fish.
No, you said you're not going to add any until the end of August when you get back. So we got another 6 weeks, and then that's when I think you'll start to see changes.
Well, that's what we want to keep track of. Right?
I think you could have a really big population of sulfide reducing bacteria. Maybe initially stirring that stuff up, you had just enough hydrogen sulfide to where all those rare kind of taxa bloomed, and then you stirred it up again and they just broke it down to where that's why there's no toxicity. You created like a hydrogen sulfide soup for a while, probably.
Maybe. I mean, it was bad for a while.
Yeah, because you said the smell eventually went away. I mean, that could have been from carbon, or maybe just something grew to eat it. I don't know.
Who knows? I don't know. I have no answers to those level of questions where I can't see things.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, this gets back to
I'm blind beyond a certain micron size.
This gets back to a hypothesis that was in an earlier talk, that good tanks have a certain smell, bad tanks have a certain smell, and every tanks have a different smell. They said at one of these meetings, we should all bring a bottle of our tank and have someone smell it and see who could have a healthy tank, who has a bad tank.
It'll change.
We've all smelled dead acropora, and there's nothing as bad as that. And you can smell
wait. That's not true. Dead anemone.
You smell death like I have smelled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sanjay's tank.
Sanjay's tank. You should have bottled that and brought that with you.
Yeah.
I mean, my tank's in the basement, and my bedroom is 2 stories above the basement. And I could smell death.
Oh, I believe it.
In my house for 4-5 days. It wouldn't go away.
Yeah.
Luckily, my wife wasn't at home, and I'm still married now, so that's good.
That's why you run the carbon, to get rid of the horrible
smell. That's why
smell.
you run the carbon, Sanjay, to get the smell out of the dry carbon.
Yeah.
HEPA filters.
That too, yeah. Well,
so I have a question getting back to algae, because one of the things I've found some literature on is the role of strontium and coralline algae as a potential competitor with corals. So I've always tried to have a fair amount of coralline algae growing in the tank, so I've kept my strontium level relatively high.
Yeah.
But after reading this, I'm debating whether I should reduce my strontium levels to try and reduce the amount of coralline algae, because that seems to be a competitor for some of these corals. What do you guys think of that?
I would never do that.
Algae, what's wrong with coralline algae?
That was what this article showed, is that coralline algae may be competitive with some stony corals.
Yeah.
for the same nutrients and the same thing.
Most of the tanks I've kept, there goes a phase where the coralline algae grows really well, and there comes a point where it stagnates. It stagnates. I never had to scrape coralline off my front glass. But there's a certain point in the whole cycle where you have to scrape it off the front glass.
Yep.
It kind of stops growing after a while, right? So something happens to the environment in there where the coralline doesn't want to grow anymore, or it'll grow and really slow, but not at the rate it was growing before. So is it that the coralline algae needs different levels of trace elements? Right? And what are those trace elements? And if you're into breeding corals and you want to create these discs with lots of coralline algae that the coral planula would sit on, then you really want to answer that question. How do I get these good corallines to grow? Right? There's good corallines for the larvae to settle, and there's bad corallines where they will not settle. Right? So there's a whole lot about coralline algae that we don't even know.
Yeah.
We just lump it into one thing.
It's purple algae, and we all go, that's it.
It's like zooxanthellae. We all lumped it into one thing. No, there's different clades of these things.
So here's the thing. Coralline algae, if it was growing in abundance, like too much, like everywhere, all over the walls, all over the front, all over the back, in the plumbing, everywhere causing obstruction, it's definitely going to steal some of what the corals need because it's utilizing it like crazy. But if you're keeping it contained to the rockwork, for example, and you're scraping the back of your tank so it's black and beautiful, and you're making sure it's not getting on the teeth of the overflow boxes and all that kind of stuff to where you've limited how much is in there, then I don't feel like it's going to be to the mass that it could be to steal from the corals. It will grow to a certain extent. Your corals will then overgrow all of that coralline that's on the rocks, and soon you won't even see your rockwork at all, and that coralline will either fade or even die off underneath because it's in total shade.
You know, I've had plenty of tanks, like grow out ones, where I'll start getting a coralline bloom, and my alg consumption just goes through the roof. So I think from an economical perspective, if you're a hobbyist on a budget and you're doing really well, you can certainly increase that cost. But I think that a lot of the literature that I've read shows that coralline will occur when there's that really healthy phase shift. So bad, high DOC, messed up microbiome, hair algae. Good, you've got coralline, clean water, pelagibacter, and the plankton in the water. So and there's like a probiotic effect that a lot of it has. It helps coral settlement and stuff. I think Bob just said that. I think it's also Rich had a good point of which species of coralline algae, because there might be some that are even inhibitory towards corals, or they produce stuff and directly compete with them. But at least a lot that I've seen is they can be good. So yeah, I think maybe having something like urchin species that eat excess coralline. If you've got this bloom, you know,
a lot of them do. If you have urchins, they'll scrape right through the coralline algae, and you see it. You see their track through the coralline algae.
So that solves it taking up excess trace elements and alg, as you limit that you hit the carrying capacity by having a predator in there, maybe. So maybe urchins have a role.
Which goes back to the refugium question. The refugium has the same problem.
See, I don't think it does. And I could be wrong, but my reef tank, which is a mixed reef, with things down on the sandbed all the way up to the surface of the water, I have abundant coral growth, and I always have a healthy refugium. And I've been growing the same species of caulerpa, feather caulerpa, now since probably 2003. It's the one that doesn't die. And I only run lights 9 hours a day. So I'm not even doing that 24-hour day thing to avoid it going sexual. And I will add, I've had zero luck growing Cheetomorpha ever. And I didn't even learn until 2 years ago when I think it was Tia Davis gave her presentation where she said there's different Cheetomorphas, and I didn't even know that. And she said there are bad ones, there are good ones. I was like, did I buy every bad one there ever was? Because I put it in, and within a few weeks, it just withered away. And I was like, that didn't work. And I didn't put in things from Brightwell to go ahead and make it grow better. I didn't try that at the time.
Now, I have a question for you, Sanjay. Seeing how little rock you are now having in the tank, is your goal to have like a few huge colonies and just grow and fill in like Richard Harker did, or what's the plan?
The plan is going to be something that may or may not work.
That's this whole hobby, Sanjay. That's not really clarifying.
Here's my, again, if I want to set up the same tank I had, I can do it really easily.
Right.
Right. But what's the fun in that? I've done that for 30 years. Right. So I'm decided now I'm going to go after challenging stuff. And I really love all these deep water corals, with fewer polyps. So I figured if I'm going to redo this tank, I might as well take up that challenge and see if I can be successful with some of these deep water things. Corals with fewer polyps and so on. And I've been reading up on these corals, and it's kind of fascinating, right? Because they have so fewer polyps.
Yep.
So how do they get the food to the polyps?
More flow.
No, they have cilia on their bodies. And these cilia will basically move the food.
That makes sense.
To the polyps.
Yep, I believe it.
And I was having a conversation with Todd Lajunas, who is pretty much one of the world's authority on symbiodinium. And he said he thinks that these corals may also have a different symbiodinium in them. Right? So they may have different requirements.
All right, I need one of you to send me the hardest smooth skin to keep, and I'll isolate the zooxanthellae from it. Nice. I have a protocol. I don't know if you saw earlier. I've got some I've isolated from my hammer.
I can go to Todd, and he does this for a living.
Okay, never mind. Go to Todd. He's going to be way better than me.
So anyway, so this is the point. So I figured, maybe I have 10 years left in this hobby anymore. That's it. So might as well take on a challenge and see if I can work with these corals.
Is 10 years because the tank's going to let go after 10 years? Is that
no? Because I might not be alive in 10 years. Who knows?
Oh, we're going to be negative. Got it. All right.
Well, at least I know in 10 years I may not be able to take care of the tank.
Hey, since you're doing this whole new biotope, you should add a refugium this time because you want to try something new.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I've never had
I have metamorpho reactors, and if I need to put them on, I can put them on.
I've never had a microalgae problem in my main display. I've never had hair algae. I never, ever have hair algae, ever.
I never did too.
I get a little bit of bubble algae, and the only reason it exists is because Spock, my NASA tank, can't get to it.
I know. That's how it is. These tanks can't get to it, and that's where it grows.
Right. And that's okay. It doesn't bother me. I used to joke when I grew it in my frag system. I had a lot, and people were like, oh my God, so much Valonia. And I just told them I use it for color correction when I'm doing my photo editing because I know what color that is. And, it was just.
Yeah, it's funny because I used to have these big Valonia bubbles that would form. Mm-hmm. And people would come see my tank, not non-hobbyists.
Yeah.
They were mostly fascinated by these big bubbles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's that? Green chromis is their favorite fish in the tank, or clownfish.
Yeah.
Now, Sanjay, I have to admit this. This has been one of the best calls I've ever had with you because you finally admitted you're coming over to the dark side with me where you're going to start doing experiments like I do. I appreciate that.
No, I don't do. I do very controlled experiments.
Mine are controlled. Mine aren't out of control. There's just too many of them.
Too many at the same time. Too many at the same time. Doesn't work.
Speaking of experiments, Mike, are you still doing the ammonia dosing?
Yes.
Ammonium dosing?
Ammonia. Yeah. Ammonium bicarbonate from Amazon.
And how's that going?
It has been working very well. And then adding the CAC carbon on, the two have made a significant impact on the tank. I mean, the colors are popping. The growth has gotten better.
Nice.
Things that hadn't grown anywhere in 6 or 9 months have suddenly started encrusting. I'm seeing a big change. The ammonia was the corals that were growing well before the ammonia grew faster with the ammonia. The corals that weren't growing were starting to grow. But then when I used the CAC to get the DOC levels down, those corals started taking off.
So you're basically running your tank like me now.
Pretty much.
Except his is alive.
Yes. I remember you telling my daughter, my tank will never be like yours. Well, yours will never be like mine now. So
it will be someday.
10 years. You got 10 years to catch me.
I will.
It took me 20 to get you, so we're square.
I got people like Chris Meckley who are going to supply me with cool stuff.
Damn right. It's all about the reefer's code there, brother. I mean, that's what I'm loving about it.
That's Sanjay and I have lived the Reefer's Code our entire career.
30 years now, more. 30
I know
years
you guys have, and that's something that we got to bring back to the hobby, and Jake and I tried. I know I've been doing it with Sanjay. Mike, we got to start doing it more. Same with Mark.
You just got to find the right people. That's all it is. That's all it
care
is.
about. The way I look at it, it's all about the story, the lineage, banking that coral in somebody else's tank so that we have it for the future. I mean, I could lose everything,
I don't care about lineage. All I go is I look at the coral, I go, I got this from Mike, when we went on this trip, and that's the connection. It doesn't go beyond that, right? It's like
that's lineage to me.
It's the stories that go with my corals. All the corals I had literally had stories with every single coral.
It's my daughter's been working for us since the beginning of the summer, and she came to me and she's like, Dad, I want to do what you've been talking about doing for years. I want to know the story behind all of the corals you have on the farm. And she's asking me questions. Actually, I work with my earbuds and she's in the office typing up the names, typing up the story about these corals. And she goes, Dad, how do you remember all of this? She's like, we're on like the 75th coral, and everything about that coral when you put it on the farm. You don't know the exact date, but you know the year you put it on the farm. You know why you put it on the farm, and these stories are amazing. And then she's taking and using her creative writing skills and putting that story together. And just the other day, she did this whole thing. We had this thing we launched a couple of years ago called the Royal Court of Para-Ancoras. And it started because these guys from the UK, Paul Hughes is coming on here, wee hours of the morning. But he was there, and I called this one hammer coral the Prince of Darkness because it's a black. Nobody likes it. I don't sell much of it, but it's black. It's got a baby blue star pattern in the center of it. And I'm like, this is the Prince of Darkness. It's my favorite of the euphyllias that we have, or Fimbriophyllus. And he's like, Prince. He's like, you need to start this thing called the Royal Court of, Para-Ancoras. And I'm like, I like that. And I'm like, what should I call this one here? He's like, that one should be the king. This one should be the queen. This one should be the princess. So every one that we released, there on out, we had them as the Royal Court of Para-Ancoras by ACI, and they all have their own story behind them. And my daughter wrote this cool thing up about the Royal Court, and as we add to it, she's just going to add to that story, and then each one will have its story behind it as well, which is, I don't know, for me, that means something to the animal itself. It gives it recognition, it gives it meaning for the name. And yeah, Sanjay, I get what you're saying. If you like it, you collected it, you guys have the story behind it, but that's lineage when you break it down, because you guys know the story behind that coral, and that needs to be broadcast to everybody, because it's not just a coral with a name on it. It's got history. It's got something there. And I think it's been a lost thing since
what you can't forget is, for everybody, each coral has some personal history.
Yeah.
Unless you just bought it off the website, right? If you got it from somebody, you got it from your friend.
Yeah.
Right. And whatever, I went to Belgium and saw this coral, beautiful purple Cellophora. Right. And I really wanted to bring it back with me. Those days you could bring it back. Right. And I went to this guy's house because he had a used colony of it. Guy by the name of Danny. Right. Went to his house early in the morning because my flight was a little bit later in the afternoon to get that frag and bring it back with me. Right. Danny was really helpful. He loved it. He enjoyed giving me the coral. Right. And then a few years later, Danny has cancer and then he passed away. That coral now, has a whole different meaning to me.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal coral. You can buy for less than $10 from people. Right. But I brought it back. I grew it. I gave it to so many people. That was the Milka. I mean, that's what that was what they were calling it in Germany and Belgium and everywhere else. Right. And that was the Milka coral. I brought it back.
The Milka Stylo.
The Milka Stylo.
Nice.
Right. It came from Danny's tank. It has a whole different meaning to me. So if I set up my tank again, I'm going to get back Danny's coral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that part of the story.
It doesn't matter, right?
That's great.
To me, it's my personal story.
Yeah.
Right? I have corals in my tank. I had corals in my tank. John Capolino.
I have some.
I mean, I got them with John Capolino, and John Capolino collected those corals.
Right.
Right. So to me, the history is not way beyond lineage and goes back to Tyree or whoever.
Right.
No, to me, the story is with me and my friends. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you and I
And
don't.
that matters a lot to me, right? I go to Mike's house all the time. Mike and I have been trading corals for over 30 years. And every coral that I give Mike, he comes back and he goes, I want that one. I go, Mike, you get that to you. It doesn't look the same in my tank. Right?
They always look different in our tanks.
always look
We run them
different.
differently.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
it's part of. It's not about the coral. It's about the personal relationships that get developed through corals. To me, that's the hobby. That's the most valuable part of the hobby to me.
So what I take away from this is that you're just a bunch of sentimental reefers.
Hey, we're old sentimental.
No, I mean,
literally. You could put it that way. You could put it that way.
Yeah.
Sanjay and I laugh about this all the time. We don't remember the names of most of the corals we have. The ones that we remember the names of are the ones we've traded with each other or have a story with them.
Exactly.
Right.
If it's some guy brings in a wild call and he frags it and sells us a piece, and he calls it, Rainbow Universe or whatever, we don't remember it. But we remember this little green frag that we got because Sanjay gave it to me, or Kevin, or Jack.
We went on a road trip. We went on a road trip in New Jersey.
Yep.
And this guy, we went to visit his tank, and he had this coral, and he was very happy to give it to us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are the kind of stories that we remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, before Salem was born, when we used to go out and give
Yeah.
talks,
I know.
we would go go to people's houses after, because half the time we would sleep in their houses. Nobody had you sleep in a hotel.
Right.
I slept on more couches and more basements during the early years of this hobby, as did Sanjay.
Yeah.
But the fun of it was they didn't pay us. They would give us, we'd be coming home with bags of corals, and we go, this is the greatest thing. And most of them were brown, but we were still happy with them.
Yeah.
That's what changed.
They had stories. Right? That's what I said. The corals had stories.
I'll tell you, I did some of that.
They didn't have names. They didn't have names. They had stories.
I spent some time sleeping on some sofas too, visiting people. But I'll tell you, it got better. Because there was a few homes I was in, and I was like, wow, I'm surrounded by dog fur and loudness, and it's just not good. I'm not liking it. But then there was always that one house. Oh my God. There was this one place in Louisiana, I think it was. And they invited me to speak to their club, and I showed up, and they took me upstairs and they said, here's your room. Very nice home. The room was very nice. On the bed, there was a tray that had several copies of Reef Hobbyist magazine, a bottle of Crown Royal, a couple of candy bars. There was a basket of toiletries I was like, this is better than any hotel ever. I'm like, I'll stay in this room. Forget the talk.
Well, and the other funny thing is, we would go to give these talks literally around the world.
Yeah.
Most of these people didn't speak English. And you'd walk into the airport and it'd have a sign, or they'd be wearing some kind of fish and geek shirt. Yeah. That was the only way you knew who the people were. I know Sanjay got picked up by people that did not speak a word of English. They could have taken me and dropped me in a field. We would have never known.
Yeah. I know.
We had a lot of faith and trust in people back then. I wouldn't do that now.
My wife would always say, I think you're going to get killed in one of these trips.
I know, it's like, just because the guy's a fisher doesn't mean he's part of the hobby. He might just like that fish shirt.
Maybe he's a serial killer. And guess what? There was one. And Joe Yaulo stayed at his house.
What?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it. We have.
Well, you got to hear it from Joe. I mean, it would be third hand if I said it. But next time you see Joe, ask him. Ask him about that.
Ask him about the murderer that stayed in his house.
Oh no! The house that he stayed in turned out to be one of the murderers.
He was in the devil's den.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that did happen.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And there was a one house.
Salem, add another hour and bring Joe in. Come on, let's do it.
There's one house I stayed in. I think it was Sacramento. And after I stayed in that house, the next morning, I ran into one of the other speakers, and he goes, "Oh, did you see the dog?" And I go, "No, there was no dog."
What dog?
In that house. And he goes, "I stayed in that room. Was this pink room you stayed in? Blah, blah, blah." I said, "Yeah, it was this pink room." And he goes, "I was in that room. And I woke up in the middle of the night. There was a dog on my chest." There was no dog.
Yeah.
There was no dog. It was a ghost dog, he said. I didn't see it. I didn't see that ghost dog.
A ghost dog. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
I Scott Feldman that story one time to see him.
Well, I'll go back to your sentimental part before. I'll tell you a lot of the corals that I got from people, I would not remember what they told me it was called. Drove me crazy. And I tried to put notes or write on the bag or whatever. I always forgot. But if I got a coral from someone like Drew, who was a club member in my club, I was like, this is Drew's acro. And I called it that forever. And every time I pointed to it, people were like, oh my God, that coral is so beautiful. What is it? I said, it's Drew's acro. And I just kept saying that. And people were like, where do I get Drew's acro? I'm like, well, Drew's in Dallas. And so he'd get these random phone calls. So Mark says, I can get an acro from you. And Drew would just laugh. He's like, yeah, I got a piece. And, you know, I grew it for a super long time. And then eventually I lost every speck of it through RTN events. And it was a real bummer. But, you know, that was one. I don't know what it should have been called. But for 10 years, it was just called Drew's acro.
Yeah, that's how it is.
That's what it should have been called.
Yeah.
Again, this is all sentimental thing. That's what it is. Right? I get calls from Chris Meckley, and I call him Chris Meckley's calls. I don't know what they're called. He can call them whatever he wants.
Princess Thieves.
To me, they're called Chris Meckley. They're Chris Meckley's calls.
No, and Sanjay should go
the
on
Michael
record.
Letters calls, the Kevin Lark's calls, or whoever. You know, I get them from.
I got your aqua tuberculata to send back, Sanjay.
All right.
And Sanjay and I
I'm going to figure out whether it fits in my new
ourselves.
team or not.
No, and for the record, Sanjay and I never named corals after ourselves. Other people named them after us. We didn't name, oh, this is my coral. No, we never had that kind of an ego. It's because we distribute them to so many people. They named them after us.
You know, Mike, I just learned that I have a coral in my tank that I didn't know the name. It came from Dwayne. And I asked him the other day, I just gave a frag to someone, and the guy wants to know what it's called. And Dwayne said, that's a Paletta tricolor. And I was like, what? And he's like, that's it. I'm like, there's no way. I've had this coral in my tank for 4 years, and I'm just now being told it's Paletta.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know Mike Paletta. There's no, and he goes, that's what it is. I'm like,
that's what it is.
No, you're talking about the wrong coral. And he's like, no, it's the one that's mostly green with purple on the tip. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, Paletta. I'm like, how did I not know this?
Now you can sell it for $5 a frag.
Yeah.
A true Valita.
Now, do you want to know the story of the Paletta pink tip?
Yes.
This is a crazy story.
Sounds dirty. And we only have 3 minutes.
Okay, I wrote an article on propagating corals in the mid-90s, and I was giving a talk, and some gentleman comes up to me and goes, I'm from the Philippines. We want to start propagating corals. Can you write an article for me so that I can show the government that we can propagate corals? So I wrote him an article. I sent it to him. A couple weeks later, there's a styrofoam box sitting on my front porch.
Mm-hmm.
I go, I have no idea what this is. I open it up. There's 3 corals in it, a brown one, a blue one, and a green one, all about the size of my fist.
Okay.
And the address is from the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
This is when you could get stuff without the end of the world.
Yeah.
So I put them in my tank. The blue one obviously died like the next day, as blue corals typically did back then. The brown one was a nothing, but the green one was this weird coral that just kept encrusting and encrusting and encrusting. And it never grew for like a year.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, this is now running under 400 watt metal halides. All of a sudden, it took off. And when it started to take off, the tips would get to be 1 inch, 2 inches, and they were bright, vivid pink.
Wow.
They never get that pink under LEDs, but under halides, they'll get that pink.
Huh. I didn't know that story.
I gave a piece of it to Leroy Headley. And Leroy, bless his soul, he's gone from us. But Leroy never killed a coral. He would grow corals from 1 polyp. He was meticulous.
Yeah.
So he grew this coral out at his farm in Idaho for like 3 or 4 years. He started distributing it, and people go, "What is it?" He goes, "Oh, that's Paletta's pink tip." That's how it got the name. It is the only coral I know of from the Philippines that has been here for almost 30 years.
For people like Salem who kind of, are just kids.
See, that's the stories that I love.
Leroy ran Garf.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So, that Garf bonsai.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I posted about Garf Grunge 2 days ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to bring it back.
He was growing microbiomes before we even knew what microbiomes were.
That was the first microbiome supplement, Garf Grunge. Someone's got to do it.
Or that stuff from Hawaii. What is the company called?
Oh.
IS something or the other.
Yeah,
Indo-Pacific
Sea Farms.
Yeah, IP, whatever they were. Yeah, they were the other ones selling this grunge.
Yeah.
And guess what? That grunge is nothing but detritus from my tank.
There you go. Sanjay, you have a fortune sitting in your tank. You can fund your whole tank with grunge in your tank.
Away.
Just sell your sand bed and get a new one.
Sand bed pays for everything. You're set.
There you go. There's the guy. Seth had give me the name.
Yeah.
IIS. Well, he's spelled it.
Yeah, he's another old timer dude.
Here, this is what he says it's called. I don't know.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I love the mole.
All right, our time's up. That's it. Stop talking. Okay. Take over, Salem.
Stop listening the whole time.
All right.
I hope you got a chance to eat and poop or whatever the hell you guys did in the 1 hour you had free.
I was here.
All we ask is next time you do this, we're not bench warmers. You bring us in with the first team.
That's right. B-listers. We're not B-listers.
Yeah, B-listers.
To all you viewers, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of this live stream now that I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I'm sure they'll do the best they can.
Thank you all for taking over. Like I said, we'll have you guys 24-hour. You'll A-team. It'll happen. I also have weird corals to send you all. I have a lot of weird stuff.
That's what I'm looking for.
That's what we're looking for.
Code. I've got Astra Legira coming in this week.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I
got
a
some
bunch of weird stuff.
Darius coming in a couple of weeks too.
I got it already, Chris. You want to play that game?
Yeah, Jakes.
I got a 15-year-old Murielina from the Solomons that has the green and the pink that you never see now.
I didn't know there was pink. I want that.
Oh yeah, there's a really cool one comes out of the Solomon, and I actually asked Tim Kelly when I was on the phone the other day with him. I said, "You need to find me some of that Murielina that's pink and green." He's like, I see it all the time. He's like, why do you want that? I'm like, I want one piece for me. That's it.
Why do you want that? What's wrong with you?
Because I'm a geek and I love corals of all shapes and sizes. I don't care what color they are. I just want it because it's badass.
I just can't believe he said, why would you want that? Like, why would I want any of the corals in the ocean?
Right. Well, we got somebody else popping up. He's in
all right.
waiting for us.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much
for joining
us. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Yep.
You guys are the best.
Bye.
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 Well, that was a good one. We learned about the origins of the Paletta pink tip and so much more.
Milka.
Very insightful. The Milka Stylo. I never knew that.
Jake didn't fill me in with that part of the Milka Stylo story. He only filled me in with part of it. I knew it was in captivity for a long time, and I knew it came from the Red Sea, but I didn't know that Sanjay brought it from Europe.
That's like crazy.
I don't think Isabel's written up that part of the Stylo for it yet, so I guarantee you I'm going to be calling Sanjay and getting that full scoop so that way we can get the real story.
Yeah, in honor of Danny, everyone has to now call it Danny's Milka Stylo. We now know it came from someone. That's what we're calling it. It's rebrand now. So
Danny's Milka Stylo.
We have officially reached the point to where Facebook has killed itself, and we are no longer able to stream on there. We have hit the limit on Facebook, so we are YouTube only, people. So please comment on YouTube, share it on YouTube, share the YouTube link. Facebook is down. We're going to have our next guest on, Justin Credible, senior biologist at Moat Marine Lab, and he's done a lot of other cool stuff too, like invented a product that you might be very familiar with. Without further ado, let's have on Justin. How are you doing, Justin?
Doing
What's
great,
up, brother?
Can you hear me? Does this sound good?
Yes, you sound great.
Good to see you, man.
It's good to see you guys.
Thanks for coming on, man.
It's my pleasure. So what do you want to get into?
Well,
Man.
You're the guy. You are the Ghani man. You invented Ghania Power. I think it would be really cool to hear the story about how you made that product, how you discovered the importance of manganese to all this stuff. You were like the first one to do that, at least that I ever heard of from my young age in this hobby. But I think it'd be cool to share how you came up with that product.
Well, yeah, it was a pleasure hearing Pat and, Bob speak about, the trials and tribulations of, stores and just kind of coming up through. So back in, I don't think you were alive yet, Salem. So I was working at, I really cut my teeth on the saltwater stuff. I was, doing it before, but I started in 2000 at Fin and Feather in Groton. There was a reef tank there, and they were kind of had a saltwater department that they were building up. And I'd like to be an ethical retailer. So back in those days, one of the easiest things was to get, like coral boxes. It would be 20 coral and it'd just be just whatever. And then, you know, CITES, that's the, you know, the permitting and all that for bringing the corals in. You know, you got all your different groups and stuff, and Goniopora is one of those. But, you know, back in those days, none of the Goniopora lived. You know, they would basically be a 6 month and wither and die. So as an ethical retailer, I wouldn't sell that to customers, wouldn't even put a price tag on it. It would go right into the display tank. And after a couple of years, I was like, wait, those Ganies are still alive. So it was kind of working backwards from that. That was the initial thing. It was like, all right, let's explore this, you know. And at that point, probably had like 5 Ganies in there, and just kept growing and growing. And now this is a tank. It had it's kind of like what would you call it? Enhanced Berlin style, something like that. But I was really into a lot of like small food stuff like that. Didn't have a full on like refugium, but just in the sump was just, I really tried to cultivate organisms, sponges, sea fans, stuff like that. But part of like, you know, I wasn't using a protein skimmer because back in those days, there really wasn't good protein skimmers like for more budget aquarists, let alone even like a store, like we're just getting ourselves going, that, you know, and even, you know, generally like I can be known for being like, protein skimmers is like one of the last things that I will bother to put on my tank because I don't have tons of fish, stuff like that, when I'm generally, you know, doing a coral aquaculture system. But you know, with the feeding of everything, I was being a little bit sloppy as far as like, remember, Chris, you might remember it, the Cyclopes. Back in the day. So that used to have all this, you know, red juice that would come with it. So I was basically just feeding a lot of like small particle sized foods into the tank, you know, feeding the coral on purpose, that kind of stuff. And even the way the tank was designed, it was producing foods. I was still the basics, like you gotta, you know, have you know, you're not going to chase numbers, but you know, you have good calcium, you have good alkalinity, you have, you know, you don't have tons of phosphates, nitrates, the basics. And then on top of that, was, you know, the food thing. So over time, you know, I was starting to do good with them, starting to frag them all out. We were starting to now bring them in on purpose, get some different species, get some samplings there. And then I would just go coral by coral that came in. Before I would ever sell them, I would make sure they were growing for us. And then I, you know, I just was obsessed with coral farming. So I just wanted to keep them, frag them out, grow them. And then on that process, I was identifying each individual species. And I got to give, you know, props to Julian Sprung. His book, the Coral Identification book, was just like, you know, it goes back then, people are like, oh, Goniopora is Goniopora. And his book was like, well, you know, there are these different ones. And, you know, so I would look up literature and really try my best to, even every once in a while, I'd be like, I would sacrifice a few polyps just to, you know, get the skeleton and really get an accurate identification from the coralite. And then I would just, because, you know, the store was at that point, the new location, there was an expansion, especially the saltwater department was doing great, had access to all kinds of food. And then even things like, you know, the shrimp comes in with eggs, or, you know, crab, stuff like that. There's a lot kind of like at our disposal. It was back in DT's oyster eggs.
Oyster
Dennis was a character. And but yeah, so there was like, so I would go through was it the reef keeping article, kind of have like a breakdown of, no, not reef, sorry, Advanced Aquarist is that article. I did a breakdown of each species I was keeping at the time, and then like what they were responding to as a food item. I mean, funnily enough, you know what they never ate? Phytoplankton. So I don't even know. That's not even in this topic, but like, yeah, show me a coral that eats, you know, hard coral that eats phyto. But so that breakdown was, you know, it's definitely, there was kind of an overlap. There was a few rascals like Palmensis really didn't like much of anything. think if memory serves, it was like oyster eggs and kind of nothing else. It was probably eating more tiny stuff. But then there's champs like Norfolkensis. Those are generally like we're getting in the green ones, and there's some cool morphs from Australia, and there's a lot of variability with kind of some color and structure wise. But I would sit and watch them eat, and just take a note of like what the thing is they're actually eating, what is indicative of a feeding reaction versus like a stress or fear reaction. So that's that whole thing. If your gani's eating, it'll like pulse as it goes down, where it's like, and you'll even get like polyps from over here will come to the food, eat it, and it's like there's a pulsing action with the retraction of the polyp, which is like, I'm happy, this is great. If it's you put too big of a piece of food or doesn't want to do it, or you poke it, that reaction will be, the polyps will retract, but it will be a smooth retraction each polyp, and then it spreads out from the point of contact until it kind of like dies down. So just like taking all those notes, and it's like, all right. And then so kind of like coming up with what is a good one that, they all like to eat, maybe except palmensis. That one's always been the rascal. But, and then as things developed over time, like getting access to a couple other things is identifying the food that they all will eat, making sure it's in a form that like in a size, like a particle size that also the coral can eat, and then something that is easily reproducible, that formula. And I'm a lazy aquarist generally. And for me, just even, number one, it's like, I didn't want to take up room in my freezer for the fish food. I didn't even want to have to wait for the food to thaw. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go dry on this. And then also there really wasn't, some of the ingredients weren't available as easily in a frozen form anyway. Then you have cost of shipping the food, all kinds of stuff like that. So that's why it's like, I really settled on the dry ingredients. And then, so I was kind of sitting on that, making up all the formulas for myself. And then I was talking with Julian Sprung about, my foods. This is before, so I was doing this before even the first coral food really came out. And then who was it? I should give them accolades about, but it's escaping me right now, whatever the first coral food was, but it was just coral food. And at that point I already had formulas where I was feeding different corals, different things. So that's why eventually, Nutrigorg and the Chalice Power. And then Julian was like, yeah, man, I think you should just do the food specifically for the Goniopora, and then let's see how that does. And then let's pop out a couple more later. And then the rest is history. And then Jake Adams is actually the one that witnessed us signing the contract. Yeah.
Wow.
And then Julian's like, you can't screw up because you're the only other person other than me that has their name on a product. So it was an honor.
So Goniopower, I mean, I've seen it, I've heard about it, I've never utilized it. I love Ganies. I had an addiction with them for a long time. I still do. We had over 130 different color morphs, all kinds of species. I was never good at breaking down to species specific. It sounds to me like you're really, you dialed in on it somewhat. And I'm just curious. So with the Goniopower, that's basically a food, plus it's got a lot of manganese, and it's also got other minor and trace elements.
It's mostly really just the food for that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But there's probably a reason the Gani's like it too. Maybe I should go get a complete analysis on what everything's made up, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some of the things they like in there a little bit more. Like,
I always theorize with Gonioporas that, one of the reasons why they didn't do extremely well in captivity is because, of course, we didn't feed them enough. And that's obviously why you were doing what you were doing, which I had no idea, dude. I'm so awesome. This has been such a freaking awesome experience, this 24-hour and the way it's going. And I learned a lot about you just in that first 10 minutes of talking to you because I had no idea that you were a big part of the gonio power. But I always said that the reason why gonies don't live, and this is 10 years ago, they don't get enough food. And when we would get them importing them, I would always make sure that there was plenty of food put into the systems. And we didn't really have major issues with gonioporas. And everybody's like, oh, they're 6-month corals. You're not even going to be able to keep them for 6 months. It's just a rent a coral. Yep. And I'm sitting here looking just like you said, well, I got these gonies. They've been here for 2 years. I've got some that have been here for 2 years. But then when we started to actually farm gonioporas, I'm trying to figure out why are we doing well with certain ones and not others. And I then figured out that we weren't putting food in certain systems like we were in other systems. And then when I started getting into the minor and trace side of it, like 5 years ago, we started seeing gonioporas that we always had problems with just start to proliferate and grow like weeds because our food was given to them, but they were still missing something. They were surviving, but they weren't thriving. And adding the food and then getting the minor and trace like manganese, vanadium, cobalt, and iron, major elements that I think are huge in gonioporas. And I'm curious about whether or not they actually utilize it from the water column or if it's producing extra bacterial plankton for them. And that's another reason why they're doing so much better, is because the bacterial plankton with all the extra minor and trace elements that are staying in the system is at a higher diversity. And because corals feed more on bacteria than pretty much any other food source.
I think that's a very important point there. So that's like, that system I was originally doing good. And I wasn't like, oh, I'm going to grow goniopora by feeding them. I was just like, I knew I wanted to feed everything in there. So I did have a lot of food provided. And then and then also secondary foods, like whatever wasn't eaten by something was eaten by something else that pooped or died, or, and then something else ate it. And then that fed the goni. But then also it's it's honestly like B Ionic is probably a really big part of that, because, B Ionic has a lot, a larger, fuller profile of all these elements. So between kind of like, not religious, but decent water changing that I was doing, and then B Ionic and a couple of the other products, like back then it was like Reef Plus, stuff like that, is probably getting all that stuff into there. At this point now where I'm at, so I work for Moat Marine Lab, and most of my work is on the on-land labs. Thrill of a lifetime to like deal with critically endangered corals. Some that I don't know, like, well, they should be hard, but I'm finding some are easier than they should be. But it's like I am doing because we're such large systems, and like we basically make up everything in house for that. So I basically and I was doing this for years too. So it's like, I like to call it like a 2-part system, but a 2-part. So you got 2-part with alk and calcium and all that. But then I have what I call my photosynthesis 2-part. So that's the, potassium. So right now I'm doing, making sure I have potassium and vanadium, make up my own mix. And then I have a iron manganese mix. And then because our main, especially the Islamorada system is a flow through. So it comes in, it's still like, it's only a certain percentage of the water is going out. It comes into, it's a total 10,000 gallon system. And then something like roughly 10% every hour kind of like cycles through. And there's all kinds of steps. So it comes in the ocean, it gets kind of cleaned up, it gets skimmed up. And then even before it goes back into the ocean, it gets cleaned up again. So, number one, we have all these permitting processes we have to have, we're only moving things from generally the area. We can go a little bit wider with non-brooding species and brooding species. But yeah, so I'm obviously hitting, we get ICP tests that kind of give us a baseline, but also my baseline is what's working, what's growing, what's missing. And then what's kind of funny and amazing is that Acropora palmata or Acropora palmata, depending on who you talk to, It's very much like a Ghani in its need for manganese, and the manganese, the vanadium, and to a bit of iron. Oh, I already lost you. No, I'm just kidding. But you know, and then, you know, potassium is a whole nother thing. I will always talk people's ears off about that, because if that's just like a spec too low, it's going to make everything else way, way harder. So, and it's like, I give the talks all the time about, I'm surprised I even still have to give talks about potassium. People are like interested in it.
What do you think potassium, I mean, what do you like to keep your potassium levels at?
Yeah, it depends on the system. So like right now we're doing really good at like 440 to 450.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's like, I also kind of, that's kind of my ideal lower end. And then, I mean, you know, I've run tanks at 800 on a regular, or, you know, 650, but it depends on like the mix of corals. Also like, what, you know, what your nitrogen, phosphorus, all these other organics are. So it kind of helps balance that side of it. And then also your other traces too. So it's like, it can kind of help you get over a little bit of a hump if you do have lower bits, you know, lower cobalt, lower molybdenum, stuff like that. Like it just kind of helps juice the equation to the side where it makes it easier, you know. And I call it an ionic slingshot.
Yes.
So
I like it. I like it.
Because it, you know, opens up the coral cells. It basically pushes in the other elements. So the coral literally has to do less work to do that.
I've never messed with potassium until like 5 years ago when I started my whole pH thing. And it was potassium hydroxide was what I was utilizing when my kalkwasser couldn't keep the pH at the level I wanted it to. So very minute amounts of potassium hydroxide were dosed into the system. Literally, it started with like 1 drop every 5 seconds. And that would get my pH right where it needed to be over a period of like 4 hours. But I didn't want to use all potassium hydroxide for pH stability. I wanted to use the kalkwassers for the calcium aspect of it, the alkalinity aspect of it. And I figured out how to utilize the potassium hydroxide to help out the calcium hydroxide, keeping the pH stabilized. And then I noticed some amazing things happening as my potassium levels slowly rose. And I used to, like I said, I never messed with it. Whatever was in the salt was in the salt, and I never added potassium to the system ever. But now that I see my potassium levels, you know, I had them at one point before I started using zeolite to control it. My potassium level was like 590, and the red corals in the system were just amazingly red, and it just blew my mind.
Your pinks are pinker, reds are redder.
You know, our ACI Pink Panther is so stunning when the potassium level is between 450 and 480. And I noticed that when it got higher than that, it just turned all red. Like the pink went away, it was just red. And I didn't like that. So that's when I got into using the zeolite that is specializing, you know, there's a bunch of different forms of zeolite out there, but the zeolite that Chris Wood sources for me, he got a source that is focuses more on just potassium is one of the main things that it absorbs. And I can keep my potassium level right in check at around 450 on every single one of my farm systems now. And now all the colors, especially the pinks and the reds, the blues, are all just like pow, you know. And people are like, why do you run your potassium so high? I'm like, well, why not? You know, why do you run your alkalinity at 11? Why do you run your calcium at 500? You know, there's no reason to, but is there
it's working?
No
it's working, you know?
Exactly.
And you know, been in it for so long, and we know our corals, and yeah, and it's like, I'm at the point now where it's like, yes, you know, I could even tell the potassium's low just by looking at them.
Yes.
And then especially so like with the manganese and iron, and you know, I mean, you're the guy that got me on vanadium, and it's just helping me just this extra little tick that, because vanadium kind of has, I know there's been controversy about it, you know, blah blah blah, but you know, it's doing something. It has a role. You know, and it's not like there is no magic fix to anything, you know, everything has to be working. But yeah, man, it's helping things along. You know, especially down with, you know, dealing with these Caribbean coral. I mean, the bleaching. But yeah, it's just like, oh, like today I'm like, you know, the Aquapora, they need just one extra dropper full of manganese. And our systems are so big that we dose like manually on some of that stuff, you know, just and then it's just I do it, you know, with the potassium and the iron, manganese, vanadium, that all goes in the morning because I want them I want it available to the coral then so that it can get itself all juiced up for photosynthesis for the rest of the day.
I used to do that when I first started playing with minor and traces when I was afraid of them, because I just didn't want to, you know, I wanted to manually do it myself. And once I got to the point where I'm like, I haven't changed my dosing, then we started putting it 24/7. And honestly, I didn't think I was going to notice much of a difference. But when I put the concoction together in a 2.5 gallon bucket and started putting on a dosing pump and putting what I was putting in every morning, but just mixing it all up in one solution and dosing that solution over a period of a month, the difference in the stability of the animals themselves and the way they reacted to everything that, you know, feeding response, just the light, it's amazing what that stability had done for it. And manganese is like, you know, measured in parts per trillion in the ocean, you know, and vanadium is in parts per billion, or maybe it is in parts per trillion. I can't even remember off the top of my head.
I meant to bone up on my chart before I came onto this. But yeah, they're ridiculously small amounts. And yeah, it's just like, you know, corals want this stability. I want to know what they have and what they have to work with. You know, we are going to be moving towards, you know, to be able to dose all this stuff or whatever, but you know, we're building up the systems, building up protocol, all that stuff.
To do it right. Like we were talking with Chris Wood earlier, you know, there's a lot of products on the market and a lot of people say you can't mix all these minor and traces together. Well, if you don't know what the minor and traces are that you're trying to mix together, I can understand that. But if you're dealing with something like Captivate's product, Chris knows everything about it. And yes, you can mix all of the elements together. And honestly, I think that's the key for being able to be satisfied with adding minor and trace elements, is doing that one concoction versus having to do all the extra work or have 10 or 15 dosing heads dosing a small amount of the product, you know, of each one every day. Being able to mix it all up and put it together and dose it is amazing. But my point that I was trying to get at is manganese, according to the dosing, I know a 1,000 ml bottle at 1,000 ppm should have been enough for me to dose in one of my systems over a period of 2 months. Well, that's not true. I ended up having to have Chris mix me up, you know, 5,000 and 10,000 ppm solutions of manganese. And I'm adding like 2,000 mLs to a 2.5 gallon bucket. And I'm looking at that going, a 5,000 ppm going, that's a lot of freaking manganese. But
you just sound like you're kind of bragging that you grow a lot of coral.
I love growing.
Yeah, you're just like, where are all these elements going towards? All these items are disappearing into the water. No, that's
well, look at you, man. You got Ganio power under your belt, dude. That's a feather in the cap, bro. That's awesome. I mean, I'm so happy.
It's like you know, and I think you bring up an important point because like you like for what I'm doing now, it's like we're dealing like our water is not the same even day to day, you know. So it does help us to be able to no matter it's just like all our water is coming in from the ocean and we amend it, deal with it. So something like, and you use artificial salt, right?
Yeah, Chris makes a custom concoction for me because I do dose the potassium hydroxide. I just have a low potassium salt with higher calcium and higher magnesium.
I'm jealous.
Why? You can have it made. He's making a special blend for Martha at the Seagrass Foundation up here. He's been Chris Wood's making a specific formula for her facility.
Oh, it's good. I actually should probably reach out to him because we're starting to have to deal with seagrass. We're going to start dealing with seagrass. So yeah, and I have to bone up on some of that.
I like Martha a lot. She came out to us. She's using the ICP kits that we use, and she loves the results. You know, 24 to 48 hours, she's got results on her ICPs, and that's key if you're doing something where you're trying to dial in something in parts per billion. You know,
what are you using for ICP right now?
I use Reef Labs. Gene's a friend of mine. His lab's right here in Tampa. I can mail my sample to him on a Wednesday or on a Thursday, and I can have my results by 5 o'clock on Friday. So I have 24-hour turnaround, and it makes it nice for me to be able to get my dosing down correctly, especially.
Yeah, that's very helpful.
And also for calcium, if I'm waiting to add calcium because my tridents don't work anymore. I'm like, okay, and I don't trust calcium test kits. So I'm like, okay, what's the ICP? What's the calcium? And I do. And the next thing you know, I know that I have to add calcium, and I just put in my normal concoction of calcium over a period of 24 hours, gets that level up, and a month later I have to dose it again in most cases.
It's I was working for a guy named Jeff at Aquatic Arts in Manchester, and the protocol was to come in the morning and test everything, dose, like adjust dosing until the tests came out right. And that could either be a 15-minute thing or it could be a 2-hour thing. But he would just grow corals out of the tank.
Wow.
But that was like kind of, that was a while ago, like 18 years ago, 15 years ago. But it was like, just he was just aiming to keep everything pretty steady. And then also there was maybe a little, he was kind of chasing a couple numbers, but just to keep them in a small box, there is still wiggle room that you can have with alk and calcium, but that's a whole nother talk. But yeah, it's like, I think that, these ICP tools, I like the fact that you get that back so fast. That's pretty great.
And I trust Gene because he's a physicist. He understands values, and he's very anal retentive about dialing in his machine. The biggest problem that I think he has is, there's specific elements that can be very difficult to get proper readings from an OES machine, but he's gotten it figured out by just upgrading the nebulizer that sprays the sample in, just little itty bitty things that he's figured out because of being a physicist and being able to troubleshoot those things has allowed him to get the resolution off of an OES machine that rivals MS. He's got MS sitting in his place, and he's like, I'm not going to utilize this until I absolutely have to, because it's a process to do using the MS is even more difficult. He's getting parts per trillion out of,
that's wild.
I think 5 or 6 major elements that are utilized that we know are in parts per trillion: iron, manganese, cobalt, and I don't remember the other one. There's 2 more that he has that are in parts per trillion. I gotta look.
Well, knowing how to utilize those machines properly, exactly. Knowing where you start getting your drift, when you get your drift, and the reason why is, with the nebulizer, stuff like that, how to that is. Because it was a kind of a really cool tool and a little bit of a godsend in a way, with the ICPs, but, they, each of the different ways that you do it have a couple limitations depending on, certain elements. So that's the other thing too, is like, what numbers can you trust and stuff? And, this is,
So Justin, I've got a question. You mentioned, from my knowledge, I think natural seawater is around 400 ppm in terms of, potassium. So you mentioned some systems you're having benefits with coral, 600 to 800. What species are you seeing positive, benefits in from dosing at that high?
Yeah, that was, especially those systems. It was like, I had a lot of Euphilia in there, a lot of zoes, definitely the salts, the soft corals, stuff like that. I think it was more complex too about because it was still system to system. A lot of systems still had a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And then I think it was more like the total dynamics of the system with dissolved organic carbon, all the different, are you doing a refugium or you're not? Here's a fun fact. I switched from an algae refugium to an all xenia refugium and lit it 24 hours a day. Never had xenia crash. And it would lit it with a 400-watt metal halide.
Nice.
About a foot off of it. And that stuff would just grow. And never did any iodine. The only time never had to. Potassium chloride.
Did it pulse?
Interesting.
It pulsed like the Dickens. It was just
really. See, I was just talking about this earlier. I use the xenia in the systems that determine whether or not my iodine level is low, because when they stop pulsing, then they're just doing this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about that. So
I put
I think
iodine
that
in
might be
there.
a false correlation, maybe, because there's never had crash. Potassium keeps him really happy. There could be, iodine allows corals to produce like vitamin C and other like antioxidants to help counteract photo bleaching.
You know what?
There is like some of the acros I could never get their final form on unless I was riding the light, riding photo bleaching, and make sure I had to my iodine ended up being that last thing. But that's really my only use case that I've ever.
This is all coming together and it's all making complete sense to me now. You don't think it's the iodine? I thought it was the iodine
Because everyone's doing potassium iodide.
But potassium iodide is what is in the solution that I'm doing. So that extra boost of potassium at that minute is the reason why they're pulsing more. That's pretty freaking cool that we just that's something that I never would have correlated. Since talk about
I gave the potassium talk how many years ago, and I still get to give it.
No, this is again, this whole 24-hour thing is just a learning experience for me. I'm sure it is for Salem, and
your
I'm sure
Salem's brains are going to be swelling.
It's
24 hours
overload right now with
I
everybody.
don't want to talk.
So
I'm just listening, and I'm like, okay, I need to ask clarification on this, and then I need to read 20 papers after this, and now I need to go.
I'll send you papers.
Well, it's funny because I go out for my like half hour, 40 minutes that I wasn't on the stream with you and Sanjay and everybody, and Amanda's like, Ben Johnson's going, how'd you get him to shut up? And I've been the same way, Salem. I've been just sitting here soaking this all up and trying to put my 2 cents in when I have something to talk about. But damn, thank you, Justin, for coming on, dude. This has been a treat having you on here so far, and it's only been 36 minutes. Let's keep rolling.
Yeah, man. Like it's always a pleasure to talk like chemistry with you because like you're one of the top minds. And right, Bob's after me.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Talk about.
Yep. We'll go organic with him and chlorine dosing and a lot of weird, wacky stuff that's Bob's stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Bob is he's the OG, man, when it really comes to it. And I do want to give a shout out to Steve Garrett from Garrett's Acropolis. He's the one that got me on the potassium because he ended up having a bad potassium test. And then it turns out he had triple the potassium in his system.
Wow.
But he had amazing coral growth every hanger. And so this is like I was out in California and I was working for Worldwide Coral where they were we're getting a coral farm going. Can't grow the simple stuff like zoanthids, mushrooms, xenia, all would die. And we were using what was called Catalina water, which is like pumped out of the ocean there. And the potassium was like 280 to 320. So nothing could grow. Like,
wow.
Really, it would just kind of hang on, and it was just stuff that should be like, and the funny thing is, it was like, there were some tanks that did better, but those I was feeding more stuff like that. And I was probably just getting some of the supplemental potassium in, but the ones that were just going straight were, so he kind of really enlightened me on that. And, he deserves a lot of credit.
His system's amazing.
Yeah. And it's,
the outdoor system, right?
Yeah. Outdoor system.
Yeah.
And it's like these crazy little like things. He made his own hot water loop out of a hot water filter, hot water unit.
We need to have him on the next 24
hours. Oh yeah, dude. This guy.
That's who I said I wanted to have on. Yeah. Like I went there about 2 months ago. And I'm like, okay, I've always seen his site. I want to see all this old school stuff he has. And then I showed up. We talked for like 4 hours. I was late going to the other places. And just, dude, just kept talking.
He's a wealth of information, and he's just like, he's really into it, and he's very engineering minded too. But yeah, it was just, and that's the thing. It's just like there is, when you really think about, all right, so this all natural seawater. Well, that's natural seawater now. Like natural seawater now even isn't what it was in the 50s. And 65 million years ago, completely different. And corals weren't doing that great, right? So there's these ebbs and flows. So that, that kind of came up in the talk with Chris Jury's talk was like really going back. Is like you look back in geological time, you get all these different levels of different elements in there. And then what is to me ungodly bizarre is that, calcium is 420. What's the next on the list? It's potassium. And then I swear to God, there's like old papers or stuff. I thought you know, the older analysis used to be there, like it was maybe 410, 420 for potassium.
It's
you
like
know,
390, isn't it?
Yeah, but yeah,
like
see,
average.
I don't know. I got to look at papers. I don't know if this is like it's like the oceans get messed up in all kinds of ways, you know, and that might be one of. But it's also be like we are at a blip of time, and then things work, and you know, we got to open our minds a little bit about,
100%.
you know, these ratios and stuff, and what works and what doesn't, you know.
Right.
I wonder, like 100,000 years ago, like, you know, not that far back geological time to where the stuff now would still be theoretically adapted to those levels before we nuked it all. Like, I wonder if you were to mimic what would presumably be different levels as natural seawater as your ICP set points, if you'd have more success. Like,
well, yeah, that's a very no, that's, you know, and it's like, what are these other things, you know? So, you know, when you're dosing iron and manganese, right? And even iodide, how fast is that getting just completely, you know, blown apart? You know, like it's just being either deactivated, it's being utilized, it's reacting, right?
Yeah.
So you have this tiny window. So that's why I barely even like trust like an ICP or whatever for like just this is my actual basis breakdown of what is my iron. Well, what was your iron 5 seconds ago? Because now it's different. You know,
you need one
and
in
then
the
you
room
just sent your ICP sample out, you know, after, and then what? It's like, you know, the bacteria eat some of it, and then they just deposit it to the side of the bottle. Now you don't have an accurate measurement. So,
I mean, it would be so awesome if we could actually get a piece of equipment. You know, maybe this will happen in 50 years, but have a piece of equipment that we can utilize. That's basically like an ICP that'll test this stuff and keep our levels where they need to be. I don't see that happening, especially because we're talking about a lot of stuff.
If they release the UAP information, we'll get that.
Yeah, you don't understand what Bob Lazar is reverse engineered.
Well, you know, this whole thing on Ghani's, though, I can't get past it. I keep thinking about what we do now and why we're able to grow these things. And a lot of it has to do with stuff that you've done way before Goniapores were even considered something, you know, viable and in captivity. And now we know all this.
And I think there's two major things. Number one, we have more of the tools. The tools are easier to get, you know, and one of the tools also kind of being knowledge and distribution of that knowledge, but also that going into the products. And it's very easy to get the right stuff. And then number two is we're getting the right species too, you know, and the right types, we're you know, because there's, you know, Stokesii. So this is one of the main reasons. Even Stokesii is the hardest, really is just maybe the second hardest or the hardest Goniapore to grow, because they were collecting them from mostly one location at the mouth of a muddy river.
Yep.
You know, they're living in a very unique environment. Salem will, you know, toss and turn all night thinking about the mud environment and all the microbiome that's happening in that mud.
Yep.
You know, and then there's like the whole skeletal health system. So like when they come in, they're kind of, so that's why it's like I was a huge advocate of especially these big bulky Ghanies. Like you probably have to frag most of them, like all the, you know, skeletal health is the number one thing that you look for in a sample, you know, of a, you know, possible thing they're going to do. And you might have to cut out most of the skeleton, because by the time it got transported to you, you know, and say it was only a week or something like that, and then it came in a bag, blah, blah, blah. The amount of, you know, total die-off of the, you know, microbiome inside the skeleton completely changed. Things are dying. Things are getting messed up. Right. So now imagine, like, we're not growing. So like the corals that were doing good were from a reef crest. You can get, you know, Stokesii that does grow on hard substrate. Seen a couple of them come through, but they're not generally gone after, but they can grow there. You can get tenuidens, the blue and purple guys. They also kind of, some come from like a little lagoon, and there's others that come off a high energy reef crest. They actually look completely different when they come in, and then more adapted to those different environments. So like, you know, it's a dual game there. And then it's also like, you know, I guarantee you there's all kinds of brown and uglier Ghanies that they're not going after on the reef crest, because they're always going after the reds.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not just because it's like, you know, I mean, they're just getting and finding so many cool ones. I mean, I was, you know, kind of like morally, ethically questioning even if I should like publish my Goniapora articles, because then it's like, oh, they're going to collect more. I'm sure I had no actual, you know, like they still collected all the Stoksii forever, and you know.
Here's the thing with Goniapora. I mean, because Goniapora is so abundant in Indonesia. I mean, I think the hard coral permits, when I was over there and they were showing me the amount of Goniapora, the lobata, the SPP, the Stoksii, it was like a third of their entire quota was Goniapora. So there's so many different species out there too that, you know, would follow under the SP and the SPP, but the Stoksii alone was a third or 2/3. It was 2/3 of what the actual Goniapora total quota was, and then lobata was the second largest availability on the permits, and then it all went to SP and SPP, but none of the other species were even listed. Like Goniapora minor wasn't even listed. It was just that all followed under SP.
You know,
and
fun
SPP.
fact is that one of the biggest collectors of Goniapora were for the bone grafting industry.
I
Until they
believe that.
changed Indonesia, they CITES, like I forget what year it was. They changed the Appendix 2, but then you'd have to re-up every year. And then these biotech companies, like, you know, and it was mostly for like dental stuff, but they, I guess they weren't in the loop, so they didn't realize that they had to re-up their permits. So it was use it or lose it, because they would only send boats out for every 3 to 5 years and collect and store in a massive warehouse the skeleton and then prep it for stuff. So they end up getting, but yeah, so it kind of like shows you, you know, that's why like Australia, you know, it's, you know, most of the places it's like, well, you know, you can buy this, you can get the latest ACAN or something, but you're getting 20 euphilia. So I don't know if it's still like that right now, but like that's how it used to be.
It's worse.
Yeah,
it's worse. I mean, if you want like a perfect example, you want a master Scully, okay, you got to take 20 other Scullies.
Exactly. Yeah.
That just doesn't fly.
That gave me a lot of Scullies out in LA. Like I had hundreds, so I could start, you know, I was trying to like come up with weird ways to frag them, propagate them, fuse them, try to fuse them. I didn't actually get any to fuse.
It didn't work for me
for that, because I'm also not a liar. Dostrochytrids.
So I was like, we've got 10 minutes left, and I got two questions,
right.
and that's one of them.
And I've got one of them too. Go ahead.
I want you to go on your rant about that for sure, because I know probably like maybe 3 people in the chat know about that. I did not know about them. You blew my mind. I read a bunch, and I think you're definitely right. They're a really big deal. And the other one is, have you done any recent work since the origins of Goniapora on what Palamensis eat? Have you like there are papers about that, or have you played with that?
No, I've only had so many to play with over time. And it was always just like, you know, weird foods, smaller things, meaty things, yogurt.
I've thought about
for real.
Yeah,
I was like, you know, I don't want to freak out too much. I'm not doing it at the moment, but I make Greek yogurt. So I do a saltwater yogurt, you know, acidophilus.
Send it up.
Everything loves it, man. Yeah,
Send it up.
Take a thing of yogurt, throw it in some salt water, give it a little, you know, some kind of sugar. I was using Red Bull at one point to like feed the yogurt culture.
Dude, this is the new video.
It worked.
I'm doing it.
They ate it. They loved it.
I love it.
Well, that's sugar free, right? I don't know.
This is the fake one.
Yeah, I can't vouch for Monster versus Red Bull. This is science.
This will be a new trial. We'll ascertain work as a.
I am doing taurine though. I do.
Is it cane sugar or processed sugar?
I don't know. The yogurt likes the corn syrup. So.
Yeah, I can't have that. I'm done on there. Yeah, I'm allergic to corn. It's a bad one.
Well, it's and there was something you were saying before about like ideal food, stuff like that. All right, so Dostrochytrids. Dr. Craig Downs got me on them. He was like, Dostrochytrids, you need to know about this. He's the guy that got the sunscreens with oxybenzene banned, you know. And when I met him, it was like early 2005-06, and he was like, you know, one of the things he was working on was this oxybenzene thing, and it took him 15 years to get traction with it, and then another 5 to even get any kind of legislation or whatever. And now we have all these reef safe sunscreens. This guy was just kind of bizarrely smart, right? so he got me on this. So, and it's like, I say, it's like it's the other symbiont, like maybe it's more important. It probably is, because there are a zooxanthellae coral. There's corals that don't need to photosynthesize. So what the phascochitrids do, and there's like two types. They're just phenomenally, like, not the best amount of information on them. And I think a lot of the scientists that do work on them end up getting kind of like sidetracked. They're either like microbiologists and then they get really interested into they make jet fuels out of them now. But they are really, really hard to culture, really, really hard to differentiate in genetic samples. Talking with Eli about that. I had wonderful conversations with him at Reef Retreat. He's like, oh yeah, my data, there's all this weird DNA. It's a big chunk of it. I forget what he said. It's like, it was a significant amount. And it was just like, well, it looks like a eukaryote. So, but so phascochitrids are protists. They're a chromist. They used to think that they were fungi, but they're completely, they're not. And I think they've been labeled as, there's a dirty word that they're called now, ciliate. Like they're just lumped in with them, which is, I think, a travesty. Now they can get wild. So especially like mangrove environment, stuff like that, they can kind of like turn on the host in a way. But that's not a normal part of the relationship. And that's when, like, too high DOCs get into the system. It changes. You get these macrophages that, instead of killing the bacteria that kill the coral, they live inside the bacteria, turn on gene sets so that the bacteria eat the coral, so that the macrophage can keep continuing. Phascochitrids are all part of that too. There are, I don't know what they call them. I don't know if they still call this now, but called gene transfer agents. Ileana Bombs, look her up. Amazing work that she's done. It is a total, just amazing stuff. But basically, it's like there are, these gene packets, but basically it's like it's kind of like the control mechanism. Everything talks to each other and controls stuff. So I think this is why there's been a little bit of a black hole on the phascochitrids on the hard research side. But like they're so hard to stain an image. They are so hard to culture. There's more DNA tools being developed for them, but you need to have a set point to start from and then work from there. So it's just like, that's, you can't go look for such and such a bacteria unless you're looking for it. So so you get pings on your database. So yeah, it's like, if we and this is like the projects you're leading, Salem. So I was kind of like, he was like, all right, Salem, what are you going to do now after Reef Retreat? And then, like, I think this would be a very good place where us as aquarists can, Eli was like all about it. He was like, yes, this is what I'm kind of seeing in the stuff. But all right, so they have an endosymbiotic form, so they're living inside the coral cell, like zooxanthellae, and then they have a thing called a brothosome, which is a tissue piece, and it actually comes out of the coral cell like mycelium on tree roots, and it basically serves the same purpose. Reaches out into the medium, pulls in nutrients, elements, and stuff like that, brings it into the coral cell, and then the coral cell, and they all work together, and then it's feeding it's feeding the coral, and it's feeding zooxanthellae fatty acids, B vitamins, all kinds of stuff. I don't have enough of the list to tick off right now. I don't have it quickly memorized, but that's how important it is. Then there's also the rest of the phascochitrids that live on the coral slime on the surface. And like they were talking about the last hour, it's like, yeah, there's cilia on the surface of the coral, and that moves the food toward the coral mouth. Well, the corals actually like farm their mucus, so they'll actually take sugar from the zooxanthellae. Zooxanthellae is basically just a carbon fixing factory. It just takes CO2, photosynthesize CO2, make sugar. The coral will move that sugar into the mucus and farm bacteria and phascochitrids, and then shuffle it into the mouth and eat them all. And it's a conveyor belt. It works out for the phascochitrids because it's a medium to grow on, and just only some of the population is getting devoured. All the rest live. So, and then it's also, when you look at all the papers, it's corals, especially like that are, acropores probably don't have as much of them. Like corals that are more in the water column tend to have less of these populations of thosterchitrids. Corals that are more associated with substrates, the hard substrate or the sand, the more they are, the more they're dealing with that thing, they have higher populations of thosterchitrids. We actually were kind of side asteroid called SIDS, which is kind of funny because they always die. Bad joke. Thank you. But yeah, it was like they were just like, we're just starting to get a handle on them, but they are considered a weedy species out in the Caribbean. But it's like, Jesus Christ, why can't we grow them? But most of our systems are geared towards more than normal reef crest stuff. And, we want to grow acropora, we want to grow diploria, pseudodiploria, all that stuff. And they were like, and I was just like, man, we should start, and we just started, getting the labs to do sand. We got the sand in them now. It's working like the dickens. It's great, just overall for the system. And that's a whole nother talk. I am an advocate of sands, of deep sands beds, if they're done right, maintained right. But what we found is that we're actually getting the SIDS to do a little bit better, but we put the racks right on the sand. And all of a sudden, whoop, they all perked up. Yeah, so it's just like, thosterchitrids, man, they're really important. So, and then what's happened in the deep ocean? All those guys, they have thosterchitrids. It's just like the workflow to identify, figure out they're there. It's just like really hard, and you got to be super special nerdy about them. And I just think a lot of the people get pulled away to like higher value jobs like jet fuel and stuff like that.
Yeah, after we
it would be an amazing food. Thosterchitrids just like farmed up, and that's just hoofas, poofas, and
after we talked at Reef Retreat, like the literature, there's like maybe 5 to 10 papers. That's about it, and a lot of them mention them in passing. Yeah, but
and it's mostly we're like, oh, this is a pathogen because it's easy to see when it's starting to kill them, right?
Yes,
but they're not looking at them when they're healthy.
External to coral, there was a lot of literature about them being associated with other types of organisms. I'm like, okay, this is probably it. I connected the dots you were telling me. It's like, I definitely,
like, they're really known for like these estuarine and saltwater environments, especially muddy environments, mangrove, stuff like that. But that's because there's a lot of ecological services there for them to do too. Like there's a lot for them to eat. They do a lot of stuff, but that is also what the corals are trying to do in a controlled way. Like
my goal is to grow them. Some species, species,
and just like I encourage you, get yourself practiced up on them. Like try to break the code on a couple more, man. It'd be really good. Most of the people are trying to be like, all right, can we scale this up to do acre wide flats out in the desert so that we can make jet fuel with it?
Yeah,
totally. Commendable effort, but it just leaves everything out in the dust or the mud.
We've got 2 minutes left here. I do have to get this. It's been something I've been wanting to talk to you about since we've been talking about Gonioporus. There is a theory out there, and I'm almost believing this theory. The amazeballs Goni. Okay.
Oh,
it is a pain in the ass for a lot of people to keep. This is my 13th piece of amazeballs. And if you know the cost of amazeballs, it is an extremely highly sought after and very expensive fragment to acquire. This is my 13th. I was told by Joseph Cachet from Carolina Coral Heads, if you keep this Goniopora, after I was bitching and complaining about everyone that I had that did okay, never really did well and died, he's like, you can't keep any other Goniopora with it. He was told that Gonioporas have chemical warfare amongst the species.
Gonioporine is a terpene that they produce. So, I mean, there could be, I'm not discounting it at all. It looks like from the pictures, it looks like it's a planiolater norfolkensis, maybe. Those are also both pretty easy to grow Gonies. But it's also really Gonies are proven to fight each other and fight everyone else for that matter. Also, Gonies and Fabias generally get along, which is kind of funny. But that's just what's that?
I learned the hard way with Ghanies. You know, I had so many different color morphs together, and they all, as they grew, eventually one would end up dead, another one would end up dead. And I'm going, what are they doing? Why are they dying? What is going on? Everything's
there's a whole bunny hierarchy too. Like there is like well, it's like generally the smaller the polyp, the more it's going to beat up bigger polyp guys. Some Ghanies just don't like each other. I basically like kind of consider Goniopora like 3 main groups of Goniopora.
Makes them hard to
at least as far as like, you know, yeah, it's like there are some that really don't like to be together. So I you know, that's, to me, that holds water. Keeping it in the theme of, you know.
You need to make a talk on this because I've never seen this stuff anywhere. Like I've not looked at it though, but like I've not even heard this from anyone. Like, tell us the hierarchy. Tell us which ones to keep together. How we identify
all right,
them.
just and a shout out to our interns at Moat, Emmy, Emma, amazing, and Jeff Meeks is doing that exact study for all the Caribbean corals right now. We have that going. We're calling it the seating chart. So it's seeing who can go next to who. Because I was regaling Mo the tales of like, well, at least in the hobby, we know that, you know, upstream, you know, you go Favia, Favites, maize brain with the water going that way, right? If you go the other way, they all sting each other. So
it is an art to learn how to place a coral in a tank.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's like, you know, we're institutionalizing it. Yeah. This is, you know, there's a lot of work to do, right? Right, guys?
It is. Somebody's got to do it.
Salem's got his work, but I'm actually really excited about the study we're doing, and I think it has a lot of implications. It's, you know, but yeah, that's exactly what we're doing.
Wow, that's awesome work.
Well, again, not enough time. An hour is not enough. We're learning this quite quickly. That an hour per guest is it's a blast the whole entire time. It went super fast, just like every other guest. Justin, it was amazing having you on. It was
thank you
awesome
so much
to
for
hear.
having me.
Yeah. I mean, 100%, dude.
You guys are great. Keep up the good work. And yeah. And hi, Bob.
Bob's not on here yet.
Bob is awesome. Bob shreds.
Oh, he's not there yet?
No, he's not here yet. I'll text him.
All right. Well, then we can keep going until Bob comes on, I guess.
Well, so, it's like I think there's a point here, especially with like Salem's talk at Reef Retreat, was that, you know, there's a gap between like, you know, academia and, you know, our industry, and it still is. So what was it, like 2019? Met a scientist working at UConn. He was working on zooxanthellae, and he was only working on zooxanthellae hecaculture, which is what, 3-4 strains.
Yeah.
He didn't even know you could keep coral alive in a way that, you know, it was like, hey, buddy, you know, come 10 minutes over here from your lab. And he was blown away. And it just blew his mind. It was just like, why is there such a siloing of everything? You know, it's just like, there's a lot of reasons, you know, it's just like everyone's doing their thing. And yeah. There's some proprietary stuff. There's even in like academia, like there are your cloistered sets. But we're also, we got like conversations like this where we're like shouting it from the hills. We're trying to let everyone know.
Exactly.
And then, you know, it's a big problem. Like you can't, like, how do you know, what do we do? Do we have our own journal, or do we like pick a journal that we work with that we just feed all these studies into? Like we got to like kind of like purposely work at this a little bit, you know. Starting a new journal would actually be pretty hard. Matt Peterson was right. I was like looking into it, I was like, geez. But like if we picked a couple and kind of like worked seriously on that, and you know, and then that's why like I'm really excited working at Moat, because like there's these questions that are fundamental that we've been questioning, and also stuff we know works, but then to actually have get studies done on it, like get the actual publishable work on it. And the fact that it hasn't been done yet is also, to me, mind blowing.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, this is basics, you know, book smarts.
Book smarts.
Yeah. Book smarts doesn't equal tank smarts or whatever, you know.
Exactly.
It's
probably a combination is what we need. You know, my goal, I need help with that stuff. I don't know how to make it work to where we can actually work with science.
Yeah, it's like I forget what I was like kind of doing some research on you, Salem. but you were. It was like one of your videos. It was like, well, I don't see anything on this. Like, there's. I got no papers on it. It's because like the people who are studying it don't know how to like keep the coral in a tank for a time. You know.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of studies that are kind of suspect in a way because like, well, I took the coral from the ocean, I just hacked it up, and then I put it in these tanks. So like, we know we can frack coral and then put them in tanks, but like the tanks that were putting them, it was like the coral was dying the whole time, right? Instead of it being, number one, not even just like the same genetics. There was like too many variables in there, and then it's just like people don't know how to grow it. And then, we're actually busy, like on the for-profit side, like you're growing the coral, like you have to do that. And then it is a luxury to be able to have enough time to, one, spread the good word, two, like do a hard study. I do have to say, like, there's people that are coming out, there is more talent not only on the, the smart side, but the actual be able to grow stuff. Like there's, it seems like there are pathways. There's a lot of stuff, but I think there's a lot of information that on our professional side that, I think it's up to us to like kind of work harder to get it over there. But it's about human relationships. And I know like Chris, you work with Carrie O'Neill a lot on stuff like these kind of like relationships. Like the more we can kind of
bring science and the hobby together. I mean, my wife's been preaching about it for a long ass time. If science and the hobby would actually come together, and there wouldn't be this, more than I know, and we actually listen to each other.
See, that can be a problem.
Well, that's the problem that I have. There's a lot of people that look at me because I have no science, I have no degree. I just have experience from keeping corals and my passion and my love for them. And then they have a degree and they have this, from academia, and they think that they know more than somebody like me when they don't even have a clue on how to keep most of the stuff alive. I can help science just like science can help me. And let's just come together and use each other's strengths to make and get the data that we need to learn more about the amazing underwater world we have that covers 2/3 of the planet. I mean, I think we in science do things ass backwards. We take care of the easy shit first and we don't go after the hard stuff. We should be going after the hard stuff first and then worry about the easy stuff. But I get
it still like comes up, like I forget what was the something came up again.
So Bob is on, so let's wrap it up.
Oh, he is? Okay, yeah, let's give Bob his time. Love you, Bob. Love you guys. Thank you so much for all.
Love you too, brother.
Like,
we have to talk more. We need longer than an hour. So
you need to come up and help me identify my ganies.
All right, I will do that. All right.
Yes, please.
Love you guys.
Love you
Thank
too,
you so much, Justin. All right. Okay, everyone. That was Justin. Next, we have Bob Stark, the owner of ESC, the man,
Stark,
the myth, the legend. And as always, if you're liking this stream, please share it on Facebook. Please like the comments. Please go to this link that I'm sending in the chat right now and subscribe to everything and donate and buy merchandise. And now, Bob Stark.
Hey,
what's up, Bob?
How you doing?
Josh, what's up, my friend? How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm loading in a song I found for you guys.
Oh.
Hang on one sec, it's coming.
Are you letting the Kraken talk right now?
No. When I heard you were doing 24 hours, I thought of this song. "24 hours and motherfucking 1970.
That's an oldie. That's an oldie. That's definitely an oldie, but a goodie.
We can change the lyrics a little. Like, Reef Tank always on my mind 24 hours at a time.
That's so good. I need to make an AI version of that and have it be the theme. That's perfect.
We have to do something with that.
Oh man. Well, Bob, there's a lot I want to talk to you about. We had some great combos at Reef Retreat. And man. Oh.
I first met Bob. Where was that? Fragsgiving.
That was the Boston Fragsgiving.
And I remember Bob was like, "You said some bad things about my products." And I'm like, no. I never said anything bad about your products.
I don't think I said that. I don't know.
Somebody else said something to me right before I was talking.
Sounds like a game of telephone to me.
I remember I was talking shit about your products. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, my tank that used to sit in the corner of this room right here was solely powered by ESV for its entire life. And that I mean, ESV was a product that it got me into keeping SPS corals better than I was able to keep them in the past. And I owe a lot of my reefing in the very, 20 some odd years ago when I had this tank 25 years ago. If it wasn't for ESV shooting 5 mils of of ESV every day into that tank, I don't think it would have been doing as good as what it was. It was ESV's a huge, it's one of the best, in my opinion, for a simplistic way of reefing.
Exactly.
And that's what I love about it.
I'm hearing the word simplicity numerous times during this podcast.
Yes. People like it.
In fact, so Oliver Wendell Holmes' quote was, I'm reading it because I'm going to screw it up if I don't. For the simplicity that lies on this side of complexity, I wouldn't give a fig. But for the simplicity that lies on the other side of complexity, I would give my life. So basically, it seems like the hobby is in this very complex stage, but we need to wade through it to get to maybe a simplicity that has a lot of value, as opposed to a simplicity we're trying to pull off before we wade into the complexity.
I like that.
That's basically my philosophy on the whole thing. And
it's, I think you hit the nail on the head.
There's simplicity and there's simplicity. But yeah, I mean, my feeling is where we are right now with, we have such incredible tools, the aquabiomics, we got the ICP, but I've been around long enough. Bionic came out in 95.
I graduated high school.
So I've been around long enough to know that there was a lot of success before all of this stuff. And what I find interesting is, some of the things that we did in the past, now we have tools to validate those things. For example, the DOC issue. Well, we were changing water in the past. So now maybe we know why that was a good thing, lowering the DOC. So I just think, the ESV mission right now is kind of, I think about new hobbyists coming in and maybe getting overwhelmed by all the complexity. Not that it's something that we shouldn't be doing. As I said before, we need to do this. But maybe there's a way we can present some things to a beginner without overwhelming them, where they go into a shop and like, I got to test the trace elements. I got to add individual trace elements. Give me the freshwater tank, So that's kind of what we're heading for and working on now, is something, not to knock ICP or chasing trace elements, but there's probably a way of doing it, where maybe the extra money you're spending on ICP could have gone to some more water changes or something like that. And addressing a possible gray area in between maintaining trace elements and just doing water changes and feeding your tank. Maybe there's a little gray area there. So that's kind of what we're fiddling around with at ESV now. I heard a few comments through the podcast. One of them, did somebody say kalkwasser causes free radicals or something? I know
that's a claim I've heard on Facebook.
And I'm wondering if that is somebody that mixed up hydroxide with hydroxyl. Hydroxyl is a radical, which kind of leads to, maybe I'll be talking about the bleach soon. But in the ocean, the ultraviolet. Oh, speaking of ultraviolet chemistry, where is it? Oh, and I showed this to Andrew Sandler. We had a chuckle out of this a while ago. I brought props too, guys. There it is. It's an entire book.
My
on
God.
The photochemistry of the ocean, the UV radiation, and all the it's all book. But
nice.
In a nutshell, there is a lot of free radicals generated from UV at the surface of the ocean the hydroxyl radicals are even more potent than ozone, but they're super short-lived. So they react, they form, they're gone. So I guess that thinking, plus I think we talked about this at Reef Retreat, my initial idea of adding bleach to a reef tank came from an old, I think it was a Marine Fish Monthly article. It wasn't an article, it was a letter. Somebody wrote a letter and wanted like an explanation for the observation. And the observation was they bleached coral skeleton in their tank. I guess they wanted to make it look good, put it in, but they didn't wait long enough. So some of the bleach got into the water, and he actually said, I could smell a little chlorine smell coming from the tank. And he was like, the next day, my corals never look better. So that was like one of those data points that like just sticks in your head.
Interesting.
Over the, you know what I mean? It just
interesting.
So
One drop of bleach a day will keep the RTN away. I don't know.
Well, the bleach
Don't
thing
do
to
that,
me
please.
is the bleach thing is very similar to somebody adding sodium hydroxide to that, right? It's something where it's something where you have to be very careful. I'm not recommending it for everybody to do. And the dose is basically 1 drop of like 8.25%, it's generic bleach to 10 gallons once a week. And that I've seen some, what does that mean when you see beta polyp extension? Who knows? But, the idea is you're addressing the issue of an oxidizer. There's definitely something going on with, the organic chemistry for sure. But the most interesting thing was, let's see if I got a picture of it here. Here we go. I tested bacteria count, which is another thing we can talk about because nobody's really talking about bacteria counts. So Hawk makes this. Hawk makes this paddle tester. It's a simple vial with a media on it. You just dip it in your tank, screw it back in. It's sterile, and then you let it incubate for like a day or so, and you actually get like a crude rudimentary plate count from the bacteria.
Very cool.
So when I did that before adding the bleach, I got a count. I added the bleach, waited like 5 minutes, did it again, and 80% of the bacteria were gone. Now the dose, for reference, that dose of 1 drop per 10 gallons is like half the amount of chlorine that would be in tap water, the lowest levels in tap water in the United States. I think tap water goes from like 0.1 to 4 parts per million. So that would be like, 0.05. I'm sorry, 0.2, and that would be 0.1. So less than what's in tap water. Within 4 days, the bacteria count comes back up again. I don't have the exact numbers. I did this years. I've been talking about this bleach thing for years. But I did kind of a rudimentary test. So that kind of led me to say, well, I only want to do this once a week because I want the tank to come back. Now, what would be really interesting is to do this with the aquabiomics test.
Yeah.
Before and after, see what it's affecting and see what bounces back. Because
very, very interesting. See, I love this whole microbiome and the bacterial counts in your system. I mean, it's relatively new in the industry, and we started playing around with it a lot when we were doing our elegance coral syndrome experiment with the Florida Aquaculture Lab, and we had our control tank and our experiment tank, and we were doing the oxalic acid treatments on the tank that was affected by the syndrome, and doing the aquabiomics testing on that with, we also, but
I was expecting to see Kraken, but we'll take bleach.
But what my point being is that really got me into doing more microbiome testing, and this is intriguing to me as to what is it doing, and I never thought that minute amounts of actual bleach were going to be detrimental to a system. It's just that when somebody purposely dumps a
Well,
large
the
amount.
other
and then-
interesting thing is bacteria are much more vulnerable to it in the water column. Once a bacterial mat has formed on the surface area, they're in a more protected state. So if you wanted to like wipe them out, you'd have to go to a much higher level. So what I figured I was doing was like hitting the system, knocking out some bacteria. I knew I probably wasn't affecting the bacterial mats, and I knew bacteria come back quick. So there's been other people that have ran with this, and I'm not even going to mention names or what they've done, but people will, text me with levels much higher than what I just said. And I'm like, you're on your own. It's very interesting, but you're on your own. Because if you go too high, you could wipe out those bacterial mats, and now your tank's going to like have to cycle again.
And you can wipe out the animals in it.
Right. So, we're bringing up the bleach thing because Julian brought it up in his talk, I think, at Reef Retreat. He mentioned me because now we're talking, the whole microbialization issue is now come up. And it's a very complicated issue. And it's not just DOC. This is some of the conversation I know I had with Salem. There's different types of DOC. There's refractory, which could take 1,000 years to break down. And then there's labile, which is boom, like that's probably what your vinegar and your alcohol is when you put it in, right? And then there's semi-refractory, all these unknown compounds, a lot of them unknown in the middle that we don't know how long that's taking to break down. So the bacteria they're activated to take out the easiest DOC they can metabolize. So if you're running a DOC on your tank, you don't know what type of organic that is. You just know that, what was it? A natural reef is like, 1 part per million, something like that. That makes a big difference as far as the whole area of microbialization, because you could have 1 part per million of refractory, which is more the yellowing compounds, and your bacteria count is not really going to be too affected by that because they can't eat it. If you have 1 part per million of like coral polysaccharide or something, that bacteria count could be really high. So we're looking at the types of bacteria. We're looking at the total amount of DOC, but we're not looking at the bacteria count, because that's really, if you distill it all down, that's an interesting number. But I know like Ken Feldman did this at Penn State, and he got some interesting numbers and interesting data. That's definitely worth reading. Try to track that down. Anybody interested in this topic? But I think the bacteria count is something we should be looking at. So many years ago, probably late 90s, this test thing, which is still available, Droycon heterotrophic bacteria reaction test. This is interesting. This has, oh boy, there it is. I'm blocking it. There we go.
There we go. I can see
the Kraken's affecting me. No. So basically in that vial, you have sterile media, you have some methylene blue, and then you add there's a little ball in there for mixing it. So you add your sample, mix it, and the methylene blue is a redox indicator. So basically, depending on how much bacteria is in the water. Now, the limitation of this is it's whatever bacteria would metabolize that media. Maybe there's bacteria in our tanks that won't. So it's not as good as, like, I think what Feldman did is he used a cytometer or something where he actually literally counted the bacteria that were in there. But that test, as soon as the oxygen drops to 0, the methylene blue goes clear. So there's a whole gauge of how many days that took. So if you go to 5 days and it goes clear, you have pretty pure water. You could mix up artificial seawater. It pretty much gets to 5 days. I was testing tanks that were turning in like 4 or 5 hours. Other people, so Richard Parker, who many of the old school reefers know, I think he's out of it now. He championed this with me, and he actually took that to natural reef waters. And we were kind of homing in on, a number of hours that this thing can go to give us a rough idea of what the bacteria count was. ESV was actually going to sell it at one point. But at that time, it was like the manufacturer says, well, you're going to end up with something that's like technically should be dealt with as medical waste when you're done. So I'm like, I don't think I want to mess with it.
Yeah.
Bottom line, probably it's not an issue at all, but so I was looking at these kind of things before. So a better test than that, I believe, would be biological oxygen demand.
Yeah.
Because there are numbers that correlate that with healthy reefs and non-healthy reefs, right? So basically, let me see what I have here. Let's see if I can hold this up. So basically, biological oxygen demand is you take, there's more sophisticated machinery to do it. Before I get into it, I want to show you something that I found. And I just got this in the mail the other day. The chemical test for dissolved oxygen is called the Winkler titration. All right. So these tests were always available. Lamont had it, it's fairly expensive. But you're just taking a sample jar, filling it to the top, sealing it. So if you took 2 of those, right, you collect 2 of those jars, then you perform the test immediately on one of those jars. You come up with what your dissolved oxygen is. The other jar you put away for 5 days. So now, depending on what the DOC is or the amount of bacteria, because you could have a lot of bacteria with a little bit of DOC, but those bacteria will start dying off using up oxygen. So it's really not telling you exactly what either one is, but it's an interesting number. It's showing you that how much oxygen is going to deplete from that water in a 5-day period. So there are actual
very interesting
for that. There's numbers for that, right? So here, in fact, you get into the algae exudates here too at the bottom where it goes up to 6. That's where they're spiking it artificially. But basically, if in 5 days the oxygen only dropped 0.2 to 1 part per million, you got a pretty healthy reef environment as far as that goes, right? And then, as it gets higher and higher, it's a sign of eutrophication and not being a very healthy reef. So I think that should be looked at.
Agreed.
So this just popped up on Amazon. This is the Winkler titration. I never heard of this company. Monitor, have you seen this?
No, what the hell, man? All right.
You know what this kit costs? You know what this kit costs?
How much?
$12. $12.
No, it's affordable.
$12.
Wow.
And it has 2 little collection vials, and it has all the reagents to do the Winkler titration.
Wow.
So
all right, everyone.
Stay tuned.
I just sent that in the chat and pinned it. If you get data, please email me and Bob.
Yeah.
There you go.
You include me in it too. I'm interested.
Yeah, I'll put you on. Okay. We'll start a database. Okay.
I'm a busy guy. I don't know when I'm going to get to it, but I think that's the number we should be kind of looking at, because you think about all of these other things we're testing, and Chris did a great job, I think, just describing the complexity of all of these systems we have. And it's almost impossible. Like, what effect does this trace element have? You have to have all exact duplicate systems. So this to me is an interesting, this is an interesting number I think we should be looking at. It might be more significant than redox or even when you send out to get DOC measurements, because this is giving you a little bit of idea of what's going on in the water column as far as how active are the organics, which is
So-
related to how many bacteria there are.
I think this plus plate count, like a dip assay, plus aquabiomics, plus now there's the LCMS test for the organics.
Yes.
That's a pretty good picture right there with all those data points.
Yes.
We could figure some stuff out with that.
Yeah.
You just
The
brought up
organic
LCMS.
test looks like it's more, and I know it's a plastic flexible thing. I think he's going to probably be modifying it. It looks
Yeah.
like more amino acids and then pollutants and things.
He's got like a non-targeted screen, and I was talking to Christoph today about optimizing it because I wanted to do some coral mucus assays and stuff.
Yes.
And
yes.
he's open to getting standards and things. So he
Right.
said he'll work with me in terms of these types of community experiments. So I think
Right.
we just got to come up with a design. That's all we got to do.
Yeah.
We got to
So
do
it's
it.
this could be another tool. Who knows?
Yeah, that's cool, man. I didn't know you could do titration-based BOD. What the hell? That's cool, man.
Yeah. And somebody can do it at home.
And it's probably not
If
super.
if that kit works, I don't know.
was
The
gonna say,
the
it's probably
Lamont
not-
one works. I've used it many years ago.
I guess Salifert makes one too. I didn't know that.
Do they make? Is it the Winkler titration? Or?
Oh, he says dissolved oxygen, so it's probably not. It's not.
It may not be. I mean, look, if
BOD.
there's a way of taking the initial reading and then sealing a sample and putting it aside for 5 days and running it again, and it's sensitive enough, that could work too. You're just
Yeah.
looking for what that drop is in oxygen.
I think the dissolved oxygen probes too would be valuable as seeing function of time stuff.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Right, if it's calibrated properly, and a lot of the BOD labs use oxygen probes. The Winkler titration probably isn't quite as accurate as a really good, expensive calibrated
I was
oxygen probe.
talking to Hannah and Milwaukee, and they both told me that they have probes, and I was trying to work with Hannah. They said they'd probably send me some, so they're gonna try to make them more affordable potentially. So that's
Good.
pretty cool.
I know American Marine had one that I played with a long time ago. That's it's still expensive, but it's probably cheaper than a lot of the other ones. And I tell you, dissolved oxygen probes are very interesting. You could put it in a tank, and you know what? You can really see the effect of flow. You put it in, you get an oxygen reading in a stagnant area.
Yeah.
And then you just tilt it into the current. All of a sudden, it goes up because the micro layer of water at the membrane. Because you could have bacteria growing on the probe too. So interesting.
Speaking of probes, something that I just now noticed. I had an old Milwaukee ORP probe, and with an ORP controller, and that ORP probe was old. It was left dry. I knew it was no good, so we ordered a new one from Milwaukee. And I looked at the two probes, the old one and the new one. The old probe had the bulb on it, like the pH probes do.
Right.
The new ORP probe from Milwaukee has a pin sticking out. That's just it looks like a stainless pin sticking out. And I'm like, did they send me the right probe? And I'm looking at it closer, and I read the label, and I'm like, yeah, this is the correct probe. I'm like, why are they using the steel pin? Is that something that helps for accuracy? Is it better than the old bulb
Change
probe?
the technology a little bit or something?
Yeah, and I actually put it onto that old Milwaukee ORP controller, and I have another ORP controller with an old probe on it, and I'm looking at the readings, and the new probe was reading almost 100 points lower than the old probe. And I even took the probe that was in the system I didn't clean it for over a week. So I took it out, put it in some cleaning solution, put it back in, and it was about 70 points different from the new probe. So I swapped the probes, and it was actually, compared to what the old probe was reading, it was almost identical to what the old unit was reading. So it was swapping the probes. The probe reads 70 points lower than what the probe with the bulb on it. So now I'm like confused. Which one's accurate? Which one's correct? And
you're never gonna get that with redox. It's not. It's relative, right?
I know.
If bacteria grows on it, you're right. You're testing the redox of bacterial enzymes.
That's why they get dipped in muriatic acid once a week to clean them off.
It's a great disaster insurance if you have a redox probe going into an apex, and that's one of the most valuable. I'm not a big fan of all of that technology, but that one is a good one. Like stuff starts dying in your tank and your phone goes off because your redox plummeted.
You know, that was one of the things I never really paid a whole lot of attention to, but now I'm like so dialed in on paying attention to ORP that, you know, because we had those issues with the farm and we know it was a lot with OC, and then who knows what other compounds are being put in from all the atmospheric things going on around us. But since we've been running the ozone, we started running it for like 8 hours a day, and the ORP just kept like 400. And I'm like, okay, that's enough. You know, 350 is max where I really want to be. And now that we have ORP in there and we're using the ozone for like an hour a day just to polish off the system to keep that ORP where it needs to be, I know that that's helping, you know, the entire system. It keeps the DOC down, which the water is critical.
Ozone is like super effective, but you know, it
scared the shit.
It's the microbiome too. It's a
yeah.
In your
it's
system,
an oxidizer. You know,
yeah.
Too much, you're going to be oxidizing coral tissue. Yeah.
Meckley probably
That's
needs
organic,
to use a tool like that, though, because of how large his systems are. Because think about how much potential from open air. I mean, how much is coming in labile and refractory? He's got to have constant just.
Right.
I wish I was running ORP. When we ran ORP or ozone only on our fish systems for when we wholesaled tropical saltwater fish, and that was mainly because, you know, when we use medication, how do you get that water crystal clear, you know, overnight? The only way to do that is to run heavy ozone on it. So that's what we did. And we used an ORP controller and we swore by it. So when we knew we had to pull the medication out of the system, we just, you know, put heavy carbon in the system and we put the ozone.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. I played around with it. It's like, you know, I was doing things where, you know, can I recycle seawater? Can I?
I like that. I like your reclamation thing. Rich and I talked about that. It's
can
a cool
I take
idea.
it out? Can I just take the water out and just blast the hell out of it with ozone, and not worry about it, and use that for my next water change water? And you know what? Some of the benefits that you see when you do a water change, I was seeing that. I was like that little better polyp extension, you know. But you know, there's other reasons maybe to do water changes. You're gonna do that. Then you're heading down the road of having to do a lot of ICPs and making sure the inorganics aren't drifting away. Whereas if you were just doing a 10, 15% water change a week, that buys you so much time as far as, you know, not having to worry about levels getting too high. But speaking of color in water, is another toy I've picked up. You don't see this on aquarium. You don't see it in an aquarium. Color of water. Hannah has a checker. It's
I'm messaging Connor
Don't
right
write it
now.
down yet.
I got a
message.
I'm messaging Connor.
I
right
found
now.
it on Amazon, but none of the aquarium guys sell it. And you know what? It's super interesting. It measures the yellowness. They give you a standard tube to calibrate. So it's measured in platinum cobalt units. So it's like a standard chemical to simulate different degrees of yellow of water. And I was like, oh, this is going to be great. We can just run the color with a Hannah checker to see when we got to do a water change and carbon.
We can tell you the DOC level.
It's not sensitive enough.
Oh, well, I just messaged the Hannah rep and he's going to be
more
happy.
for like an ecologist going out in the field testing lakes and things, you know. Well, my final conclusion, talk about the simplicity beyond complexity. My final conclusion with that is looking at your water in a yellow bucket is a much more accurate.
I'm going to unsend this. I'm going to unsend
in a white bucket.
But we do the white bucket test in there all the time. And, you know, that was one of the things that I was doing. And I'm like, yeah, I got a slight tinge of yellow when all this issues were happening. And I'm like, no, but I remember that slight tinge of yellow being there for a long time. And I never really had any major issues. So I don't think it was necessarily a huge DOC problem. I think it had to do with all the other
Well, again, the yellow is probably refractory. So it's not really generating large amounts of bacteria. However, the interesting thing that we haven't really, I don't know how we could check this, but there is data to show that the yellowing compounds can inhibit the uptake of trace elements, especially things like iron, manganese, because they chelate those elements and they can block it.
Oh, I remember this combo. Yeah.
Yeah. So the problem is when you send out an ICP, you don't know what percent of that number might be blocked. And I can tell you this, if you go out on a natural reef and put that in a white bucket, that's going to look almost like newly mixed water if it's from an outer reef.
Yeah.
So that means when you see the yellow in the bucket, you have an unnaturally high level of those humic compounds. And what effect is that having on the trace elements?
That's a good.
That's probably, and so when we say, oh, if we use activated carbon, the trace elements are depleted. Who cares? Maybe they weren't usable anyway.
Right.
Maybe they were bound up.
Exactly. Makes complete sense. I mean,
Sanjay right now is going, you're making things too complicated.
Well, Leonard and I were talking, was it yesterday when I asked him to come on at 7, and he was talking about how he figured out how to do it. You know, he had somebody that was doing DOC testing for him, and initially his DOC was extremely high. I think he said it was like 10 or 11.
Oh, yeah.
And he had, he pulled water out in the white bucket, took a picture of it, and then when he got the DOC kept coming down, he would take the white bucket test and he would take pictures of the different stages from the 11 all the way back down to 2. So that way when he, did a water change with a white bucket, he'd be like, oh shit, my DOC is a little bit high. I better run heavier carbon.
Right.
Use AI to do a color comparison. You're like, oh shit, it's 11.
You know what I've done? I've taken an ozone air stone with ozone and bubbled it in, yellow, very yellow water from a tank. Goes crystal. You can't get the bleach to get it that light. Ozone is a better oxidizer than the bleach. Will definitely lighten it. So, the bleach it's like a little sideshow. It's not a revolutionary technique, but I find it interesting, and it kind of led me down this path of all these other things,
I think that is very interesting. We're talking about the bleach, but then we're also talking about ozone now. And we also, a lot of people don't talk about this, but hypobromide or bromide chloride is created by using ozone in the system.
And bleach will form nasty things.
Exactly. So is the
halogenated organics, or some of those are nasty.
So bromide chloride could be basically very similar to doing the little bleach thing that you're talking about, because basically it acts as bleach, and you can use a bleach test or a chlorine test to test for bromide chloride and see if it's in your system. So
just use the bucket test.
Yeah, but my biggest concern is using the ozone and creating too much bromide chloride, which can be detrimental to your reef.
But you're also creating brominated organics and halogenated organics, which that's not easy to test for, and those things can be harmful. And now you need activated carbon.
So that's why this is why my brain went when I went to using ozone. I'm like, I can't believe I'm going to use this crap on a reef aquarium. I'm like, how am I going to get all that effluent from that protein skimmer where the ozone's injected to go through a carbon bed? And I started making all these stupid contraptions up trying to get this water to go through a freaking carbon bed. And it worked for a day or two, and then the carbon would get compacted and it would start overflowing. I'm like, well, that's pointless. It wasn't working. So I just went super simple and just took a 5-gallon bucket, drilled 1-inch holes in the bottom of it, and put the nylon pull screen and siliconed it in the bottom. And then I put straight carbon into that bucket. But then I'm like, well, shit, it's the effluent's coming in. It's going to start tumbling it. It's going to make it, microcarbon, which is going to create more problems. So I put in a 5-gallon bucket, I'll put 6-8 inches of carbon, and then I'll take it's a knitting thing. It's plastic. It's like those knitting screens.
Oh yeah. The knitting.
It in and shove that down on top of the carbon.
Those are handy little aquatic things to have.
They're amazing. I use them to grow my zoanthids. I grow my zoanthids on, so I can take a scissors and cut between the polyps.
Yes.
Awesome. Yes. And then I put more screen on top of that, than mesh screen. And that keeps the carbon from churning. Yeah, it worked absolutely perfect. And I was like, thank goodness I figured it out. But it was so simple. I tried to make it more complicated when I should have just thought about the logic of it and made it just simple, like I did before.
You're a whole I think Joe Aiello started out saying, I'm a Home Depot aquarist.
That's what I am. I farm corals, man. We're not rich. We don't make tons of money.
You got to do what you got to do.
Do it yourself. The way I go.
So wet dry filters.
Love them.
So I got one caveat, one side story first.
Okay, go. You go.
Okay, so Julian has this whole thing. He talks to Dr. Rauer. It's really cool. We're going to use oxygen concentrators to artificially increase the dissolved oxygen. And in my mind, that's like something of a band-aid or a hedge, because if you still have high levels of DOC, then they're going to have pathogenic gene expression. Everything's going to a shit show. So it hedges your bet by keeping the dissolved oxygen high, and BOD doesn't screw the system through hypoxia. That's how I kind of thought about that. So not everyone can probably afford one of those things. There was this guy named Ryan Squire. Shout out to him if he's watching. And he tagged me in Facebook and he said, "What do you think about this?" And I want to know what you think about this as an alternative. So let me share my screen.
You told me about this.
And lo and behold, what do you think? Oh, is it on there?
Nope.
There.
There it goes.
Okay. Oh, the oxidator.
Yeah, what do you think about oxidators? Is the same type of idea to hedge your... It wouldn't be as good as Julian's solution, but it would be more affordable.
I've heard good things about it. I have no experience with it. The chemistry is what, peroxide, and you're putting in like a metal catalyst and driving the oxygen.
Yeah, that's it.
What is the advantage of that compared to just adding peroxide directly to your tank?
That's what I was thinking, because the
peroxide,
idea,
I think, will ultimately turn into oxygen. But I've heard so many people rave about those things that I don't have enough to say about it. I know I've kept, I remember when Sanjay was going through the whole thing with his tank. He's got to add peroxide. He's got to add peroxide because that's a very easy way in an emergency to bring your. I unfortunately learned that the hard way too, many years ago at a power failure. But hydrogen peroxide is a good way of boosting dissolved oxygen. So
I add it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, peroxide is not as potent as chlorine as an oxidizer. And chlorine's not as potent as ozone.
But even if you...
what's interesting? What are these UVs? There's UV sterilizers that have titanium in them to produce those hydroxyl ions I was talking about.
Okay.
There's hydroxyl generators you can get for your house, I believe, where
go in your
generating, and it's a very short-lived, super strong oxidizing thing.
That's why. Okay, now it makes sense because it has a distinct smell to it.
I think they use titanium. It's titanium catalyzes. I think it's what the heck is it? Ozone going over titanium, or I can't remember exactly how they do it. But there's a UV sterilizer where they advertise that this thing is generating hydroxyl ions internally, and it's supposed to clear your water. But I haven't seen anybody pop up online saying this thing's incredible. It's
You know what else UV does? Because I've always been like, UV is terrible for the microbiome. But upon reading some more, UVC exposure to a lot of planktonic bacteria will shift prophages into lytic phages. So it would cause everything that Julian talked about. You'll have the piggyback the winter model. It'll shift to the other model, to where it would have viral regulation of the bacterial populations too. So maybe there's like a tiny little burst of UVC. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about flow rate versus the reproductive rate of the bacteria. You could have something going on with a UV, or if it was going slow enough through it, and if it actually was, oxidizing organics, as long as it wasn't taking so much water through, you're like wiping out all your waterborne. But that was what was attractive about the bleach thing, because it's a controlled volumetric addition you can make. Where these other things, ozone, you don't know what you're doing to the the biome of the
nothing good.
Water column.
At least according to Eli, nothing good. What he's generated so far,
as you would expect. It was amazing. Just to quick get back to one thing I forgot to mention: the test with the methylene blue in the vial. If you put activated carbon on and run that test like 5-6 hours later, it's amazing how the difference it has on the population of bacteria. And I think Feldman discovered that too. I think he related it. I can't remember if he correlated activated carbon to bacteria count. He definitely showed that it's like the most effective way of removing organics compared to skimming and everything, activated carbon. But it has a pronounced effect on bacteria count. So that's another area maybe to look at is, can we use activated carbon in a way to control these things? You know, it definitely has to be good, but it's short-lived.
Yeah. Just Incredible says that peroxide reduces the amount of bromate created by ozone. So he uses peroxide daily.
Yeah, it could. It could. You can it's funny. You look at peroxide as an oxidizer, but in a redox reaction between peroxide and chlorine, peroxide can dechlorinate water.
Yes.
You could have chlorine, and you don't need thiosulfate. Depending on the pH of the water, you can actually remove it with peroxide. So that I don't know enough about that chemistry, but it wouldn't surprise me.
We use 12% hydrogen peroxide, of course, because it was like $1 more than the 2% or 3%. I'm like, well, what's the point to buy the?
Look how much you're getting now. Right.
So we got the 12%, which calculated it out to dose the correct amount that I knew is. It ends up being like standard strength peroxide. It's like 1.5 mils per 10 gallons if you're going to do like a therapeutic dose on your system. And when we had started having problems back in, real big problems when the pollen started coming through, I was putting the 12% peroxide in. I think we were putting in 75 mils in 2,000 gallons on a daily basis. And that really helped. Honestly, I couldn't believe the white bucket test difference by using that after a week. It reduced the yellowish tint to the water tremendously.
It seems like there's a component of that yellow stuff that is subject to clearing pretty rapidly with something like that. But then there's that stubborn little bit that's left that only the ozone can get out. or a water change.
And catalytic carbon would help, or even regular carbon. I'm going to start something I've been toying around with doing is using, a combination of activated carbon and catalytic carbon.
Catalytic's cool.
Catalytic carbon is all that Chris Wood uses. I mean, he uses all catalytic carbon, and I should probably be using it because it would definitely help remove more than what regular carbon would remove out of the well. And I noticed now that I think that's probably might be my problem. Why my TDS is not getting as reduced from my RO membranes. Is I used to do half catalytic and half in my carbon tower, and I ran out of catalytic and just filled it up with carbon, and now this whole talks are making me think of all these things that I haven't been able to come up with answers to. And now I'm coming up with answers because we're talking about stuff and I'm like, oh, duh, you stop putting carbon in your carbon tower. And now you're the RO membranes aren't taking it to 1 TDS like they used to. It's like 4 TDS. So now it makes sense. Damn. I thought my membranes were bad. And it's actually my dumb ass not putting catalytic carbon in there.
They make. I mean, we sell a regular bituminous coal, like 10 by 20, 8 by 20 mesh, but it's it's certified for drinking water use, so the heavy metals isn't a concern. But the catalytic stuff is pretty fine, isn't it?
It is very fine.
Yeah. So I just like the flow. I'm actually experimenting now with carbon where I'm just taking it and putting it like in one of those submersible hot magnums with no pre-filter. So like if the carbon's big enough, you can fit it in that chamber and then just run it through. The tank that my partner Ed and I we have a 90-gallon tank and we're throwing ideas around of what we want to do with it. And I really would like to try an all aerobic system. First, we were thinking wet, dry, no sand, no rock, just maybe, travertine plates with corals on them. But
watch out for your zinc.
Enough aerobic surface area. Like, would that work? I remember the old wet, dry filter days when you took a wet, dry filter apart. The media had tube worms and old things on it. but it's aerobic. It's more oxygen, area. And, there's a lot of articles in sewage treatment on wet dry filters, and they're not really made for, converting ammonia to nitrate. They're made to lower DOC.
Yeah.
Because the heterotrophic population is so much greater than the nitrifier and grows so much faster. So, that's an interesting, I think I brought this all up recently. I spoke with Andrew Apollo and everything, that we might want to look at this again, because we got rid of it because it was a nitrate factory. And is it a nitrate factory because it was breaking down organic nitrogen efficiently, releasing ammonia? Like, I mean, somebody said, I think in the comments I saw, isn't it competing with the corals for ammonia? Well, certainly to some extent that's probably true, but what about the organic nitrogen compounds that are being broken down into ammonia? Does that also then get converted to nitrate, or does that flow out into your tank and then it gets broken? You know what I mean? It's like a whole phase thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
There's a microbiome on that media, and it's not just bacteria. There's protozoans, there's worms, there's all kinds of things. So.
All kinds of stuff.
That's my newest tank.
Now,
I'm going wet dry on it. So
now we're eliminating anoxic, low oxygen zones, which the literature clearly points to could be problematic with pathogenic bacteria. And I think I didn't see all the previous talk, but I'm wondering if the people putting the frags out on the reef, I've read that if you put it down on the sand, they're dead. They're toast. That they get much better results suspending them up in the water column. So what is it about the sand that's doing that? There's some papers on that. There's like DOC being released from sand beds that are like fermentation products. And you don't want the corals exposed to that. So why do we have sand? I just feel like there's a lot of basic things that we did that the microscope never really came out and looked at them. We just moved on to this, to that. And maybe we can do it without the denitrification areas and all that, because there's ways of dealing with the nitrate. Whether it's a refugium or the corals themselves, you have a balance system.
You make a good point. You see the reef track using trees to grow the corals.
Yes.
And then I thought about this video that I saw of a restoration project in Okinawa, and they didn't have a single coral in the sand. They were all extended about 1.5 to 2 foot above the water, and they had these like sticks sticking out of the water with these beautiful acropores growing on them. And I'm like, well, why don't they have them closer to the sand?
Right.
But then
the survivability is greater when they're in the water.
But then when we're going to talk to Vincent Chales here, in a handful of hours, he is doing similar, but he's doing ropes. Instead of making tall trees, he's making these long, and they're only, 6 to 8 inches above the surface of the sand, and they're growing
off the sand.
Amazing reefs. But they are above the sand. They're not on the sand bed exactly. But
I've talked to people that have accidentally broken acros in their tank, and the frags that land on the rock are fine the next day, and any that are in the sand are dead.
I'm sure there's a distinct microbiome too. I believe like a lot of Vibrio, Rhodobacter, a lot of those biofilm producers, that's their home, man. They've got a ton of surface area and localized DOC.
Right.
If it touches, that's like it's like poison.
Now think about this: the ocean has 100% water change a day, flushing through, and our tanks. Which, by the way, I was like, can we do this without doing a water change? If we can do this even with like a 20% or 10 or 20% water change a week, we're still cheating nature.
Of course.
We should be like, wow, we only have to do that water change to have success. But so we have such a small volume of water exposed to the surface area of sand and rock, and that doesn't exist in the ocean. So, but we say, we need it in there because the ocean has it. Okay. Then maybe we should be doing 100% water changes a day.
this goes to, you know, the misconception about certain types of coral and where they actually live on the reef.
Exactly.
You know, and one of the things that really irritates me, because I know better, because I've talked to the divers, is, you know, Cycloceras fungia. You know,
We've got
people
1 minute
think,
left, by the way.
yeah, people think they need to be in the sand, and that's the farthest from the truth. And people don't keep plate corals long term, fungias and Cycloceras, because they're putting them in the sand bed. When in reality, if you ever see them on a reef, they're usually on a slope, and they're piled on top of each other, and it's a rock face.
So it's a rubble, more of a rubbly.
Exactly. So plate corals got a bad rap for a long time because everybody's like, oh, I'm going to throw them in my sand. No, 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 no. You should get a flat surface where there's rock, and you should stick them on the rock. If they walk off the rock, because they will, put them back up on the rock. Because if not, they're going to go to the sand bed. They might not die today or tomorrow, but in a couple of weeks, something's going to cause them to be, you know, unhappy, and they're not going to make it, because that's usually what happens to plate corals when they get put in the sand, from my experience.
Right.
You know, then you got other corals like acanthophilia. They probably love the DOC, and Trachyphilias and some of this.
Well, any lagoon coral is immune to like DOC, heavy metals. It's like, because it's so exposed to so much stuff from the sediments and the terrestrial runoff.
Yep.
All right, gentlemen, this was fun.
Thanks. We got to do it longer. That was a fun conversation.
Oh yeah. We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I got a lot to test now. I got to order these damn.
Congratulations on your whole new chapter here, and I feel honored to be invited to be here to speak.
Thanks,
Thank you. Thanks, Bob.
10 hours in, and